Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.60, The Abyss That Lies Ahead of You. We ended last week with the murder of Rasputin, which the murderers hoped would jolt Nicholas and Alexandra back to their senses and change the disastrous course they were on. And while the death of Rasputin did have a major impact on the imperial couple, it was not what the assassins intended. It drove Nicholas and Alexandra closer together, isolated them further from their subjects, and convinced them they must maintain the course they were on at all costs. To do anything less would be to surrender to the enemies of Russia and God. Life in the inner circle of the court over the winter of 1916-1917 was saturated in an omnipresent sense of defiant depression. One of the ways Rasputin kept his hooks in Alexandra had been telling her repeatedly that he received visions saying, and I'm quoting here, "If I die or you desert me, you will lose your son and your crown within 6 months." Now this is insanely manipulative, but clearly Alexandra believed it. And with everything that's about to happen, you were never going to convince the Empress Rasputin was wrong. Because what happened? He died, and less than 2 months later, she lost her crown. Now, was Rasputin's death the reason the Romanov dynasty fell? Like, was he some sort of mystical linchpin holding it all together? Goodness, no. His death was not the cause of anything. It was merely a preliminary effect of the real causes of the fall of the dynasty. Social breakdown, economic breakdown, political breakdown. And besides, he was wrong about Alexei. The Tsarevich did not die within 6 months. He in fact lived for more than 1 whole year until he was mowed down by Red Army machine guns. So, to the extent that Rasputin's death played a causal role in the Russian Revolution, it's only that it drove the imperial couple into a state of fatally stubborn resentment. By New Year's Eve 1916, Alexandra had clearly gone to a place where she would rather lose everything, including her life, than give an inch to the enemies of her family. She and her husband were the last things upholding the divine order of things, orthodoxy, autocracy, and nationality. No matter what, they could not surrender to the liberals and the Jews and the socialists, all of them atheists, heretical, greedy, corrupt, murderous scumbags. The task of the Tsar and the Tsarina was to bravely face this threat with uncompromising firmness. God was watching, and God was the audience to whom they now played. Everyone was telling them, if you change course, you'll be able to save the crown. But for Nicholas, and especially Alexandra, they were far more worried about their souls. Alexandra was ready to be strong and withstand anything, but her husband was going to need her help to hold the line. The Tsar had come back to Tsarsky Selo after Rasputin's murder, but he was quite the shell of himself. He had never been the best of ruler, nor the most able sovereign. But as we discussed back when he first ascended to the throne, Nicholas was a hard-working and engaged ruler. He was attentive to affairs of state. He was well briefed on what was happening out there in the world. Or at least he was engaged with whatever his ministers allowed him to believe was happening out there in the world. Now true, he was weak-willed, indecisive, and had a penchant for drifting off into Fantasyland. But he dutifully did his duty and was regarded by those who came into contact with him as personally gracious and charming and attentive. But that Nicholas was now gone. He was now detached, anxious, and distracted. He was not sleeping well. He couldn't focus. He chain-smoked cigarettes. People who saw him reported that he was gaunt, pale, his cheeks were sinking. His smile, which had always been tinged with a kind of forlorn sadness in his eyes, now didn't even have that. His lips made the motion of a smile, but the eyes were vacant. When he had meetings with ministers and aides and foreign diplomats, he just wasn't all there. People would ask him questions that he should have known the answer to, but which he now struggled to answer. He was muddled and confused. In a word, the Tsar was extremely depressed. And one of the things the assassins of Rasputin had been hoping to accomplish was to end Alexandra's period of influence over domestic affairs in Russia. They hoped that maybe Alexandra might even be removed physically from the capital, sent away to the Crimea, or forcibly locked up in a convent. That with the demonic puppet master gone, Nicholas would snap out of it and appoint the responsible government people had been trying to get him to appoint since the dark days of the Great Retreat in 1915, and were now relentlessly hammering him to do ever since the reopening of the Duma in November 1916. But like I said, Rasputin's murder drove the couple to rely on each other more than ever. Alexandra's influence was not waning, but positively waxing. It was clear Nicholas needed her support more than ever. And the couple actually had a secret passage built so that Alexandra could listen in on Nicholas's meetings with various ministers and diplomats so she could weigh in and give him advice. Nicholas, for his part, welcomed Alexandra's support and became incredibly angry when anybody suggested his wife was not the solution, but the problem. And in an admirable kind of way, Nicholas went all in on defending his wife from her many critics, detractors, and enemies. He was especially furious at all the insinuation that Alexandra was somehow some pro-German secret agent leading Russia to defeat on purpose. "The Empress is a foreigner," Nicholas said. "She has no one to protect her but myself. I shall never abandon her under any circumstances. In any case, all the charges made against her are false. Wicked lies are told about her. But I shall know how to make her respected." From Nicholas's perspective, the people telling him to get rid of his wife were doing so because they believed she was in league with the enemy, which he knew wasn't true. And after Rasputin's murder, it was clear these people were not content to simply slander his wife, but also to murder a man near and dear to her heart. So rather than moving towards a place where Nicholas is like, "Okay, Alexandra, maybe you should take a step back," he's saying, "No, I love you and I trust you. You're the only one I love and trust, because all these other people are liars and murderers, and we cannot give in to them." So the brief little window that opened in early 1916, when Nicholas gave in to the opposition in the Duma, closed as quickly as it had opened. He replaced Prime Minister Sturmer with Alexander Trepov, and very nearly dismissed the controversial Minister of the Interior, Protopopov. But those days, and they could be numbered in days, were over. In fact, in late December 1916, the Tsar fired the oh-so-recently appointed Trepov, and on December 29, 1916, elevated an aging loyalist of the Empress named Nikolai Golitsyn to be Prime Minister of Russia. His previous job experience was being deputy chairman of a charity run by Alexandra. Now, Golitsyn himself knew he was not cut out for the job, and spent quite a bit of time trying to beg off the appointment, and he later said, "If someone else had used the language I used to describe myself, I should have been obliged to challenge him to a duel." But when you're an arch-loyalist and believe in the divine authority of the autocrat of all Russia, when the autocrat of all Russia appoints you prime minister, you kinda can't say no. Then, on January 3rd, 1917, the Tsar dumped the Minister of War and replaced him with a guy named Mikhail Belayev. Belayev was recommended by Alexandra for all the reasons she always recommended ministers: unquestioning devotion and loyalty. It didn't matter that Belayev was a paragon of upward failure, commanding the respect and confidence of no one, and who had spent his time in the military shuffling papers around and not even doing that very well. So it was clear to everyone now that Nicholas and Alexandra were not changing course. On January 5th, 1917, the new Prime Minister Golitsyn reported as gently as he could to Nicholas that he had reports of people in Moscow openly discussing who the next Tsar was going to be. Nicholas responded, "The Empress and I know that all is in God's hands, and His will be done." Which, I mean, it's very clear how much he's resigning himself to his fate here, as if he's just a helpless actor in some grand cosmic morality play doomed to whatever fate God deals out, as if he couldn't just, appoint some better ministers and everything would be fine. But before I get too far down this intentionally courting martyrdom narrative, I should mention that, as we're about to see, Many people were trying to warn the Tsar of the danger he faced. But Minister of the Interior Protopopov, who had Nicholas and Alexander's confidence, was working overtime to keep them in that bubble of placid ignorance, constantly telling them, oh, the situation's not that bad, the people who are against you are a very tiny minority, everybody else loves you. Really, anything to keep them from doubting themselves. In fact, Protopopov decided a swell way to lock in the Empress's favor was to fill the divine boots left behind by Rasputin. He took to calling her every day at 10 o'clock in the morning, which was the time of day Rasputin used to call her. So Protopopov was quite literally filling that void in her schedule. He would also just casually mention that his advice was being guided by some kind of divine inspiration. Or he would say, oh, last night the spirit of Rasputin came to me in a dream and said, blah, blah, blah. Or that when he came into Alexandra's presence, he could feel the spiritual glow of Christ. Just feeding her everything she wanted to hear, but not telling her anything she needed to hear. Meanwhile, everyone else was trying to get the Tsar to snap out of it. After most everyone in the family was caught celebrating the death of Rasputin and begging leniency for poor Grand Duke Dmitri, Nicholas and Alexandra cut them all off. They didn't let them come around the palace anymore, and more than a few were outright banished from Petrograd. A few of them could still get through, though, and one of them was Grand Duke Alexander, simultaneously Nicholas's cousin and brother-in-law, and one of the Tsar's boon companions going back to their days as young men gallivanting around Europe together. Alexander was still welcome at the palace, and tried to use what personal trust and confidence he had to convince Alexandra to step back for the good of both the dynasty and Russia. Alexander arranged an audience with the Empress and told her, "Your interference with affairs of state is causing harm to Nicky's prestige. I have been your faithful friend for 24 years, and, as a friend, I point out to you that all the classes of the population are opposed to your policies." Alexandra replied that Nicholas was a divinely appointed autocrat and could not allow himself to sink to sharing power with anyone. The Grand Duke said, "You are very much mistaken, Alex. Your husband ceased to be an autocrat on October 17, 1905. When the Empress refused to hear any more about it, Alexander got angry, because this wasn't just about Nicholas and Alexandra. It was about their selfish myopia putting the whole family and the whole empire in jeopardy. He said, "For 30 months I have never said a word to you about the disgraceful goings-on in our government, better to say your government. I realize that you are willing to perish and that your husband feels the same way. But what about us? You have no right to drag your relatives with you down the precipice." At this point, he was more or less kicked out of the palace and invited to never come back. And later he wrote, "We are watching an unprecedented spectacle, revolution coming from above and not from below." Which is to say that, at least in his mind, Nicholas and Alexandra were creating a revolution that did not have to happen, but which they seemed to be pursuing with as much single-minded purpose as the most obsessed SR terrorist. With no one in the family able to get through, there was some hope maybe Russia's wartime allies could help. The domestic political crisis in Russia was now at the level of being a matter of national security to both France and Britain. What would happen to the Western Front if Russia collapsed into chaos and could no longer continue the war? So leaders of the opposition in Russia, which now included practically everyone, would drop by the French embassy or the British embassy and say, "Look, we can't get through to the Tsar, but maybe as leaders of our wartime allies, you can lean on him to change course, to put the administration of Russia and its war effort on sound footing." Now, this is a very delicate situation for a foreign diplomat, because as a foreign diplomat, you are not supposed to comment on domestic politics. It is a great way to get your credentials revoked and get kicked out of the country. Your brief is foreign policy. But by the end of 1916, British Ambassador George Buchanan decided to stretch the limits of his mandate, because the domestic crisis in Russia was ultimately turning into a foreign policy crisis for Britain, France, and the other allies. In a meeting with the Tsar on New Year's Eve, Buchanan decided to broach this incredibly sensitive topic with Nicholas. Buchanan asked permission to speak frankly about the troubles surrounding the Russian government. When Nicholas said okay, Buchanan said, "Your Majesty, if I may be permitted to say so, there is but one safe course open to you, namely, to break down the barrier that separates you from your people, and to regain their confidence." By which Buchanan meant, appoint new ministers that the Duma, as representatives of the people, had confidence in. Nicholas took resentful umbrage at this and said, "Do you mean that I am to regain the confidence of my people, or that they are to regain my confidence?" Which is a devastating indictment of Nicholas's state of mind. He clearly believed that the problem was not that the Tsar was failing his people, but that the people were failing their Tsar. But Buchanan pressed forward and said specifically, "You've got to get rid of Protopopov," who, Buchanan said, if Your Majesty will forgive me for saying so, is bringing Russia to the verge of ruin. Nicholas said, "I chose Protopopov from the ranks of the Duma in order to be agreeable to them, and this is my reward." In Nicholas's mind, he had already taken the path Buchanan recommended, appointed a minister with the Duma's confidence, and all he had gotten in return was a doubling down on opposition, complaints, and disobedience. Buchanan pressed on and continued to speak frankly about the information he was receiving, that the Tsar had very few people he could count on in the event of a real political showdown. In the event of a revolution, Buchanan said, only a small portion of the army can be counted on to defend the dynasty. So Buchanan is telling the Tsar to his face, if you don't appoint new ministers, it's going to be a revolution, and when that revolution comes, nobody is going to rush to your defense. But aware he was wildly out of bounds as a foreign diplomat trying to steer domestic politics, Buchanan concluded by emphasizing that he was speaking on a personal level, as Nicholas's concerned friend. As an ambassador, Buchanan said, "I am well aware I have no right to hold the language to which I have held to Your Majesty, and I have to take courage in both hands before speaking as I have. But if I were to see a friend walking through woods on a dark night along a path which I knew ended in a precipice, would it not be my duty, sire, to warn him of the danger? And is it not equally my duty to warn Your Majesty of the abyss that lies ahead of you?" The Tsar nodded assent to all this and thanked Buchanan for his concern, but that didn't mean he would take the advice or that he really appreciated Buchanan's concern. Buchanan was later told by reliable informants that had he been a Russian subject, that conversation would have gotten him exiled to Siberia. His efforts were for naught, and the Tsar did not change course. About a week after Buchanan's meeting, the Tsar was treated to another blunt assessment of his position. This time it was a Russian subject, the chairman of the Duma, Mikhail Rodzianko. Rodzianko was one of the founders of the Octoberist Party back in 1905, and he had been chairman of the Duma since 1911 and was now an inner circle leader of the Progressive Bloc opposition. On January 7, 1917, in his capacity as chairman of the Duma, he felt it was his duty to report to the Tsar, "Your Majesty, I consider the state of the country to have become more critical and menacing than ever. The spirit of all the people is such that the gravest upheavals may be expected. All Russia is unanimous in claiming a change of government and the appointment of a responsible premier invested with the confidence of the nation. There's not a single honest or reliable man left in your entourage. All the best have been eliminated or resigned." Rodzianko then addressed the most delicate matter of all. He said, "It is an open secret the Empress issues orders without your knowledge, and that the ministers report to her on matters of state. Indignation against and hatred of the Empress are growing throughout the country. She is looked upon as Germany's champion, and even the common people are speaking of it." Now, this is exactly the kind of slander that sent Nicholas into a white-hot fury, and he said none of it is true. Rodzianko said, "Frankly, it doesn't matter. It's what everybody believes." According to Rodzianko, Nicholas then leaned back and put his head in his hands and said, "Is it possible that for 22 years I have tried to act for the best, and that for 22 years it was all a mistake?" Rodzienko allegedly plucked up all his courage and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. For 22 years, you followed a wrong course." But like Buchanan before him, Rodzienko's efforts were for naught. The Tsar did not change course. With Nicholas and Alexandra resisting all efforts to get them to change, talk of replacing them became widespread and unashamed. All through January 1917, rumors flew of a coup, of forced abdication, of revolution. People spoke of it openly at all levels of society, in bread lines, in salons, in palace ballrooms. Opposition groups were all but openly planning what to do after Nicholas and Alexandra had been pushed out of power. These leaders were holding conferences, meetings, and congresses without police approval. Censorship was completely breaking down, as editors and publishers simply ceased submitting their work to the censor's office. Seditious pamphlets, periodicals, and broadsheets circulated openly among the civilian population, as well as in the ranks of the army and navy. In the highest rungs of society, Rodzienko famously recorded a meeting he had with Grand Duchess Maria Pavlovna, Nicholas's hugely influential aunt. Known as the grandest of the Grand Duchesses, Maria Pavlovna now presided over the wing of the Romanov family hostile to Nicholas and Alexandra. Particularly, she was hostile to Alexandra, who was seen to be leading the whole dynasty to ruin. Rodzienko was invited to a lunch where the Grand Duchess openly badmouthed the government's incompetence and laid into Alexandra and Protopopov. Rodzienko reported Maria Pavlovna said Alexandra was driving the country to destruction, that she was the cause of the danger which threatened the emperor and the rest of the imperial family, that such conditions could no longer be tolerated, that things must be changed, something done, removed, destroyed. Rodzienko got nervous and asked what she meant. The Grand Duchess said to him, "The Duma must do something. She must be annihilated." Rodzienko said, "Who?" And the Grand Duchess said, "Alexandra." Then Rodzienko allegedly said, "Your Highness, allow me to treat this conversation as if it had never taken place, because if you addressed me as the President of the Duma, my oath of allegiance compels me to wait at once on His Imperial Majesty and report to him that the Grand Duchess, Maria Pavlovna, has declared to me that the Empress must be annihilated." But he did not report any of this. He only recorded it later in his memoirs. Rodzienko also took meetings with high-ranking officers in the army, one of whom told him frankly, "The state of mind of the army is such that it will accept with joy the news of the coup d'etat. If you decide on this extreme measure, we will support you." There was a growing consensus among many high-ranking military officers that the single best way to improve military morale and win the war would be to announce that the Tsar and his wife had abdicated and the whole empire was now under new leadership. Lower down the social ladder and further to the left, there was also lots of talk of forced abdication, and the sooner the better. This was because as you traveled further down the social ladder and further to the left into the ranks of the liberals and the cadets, and even radicals like Alexander Kerensky, that twofold goal of winning the war and preventing social revolution were still the binary North Star that guided their every move. Now, as we'll talk more about next week, at the end of January, Kerensky was himself more than ready to turn to the streets if need be, but most of the other Duma leaders were not. Kerensky said, "Everyone reacted determinedly in the negative to the possibility of a popular outbreak, fearing, once provoked, a popular mass movement would turn in an extreme left direction, and this would create extraordinary difficulties for the conduct of the war." He also said that even a transition to a constitutional regime provoked serious reservations, and the conviction that the new government would be unable to manage without harsh measures for the maintenance of law and the prohibition of defeatist propaganda. But though they feared what might happen if things got out of hand, they might lose the war and trigger a revolution, they also seemed to believe that both of those things were inevitable if Nicholas and Alexandra were allowed to remain in power. Kerensky said opposition fears that things might get out of hand did not shake the general determination to finish the indecisiveness of court circles and depose Nicholas. But for all the talk of the coup, nothing actually seems to have gotten going. Everybody seems to have assumed somebody else was going to do it. Whatever plans any one of these groups was making never coalesced into a proper plot. They did not get the necessary guard units or officers or political leaders in place to be at a certain place at a certain time. None of it was really shaping up. And indeed, by late January, the imperial couple were getting reports from Protopopov, not wholly inaccurate, that while there was a lot of griping out there and a lot of wildly seditious fantasizing, nothing was actually coming together. Protopopov could report no evidence of an active plot that seriously threatened the couple's power and authority. The only thing that did kind of worry Protopopov at the moment was the reconvening of the Duma, which had gone into recess over the holidays and was set to restart their work on February 14th. But he assured Nicholas and Alexandra that he had the situation well in hand, and he had a plan to short-circuit any attempt to turn the reopening of the Duma into ground zero for a revolution. Once that danger was past, the worst would probably be over. In hindsight, Protopopov was both right and wrong. As we'll see next week, he did have a plan to prevent February 14th from marking the beginning of a revolution. But he was wrong that if he successfully prevented that, the worst would be over. No one knew it, but the opportunity for a quick palace coup, forced abdication, the rapid replacement of the government without plunging into social revolution was over. So please join me next week as we plunge headlong into the most famous February in Russian history. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.61, The Precipice. Last time, we left off with Nicholas and Alexandra doing absolutely everything in their power to not get off the jagged and icy path, leading them step by step towards the cliff of revolution. They were determined to not heed any warnings that they ought to pick a different path. Now, even at this late stage, there's a possibility that they could have averted going over the edge that was now plainly visible just up ahead. But even had they done it, had they stopped, turned left or turned right or turned around or done whatever, it's possible there was actually now no way to avoid what was coming. That the giant avalanche of social unrest was barreling down the hill at high speed, and there was no time left to get out of the way, and it was just going to sweep them off the cliff no matter what. Can you picture it? They're kind of like walking along a mountain path, and there's a cliff, but also an avalanche. Yeah, I promise this makes sense in my head. So this avalanche that's now barreling at them was composed of all the accumulated social, economic, and political anger and frustration that's been building over the past few years, and frankly over the last few decades. Russia was, after all, a society that had gone through a major revolution just 12 years earlier, and that revolution had not really resolved anything. Now, I like this avalanche metaphor too because it properly invokes one of the last major revolutionary factors that was added to the mix here in the winter of 1916-1917, the incredible freezing cold. As has happened in many of our revolutions, the 1780s and the French Revolution, the Hungry 40s leading up to 1848, climatic conditions played a crucial role in the Russian Revolution. The winter of 1916-1917 was one of the worst on record, and certainly the worst since the war began. Average winter temperatures in Petrograd at the time usually hovered around 40 degrees Fahrenheit, so just above freezing. In January 1917, those average temperatures were 10 degrees Fahrenheit. In February, they were going to drop to 6 degrees Fahrenheit. Over in Moscow, the average was 2 degrees. That is just 2 degrees Fahrenheit. This is all way below freezing. This winter was also marked by almost continuous blizzards that piled snow up everywhere. The biggest consequence was that the already overtaxed and underperforming railroads just stopped running. Trains couldn't move because there was too much snow covering the tracks and there were not enough workers to clear them. And even if the snow wasn't blocking the way, trains could freeze in place, literally unable to build up enough steam to move. The climatic conditions took the dysfunctional transportation network and turned it into a non-functional transportation network. Over the winter of 1916-1917, something like 60,000 railroad cars that would have otherwise been loaded with food and other basic necessities did not move. So obviously, this is big trouble for the urban population, which was already deep into dealing with the double whammy of inflation and scarcity. And the specifically fatal problem in January and February 1917 was the amount of fuel needed to keep the fires and ovens going. Right on the eve of the February Revolution, a government inventory of Petrograd found that there were 9,000 pounds of flour out there in various warehouses, and they concluded the food situation wasn't that bad. But there was no fuel. The bakers couldn't turn the flour into bread, so it was just sitting there, these giant piles of cold powder. The lack of fuel also led factories to intermittently shut their doors, which meant the workers couldn't work, which means they were not getting paid, and they were quite literally being kicked out into the cold with no money to buy the no food that was available anyway. So upshot of all this, the population of the cities of Russia, and Petrograd in particular, are hungry, irritable, angry, freezing, and afraid. Strikes, demonstrations, marches, and meetings become a recurrent feature of daily life. On January 9, 1917, the 12th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, 100,000 workers went on strike in the capital. And after that, it seemed like there was some kind of action taking place in Petrograd nearly every day of the week. A similar mood of hungry, irritable, angry, and freezing fear also took hold in the rank and file of the Army and Navy. Now, many of the worst logistical and supply issues that plagued the military in 1914 and 1915 had been resolved, for the munitions and war material shortages. But the problem of food shortages was hitting the military as hard as the civilian population. The same trains not reaching the cities were not reaching the front lines. And of course, the soldiers were starving and frozen in the middle of a traumatically brutal war. By January 1917, the Russian army had amassed 6 million casualties, that's 6 million, killed, wounded, and missing. Discipline was now incredibly shaky. Most of the original officers had been killed. Those who had been promoted were usually in way over their heads, trying to control way more soldiers than anyone had any right to expect, and frankly as angry, hungry, and freezing as their men. Into this mix, political literature began to circulate, fixing blame for all that was wrong on the Tsar and Tsarina. Milyakov's stupidity or treason speech was printed and widely circulated. The government also made the mistake of punishing civilian political agitators and working-class activists by conscripting them into the army. And so by the end of 1916, all those troublesome malcontents were causing troublesome malcontent at the front lines. Disobedience and mutiny became increasingly normal. But even more politically dangerous to the regime than the mood at the front was the mood in the garrisons in the rear. These reserve forces, most especially the Petrograd garrison, were the most mutinously disobedient part of the military. The garrisons were filled with the two most discontented groups of soldiers. First, married fathers who wanted no part of the army and were furious they had been drafted in the first place, and second, soldiers previously wounded and traumatized by duty at the front lines who were now reassigned to the rear. These guys are extremely restless, extremely angry, and extremely sympathetic to the political opposition. As social unrest acutely grew in the urban centers over the winter, these rear garrisons almost uniformly sided with the people against the government and the police. And back in October 1916, there's actually an incident in Petrograd where striking workers clashed with the police, and soldiers cheered on the people from their vantage point of their base. And then, as we saw last week, George Buchanan tried to warn Nicholas that in case of revolution, he could not expect his soldiers to rush to his defense. Nicholas tried to buck up his restless troops by issuing a manifesto where he implored them to stay strong and stay the course. That's what he was going to do. The war had gone on too long, but they couldn't give up until the war was won. He wrote, "The time for peace has not yet come. Russia has not yet performed the tasks this war has set her: the possession of Constantinople and the Straits, the restoration of a free Poland. We remain unshaken in our confidence in victory." This was like a message in a bottle from a long-forgotten age, back when the Russians thought they were going to be parading through the streets of Constantinople by September 1914. Well, October at the latest. This picture of triumph was so far removed from the reality of 1916 and 1917 that the French ambassador called the manifesto a kind of political will, a final announcement of the glorious vision he had imagined for Russia, and which he now sees dissolving into thin air. Back on the home front, Minister of the Interior Protopopov was working hard to prevent the revolution everyone now seemed to be anticipating. If they could ride out the winter and win the war, they might actually get through this. And as I said at the end of last week's episode, heading into February 1917, all sides were focusing on the reconvening of the Duma, which was set for February 14, as day one of the revolution. The most likely moment the political opposition in the Duma would be able to merge with the anger in the streets to make the revolutionary avalanche too wide, too fast, and too powerful to avoid. And the most obvious solution would have been to just cancel the session, or at least postpone it, maybe even dissolve the Duma entirely. But Protopopov believed dissolving the Duma would be even more dangerous than letting them convene. Refusing to let them meet would simply galvanize the political opposition so much that they would be inviting the very revolution Protopopov was trying to avoid. So, what to do? Believing it too dangerous to directly target leaders of the Duma opposition, Protopopov decided to decapitate the working class leadership, because the key to avoiding revolution was preventing the linkage of the anger in the streets with the opposition in the Duma. Sabotaging the workers' ability to organize into a revolutionary political force seemed like the safest way to go. That way the Duma could meet, they could make their speeches, but it would be so much hot air. Now, when I say targeting the working class leaders in the street, I'm not talking about most of the revolutionary leaders we've talked about so far in the series. Lenin, Viktor Chernov, Trotsky, Martov, who, you will notice, are not showing up at all in the story right now because most of them are in exile, living as emigres in Switzerland or France or England or wherever. Now, there were Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs operating in all the major cities, but they were operating without any kind of direction from their quote-unquote leaders abroad, due to the, massive war that happened to be standing between them. The war years also saw the rise of new leaders and activists coming out of the working classes themselves, who were spontaneously organizing their shops and factories, sometimes working with the socialist and revolutionary agents, but sometimes just acting totally independent. The linkage between the working class leaders and the political opposition was going to come from two places. First, radicals in the Duma who had direct connections to radicals in the streets. There were still a handful of out-and-out socialists in the Duma, but also people like Alexander Kerensky and the Trudovics. They believed the time had absolutely come to stop with the speeches and the petitions and the personal appeals and call out the streets. That was the only way forward. The other link was an organization called the Workers' Group, which was tied directly to the somewhat more conventional opposition leaders, especially in the business wing of the Progressive Bloc. If you remember a few episodes back, when the opposition to government incompetence and corruption really started to take hold, industrialists in Moscow formed that thing called the War Industries Committee to coordinate business and manufacturing interests outside of government control. Many of the key leaders of the Duma's Progressive Bloc, and, spoiler alert, the coming provisional government, came from the War Industries Committee. As they organized, they created an auxiliary organization of workers to ensure that management and labor stayed on the same page to keep Russia's industrial sector pumping out the material needed to win the war. Now, of course, what happened at first was the workers' group found that they were mostly ignored, and those who tried to steer industrial policy towards pay raises and reforms and better conditions found themselves often politely heard but mostly ignored. But in late 1916, the workers' group was still a thing, and their leaders still had personal connections to the leaders of the Progressive Bloc. And they were certainly viewed, at least by the police, as being the entity that could potentially mobilize the streets on behalf of the political opposition in the Duma. And by 1917, the leaders of the workers' group had concluded the only way to improve the lives of the workers they represented was to overthrow the government. No social or economic reform would be possible without a complete change in the political system. All of their problems now have a political answer. So at the end of January 1917, the workers' group released an appeal to the workers. They encouraged all workers to stage a huge demonstration at the Tauride Palace when the Duma reconvened on February 14th. Their proclamation said, "The working class and democracy can no longer wait. Every day that is allowed to pass brings danger. The decisive removal of the autocratic regime and the complete democratization of the country are tasks that must be solved without delay." Their message to the workers was now, through the Duma to the revolution. But though they had connections to the Progressive Bloc and looked to be rallying in support of them, massing in front of the Duma was not just about showing support. It would also menace the Duma leaders into not losing their nerve. Like, we'll be here, and we'll cheer you, and keep the forces of order at bay with our mass turnout, but also, don't forget we now surround the building, so you better do what we need you to do. With what appeared to be a coordinated plan in place to turn February 14 into day one of the revolution, Protopopov struck the day after this manifesto was published. He ordered a sweep of arrests, targeting about 300 individual leaders and tossing the entire leadership of the workers' group into the Peter and Paul fortress. This operation was a complete success, and even better, it came off without any rioting in the streets or unmanageable protests from opposition leaders. By February 1st, Protopopov believed he had nipped the revolution in the bud. Now, the chief of the Petrograd police said Protopopov made a mistake only arresting the working-class leaders while leaving the political opposition leaders like Kerensky and his lot free to roam around the city. But the Minister of the Interior was convinced everything was going to be fine. To further head off the revolution, Protopopov also declared Petrograd an independent military district and removed from command the general who had been in charge, because that general was believed to be sympathetic to the opposition. In his place, Protopopov appointed a guy named General Kabalov. Now, Kabalov was a loyal functionary, though all he had ever done was be a loyal functionary. He was good at ceremonial parade ground work, but not much else. He wasn't a real soldier in any sense of the word, nor did he have any real experience leading troops in battle. But given a free hand to maintain order in the capital, Kabalov issued a public warning to the people of Petrograd on February 9th to not make any trouble when the Duma reconvened. Or else. Surprisingly, printed alongside this warning was a similar statement from Pavel Milyakov, echoing the call to please not congregate at the Duma on February 14th. That the people should not listen to agitators in the street telling them it was the only way forward. Milyakov said, "I will only direct the attention of the workers to the fact that the bad and dangerous advice which is being distributed in their midst apparently emanates from very murky sources." This was a not particularly veiled swipe at Kerensky, who was now absolutely running around telling everybody the streets have to rise in support of the Duma or all is lost. Kerensky was afraid more cautious leaders like Milyakov were going to let this moment pass by being too afraid to pull the trigger on endorsing popular protests. That to miss this opportunity, to not seize this opportunity, would ultimately be the end of everything. That they would just be stuck living under a bunch of incompetent tyrants even though everyone now agreed they were just a bunch of incompetent tyrants. On February 10th, 1917, Mikhail Rodzenko, the chairman of the Duma, met for the final time with Tsar Nicholas. He found the Tsar brusque and dismissive. All Nicholas would do was vaguely hint that maybe after the war and after all the disturbances had died down, that then he could reform things. But to do so now would be to signal weakness. It couldn't be like he was being forced to do something against his will. Nicholas said, "I will do everything afterwards, but I cannot act now." And that's a big problem. Nicholas is focusing so much on not looking weak that he has completely missed the obvious fact that he is at this moment very, very weak. Sometimes when you're weak, you have to do things you don't want to do to survive. Rodzenko said to the Tsar, "I consider it my duty, sire, to express to you my profound foreboding and conviction that this will be my last report to you." And indeed, it was his last report to the Tsar. But still, for like half a beat in mid-February 1917, it actually did kind of look like the revolution was not going to break out, that the avalanche was dissipating, and the opposition was letting the moment get away from them. But it wasn't just moderates in the Duma pulling back. On the far left, Bolsheviks, left-leaning Mensheviks, and SRs refused to join Kerensky's calls for a demonstration at the Duma because they didn't want any part of anything that might prolong the war. Now, we'll talk more about the defensivist versus defeatist controversies down the road, but people like Kerensky wanted to win the war, or at a minimum, head into the post-war treaty negotiations with as strong a hand as possible. The whole pitch for the necessity of getting rid of the Tsar was premised on the need to not lose the war. But the Bolsheviks and SRs believed the best way to stage the revolution, their revolution, was to have the Tsar and his idiot ministers lose the war, plunging a defeated Russia into truly demoralized chaos that would make the mood after losing the Russo-Japanese War look like a pretty fun birthday party. So they resisted Kerensky's calls to turn everyone out on February 14th. They had no interest in playing the chorus for a movement dedicated to winning the war. So the expected demonstration on February 14th didn't really happen. Now, it's true something like 90,000 people did turn out for various strikes and demonstrations, but these were not explicitly connected to the goings-on at the Duma, nor physically located at the Tauride Palace. The Duma did not open surrounded by workers, but police and soldiers. Now, in this session, Kerensky gave another barn burner of a speech where he made it clear that his position was one of patriotic national defense. But he looked at the Tsar's manifesto saying, well, we haven't gotten Constantinople or the Dardanelles yet, and said, that's crazy. We shouldn't be trying to win in the sense of trying to extend the Russian Empire to the Mediterranean. This should be about getting out of the war as painlessly as possible with Russia, its economy, and its people as intact as possible. His point was that nothing good could come from being conquered by Germany. But while this put him on the defensivist side of the lines, Kerensky also took this opportunity to openly claim that he was a member of the Socialist Revolutionaries, that he defended and supported even their terrorist tactics as eminently forgivable in times of oppressive crisis. He made an appeal to antiquity, lauding what citizen Brutus did in classical times. Kerensky said the present goal was the destruction of the medieval regime immediately at any cost, and he chastised his colleagues for not seizing the moment. You cannot break with the old government all the way, he said. You can't because, as I have already said, up till now, you do not want to subordinate your economic and social interests, the interests of one group of the population to the interests of the whole. He basically accused them of shrinking from doing the right thing for the people of Russia, who suffered so miserably at the hands of a government everyone in the Duma agreed was awful, because their own wealth and position might be at stake. It was an angry, righteous, and scandalous speech, but the majority in the Duma were utterly unmoved. Well, they moved a little. They moved away from Kerensky, who they did not want to have anything to do with anymore. So February 14 came and went, and basically nothing happened. But though it seemed like the revolutionary moment had passed, the prevailing unrest in Petrograd did not cease. In fact, it only got more intense. On February 17th, a major strike broke out at the Putilov Ironworks. Management responded by locking everyone out. The strike continued for days and very quickly became overtly political in its objectives. The Putilov workers sent deputies from their strike committee to other factories to maybe try to get a general strike going. They also met with Kerensky and told him, "We tried to keep industry going in the name of the war of national defense, but the lockout has radicalized everyone and made them more militant than ever." They said the workers were conscious that it was the beginning of some sort of major political movement. They considered it their duty to warn the deputy about it. How this movement would finish, they didn't know. But to judge the mood of the workers around them, it was clear to them that something very serious could happen. Then a rumor started circulating that the government was about to start rationing bread. It would be 1 pound of bread per adult per day, which is not nearly enough to live on. The news spread throughout Petrograd, causing a run on food, to the extent that there was any food left to be had. And I know I've mentioned a few times that all the store shelves are empty, but now, my God, they are really super empty. People were panicking, people were scared, and people were angry. Meanwhile, Minister of the Interior Protopopov took this moment to turn into the Jules de Polignac of the Russian Revolution. Polignac, you will recall, was King Charles X's infamously blithe minister from the Revolution of 1830. He's one of the reasons the Revolution of 1830 happened. Protopopov believed everything was now well in hand. After February 14th, he exhibited supreme confidence that everything was just gonna work out. He believed that all the coup plots were a bunch of hot air, and to be fair, he wasn't exactly wrong about that. He also believed that the sweep of arrests he had made of the workers' group leaders had headed off the revolution. He believed General Kabalov's warning had taken the wind out of the Duma's sails, and the army should be used to attack the Russian people. But with things so seemingly well in hand, the Tsar decided it was time for him to go back to headquarters and resume his duties as Supreme Commander of the Imperial Armies of Russia. This would mean removing himself from the political situation in Petrograd and return control of domestic politics to Alexandra. Now, even Protopopov, master of trying to make everything seem better than it was, said to the Tsar, "The time is such, sire, Women's Day." Now, at this point, the moment that seemed to be building to a revolutionary moment had been February 14th, the opening of the Duma. But that did not come off. Most of the revolutionary and socialist leaders decided probably what was going to happen is they were going to have to wait out the hard winter and then maybe mobilize again for May Day. Maybe stage a general strike. But as we will discuss next week, women activists, both liberal democratic feminists and suffragists, and working class wives and mothers and socialists who are out there standing in bread lines all day and have absolutely had enough, they made plans of their own to mark International Women's Day, despite active discouragement from their male counterparts and comrades. And in the end, it is the women who did not let this moment pass, and it was the women who ensured Russia was not going to get out of February without a revolution. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.62, International Women's Day. Today, we move beyond the dangerous but still solid ground Nicholas and Alexandra had been walking along for the past several months, the past several years, the past several decades. They had been warned repeatedly they walked towards an abyss, warned repeatedly they stood on a precipice, but those warnings had not been heeded. When the Tsar boarded a train and headed back to Army headquarters on February 22, 1917, he left solid ground behind forever. That train carried him right over the edge into the freefall of revolution, and any further attempt to twist, turn, or maneuver now resulted in mere futile spinning in the face of gravity. He was on a straight line to the rocks below. In Nicholas's ever so teeny tiny defense, we ended last week by discussing that a prevailing belief had set in among nearly all sides in the ongoing political struggle: disaffected aristocrats, high-ranking military officers, bourgeois businessmen, Duma delegates, working-class organizers, and revolutionaries of all stripes, that Minister of the Interior Protopopov had successfully defused the political bomb that looked set to explode on February 14, 1917. By arresting all the leaders of the workers' group, the police believed they had severed the link between popular protesters in the streets and the leaders of the Progressive Bloc in the Duma. And with those Progressive Bloc leaders already incredibly hesitant and nervous about turning to the streets for help, the moment came and went, and nobody took decisive action. Among the rest of the working-class political organizers not targeted in the sweep, among them revolutionary Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and SRs, the word went round to lay low, husband their resources, and prepare for May Day. That would be the next best time to strike. But obviously we know that there was no May Revolution of 1917, it's the February Revolution of 1917. But we've already taken events to February 22nd, so there's not much time left to stage a revolution, especially as all the leaders seem to be pulling back, not driving forward. So what happened? Well, two things happened. Mother Nature happened, and the women of Russia happened. They combined on February 23, 1917, the morning after the Tsar left Petrograd, to launch the February Revolution of 1917. Now, to set up how and why the women of Russia, and in particular the women of Petrograd, managed to precipitate the fall of the 300-year-old Romanov dynasty and bring about the collapse of the Tsarist regime, we need to back up a bit and trace the development of the women's rights movement in Russia, and, in particular, the relationship between liberal democratic feminists coming out of the more bourgeois classes and their sisters inside the working classes, who were sometimes allies, sometimes opponents, but who would come together on February 23rd to mark International Women's Day together, and in so doing, change world history forever. So to trace these threads, let's go all the way back to nearly the beginning of our series, when we started talking about the origins of the countercultural revolutionary underground in the 1860s. This is back in the days of the nihilists, right? Those hippie beatniks who, among many things, were hoping to break down all gender norms. They cohabitated with each other on an equal basis, even outside of marriage. So right from the start, the Russian revolutionary character was laced, at least in the abstract, with the idea that gender equality was among the things any revolution worth its name would achieve. This remained true all through the first great revolutionary epoch, from the mid-1860s up to the assassination of Tsar Alexander in 1881. And you'll remember when we discussed what this first generation got up to, for example, going to the people, there were at least as many women as men involved in all of this, especially as one of the main components of going to the people was educating the peasants. And as I talked about when I introduced Krupskaya, she was probably first radicalized as a young girl by an idealistic revolutionary teacher with connections to people's will. That young teacher wasn't herself more than 18 years old, and she wound up arrested and completely disappeared from history. Then, after the going to the people failed and people's will turned to terrorism, among their heroes were Vera Zasulich, and then when they finally got the Tsar in 1881, a couple of women were in the inner circle of that plot, one of them Vera Figner, the other Anna Yakimova. And if you're looking for a dynamite book, read Memoirs of a Revolutionist by Vera Figner, or The Defiant Life of Vera Figner, Surviving the Russian Revolution by Lynn Ann Hartnett. But despite all this, many of the women active in the ranks of the socialist revolutionary underground were acutely aware that despite the outwardly progressive politics of their male comrades in talking up equal rights, when it came to meetings, priorities, and leadership, the men all still tended to dominate, and they expected a certain degree of subservience from their female comrades. Katerina Breshkovskaya, the babushka of revolution, later recalled that at meetings back in the old days, she and her revolutionary sisters were of course allowed to be full members and attend meetings, and they were expected to participate in all party activities, but it was super rare for women to actually get up and speak their minds on an equal basis at those meetings, and that when she herself dared to do so, she could feel the uncomfortable shifting of her male comrades. Now, we know that this first wave of revolutionary activity was more or less crushed after the assassination of the Tsar in 1881, but despite the hyper-reactionary, hyper-anti-revolutionary tenor of the 1880s and 1890s, there were actually still plenty of progressive social reforms that accompanied the regime's attempt to modernize and keep up with their neighbors to the west. Among these reforms was a great push to increase access to education. This was from basic primary education and literacy programs at the village level, all the way up to expanding advanced university programs in the major cities of the Russian Empire. Women were not shut out of this expanded world of education, and an entire generation of young women now advanced through what we would today consider high school. Now, the universities were still almost exclusively male, though by now we are starting to hit the first round of trailblazing women who pushed for admittance into the universities and then attained degrees. They were still, however, very much the exception rather than the rule. But even after hitting a ceiling imposed on them by their acutely misogynistic and patriarchal society, these women took the education they received from the state and used it as the foundation to continue on with their own self-education. And that brings us into contact with a group we have not yet talked about in this series, and that is progressive liberal feminists in pre-revolutionary Russia. And most of what I'm about to discuss comes mainly from a great book by Rochelle Goldberg Rothschild called Equality and Revolution, which discusses the role of Russian feminists and suffragists in the tumultuous milieu of early 20th century Russia. These women form the Russian chapter of the wider international women's rights movement unfolding throughout the world in the late 19th and early 20th century, and they were aiming for the same basic goals of equal rights, political and legal equality, the right to vote, run for office, and act as free and autonomous individuals. In Russia, the leaders of the feminist movement typically drew from the ranks of the middle and upper classes who received a good education and lived in comfortable material circumstances, and who found themselves justifiably dissatisfied with their second-class citizenship. These women could travel, acquire foreign books and periodicals, and they eagerly joined, supported, and contributed to the broader international women's rights movement. Now, the thing that makes Russian feminism somewhat different from their Western counterparts was the state of political freedom in Russia before the Revolution of 1905, which is to say, there wasn't any. So while, say, British and American and French feminists struggled inside a political system that already mostly allowed for broad-based universal male suffrage, the Russian women struggled inside a system that had no broad-based universal suffrage whatsoever. And this was of great tactical advantage to the Russian feminists, because their calls for the right to vote entered into harmony with their male counterparts who were also trying to get the right to vote. Which is to say that in the West, women were having to fight to convince men who already had the right to vote to extend it to women, whereas in Russia, women were pitching themselves to men who also did not have the right to vote. And thus, the whole movement for democracy and universal suffrage in Russia came to embrace the call that universal meant everyone without distinction of sex. So men and women were standing shoulder to shoulder demanding voting rights, and both sides found it tactically advantageous in their struggle against Tsarist absolutism. Though it should come as no surprise that the women were among the first to be told, well, not yet, we must wait, let's set your demands aside, when the revolution came. And this is basically how the revolution of 1905 went for them. As the revolutionary energy grew and the Union of Liberation movement got going, women's rights organizations supported the broad coalition of all anti-autocratic factions. This included a group called the Mutual Philanthropic Society, as well as new organizations like the Women's Equal Rights Union. But as the revolution of 1905 exploded, women struggled to keep their goals above water, and plenty of men out there believed pursuing women's equality would be counterproductive and turn off undecided elements of society. Conservative liberals tended to see feminists as way too radical, making unrealistic demands for gender equality that would threaten the whole democratic movement. The women argued that it wasn't very democratic if half of the population could not vote, but that didn't get them very far. While they endured being called too radical by those conservatives, they were also accused of being too conservative by the socialists. The socialists did not much like these feminists coming out of the bourgeois circles, who were focused too narrowly on winning legal equality and the right to vote. They believed that gender-based organizing and focused on gendered issues would be a distraction from the real class conflict. Vera Zasulich, by this point a Menshevik, called these women's rights groups, quote, unnecessary if not harmful, because in her opinion everything worth achieving for women had to be achieved along with the socialist revolution, and that these liberal bourgeois feminists would ultimately hinder that larger project. Now, slightly more nuanced politics came from several other socialist women, the most famous and outspoken of them being Alexandra Kollontai, who was, until World War I, allied with the Mensheviks, and then after that became a very prominent Bolshevik. She believed it was vital to both head off the ultimate social and economic conservatism of the bourgeois feminists, but also to organize working-class women as women and speak to the issues that affected them as women. That recognizing the primacy of the class struggle did not mean being blind to the special ways women were oppressed. And they believed that tactically it made sense to reach out to them as fellow women, even if they didn't quite embrace the class struggle as fellow workers. When the October Manifesto of 1905 came around, it was a very bittersweet moment for women's rights activists of all stripes, as it achieved so many of their liberation dreams, but made absolutely no mention of women, their right to vote, or to run for office. And they were now in fact dangerously close to the predicament of their sisters in the West, where the menfolk gained the right to vote and suddenly did not care much about supporting the womenfolk. This definitely played out in the First and Second Dumas. The feminists went in with high hopes, as the Cadet Congress that hammered out their platform heading into the First Duma had voted narrowly to include a demand for gender equality. But unfortunately, Pavel Milyakov, who ran the First Duma from the tea room, was skeptical of women's rights at that moment, and believed the party had much bigger fish to fry. Women's rights was certainly not a hill he planned to defend. The group that wound up doing the most to aggressively bring up the issue of women's rights in the Duma were the Trudoviks, who put forward motions to support women's rights, even as they landed on ears deafened by allegedly more important concerns. Now, eventually, the feminist groups, along with their Trudovik allies, lobbied hard enough that they got the Duma to create a commission to study women's equal rights, but then the First Duma was shuttered before the commission could even meet. Now, the first major victory for feminism inside the Russian Empire actually occurred over in Finland. Now, as I've noted a couple times, Finland enjoyed a special position inside the Russian Empire. Now, Tsar Nicholas was Tsar Nicholas, but in controlling Finland, he did so as the Grand Duke of Finland. On July 7th, 1906, as Grand Duke of Finland, Nicholas signed off on a law giving women the right to vote and run for office, which was the first time both of those had been achieved in the same country. New Zealand has kind of a claim to fame for being among the first to grant women the right to vote, but they still could not stand for office, so this is a distinction that goes to the Finns. And the reason Finland got to earn this distinction is that the struggle for women's rights got tied up in the national struggle for Finnish autonomy from Russian dominance. And for them, the revolution of 1905 was also about national liberation, and so a broad coalition of nationalists and liberals and socialists all tended to see Finnish women as allies in that struggle. Now, with this victory in Finland, and with events in Russia seeming to constantly move in the direction of more democracy, it seemed like brighter things were ahead for the women of Russia. But instead, July 1906 turned out to be the high water mark. The Second Duma then came along and was even less enthusiastic about pushing women's issues, and then it too was dissolved. And then along came Stolypin's coup, and the momentum for democracy just drained out of the Russian Empire. Anyone who was committed to any kind of progressive social reform or change or revolution saw their fortunes plummet between 1907 and 1912. But there were a few highlights sprinkled in there. In December 1908, there was a Russian Women's Congress in St. Petersburg, and by now Pavel Milyakov said that he had come to see the error of his ways. He sent a telegram welcoming the Congress to St. Petersburg, expressing his profound conviction and the need to establish women's political and civic equality. And then he later spoke at a reception of attendees and apologized for underestimating the problem of equal political rights for women. But this all-women's Congress also triggered a walkout of some of the more working-class women leaders, as the Congress adopted a platform calling merely for universal suffrage, using very vague language without making it explicit that everything must be written nor discriminated against on the basis of sex. So it wasn't all solidarity inside the movement, but they were all still pointed mostly in the same direction. Then a couple of years later, International Women's Day was born. The prototype for this was staged by the Socialist Party of America in February 1909 in New York City. Then, in August 1910, there was an International Socialist Women's Conference in Copenhagen, leading up to a Congress of the Second International. Leading socialist delegates like Clara Zetkin proposed an annual Women's Day to promote the special needs of women's workers and the need for equal rights and the right to vote. This motion passed, and they set a date of March 19, 1911 as the first International Women's Day. And on that day, all over Central and Northern Europe, about 1 million people took part, both men and women. And in the main, it was about equal legal rights and equal political rights and the right to vote and run for office, and against general sex discrimination. International Women's Day was first celebrated in Russia in 1913 on the last weekend in February. Then, World War I came along and changed everybody's calculations everywhere. Now, at the very beginning of the war, most of the feminist publications in Russia were very supportive of the war, and they patriotically supported the Tsar and Russia. They believed that their visible support for the war effort and constant professions of loyalty and support would earn them official gratitude, and that after the war was over, they would be rewarded with something like equal rights and the vote. They believed they had come very, very close to achieving this back in 1905 and 1906, and they believed the time had come to try again, this time not by trying to overthrow the Tsar, but by trying to help him. But then also, of course, when it comes to the debate between the defensivists and the defeatists, that is, between people who hoped Russia would win the war and people who hoped Russia would lose the war, women's rights activists were almost uniformly defensivists. No feminist could stomach the idea of losing the war to Germany and then having a German army subsequently invade and occupy the country. Women do have a special opposition to occupying foreign armies for obvious reasons, as rape and abuse has historically been one of the first things that all conquering armies throughout history have considered their spoils of war. Now, Russian women's rights activists pretty much went on the same journey that every other group in Russia did, and by 1916, they had gone from supporting the Tsar and supporting the war to opposing the Tsar and opposing the war. Official Russia told them that the rapid-fire decline in standards of living and the plight suffered by women all over the empire was just something they had to endure. They needed to sacrifice for Russia. but women were sacrificing a lot for Russia. A group started called the Women's Economic Union, whose goal was to improve the economic and social situation of women everywhere. And when the war really started to go badly, they aligned their interests with the progressive bloc. And whether it was working-class women or these bourgeois liberal feminists, they all came around to the notion that the Tsar had to go. But thanks to the war, they had some economic heft that they themselves could lift. The war brought way more women into the urban industrial workforce. In 1913, women accounted for about 25% of the working classes in Petrograd. By 1917, that was up to 33%. Across all of Russia, though, they went from 26% to fully 43%. There was also an acceleration of women participating in the various professions, most especially the medical fields, like doctors. They were also now being admitted into universities on an almost equal basis, filling the empty slots left behind by men who had been carried off to war or who had then been carried off to meet their maker. But out in the streets, all of these working women saw their entire quality of life just plummet. They were the ones standing in the freezing bread lines to get basic food to feed their family. And so while there was something like gender solidarity floating around out there, there was still a lot of class conflict. And a great deal of the wrath coming out of the working class women was directed not just at the Tsar or his ministers or men generally, but also at rich women who were able to come into the store, flash around a load of valuable stuff or cash, and buy things at prices that now put everything out of the reach of the poor families. As the war went on and the supply chain broke down completely, there started to be riots, disorder, strikes, and these were staged by male and female workers alike. Among the many police reports coming out of January 1917 warning of imminent disturbances, one said, "The mothers of families, exhausted from the endless standing in line at the stores, tormented by the look of their half-starving and sick children, have made them incredibly volatile." The police report continued that these women are very likely closer now to revolution than Milyakov and Rodzenka and company, and of course they are more dangerous because they represent that stored-up inflammable material for which one spark will set off a fire. So that brings us to February 23rd, 1917, when one spark set off a fire. February 23rd, 1917 was the date set aside for celebrating International Women's Day in Russia. Feminist groups, as well as working-class women, decided they wanted to mark the day with special demonstrations, marches, and strikes. This, even as male organizers and leaders, both among the socialists and the liberals, said, "Don't waste your time, don't make a big deal out of it. We can't expend a bunch of energy on women's rights issues right at this particular moment." And in fact, on this particular February 23rd, the women workers went on strike in direct defiance of orders from male leaders not to go on strike. Trotsky later wrote of this, "February 23rd was International Women's Day, and meetings and actions were foreseen, despite orders to the contrary. Textile workers left their work in several factories and sent delegates to ask for their support in the strike." Pretty soon, tens of thousands of women were demonstrating throughout Petrograd, with the chief of police being so out of touch he didn't know what was happening or why. There was a gathering near the headquarters of the League of Women's Equal Rights, another out at Nevsky Prospect. There were demonstrations near the Duma as well as in all the working-class districts. Women were suddenly everywhere. In the working-class districts where the women were employed as metal workers and in textile factories, they went out on strikes and joined various demonstrations that became more raucous and turbulent as the day progressed. The general demands of this International Women's Day were threefold: one social, one military, and one political. Bread, peace, and down with the Tsar. Now, initially, it was mostly just women marching around out there, but they decided they didn't want to be alone. So they started going around to various factories, demanding that their husbands and brothers and comrades come out and join them. Oftentimes they were chucking rocks and tiles and snowballs at factory walls and windows, trying to disrupt and shame the men who were still working into coming out to join them. And it worked. They started shutting down factory after factory, one by one. Hundreds marched off the job here, several thousands over there. Soon, 50,000 were out in the street, then 100,000, then 200,000, then 250,000. All of them parading throughout Petrograd, calling for a new government and the overthrow of the Tsar. But you will recall that at the beginning of this episode, I said that two big things combined on this particular February 23rd. That one of them was the women of Russia, and the other was Mother Nature. Because remember last week we talked all about how it had been just freezing cold this particular winter. Temperatures had been hovering well below freezing for months. Now, suddenly, on this particular February 23rd, temperatures shot back up to a positively balmy 46 degrees Fahrenheit. If you have ever lived in sub-freezing temperatures for a prolonged period of time, and then magically overnight it suddenly shoots up above freezing, you know that it's like t-shirt and shorts weather. It's not like spring out there, it feels like summer. And we're talking about 46 degrees Fahrenheit here. This is like pretty chilly under most normal conditions, but compared to sub-freezing temperatures, it feels fantastic. So when it's suddenly 46 degrees out, people are opening up their doors and their windows. It feels like summer. They've all been cooped up inside. They've all been freezing. They've all been starving. And now everybody is pouring out into the streets. And they feel this crazy mix of anger, but also exhilaration, jubilation, and a kind of chaotic, hopeful energy just bursting forth from everybody. The police forces in Petrograd were caught completely off guard and completely unprepared. And when the police and soldiers and Cossacks were dispatched to try to head off these demonstrations, they found a majority of those in the front lines were women. And here the subtle patriarchal biases worked to the advantage of the women. Soldiers and Cossacks who might not otherwise have hesitated to crack skulls or open fire on unruly crowds hesitated to beat and murder women. And it was at this point of contact between the forces of order and the women leading the demonstrations that the line into revolution was breached. The soldiers, as we discussed last time, were already on the verge of mutiny, and when they were ordered to fire on the women, they simply couldn't do it, especially as the women were calling out to them, saying, "We're your wives and your mothers. Don't fight us, join us." And so they did. By the end of February 23rd, 1917, the situation in the capital was completely out of hand. The opposition leaders in the Duma belatedly realized, whether they liked it or not, the streets were now out in full force, and they could either be leveraged to the advantage of the Duma opposition, or the Duma opposition could just be swept away along with everything else. Socialist leaders in the working class districts belatedly realized there was no waiting for May Day. The women had forced the issue. The time to strike was actually right here and right now. They hadn't planned for it, they hadn't expected it, they weren't the drivers of it, but the revolution was at hand. Less than 24 hours after the Tsar left Petrograd, the capital had turned decisively against him. And next week, the reckoning for Nicholas and Alexandra had finally come. Minister of the Interior Protopopov believed he had successfully stopped the union of elite-level political opponents of the regime with working-class street demonstrators, but he was clearly wrong. And next week, the Tsar will be told in no uncertain terms that the only option left to him now was abdication. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.63, Abdication. Last week, we discussed the events of International Women's Day, which was Thursday, February 23, 1917, when the women of Petrograd refused to sit back and wait any longer to be heard. They were sick of being ignored while their families starved and froze to death. They refused to take orders from their male counterparts who urged them to not make any waves and to be patient and bide their time. But their patience was all gone. The incompetence and corruption and myopic cruelty of the Tsarist regime had boiled them right over. And so they marched out into the streets, forcing the men to come out with them to demand bread, peace, and the overthrow of the Tsar. And this began one of the most fateful weeks in Russian history. The mass demonstrations the women kicked off on February 23rd continued into the weekend. Crowds and demonstrators paraded through the streets of Petrograd, and by Saturday, February 25th, a de facto general strike had ground nearly all non-protest-related activity to a halt. Industry shut down, and the transportation networks inside the city, that is, railroads and trolley cars and cabs, all stopped running. There were probably at any given time 200 to 250,000 people out there in the streets. Their demands had moved decisively beyond mere economic and social relief. They were now overtly political, overtly rebellious, and overtly revolutionary. The cries and banners were all down with autocracy, down with the war, and, specifically, down with the German woman. Now, the German woman herself, and we're talking here of Empress Alexandra, was as disgusted with the people of Petrograd as they were with her. Describing the protests, she said, "This is a hooligan movement. Young people run and shout that there is no bread, simply to create excitement, along with workers who prevent others from working. If the weather was very cold, they would probably all stay home." Now, she probably wasn't wrong about that last bit, but to believe that all of this was simply the result of unscrupulous agitators making things up, that it was just people running around and shouting "no bread" simply to create excitement as if there wasn't literally no bread, well, that just speaks to her insanely distorted view from the imperial bubble, a bubble that is just days away from being shattered forever. Alexandra's husband was 500 miles away at army headquarters, having departed the night before all hell really started breaking loose. Now, he was not at all concerned about the first reports of the protests, and in his diaries and correspondence during these days, he makes as much mention of playing dominoes as the crisis erupting in the capital. Now, in Nicholas's teeny-tiny defense, ever so teeny-tiny defense, he was being aggressively misled about the situation by the people he trusted most especially Minister of the Interior Protopopov, who spent these days reassuring the Tsar over and over again that the strikes were nothing to worry about, nothing that couldn't be handled, and nothing they hadn't seen before. This really isn't much of a defense, though, because Nicholas had been warned repeatedly that Protopopov was a huge liability, and responsibility for the fact that he was still Minister of the Interior and in a position to so thoroughly mislead the Tsar ultimately rests with the Tsar himself. Nicholas was thus somewhat taken aback on the evening of Saturday, February 25th, to receive a telegram signed by all his ministers, except Protopopov, of course, saying, "Sire, we would be perfectly willing to resign en masse in favor of a government in order to end the crisis in Petrograd." Still blind to the enormity of the events engulfing him, Nicholas was like, "What crisis in Petrograd?" Nicholas rejected the idea out of hand and instead sent a directive to General Kabalov, the guy the Tsar had recently elevated to the position of military governor of Petrograd. This order said, "Suppress the disorders in the capital at once." He wrote, somewhat peevishly, "I order that the disorders in the capital, intolerable during these difficult times of war with Germany and Austria, be ended tomorrow." Now, Nicholas had been warned many times by many people that the troops in Petrograd were probably not going to follow orders if they had to choose between obeying the Tsar and murdering a bunch of people in the streets. But as with Protopopov, Nicholas continued to listen to his heart rather than all the brains that were surrounding him, and he knew in his heart that the army was with him. At that moment, the Petrograd garrison, who Nicholas believed would surely quell the unrest by tomorrow night, numbered about 160,000. This was more than enough in the Tsar's estimation. But as we discussed a few episodes back, morale and discipline in the Russian army over the winter of 1916-1917 was cracking up, and the Petrograd garrison was cracking harder than anyone. Most of them were deeply unhappy to be in the army at all. They resented their conscription. The majority were in fact raw recruits who were only supposed to be in Petrograd for a few weeks to get basic training before being shipped off to the front in the spring. They were hardly soldiers at all. Mostly they were peasants who had recently been shoved into a uniform and handed a gun. They were quite the motley concoction of inexperience, lack of discipline, and seething anger. They were also crammed into barracks that were only meant to hold 20,000 soldiers and which now bulged with an impossibly uncomfortable 160,000 soldiers. To say that they sympathized with the protesters out in the street would be a massive understatement. General Kobalov, for his part, was aware the men were not exactly reliable, but he followed the Tsar's orders, and on the morning of Sunday, February 26th, signs went up all over the city saying that meetings, assemblies, demonstrations, marches, and strikes were strictly forbidden. Violation of this order would result in being shot on sight by soldiers. There was also signs that said the following day everybody was expected to go back to work, and any worker not found on the job would be conscripted into the army and sent to the front lines at once. Then, army regiments, police squads, and companies of Cossacks fanned out to occupy the city. Now, the people of Petrograd just straight up ignored these orders. They were riding high and they felt that momentum was with them. And so, on this Sunday, they came out. And as the two sides met out in the streets, there were skirmishes and gunshots, a few lobbed grenades, and people wounded and killed on both sides. The most dramatic incident was when an angry officer became enraged when his raw recruits refused to fire into a crowd, and he started personally blasting away indiscriminately with a rifle until his men followed his lead, and they all killed about 50 people. Word of this incident outraged public opinion, including many soldiers, who started resolving individually and then collectively to prevent any further use of violence against the people of Petrograd. Back at Army headquarters, the Tsar received a few updates on what was happening in the city, including an urgent telegram from Chairman of the Duma, Mikhail Rudzenko. His telegram read, "Serious situation. In the capital, anarchy. Government paralyzed. Transport of food and fuel completely disorganized. Public disaffection growing. On the streets, chaotic shooting. Army units fired on each other. It is essential at once to entrust a person enjoying the country's confidence with the formation of a new government. There should be no delay. All delay is death." Nicholas read this telegram with disbelief and became convinced the political opposition was exaggerating to manipulate him into making concessions he didn't really have to make. And he remarked to the Army Chief of Staff, "That fat Rudzenko has sent me some nonsense which I shall not even bother to answer." But that wasn't really true. He did answer the telegram. He sent an order back to Petrograd dissolving the Duma until April. This was an order the leaders of the Duma would wake up to on the morning of Monday, February 27th, 1917. Monday, February 27th, 1917, is the second capital B, capital D, big day of the February Revolution. Now, the first was obviously International Women's Day, when the women broke open the floodgates of popular unrest. Well, today, events hinge on the soldiers in Petrograd. And those soldiers will turn the tide of Russian history by not only refusing to suppress the disorder in the capital, but by going into mutiny and by marching out into the streets to join the revolution already in progress. Many of the soldiers stayed up all night in their barracks after the events of Sunday, and by morning, at least one regiment had decided that come the dawn, they were quitting the garrison and marching out into the streets. And when they did this, after killing one of their officers, about a half dozen other regiments quickly caught mutiny fever and joined them. They all headed first for the working-class districts where they linked up with the already rebellious population. And they started erecting barricades and making plans to seize key points in the city, and also gather as many guns and rifles as they could find and as much ammunition as they could carry. By noon, large crowds were moving towards the center of the city, aided and protected by the soldiers. And there are now about 25,000 or so in active mutinous rebellion. They looted and ransacked various government buildings, including the Ministry of the Interior and the headquarters of the Ochrana. They forced their way into the Peter and Paul fortress, taking possession of the cache of weapons and the artillery batteries inside the fortress, and freeing any prisoners they found. Many of those prisoners were the detainees who had been rounded up back in January, the leaders of the workers' group who Protopopov had arrested, thinking he was going to prevent the linkage between the Duma opposition and the agitators in the streets. Those guys immediately returned to the working-class districts and started getting ready to form the Petrograd Soviet. At about 1:30 in the afternoon, a large crowd of people and soldiers arrived at the Tauride Palace where the Duma was meeting, singing La Marseillaise. Their general message to the Duma was, "We support you. We're just here to ask for instructions about what to do." Without anyone able to stop them, they all just kind of went into the palace, and suddenly everything was chaos. People were just wandering the halls, going in and out of rooms, yelling and shouting. It was pretty chaotic in there. It kind of made it difficult for the leaders of the Duma to do their job, but they didn't even know what their job was. They had been in a bind all morning. The Tsar had handed down this order for them to disperse, and whether they liked it or not, it was perfectly within the Tsar's rights to order them to disperse. But with the city entering its 5th day of nonstop unrest, and now the army going over to the people, they not only had the means to defy the Tsar's authority, but maybe a responsibility. If they dissolved themselves now in the middle of all this, there would be no leadership in Petrograd to speak of. What would happen then? Rodzenka Milyakov and the other Duma leaders never wanted to lead a popular revolution against the Tsar. They didn't want to go into revolt against Nicholas, and even at this late hour they hesitated. Should they take control? Should they lead a revolution? But a conservative delegate named Vasily Shulgin told Rodzenka he had no choice. Shulgin said, "Take the power. If you don't, others will." And by that, he meant socialists and anarchists and SRs. This was almost as horrible a thought as Nicholas remaining on the throne in perpetuity. So around 3 p.m., the Duma self-selected an executive committee tasked first and foremost with restoring order in Petrograd and imposing discipline on the army. Still clinging to the formalities of the law, they did not technically organize themselves as an executive committee of the Duma, but were merely an unofficial committee of Duma members acting in a quasi-private capacity. They dubbed themselves the Provisional Committee of Duma Members for the Restoration of Order in the Capital and the Establishment of Relations with Individuals and Institutions. Rodzenka was the chairman of this committee, but the two guys who were going to emerge as the most forcefully energetic and important members will be Pavel Milyakov and Alexander Kerensky. Now, next week, we will come back to focus in more detail on what's going on at the Tauride Palace on this same day at this same moment, because this is when the Petrograd Soviet gets going. And the relationship between the Soviet and the provisional government is massively important. But we're going to stick a pin in that until next week because we do have to get rid of the Tsar. It's time for him to go, and there's no time to lose. So by sunset on this second big day of the February Revolution, Petrograd has broken free of all heretofore existing political order and passed into the hands of a spontaneous union of opposition political leaders, mutinous soldiers, who I should now mention are numbering more than 60,000, and the people of Petrograd. 500 miles away at Army headquarters, Nicholas finally started getting snippets of reality from people he trusted, people he could not simply hand-wave away. General Kabalov reported he had lost control of the city and now personally commanded no more than 1,500 men inside the Winter Palace. Then came the telegram that truly snapped the Tsar to attention. From the palace at Tsarsky Selo, Alexandra wrote her husband, "Concessions inevitable. Street fighting continues. Many units gone over to the enemy. Alex." Nicholas read this and ordered his train to be prepared to leave as soon as possible. At about 5 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday, February 28th, the Tsar's train got rolling. But they took a long and circuitous route back to the capital so as not to disrupt the trains running on the direct line from Petrograd to the front. While en route, they received nothing but more bad news. The naval base in Kronstadt had mutinied and joined the rebellion. The soldiers who had taken possession of the artillery at the Peter and Paul fortress had pointed it at the Winter Palace and told General Kabalov and his men they had 20 minutes to vacate the premises or they would open fire. The last remnant of Tsarist control then simply dissolved out into the street. A red flag was soon waving over the Winter Palace. Now, it's not clear how differently things would have gone had Nicholas been there in person. What would have happened had he not departed on February 22nd? What would have happened if he had rushed straight back to Petrograd? It's entirely possible his personal presence would have changed things. It's also possible that being there in person would not have amounted to a hill of beans. But we'll never know, because even now, with his presence so desperately called for, he's taking this long route home. And he never did make it home. At about 1 o'clock in the morning on what was now technically Wednesday, March the 1st, the Imperial train came to a halt about 150 miles southeast of Petrograd. An officer climbed on board the train to say that up ahead mutinous soldiers had set up a battery of artillery and fortified machine gun positions, and they were not going to allow the train to pass. So the Tsar ordered the train to back up and go instead to Pskov, one of the major regional headquarters of the northern armies of Russia. As it turns out, Nicholas had already set foot in Petrograd as the Tsar of Russia for the last time. While the imperial train retreated towards Pskov, events in the capital continued to seal the Tsar's fate. All through Wednesday, March the 1st, formerly loyal military units gave up on Nicholas. And we're talking here not about the rank and file of the Petrograd garrison, but inner circle Imperial Guard units, regiments that had protected the Romanov family for centuries. They made demonstrative pilgrimages down to the Tauride Palace to pledge their loyalty to the Executive Committee of the Duma, the most significant of these being the unit of Marines who served on and guarded the Imperial yacht, where the Imperial family had spent so much of their time. And for these Marines, this was not an abstract question. They knew Nicholas and Alexandra and their children personally, and they were led by a member of the Romanov family, Grand Duke Cyril, who came down and pledged his support for the Duma's provisional government. None of these people were radicals or Democrats or socialists, but like many conservative members of the aristocracy and in the progressive bloc, they believed that the monarchy had to be saved from the monarchs. So all these reports were waiting for the emperor when his train finally pulled into Pskov around 7 or 8 in the evening on March the 1st. But even now he had to be dragged kicking and screaming into making even the slightest concession. And given all that we've talked about over the past few episodes about the disastrously unqualified and incompetent people he and his wife had been appointing to key positions in the government, just listen to the reason Nicholas gives for not wanting to hand power over to a government picked by the Duma. And I am quoting now from an eyewitness who was there. The Tsar, with remarkable lucidity, ran through the opinions of all those who could, in the near future, administer Russia in the capacity of ministers responsible to the legislative chambers, and expressed the conviction that the civic activists who would undoubtedly form the first cabinet had no administrative experience, and having been entrusted with the burdens of authority, would prove unable to cope with their task. Now this is absolutely gobsmackingly insane stuff to be coming out of the Tsar's mouth, at least given all that we know about everything him and his wife have been up to for the last couple of years. Like literally saying, oh, we can't have the Duma appointing the government, they might pick people who can't do the job. What do you think has been going on for the last 3 years? Why do you think you're in this mess? All you do is appoint people who can't do the job. That's why the job didn't get done. I'm so ready to be done with this guy. Now, Nicholas did start to get turned around a little bit because he listened to that great font of wisdom, Alexandra. Now, she told Nicholas the time had probably come to make concessions, but to not feel bound by them in any way. That just as had happened with the October Manifesto, Nicholas should make promises, get the situation under control, and then feel absolutely free to wind everything back at a later date and just ignore everything in the future. She told her husband, "If you are compelled to make concessions, then you are, under no condition, obliged to fulfill them, because they have been extracted in an unworthy manner. So even here, they're not actually going to concede anything, they're just going to play act at concessions so they don't get overthrown. I mean, can you imagine these two being worried that if the government passes into somebody else's hands, that things won't be as well run anymore? So, on the evening of March 1st, Nicholas finally gave in and transmitted a message to Petrograd saying he was ready to accept a government appointed by the Duma. But as we have seen, about 100 times on the Revolutions podcast, concessions that might have worked a few months ago, a few weeks ago, hell, in this case, a few days ago, were not now enough. The capital wasn't going to be satisfied by news that there would be a new government. Nicholas had already allowed events to move well beyond that. Rodzienko immediately sent back a telegram. His Majesty is unable to realize what is happening in the capital. A terrible revolution has broken out. Hatred of the Empress has reached a fever pitch. To prevent bloodshed, I have been forced to arrest all the ministers. Don't send any more troops. I am hanging by a thread myself. Power slipping from my hands. The measures you propose are too late. The time for them is gone. There is no return. The minimum program of appointing a responsible government was no longer enough. The Tsar went to bed, but he did not get much sleep. And overnight, Rodzienko exchanged a series of telegrams with a general who was sitting at Nicholas's right hand, who happened to be sympathetic to the opposition. Rodzienko made it plain that the only option on the table right now was the Tsar abdicating, and anything less would mean the complete collapse of the empire into chaos, which meant that industry would shut down, military discipline would snap completely, and they would probably lose the war in a matter of months. Rodzienko expressed that the expectation was now for Nicholas to abdicate in favor of his son, with the Tsar's younger brother Mikhail serving as regent. These exchanges were then typed up and forwarded to the Army Chief of Staff, who read them with horror, but also with the realization that it was all probably true. And so, just as the rank and file had stepped into the revolution on Monday with their giant mutiny, and really helped transform it into a revolution, the senior officers now decided it was their turn to step up. And the best way to prevent this from falling into a full-blown social revolution and creating upheavals that would destroy the army and probably lose the war, that they needed to sacrifice Nicholas. Lose the monarch to save the monarchy, lose the emperor to save the empire. So the chief of staff canvassed for notes to this effect from all senior generals and admirals in the Russian military, who dutifully sent back telegrams signed under their name addressed to the Tsar, saying, "Sire, we need you to abdicate in favor of your son. It's the only option left." So after breakfast on Thursday, March the 2nd, 1917, the Tsar was presented with all these telegrams in his imperial rail car. After reading them, he went white-faced and silent, as the reality of his situation finally truly dawned on him. And even if all the carping and complaining and manipulations of ambitious and greedy and disingenuous and murderous and traitorous politicians would never persuade the Tsar to give up his divinely appointed throne, this pile of telegrams from his generals and his admirals, their unanimous agreement that he had to abdicate, and if he didn't, it would mean losing the war and the destruction of the Russian Empire, that convinced him. He got up and he went to the window, and he stood silently for a moment. And then he turned around and said, "I have decided that I shall give up the throne in favor of my son, Alexei." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon on March the 2nd, an abdication declaration to this effect was drawn up, and Nicholas signed it. But then they were told that 2 representatives of the Duma were on their way. One was Alexander Guchkov, one of the main organizers of the Progressive Bloc, and the other was that conservative monarchist I just mentioned, Vasily Shulgin. Both were coming to personally witness the abdication and then carry it back to Petrograd so that there would be no disputing its legitimacy, especially as Shulgin would be able to vouch for its authenticity as a well-known conservative monarchist, not some frothing democratic radical. But as these 2 would not arrive for several hours, the Tsar and his aides sat around and waited. As they did, Nicholas began to reconsider what he was doing. Not the abdication, but whether or not he could or should pass the throne to 12-year-old Alexei. His poor hemophiliac son was constantly one accident away from painful death. He was so young and so fragile. And now Nicholas considered what it meant to place the almost intolerably complicated burden of ruling the Russian Empire on his shoulders, a burden which had just crushed Nicholas himself. The family doctor was on board the train, and Nicholas chatted with him about the prospects of his son's health, and the doctor said there's no cure for hemophilia, and your son will always be in mortal danger. Then the doctor said, please also consider that your abdication will almost certainly mean you and Alexandra will have to go into exile, and there is absolutely no way that anybody is going to let you take young Alexei with you. He will be Tsar. He will remain in Russia. Now sure, he'll be left in the care of Mikhail and other minders, but also by people who will not love him and care for him the way you do. The family had, after all, kept the hemophilia well hidden. Most people didn't even know the Tsarevich was sick. Nicholas considered all this and decided he could not bear this as a parent, leaving his poor son behind to probably die miserably without being able to be there or to comfort him. It was intolerable. So by the time Guchkov and Shulgin arrived at the train station at Pskov around 9 or 10 o'clock that night, they walked into the Imperial train car and Nicholas said, I have decided to abdicate, but I've changed my mind a little bit. I'm not going to abdicate in favor of my son. I am going to remove him from the line of succession and instead hand power directly to my brother Mikhail. Neither Guchkov nor Shulgin liked this idea. Both of them had been kind of hopeful that an innocent and angelic-looking 12-year-old Tsar would help calm temperatures, maybe turn the people of Russia back into loving and supporting their Tsar rather than hating and despising him. But Nicholas would not be moved. So they redrafted the order of abdication. Nicholas would now hand power directly to Grand Duke Mikhail. They set the timestamp on this abdication to 3 p.m., so that it did not look like Nicholas was only signing this after the arrival of the two Duma delegates, that he had done everything of his own free will before they arrived. He then signed 2 further orders, one appointing Prince Lvov, the leader of the Zemstva Congress, as the premier of a new ministry to be chosen by the Duma, and another appointing Grand Duke Nicholas commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of Russia. Both of these orders were dated 2 p.m., because technically by the time he signed them, Nicholas Romanov was no longer the Tsar of Russia. His final letter of abdication was addressed not to the Duma or to the people of Russia, but to the Chief of Staff of the Imperial Army. It said, In these decisive days in the life of Russia, we have thought it a duty of conscience to facilitate for our people close union and consolidation of all national forces for the speedy attainment of victory. And, in agreement with the Imperial Duma, we have thought it good to abdicate from the throne of the Russian state and to lay down the supreme power. In the name of our dearly loved country, we call on all faithful sons of the fatherland to fulfill their sacred duty to him by obedience to the Tsar at a heavy moment of national trials, to help him, together with the representatives of the people, to bring the Russian state on the road of victory, prosperity, and glory. May the Lord God help Russia. And with that, Nicholas Romanov ceased to be Tsar. This abdication has been a long time coming for dear Nicky. It didn't have to be this way. It's about 1,000,000 miles from inevitable, and I'm reminded of the old parable of the devout Christian who was caught in a flood. The news report recommended evacuation, but he said, God will save me. As the waters rose, a neighbor offered to drive him to safety. The man said, no, God will save me. When the flood drove the man to his roof, a helicopter came by and dropped a ladder, but the man shouted, God will save me. And then he drowned. When he got to heaven, he asked God, why didn't you save me? And an exasperated God said, what are you talking about? I sent an evacuation order, a driver, and a helicopter. That is the fate of Nicholas in a nutshell. He had been told 100 different ways, from 100 different angles, the simple things he needed to do to keep his crown, to keep his family intact, to keep the empire going, to win the war. And he chose to do none of them. He lacked imagination, he lacked vision, and he had ultimately led his empire to the brink of destruction. It was time for him to go. In his personal diary that night, he recorded an entry that was far less magnanimous and patriotic than what he wrote in his abdication letter. He wrote, For the sake of Russia, and to keep the armies in the field, I decided to take this step. Left Pskov at 1 a.m. All around me, I see treason, cowardice, and defeat. And one can only say to Nicholas, yes, and it's mostly your fault. So that's it for Nicholas. That's it for dear Nicky. We are now going to leave him behind. Russia is going to move on without him. But before we go this week, I want to say that we are 3 weeks away from the publication A Hero of Two Worlds, and I want to tell everybody that seats are going fast for the 4 Pub Week events that I will be doing. August 20 with Jamel Bowie, August 23rd with Ben Rhodes, August 24th with Alexis Coe, and August 31st with Patrick Wyman. I'm looking forward to each of those, each for their own reason, and so I hope to see you there, and I hope everyone has a good time when you come. So again, 3 weeks left until Hero of Two Worlds publishes. If you haven't pre-ordered the book, please pre-order the book. If you have pre-ordered the book, thank you very much for pre-ordering the book. Go out to your local independent bookseller and get it. And if you don't pre-order it, by all means, just go on August 24th and buy it in person. That'll be cool too. So until then, I'll see you next week for the beginning of the power struggle between the Petrograd Soviet and the Provisional Government. Episode 10.64, The Origin of Dual Power. Last time, we finally successfully got rid of Tsar Nicholas II. He's done. He's out. He is, in fact, presently on his way to say goodbye to his troops and then depart for a long and peaceful retirement, finally free of the burdens he never had the talent or fortitude to handle anyway. But in order to connect the dots directly from International Women's Day to the abdication a week later, I kind of had to breeze through some really important stuff going on in Petrograd. And so today we are going to hit rewind until we are back on the evening of Sunday, February 26th, after a day of street clashes led several regiments of the Petrograd garrison to decide to mutiny the next morning and march out to join the revolution. Now, the reason I want to go back to Sunday night is to emphasize that even at this incredibly late hour, many of our professional revolutionary socialists, party leaders, and organizers whose lives were dedicated to bringing about the revolution were caught flat-footed by events. Many, in fact, went to bed on Sunday night convinced the forces of order were already winning. One of the top Bolsheviks in Petrograd groused at a meeting held at Kerensky's house, "There is no and will be no revolution. We have to prepare for a long period of reaction." Another of them said, "The unrest in the barracks is subsiding. Indeed, it is clear that the working class and the soldiery must go different ways. We must not rely on daydreams for a revolution." Several years later, an SR leader looked back and admitted, "The revolution found us, the party members, fast asleep, just like the foolish virgins in the gospel." And this is to say nothing of the senior leadership of all these parties, all of whom were in exile abroad and more or less convinced the next revolution was unlikely to break out in their lifetimes. Now, this is not to say that the years of organizing and tutoring and propagandizing from the Mensheviks and Bolsheviks and SRs was not partly responsible for the fundamental infusion of revolutionary hopes and dreams, strategies and tactics into both the Petrograd working classes and the rank and file of the military. But when the rank and file of the military dramatically defected on the morning of Monday, February 27th, it was of their own accord, and not under the leadership or guidance of revolutionary parties. The leaders of those parties would wake up on Monday, February 27th, realize the revolution was in fact happening, and then run out to recast themselves as leaders of events they were clearly being led by. Now, all that said, there was one group of leaders who could not be the leaders of this revolutionary moment, even if they wanted to, because they were all locked up in the Peter and Paul Fortress. I'm talking here about the leaders of the workers' group, who had all been arrested at the end of January. This was the sweep of arrests Minister of the Interior Protopopov believed had successfully short-circuited the revolution, because those guys were the leaders connected to the working class organizations on one side and the Duma opposition leaders on the other, and who stood the best chance of making the former work for the latter. Well, as we touched on last week, when the Petrograd garrison mutinied, one of the things they did was storm the Peter and Paul fortress and free all the prisoners inside. So the freed leadership of the workers' group immediately returned to the task of organizing the streets to make sure the demonstrations and mutinies and street fighting formed a cohesive momentum towards the goal of political revolution. In terms of political affiliation, most of the leaders of the workers' group were Mensheviks or SRs, and the one who we need to specifically name-check here is Nikolai Chaidze. Chaidze was an old-school Georgian socialist and one of the founders of the first social democratic group in Georgia back in the early 1890s. When the party split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in 1903, Chaidze and most of his Georgian comrades became staunch Mensheviks, and he was among those fighting against the frustrating Bolshevik loose cannon and obnoxious gangster of Georgian socialism, young Joseph Stalin. Now, starting in 1907, Chaidze managed to get himself elected to the Duma, and he was one of the tiny handful of active social democrats remaining in the body after Stolypin's coup. He then became a working ally of Alexander Kerensky, and starting in 1915 was a key leader of the workers' group. This was a project championed by the Mensheviks to bridge the gap between the political opposition in the Duma and the working classes in the street. After being released from prison and conferring both among themselves and the other leaders of the several socialist parties, Chaidze and his comrades improvised a solution about how to organize and direct the exuberant chaos presently consuming Petrograd. As Alexander Kerensky later recalled, the question arose, and I'm quoting here, as to how and by whom the soldiers and workmen were to be led, for until then their movement was completely unorganized, uncoordinated, and anarchical. Kerensky said it was suggested they organize an elected Soviet, and he said, "The memory of 1905 prompted this cry. The need of some kind of center for the mass movement was realized by everyone. The Duma itself needed some representatives of the rebel populace. Without them, it would have been impossible to re-establish order in the capital." And before we go on, let's just recall here that the Soviets, that is, elected worker assemblies, had been born spontaneously in the strikes of 1905 and were then used as a model copied by various urban municipalities, including Petrograd. The first Petrograd Soviet, remember, became the home base of young Trotsky and was shut down in December 1905 in the first wave of post-October Manifesto repression. With the idea for a Soviet in hand, Socialist Party leaders then approached Kerensky about securing a location for such an assembly to meet. Kerensky, who also wanted to get a handle on things, saw an opportunity to create a line of communication, authority, and exchange between the workers and soldiers who were up in arms and the Duma leadership who did not know how to talk to them or control them, or even what it would take to get them back under control. Kerensky said later, "The organizers applied to me for suitable premises. I mentioned the matter to Rudzenka, and the thing was arranged." The leaders were not just assigned a place to meet, they were given space inside the Tauride Palace itself to make sure the line of communication between the Soviet and the Duma was literally, physically, as short as possible. These leaders then went out in front of the palace and proclaimed to the tens of thousands of workers and soldiers who had by now assembled in front of the building that they were forming an elected Soviet of soldiers and workers, and that everyone was to go out and spread the word that industries, factories, and companies of soldiers were to elect representatives and send them down to the Tauride Palace. When all of these delegates assembled, they were then to consider themselves the legitimate representatives of the people of Petrograd. Now, by the evening of Monday, February 27th, most people had still either not heard about the Soviet or were still in the middle of arranging how to hold little elections to pick delegates, most of whom would thus not be ready to assemble until the next day at the earliest. And then, looking forward a little bit, the Petrograd Soviet is not going to hit its maximum size for several weeks to come, as every day new delegates are showing up saying they have just been elected. But even though most people weren't ready to show up, A self-selected group who were immediately on hand did convene in the early evening, and we're talking about roughly 50 delegates and about 200 observers who crammed into a room in the Tauride Palace. But none of these people were working-class delegates from factories or soldiers from mutinous companies. They were instead representatives of the existing socialist parties. They were the ones instigating the creation of the Soviet, and they were the ones who had an existing apparatus in place to select and send representatives of their party to the Tauride Palace very quickly. So, this first meeting of the Petrograd Soviet mostly resembled a summit of Socialist Party leaders. There were SRs and Mensheviks and Bolsheviks and Trudoviks. This group of about 50 Socialist Party leaders then elected from their number an executive committee of 8 or 9 people, depending on what source you use, who would be free to take decisive action and, for example, negotiate directly with the leaders of the Duma, who were themselves at this same moment choosing their own provisional executive committee to navigate the crisis. The Soviet's executive committee was effectively a power-sharing agreement between the several socialist parties, as each of them received at least 2 representatives. Nikolai Chaids was elected chairman of the executive committee, with Alexander Kerensky, who represented the Trudoviks, elected one of the vice chairmen. And this is where and how Kerensky becomes such an important and influential figure in the February Revolution and the post-February Revolution period, because he's going to emerge from this momentous week serving as both a senior officer of the Petrograd Soviet and being a minister in the Duma's provisional government. He's going to be the living bridge between the two institutions that are going to spend most of the next 8 months kind of pulling in opposite directions. Now, the fact that they were going to pull in opposite directions was not planned or expected at the time, though, and Kerensky later recalled, 2 different Russias settled side by side. The Russia of the ruling class who had lost, though they did not realize it yet, and the Russia of labor, marching toward power without suspecting it. Because with the establishment of the Petrograd Soviet, right alongside the provisional government inside the Tauride Palace, is the origin of dual power, which is going to become very important once the main cadre of Bolshevik leaders gets off the train at Finland Station in April and starts plotting how they can take over the whole dang thing. But that is still a bit down the road. For right now, Kerensky's influence is shown this very evening, Monday, February 27th. That night, the leaders of both the Duma and the Soviet confronted an unexpected problem. The ministers of the government, that is, the now effectively deposed government, started presenting themselves one by one or in small nervous groups. Well aware that lynchings of enemies of the people were happening all over Petrograd, these former ministers volunteered to be placed under arrest by the Duma in the hopes that the Duma would be able to guarantee their physical safety. Kerensky, who was poised to become Minister of Justice, interceded with the angry crowds inside the palace to not immediately lynch the ministers, but instead to take them into custody and guarantee their safety. He even stuck with this when former Minister of the Interior Protopopov snuck into the Tauride Palace in disguise. When his presence was finally detected, he came very near being killed on the spot, but Kerensky barged through, saved his life, and put him in protective custody. The point here is both that Kerensky believed the revolution needed to maintain something like the rule of law, if only not to risk provoking retaliatory counter-revolution by the senior command of the army, who were clearly ready to pitch Tsar Nicholas overboard, but probably would not stand too long for reports of lawless violence in the capital. But the other point is that Kerensky clearly commanded enough authority and respect that when he started shouting at people, "Don't lynch Protopopov," the people listened. Now the next day, Tuesday, February 28th, we get to the first large-scale meetings of the Petrograd Soviet. Initially, about 600 deputies elected by various industries and military companies started showing up. As the weeks progressed, this number is going to grow to about 3,000, with soldiers routinely outnumbering workers about 2 to 1. So though the assembly would be officially called the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, in terms of who actually commanded a majority in the assembly, it would actually be the Soviet of Soldiers and also some workers' deputies. Now, the first session of the Soviet was, like most of the sessions of the Soviet, incredibly chaotic. The first meeting was defined by people simply standing up and making speeches or introducing themselves or reporting what they had seen and heard over the past several days. There was no agenda, there were no rules of order. It was just a bunch of people noisily inhabiting the same space as each other. Now, as this main assembly was inevitably very messy and chaotic, the meetings of the executive committee that had self-selected itself the night before became the focal point of immediate action. The committee was augmented to take into account all the new arrivals, and 2 more representatives from each of the major parties were added, and we're talking Trudovics, the Popular Socialists, the SR, the Bund, the Mensheviks, and the Bolsheviks. And though, in the main, the executive committee tended to be Menshevik and SR in outlook, at least for the moment they wanted to make sure that all the socialist parties felt like they had a place and a voice inside the Soviet. As all of these leaders came together to discuss what to do and how to proceed, there were 2 overriding concerns in front of them: how to restore order to the capital, and then determine what the Soviets' place would be inside the post-revolutionary order of things. To take the second of these first, the Menshevik leanings of the Soviet leadership meant they still saw events unfolding according to the old 2-stage theory of revolution. That first would come the bourgeois democratic revolution, and then the working-class socialist revolution. According to this formula, what they believed was happening right now was the revolutionary transfer of power from the old absolutism of the medieval czar to the new democratic order of the bourgeoisie. Since they believed this was not just how things ought to go, but how things must go, it naturally followed that the role of the Soviet, as the assembled representatives of the workers and soldiers of Petrograd, was to support the overthrow of the Tsar and the assumption of power by the Duma. But the other big thing in front of them was how to effectively get control of the spontaneous revolutionary uprising currently parading through the streets of Petrograd. More than anything, the question was, how do we get all the mutinous soldiers back under something resembling military discipline? On March the 1st, the Provisional Executive Committee of the Duma attempted to assert command of the soldiers by issuing a public order for all of them to return to their barracks and place themselves back under their officers. But word immediately bounced back up through the soldiers and workers' delegates in the Soviet, saying this is impossible without certain guarantees. I mean, they had, after all, just mutinied against their officers, in many cases killed their officers, and the men were justifiably concerned that if they just returned to their barracks and placed themselves back under the command of those officers, that they would be liable for some pretty severe punishments: execution, imprisonment, exile. It was not at all out of line for them to be concerned that that's what awaited them back in the barracks. With the Duma's attempt to get the soldiers back in line a non-starter, the leaders of the Soviet discussed what they could possibly do. And their own concern about reprisals from the officer corps were not limited to individual punishment for mutinous disobedience, but also that the officer corps as a whole represented probably the strongest potentially counter-revolutionary force in Petrograd, and frankly the whole empire. It would be an impossibly stupid mistake to simply reassert the previous status quo in the army. So on March the 1st, 1917, the Petrograd Soviet addressed both problems simultaneously by issuing the famous, or infamous depending on who you talk to, Order Number 1. Now, Order Number 1 actually contained a whole bunch of orders. It called on all military units to immediately form democratic committees and elect delegates to the Petrograd Soviet. It then said all weapons and firearms in the unit's possession were to be placed under the control of these committees, and that included all the weapons of the officers, who were to be immediately disarmed. The order said that the unit committees were then to control and issue the weapons at their discretion, but not under any circumstances were weapons to be issued to the officers. The order said very specifically weapons, and I'm quoting here, shall by no means be issued to the officers, not even at their insistence. The disarming of the officer corps was to prevent them from being a threat to the unit specifically and to the revolution generally. The officers would, by practical necessity, still lead the unit and issue orders, but they would do so standing literally defenseless against the armed men they commanded, which would make them think twice about what orders they issued. Order number 1 went on to say that if the officers issued orders that contradicted decrees of the Petrograd Soviet, the men were commanded to ignore those orders. There were also further decrees about how and when military discipline would be observed, and generally creating an air of social equality between the men and the officers, even if while on duty, the men were mostly supposed to obey the commands of their superior officers. But again, unless they contradicted decrees of the Petrograd Soviet. Now, given what's to come for the Russian army in 1917 and 1918, there has been a prevailing myth that Order Number 1 commanded military units to begin electing their own officers, but this is not true. All mention of elections in Order Number 1 are confined to the topic of sending delegates to the Soviet, not out-and-out electing their own officers. There was also immediate confusion about who Order Number 1 was supposed to apply to, whether it was just the Petrograd garrison or the army as a whole. And the next day, the Soviet had to scramble to clarify that it was only meant to apply to the mutinous Petrograd garrisons, not the army as a whole. But by then, Order Number 1 was already spreading and taking on a life of its own, whereupon it will get wrapped up in the wider story of the total collapse of discipline and cohesion in the Russian army in 1917. Order Number 1 is also wrapped up in the story of the Petrograd Soviet operating on its own, and just completely ignoring the authority of the Duma's provisional government. This will also become a major issue for the rest of 1917, but it was not consciously the goal of the leaders of the Soviet, who issued Order Number 1 and then immediately proceeded to spend the whole rest of March the 1st and overnight into March the 2nd, working out the terms of the Soviet acknowledging, supporting, and defending the political authority of the Duma's provisional government, which, as I've said, the leaders of the Soviet were eager to do. So if you set Order Number 1 aside, which has to be understood in the context of getting the mutinous soldiers of Petrograd back under control, the leaders of the Soviet mostly wanted to turn the Soviet into an auxiliary assembly that would act as a direct line to the workers and the soldiers of Petrograd, bring them on board with the plan to support the provisional government, and then ensure the provisional government was well briefed on what they needed to do to not lose the support of the workers and the soldiers. But though the leaders of the Soviet were eager to come to terms with the leaders of the Duma, there would be terms. And after midnight, on what was now technically March 2nd, negotiators from both sides hammered out an 8-point plan that both sides could live with. And just to link us back around to what we talked about last week, these negotiations were going on simultaneous to the final round of telegrams Rodzienko was sending to Pskov, saying Nicholas appointing a new government was no longer enough, that he had to abdicate the throne. And he was saying that because the leaders of the Duma and the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet had already moved on and were crafting their own vision for the political future of Russia. So the 8-point agreement that will define this political future for post-revolutionary Russia is not very long, and so I'm just going to tick it off in full. 1. Immediate amnesty for all political prisoners, including terrorists. 2. Immediate granting of the freedom of speech and association and assembly, and of the right to strike as promised by the Tsarist government in 1906, but never fully implemented. 3. Immediate abolition of disabilities and privileges due to nationality, religion, or social origin. 4. Immediate preparations for the convocation of a constituent assembly to be elected on a universal, secret, direct, and equal ballot. 5. All police organs to be dissolved and replaced by a militia with elected officers to be supervised by local government. 6. New elections to organize local self-government on the basis of universal, direct, equal, and secret voting. 7. Military units that have participated in the revolution to keep their weapons and to receive assurances they would not be sent to the front. And finally, 8. Military discipline in the armed forces to be maintained, but off-duty soldiers were to enjoy the same rights as civilians. And what we see here in these 8 points is what was believed to be the immediate goal and result of the February Revolution. Anyone who has been previously punished or might be punished for opposing a regime that has now been overthrown would be absolved of their guilt. we're going to find the full realization of the political liberties that had been allegedly guaranteed after the Revolution of 1905, but which had then been ignored. We're looking towards the elimination of ethnic and aristocratic privileges inside the Russian Empire, the abolition of police forces controlled by the autocratic regime, and instead law and order being handed over to democratically organized and controlled militia groups. And then finally, democratic participation at all levels of government, both at the national level and at the local level, all of it on the basis of universal, direct, equal, and secret ballots. Now, none of these points are surprising, and all of them represent core parts of the kind of democratic bourgeois revolutions that we've seen lots of times so far in the Revolutions podcast. But before we wrap things up this week, I do want to zero in specifically on point number 4, immediate preparations for the convocation of a constituent assembly to be elected on a universal, secret, direct, and equal ballot. Both the leaders of the Duma and the Petrograd Soviet believed everything they were doing was provisional and temporary, that they were merely stewards, and that it would take the convening of a democratically elected constituent assembly to hammer out a new permanent constitutional order for Russia. The Constituent Assembly is what they were all going to look forward to ultimately legitimize everything they were doing here at the end of February and beginning of March. Now, having reached this agreement, the provisional government being organized by the Duma was essentially accepting upon itself full legitimate political authority. And we can connect back up now to the end of last week's episode, because just after they did all of this, news came back from Pskov that Tsar Nicholas was agreeing to abdicate the throne. And so next week, we will pick things back up with everybody on March the 3rd, 1917, the first day of post-February Revolution Russia. But we'll get into all of that next week. Before I go this week, however, I do want to remind everybody that we are now just 2.5 weeks away from the publication of Hero of Two Worlds, and please, everybody pre-order the book if you haven't. And if you would like to pre-order a signed copy of the book, please do come to one of our 4 online virtual events. And just so you know, all of those events did hit their initial max capacity, and all the bookstores wrote us back and said, can you please up the max capacity? And we did. So if you weren't able to get into one before, go check right now. You'll probably be able to get into one because we just did it. But I'm not actually going to end today plugging my own book, Hero of Two Worlds. I'm going to end today by plugging another book, Reign of Terror by Spencer Ackerman. I have been reading Ackerman for like 20 years now, and he has just written a book that quite successfully creates the narrative link between the events of September 11th and the current state of American politics through the lens of national security and the war on terror and all of its adjacent rhetoric and policies. Ackerman is an exceptional journalist who is uniquely positioned to tell this story, and if journalists are in the business of writing the first draft of history, then this is an excellent first draft of history that is going to be used as a building block for many years to come. So do please pick up and read Reign of Terror by Spencer Ackerman. It comes out on August 10th. I highly recommend it, and I think you should all buy it. Now, you might be asking yourself, why are you plugging Spencer Ackerman's book, besides it being a really good book? And if you follow me on Twitter, you already know that, among other things, Spencer Ackerman is the drummer of a band that we have started, because I did an insane thing where I wrote a 12-song punk rock opera about the French Revolution. This is a real thing that has actually happened. We decided it would be a really good and fun idea to just make some ridiculous music project and take it out on the road while we both sold our books. This is something that we're looking to do in the near future. We're going to take this out on the road. Hopefully it was going to happen in the fall, but it's kind of starting to look like maybe fall of 2021 is not a time where we're going to be able to do a lot of live events because things are getting worse rather than better. So if you ever want to find out what it sounds like when Mike Duncan writes 12 punk rock songs about the French Revolution, and you want to hear that live, please do get vaccinated, because right now the whole thing is looking like it's actually going to get canceled, and I'm not able to sit here and triumphantly tell you where we're going to be in October and November, which I was kind of hoping I would be doing right now, but it kind of looks like that's not what I'm going to be able to do, and we're going to have to look ahead to the spring. But to even do it in the spring, we need everybody to get on board with the program here. I want live events. You want live events. We all want live events. We all want to see what happens when I get up on stage with a guitar and start yelling about the French Revolution. I promise it'll be really, really fun when it happens. But until then, first by Reign of Terror by Spencer Ackerman, then later by Hero of Two Worlds by Mike Duncan, and then 3, stay tuned for more information about future live events, and 4, stay healthy, stay safe, get vaccinated, and we'll see you next week. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.65, The Dawn of a New Day. I want to start this week by saying that this is the penultimate episode of the Revolutions podcast before Hero of Two Worlds, the Marquis de Lafayette in the Age of Revolution, publishes on August 24th, 2021. I kind of can't believe it's already here. I kind of can't believe I've been doing this for this long and something is finally going to come of it. I am consumed by nervous anticipation. This is 3.5 years in the making. But anyway, this is basically the last time I'll have to ask you to please pre-order the book before it comes out. And just so you know, all the pre-orders count as transactions on the date of publication. And therefore, massing all of those sales in a single week and on a single day helps put the book on the New York Times bestseller list, if that's a possibility. And maybe we can help prove that I'm not just a one-hit wonder. So if you're planning on getting the book, please just go ahead and pre-order it right now. Thank you very much. Now, people have asked me, how are we doing on the 10,000 pre-order campaign? And the honest answer is, I have no idea. That is because all the local indie bookshops out there don't report their pre-order numbers. They just take the order and then process the resulting sale on publication date. So my big push to get you all to pre-order the book from local stores has left me and the publisher basically blind. But I don't really care because it sounds like we've done exactly what I wanted to do. And I just want to read to you now some bullet points that were reported from the Indie Channel rep at the publisher in a recent roundup of how things are going out there for the whole catalog of offerings. The first one is, Mike Duncan has done an incredible job driving sales of Hero of Two Worlds to the indies. Accounts are picking up, on average, 5 to 20 copies. And then later she said, speaking of pre-orders, Mike Duncan is the new hero of independent bookstores everywhere. His pre-order campaign for Hero of Two Worlds, sending listeners to our stores, has made a big impact. And then the final bit is from a final call out of things worth focusing on. Hero of Two Worlds. This has been one of the most successful author-generated pre-order campaigns I've seen in some time. Almost every indie has commented on how thrilled they are with their advance orders. So this is exactly what I wanted, exactly what I hoped would happen. And it's all thanks to you guys out there for doing this the right way. I mean, I already consider the pre-order campaign to be a massive success. We have made a huge positive impact. It has been noticed. It has been appreciated. And it's something I think we can all take a great deal of pride in accomplishing. And we did it together. I mean, it says like Mike Duncan did this and Mike Duncan did that, but all I did was ask you guys to go do something and you did it. So this is all of us doing this together. And truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I really do have the best fan base in the world and people out there are noticing it. So great job. Really great job. Thank you. But enough about us. The last 2 episodes covered what we call the February Revolution, which took place in the final week of February 1917, according to the old-style calendar. But what began in February finally finished in March, and what we're here to talk about today is all of the stuff that is associated with the February Revolution and is wrapped up in the memory of Glorious February, but which actually happened in March. So today we're going to run through events in March because after March comes April. And if you've read ahead even a little bit, you know that you know who is coming back in April. So we're going to pick things up today with a phone call at 6 o'clock in the morning on March 3rd, 1917, so just a few hours after Nicholas signed his abdication in a rail car in Pskov. The phone call was placed by the leaders of the rapidly coalescing new provisional government to Nicholas's younger brother, Grand Duke Mikhail. This phone call informed a groggy Mikhail that Nicholas abdicated the throne, and, at least according to the paperwork, Mikhail was now Tsar of Russia. But this was not a happy call, a congratulations on your promotion and let us know when you want us to come down and pledge fealty to you. It was instead, this is where things stand at the moment, but please do come down at your earliest convenience to discuss this with us, because there are some very important things to discuss. So Mikhail got dressed and went to meet the leaders of the Duma's Provisional Executive Committee, which, as I said, is rapidly transitioning into becoming an official provisional government. When the Grand Duke entered, he expressed surprise and consternation at his brother's decision. Like almost everyone else, he expected that if and when Nicholas abdicated, it would be in favor of Alexei, and if anything, Mikhail would be a regent, not the Tsar himself. He admitted he didn't quite know what to do. The leaders around him, almost to a man, told the Grand Duke, "We think it would be a catastrophic mistake for you to accept the crown. The news has already been spreading that you're the new Tsar, and the response, particularly from the soldiers, has been hostile and dissatisfied." And this gets back to what we talked about last week, which is one of the key points in the agreement between the leaders of the Duma and the leaders of the Soviet, is that a constituent assembly would be convened to settle Russia's post-revolutionary constitution. This is the expectation that was out there in the streets and in the barracks. These people were not going to accept a backroom deal to simply replace one Romanov for another. Now, almost alone among his colleagues, however, Pavel Milyakov told Grand Duke Mikhail that he must accept the crown, that the monarchy itself was still an essential institution, and if Mikhail refused to be Tsar, he would guarantee a civil war. But Milyakov was the only one who believed that. After this general discussion, the Grand Duke was taken aside by Chairman of the Duma Rodzenko, who later recorded, "It was absolutely clear to us that the Grand Prince would reign for only a few hours before enormous bloodshed would occur in the capital. It was clear to us that the Grand Prince would be murdered immediately and all his supporters with him. He did not have any loyal troops at his disposal, and therefore could not rely on any armed force. He asked point blank whether I could guarantee his life if he accepted the throne, and I was compelled to tell him, no." Mikhail emerged from this meeting and announced to the other leaders surrounding him he would not accept the crown, unless it was offered to him by the anticipated Constituent Assembly. He drafted a statement to this effect, wherein he also implored everyone to recognize and obey the provisional government. This statement was published the following day in the newspaper alongside Nicholas's official letter of abdication. And this is how legal political authority passed first from Nicholas to Mikhail, and then from Mikhail to the provisional government. And there it would remain until October. The new provisional government, which officially marks its beginning to March 2nd, 1917, was drawn from the senior leadership of the Progressive Bloc, most of whom had been sitting on the unofficially convened Provisional Executive Committee of Duma delegates. Pavel Milyakov became foreign minister, Alexander Guchkov became Minister of War, Alexander Kerensky became Minister of Justice. Heading up the provisional government was Prince Lvov, the highly effective and well-respected leader of the Zemstva Union, who became Minister of the Interior and also Prime Minister of the new provisional government. All of these guys took up their posts quickly and without very much infighting. The Progressive Bloc had been aggressively trying to force Nicholas to accept a new government composed of them for years now, and so the question of who would get what job had long since been settled. For months, newspapers had openly published lists of what leaders would take over which ministries. So while the revolution, of course, caught them by surprise, they had been expecting to get this call for years now. It's not like they were totally caught off guard and suddenly rushing to do things they weren't expecting to be doing. Now, the general public had also been waiting for these guys to become the government for months now, or years now. And when the news finally started to spread, the provisional government enjoyed broad support from the right and from the left, from workers and aristocrats, soldiers and civilians, at home and abroad. As I've hopefully established by now, just about everyone was ready for a new government by the winter of 1917. And even any lingering shred of loyalty to Nicholas and Alexandra out there among conservatives had long since frayed beyond repair. As word spread over the next few hours and days and then weeks, news of the Tsar's abdication and that Russia was now in the hands of capable leaders was greeted with celebratory euphoria. Not the least reason being that these guys were all viewed as patriotic Russians, unlike Empress Alexandra and the people who surrounded her, who most everybody had long since concluded were like secretly pro-German and trying to lead the empire to ruin. So there were celebrations in city streets, and out in the trenches, and in tiny rural villages. A new day was dawning, and the wave of optimistic joy and relief was nearly uniform throughout the empire. With the Russians themselves clearly ready to embrace and recognize the provisional government, Russia's foreign allies quickly followed suit. On March 9th, the United States became the first power to formally recognize the provisional government as the legitimate government of the Russian Empire, with Britain, France, Italy, and the other allies quickly following. With this final test of legitimacy passed, the provisional government was the government. So what were they going to do with their newfound power, authority, and legitimacy? Well, they very quickly got to work trying to live up to everyone's expectations, to deliver on what was generally understood to be the promise of the revolution. And that promise can be distilled down to two essential components, one destructive, the other constructive. And by that I mean they needed to dismantle the most abusive parts of the old absolutist regime, while at the same time fostering something new, a participatory government that included all of Russian society, not just a tiny clique of incompetent sycophants appointed by Nicholas and Alexandra. For years now, decades really, the arbitrary centralized state apparatus had been a major source of anger and resentment at nearly all levels of Russian society. So to maintain the goodwill and support of that society, the provisional government knew they were going to have to embark on a rapid program of destruction and construction. On the destructive side, that meant eliminating the most hated parts of the old regime, and on the constructive side, it meant replacing the deeply unpopular, closed-up, and arbitrary bureaucratic apparatus with something that was far more open and responsive to the Russian people. One of the first targets for destruction was the Tsar's police and internal security apparatus. Within days of taking power, the provisional government straight up abolished the Ministry of Police, the Gendarme, and the Okhrana. These forces were the most visible symbol of an unjust and coercive state. The police in Petrograd had been the most staunchly violent defenders of the old regime during the street fighting between February 23rd and March 2nd, and thus abolishing the existing police force had been one of the things the provisional government had promised to do in order to secure support from the Petrograd Soviet. Now, of course, it helped that the headquarters of all these police agencies had already been trashed, their senior leaders arrested or lynched, and the rank-and-file officers dissolved and scattered in the wake of revolutionary victory in the streets. So, announcing that these forces were abolished was merely announcing something that had kind of already taken place. And before we go on, I do want to note, with a bit of a wry smile, that many revolutionaries destroyed and burned the offices of the Okhrana with particularly meticulous zeal, on account of how many of them had been paid agents of the Okhrana for years. Now, in place of these dissolved police forces, the provisional government expected to organize militia companies, drawn from the citizenry and led by elected officers. So the idea was not to have no police force, but instead to have a police force by and for the people, rather than by and for the Tsar. The provisional government also moved quickly to reorganize provincial administration throughout the empire. The provincial governors enjoyed considerable power in their provinces, and all of them were appointed directly by the Tsar. They thus stood as an enormous potential roadblock to expanding the revolution out from Petrograd into the rest of the empire. Leaving them in place would have been a grave political mistake. They had been entrusted with broad discretionary power out in the provinces specifically because they were loyal to Nicholas and Alexandra. These were hardly people who could be trusted to support the revolution. So on March 5th, all governors and deputy governors were summarily dismissed from service. To replace these governors, the provisional government invited local leaders to take control. Specifically, they called on the provincial zemstvas, municipal councils, and other elements in the local professional classes and intelligentsia to step into the vacuum and take over administration. And it's not like these groups weren't ready to do the job. The zemstva had been begging for years to be allowed to play an official role in local government and administration, but had been kept at arm's length by the paranoid central authorities who feared they were trying to take over. Well, now they got a chance to take over. And over the course of the first few weeks of March 1917, they moved into government offices and administrative headquarters in all their local capitals and went about the business of governing their provinces. Meanwhile, back in Petrograd, the provisional government was decreeing all aspects of our well-known list of liberal and democratic reforms, most of which were also included in that 8-point agreement with the Soviet we ended on last week. They were announcing freedom of speech and freedom of the press and freedom of assembly and freedom of religion. And since the general critique of the Tsar from a liberal perspective was that his arbitrary central authority was unresponsive to the people, the provisional government leaned heavily into a more hands-off and decentralized vision of democratic liberalism. As we just saw, their idea for provincial government was not to replace the centrally appointed governors with somebody else, but to let local elites take up the job for themselves. Meanwhile, when it came to national minority groups, everybody was promised some kind of autonomy. Finland's constitution would be absolutely respected. Poland was basically promised self-government after the war was over. All of this fit into the widespread belief that for too long, the great potential of the Russian Empire had been kept bound by the Tsar's shackles. The February Revolution was supposed to set them free. And in March 1917, that's exactly what it looked like was happening. That's what the provisional government is trying to do. They are trying to set the people of the empire free. But of course, the revolution of 1917 is not just about what the provisional government is doing, because one of the key dynamics of the revolution of 1917 is this business of dual power. Because growing right alongside the provisional government is the Petrograd Soviet, who sometimes supported, sometimes criticized, and sometimes outright undermined what the provisional government was doing. And in fact, to make sure the interests and goals of the Soviet were protected, its leaders built out their own parallel apparatus of power. And while their official policy was supporting the provisional government, it was very clear that their support was entirely contingent on the provisional government not doing anything that the Soviet opposed. And as the Soviet was an assembly of workers and soldiers, which is to say, the mass of people under arms, the leaders of the Soviet believed not incorrectly that the provisional government only existed because the Soviet let them. The Soviet could frankly overthrow the provisional government practically any time they wanted, and both sides were well aware of it. Now, thanks to holding the trump card in this uneasy power-sharing dynamic, the Petrograd Soviet felt free to pursue their own initiatives without bothering to seek the approval of the provisional government. So they would just do stuff. For example, on March 5th, they blew off freedom of the press and announced that no paper could be published without Soviet approval. Now, mostly permission was granted, but they specifically named a bunch of reactionary newspapers with known ties to the Black Hundreds and said, yeah, you're shut down, you can't publish. Now, on the level of principle, this was in opposition to the professed respect for freedom of speech and the press trumpeted by liberals in the provisional government, and which was supposed to be one of the goals of the revolution. But the leaders in the Soviet did not care. Their eye was on a very practical ball. If you want a revolution to succeed, don't let conservative thugs publish anti-revolutionary propaganda in the middle of the revolution. In the weeks that followed, the Soviet then expanded on what was becoming a loose working policy that whatever happened out there, whether in the streets or in the army or in the provinces, required the stamp of approval from the Soviet. They were now casting themselves as the closest thing to a true expression of popular sovereignty. They sent commissioners out to set up shop in key locations and sectors: telegraph offices, railroad stations, post offices, printing presses, radio stations, industrial factories. The Soviet put commissioners everywhere. The basic idea was that while the provisional government technically wielded power, the Soviet exercised a kind of supreme oversight authority. Representatives of the Soviet told anyone they encountered, "You are to obey orders from your superiors or laws from the provisional government, unless they contradict decrees of the Soviet, in which case you are duty-bound to disobey them." One of the examples of the Soviet having more control over things than the provisional government they were allegedly supporting was the fate of Nicholas and Alexandra. After Nicholas signed his abdication, he secured permission from Prince Lvov to go to army headquarters to say goodbye to his officers. Then, he requested permission to go back home to the imperial palace, link up with his family, and from there, they would all hopefully retire to a coastal community until the end of the war. Nicholas received permission to do all this, and the ex-Tsar returned to army headquarters to bid tearful farewell to his officers. But after he departed Pskov, the provisional government talked it over more, and decided they could probably not let the Tsar and his family just stay inside Russia. So they sounded out the diplomatic corps in Petrograd, and found the British willing to accept Nicholas, Alexandra, and their children. All of the Allies were concerned that if Nicholas and Alexandra settled anywhere in close proximity to the Germans, that they would become a focal point not just for domestic counter-revolutionary activity that would further destabilize Russia, but that the Germans would be able to get in contact with Alexandra and fund and support such counter-revolutionary activity. In fact, the restoration of the Russian monarchy might become a German war aim. The whole Eastern Front could collapse, and Russia might very well become a permanent ally of Germany. So, the imperial family remaining in Eastern Europe was not in the national interest of any of the Allies, and so the British made logistical arrangements for the imperial family to be put on a British steamship. King George V even wrote a personal letter inviting his cousins to come settle in England. But this whole idea was quickly short-circuited when rumors leaked of the plan. When the leaders of the Soviet found out about it, they were incensed. They did not believe Nicholas nor Alexandra should be allowed to simply depart Russia without standing trial for their many crimes. The leaders of the Soviet informed the provisional government that they would not stand by and let the ex-Tsar leave the country. The provisional government immediately backed down. They sent 4 deputies to army headquarters to escort Nicholas back to Zarsky Selo, where he would be placed under house arrest. The provisional government also ordered officers and soldiers that they trusted to go take control of the imperial palaces and make sure no one got in or out without permission. In the midst of all this, the leaders of the Soviet briefly panicked when the ex-Tsar was in transit back to Petrograd because they lost track of him, and they believed he was being hustled out of the country. They went so far as to issue radio broadcasts saying, "If you see the Tsar, you must arrest him at once. He is a fugitive." But the provisional government had not double-crossed the Soviet, and shortly thereafter Nicholas was deposited back in the imperial palace. To be super sure of things, though, the Soviet then sent its own company of about 300 infantrymen backed by a company of machine gunners under an officer who just so happened to be an SR. Their job was to make sure Nicholas was in fact there, and this officer may have had further orders to either take command of security at the palace or possibly go so far as to take the imperial family into custody and deposit them in the Peter and Paul fortress. Although what this officer wound up doing was negotiating with the soldiers he found on site and decided not to push the envelope and instead reported back to the Soviet that he believed the imperial family were under proper custody. So it's not 100% just the Soviets' representatives running roughshod over anybody here. But that said, if the provisional government had had their way, Nicholas and Alexandra and the children would have been safely sent to England. Instead, at the behest of the Soviet, they remained very unsafely in Russia. As the Soviets' claim to their special authority grew, the Soviet itself also grew. After the first week of March, there were about 1,000 elected delegates, and within just a few weeks that number is going to top out at over 3,000. Then, the newly forming Soviets out in the provinces, and out on the front lines, started sending delegates to Petrograd. After a brief debate, the Petrograd Soviet voted to allow these people to come in as full-fledged members, and by the last week of March, they were no longer calling themselves the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. They were now the All-Russia Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, bolstering their claim to be the true representatives of the people, not just the people of the capital, but of the whole empire. As the Soviet grew, the executive committee also grew until it hit more than 70 members. And as this body became increasingly unwieldy, they created another nested committee called the Bureau, composed of 24 members, mostly Mensheviks, SRs, and Trudoviks. General assemblies of all the delegates became infrequent. There were only a handful of full sessions over the course of the rest of the month, and this self-selected group of Socialist Party leaders in the executive committee and in the Bureau made most of the decisions on behalf of the people they claimed to speak for. Now, it would be easy, and partly true, to cast these socialist leaders as cynically co-opting the sovereignty of the people. But it is worth keeping in mind that the workers and soldiers clearly believed the Soviet represented their interests better than any other institution. And so, if you had asked them at this moment, they would have probably said, yes, the Soviet is the institution of the people, and I support them for that very reason. But that said, it is worth pointing out for the umpteenth time that the vast majority of Russians were peasants, and peasants were not represented at all in the Soviet. No matter how much they might have claimed to speak for the people, the Soviet was only reasonably speaking for like 10% of the population, 15% tops. And it's not like the peasants were just passively inert on the one hand or clamoring to join the Soviet on the other. As we're going to talk about more down the road, the peasants were having their own revolution. For them, the February Revolution meant agrarian revolution, and they were already taking matters into their own hands on the land front. But in terms of political representation, a bunch of regional SR organizations got the idea of getting the old peasant union back together. The peasant union had become a major locus of peasant power during the Revolution of 1905, but it had been broken and dispersed in the repressive aftermath. So as we're going to see with the peasants, they are, again, the vast majority of the population, and they are going to remain aloof from the Soviet and seek to create their own representative institutions where their representatives were representing their interests. So whatever the assumed pretensions of the Soviet, they were never going to be more than what they officially were, a Soviet of workers and soldiers. But as to this question of who represented the people, and what could be considered an authentic voice of the nation, we'll end today with a big mistake that the provisional government was making. As we've noted several times over the past couple episodes, the final verdict of the February Revolution was always supposed to be rendered by a constituent assembly. Everyone was under the impression the provisional government was just that, provisional. That one of their most important jobs was figuring out when, where, and how to hold democratic elections to convene a national assembly that would hammer out a new constitutional order, an assembly that could truly claim popular legitimacy. But instead of treating this promised constituent assembly as a matter of vital urgency, the provisional government dragged their feet. They formed a committee to come up with an electoral plan, but this committee got bogged down either arguing minutiae or getting distracted by minor concerns. So weeks passed, and then months passed, before they even had a preliminary idea of how to hold elections. So not only was the provisional government failing to fulfill one of their most important promises on a moral level, on a strategic level, their failure to convene the Constituent Assembly left laying around a very big and very obvious cudgel critics of the provisional government could pick up and beat them with. It is going to become very easy to argue the provisional government was not interested in forging a government of the Russian people, but of simply perpetuating their own power indefinitely. So that's the political situation heading into April 1917. A great deal of promise, a great deal of promises, but with the initial rush of hope and optimism getting its first tinges of suspicious disappointment. There were now multiple power structures forming out there, all of them beginning to truly jostle with one another, and no big national assembly that would sort it all out anytime soon. This was the atmosphere into which a train pulled into Finland Station on April the 3rd, 1917. When the train stopped, a small group of Russian expats got out, returning home for the first time in more than a decade. So before we go, I have to take this second-to-last opportunity before Hero of Two Worlds comes out to ask you to please pre-order Hero of Two Worlds from your favorite independent bookstore. And if you are so inclined, please join me on August 20th with Jamel Bowie, August 23rd with Ben Rhodes, August 24th with Alexis Coe, or August 31st with Patrick Wyman. Those are going to be the online events that go along with Publication Week, which is now, my God, just 1 week away. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.66, Finland Station. Okay, so first of all, obviously, we're here now. Pub Week is upon me. It's upon us. Hero of Two Worlds publishes on Tuesday, August 24th, and as I record this, that's like 36 hours from now. And because Pub Week is upon us, the media has started to take notice, and there's a bunch of really nice pieces out there. Adam Gopnik wrote a New Yorker article about Lafayette that heavily features me and the book. David Cleon wrote a very nice thing in the New Republic about me, about the book, about revolutions and podcasting and my approach to history in general. I thought it was great. Thank you, David. And then if you didn't see it, CBS this morning, Saturday, aired a segment about me and the book. And I knew that one was coming because I was just back in D.C. for a few days doing filming and interviews for it, so it's out there too. It came out really nicely. I'm putting the link to all of those in the show notes if you can't get enough Mike Duncan content, or if you feel like you want to just broaden the scope of your general celebrations for the release of Hero of Two Worlds. It kind of feels like Saturnalia Eve around these parts, and I got to tell you, the attention and the support and the buzz have been giving me very nice feelings all week. So there is technically still time to pre-order the book if you want to join in the fun, but otherwise, just go buy it on Tuesday. It'll be on the shelves. I think I'm getting pictures. It's already out on the shelves in some places. Everyone keeps telling me it's good. I'm even starting to believe it myself. So, enjoy it. I really think you will. But I cannot rest on my laurels here because there's still work to be done. There's always work to be done. Now, over the past 2 episodes, we talked about the emergence of dual power in post-February Revolution Russia, the provisional government and the Soviet, with the latter nominally supporting the former, but with so many strings attached, one imagines the provisional government suspected it was far more the puppet than the puppet master in the spring of 1917. But however contingent the Soviet support for the provisional government was, they did support the provisional government for both ideological and practical reasons. On an ideological level, most of the Mensheviks and SRs in the executive of the Soviet believed that the transition from medieval autocracy to modern socialism required an intermediate stage, a bourgeois democratic period that would create the social, economic, and political conditions that would lay the groundwork for the future socialist revolution. This is the old 2-stage theory of revolution. But then on a practical level, taking over and running the Russian Empire at this precise moment in history in the middle of an acute crisis seemed like such an insanely difficult task that was bound to upset and disappoint a lot of people. The Soviet thought it would be a fine idea for the provisional government to take the heat. After all, they're the official government, not us. But just as everybody was settling into this dynamic, it would be severely disrupted by a man who is about to get off the train at Finland Station and start mucking everything up for everybody. That is Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. Now, as I've noted a couple times, Lenin and the other major socialist and revolutionary leaders took no part in the February Revolution because they weren't there. Lenin had been living as an émigré for most of the past 17 years. Shortly after the outbreak of World War I, Lenin had been packed up and shipped off to Switzerland, where he had been living and working since the summer of 1914. As we talked about in episode 10.55 on the Second International, Lenin was shocked when he started getting word at the beginning of the war that all the principal leaders of European socialism, including the really super important leaders of the German SPD, had all discovered justifications for supporting their national war efforts, rather than sticking to their anti-imperialist, anti-militarist, and anti-nationalist principles. Their collective retreat into national chauvinism was so unexpected that at first Lenin thought it was German propaganda. But as we did discuss in episode 10.55, these guys didn't just become blind, flag-waving super patriots. They had decent strategic reasons for thinking that sticking to an internationalist anti-war policy as a gigantic great power war was breaking out would be suicide, metaphorically and perhaps even literally. But though most of the leading European socialists took this path to supporting their respective war efforts, many others did not. And so every faction and party across Europe wound up having a small minority of internationalists who, like Lenin, felt betrayed and refused to abandon their principles. This was particularly true among the émigré Russian population, and so there are international Mensheviks, like our old friends Pavel Axelrod and Julius Martov, who refused to follow Plekhanov into the ranks of Russian patriots. There were internationalist SRs like Viktor Chernov, and thanks to the stamp Lenin put on the party, there were a lot of internationalist Bolsheviks. Lenin, in fact, tried to find a silver lining in the collapse of the Second International by saying at least it revealed who the weakling hypocrites were. He said, "The European war has done a great service to international socialism in that it has clearly revealed the whole state of rottenness, baseness, and swinery of the opportunists, thus giving a magnificent incentive toward cleaning up the workers' movement and ridding it of the filth which has accumulated during the scores of peaceful years." The Internationalist wing may be small and isolated in a few émigré colonies, but in Lenin's estimation they were at least strong and tough and resolute, and those are the kind of people you need to make a real revolution. Those who truly opposed the war gathered in Zimmerwald, Switzerland in September 1915 to either outright claim the mantle of the Second International or at least create something new from its ashes. It was not a very big event. There were only 38 attendees, including all the Russians I just mentioned, plus Trotsky representing a Russian group in Paris. Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht were there representing Germany, and in all, a dozen or so national groups were represented. But even at a meeting like this, where everybody ostensibly agreed with each other, there were factional disputes, because this is, after all, a Congress of left-wing deputies. Lenin was personally disgusted that many of the people there were opposed to the war on purely pacifistic and moral grounds. They only wanted to end the war because war is bad, not because the powers that wage war are bad. Lenin, on the other hand, organized a small, hard-left minority faction whose opposition to the war would be grounded in revolutionary principles and class conflict. He believed the pacifists would, and I'm quoting here, help the bourgeoisie nip the revolutionary movement in the bud if, in exchange, they stopped the conflict. This was a deal that Lenin himself would not stomach. Now, despite the divisions in the conference and arguments about language and emphasis, the Zimmerwald Conference produced a scathing denunciation of the war drafted by Trotsky. It said, "The war has lasted more than a year. The battlefields are littered with millions of corpses. Millions more have been crippled for the rest of their lives. Europe is like a gigantic slaughterhouse. Its entire civilization, created through the labor of many generations, is consigned to destruction. Fierce barbarity celebrates its triumph over everything that was until now the pride of humankind. Regardless of the truth regarding immediate responsibility for the outbreak of this war, one thing is clear. The war that produced this chaos is the result of imperialism, the striving by capitalist classes of each nation to feed their greed for profit through exploitation of human labor and natural resources around the entire globe." These were just the opening paragraphs, and it just goes on like this, denouncing capitalism, imperialism, militarism, and the old guard of the Second International who betrayed the class struggle. The statement concluded, "Never in world history has there been a more urgent and noble task to be accomplished through our combined efforts. No sacrifice is too great, no burden is too heavy to achieve the goal of peace among the peoples." Now, Lenin and the other members of the left-wing faction at the Zimmerwald Conference did not actually agree with this final assessment, but they signed the manifesto in the interest of putting on a unanimous face. Their great critique was that the goal here was not peace among the peoples, but the revolutionary overthrow of the ruling classes of Europe by the workers of the world. And for all its bombast, the Zimmerwald Manifesto fell well short on this front. So Lenin emerged as the leader of what is going to be known as the Zimmerwald left, anti-war socialists who were focused on responding to the crisis of the war by helping trigger a revolution, not responding to the crisis of war merely by trying to end the war. In Lenin's most well-known formulation, he said they should turn the imperialist war into a civil war in every country. That is, encourage the proletariat of every belligerent nation not to work for peace, per se, but to work tirelessly to overthrow their own governments. And this takes us into a question that I've alluded to a number of times but have not yet explained fully, and that is, what is the distinction between defeatists and defensivists in the socialist community? Now, most socialists in Europe and most socialists in Russia were defensivists. They believed that on a moral level, an emotional level, a practical level, and a strategic level, it was good to help your country win the war, or at the very least, help your country not lose the war. This is how you get all those socialist leaders pledging to ban strikes and promising to keep war industries rolling and not do anything to inhibit the conscription of soldiers. The alternative to this was to be a defeatist, someone who believed it would be better for their own country to be defeated, because it would bring about the collapse of their existing state, create a chaotic vacuum that would be perfect for a revolutionary uprising. Now, there were not many defeatists out there. You got to be pretty ideologically committed to actively hope your country loses a war the size and scope of World War I, which after all is not some peripheral imperial conflict you're debating in the abstract, but a gigantic industrial war happening right in your own backyard. Lenin is for sure the most prominent socialist leader during World War I to be tagged with the defeatist label, and the Bolsheviks became the party in Russia most associated with that tendency. But as with all things Lenin, he tended to have very flexible and nuanced beliefs that he kept well hidden behind blunt and exaggerated bombast. So during the war years, he, for example, said to a fellow Bolshevik, "Tsarism is 100 times worse than Kaiserism," apparently indicating that he would much prefer a German victory to the perpetuation of the Tsarist regime. And then he said at another point, "From the point of view of the working class of the toiling masses of Russia, the lesser evil would be the defeat of the Tsarist monarchy and its army." But what we need to understand here is that Lenin is making these remarks inside a very tiny world of squabbling émigré socialists. He's not like writing up public proclamations and sending them back to Russia saying, "I hope we lose the war." But mostly the point he's trying to make here is not strictly about whether it would be good or bad for the revolution if Russia lost the war, but rather whether it would be good to give up the revolution just to keep Russia from losing the war. Now, this is a very subtle distinction, but in his mind, it was very clear. Defensivists who were willing to give up revolution and prioritize military victory had it wrong, just as on the other side, anti-war pacifists who prioritized peace over the revolution also had it wrong. And the reason they had it wrong is because they weren't prioritizing the revolution. So would Lenin rather see Russia lose the war than see Russian socialists or the Russian proletariat miss opportunities to overthrow the regime? In that sense, I think the answer is yes, absolutely he would. That was the thing that was driving him crazy. When the war started, everybody agreed to set aside the revolution and focus on winning the war. The entire essence of our work, he said, must be to turn the national war into a civil war. When this will happen is not clear. We have to let the moment ripen, force it to ripen. But we are duty-bound to work for as long as it takes in this direction. Now, the problem for Lenin on a PR and communications front is that he may have had all of these subtle and nuanced and sophisticated beliefs, but he kept saying very clear and straightforward things like, better the Kaiser than the Tsar. And he would say these to his own Bolshevik followers, who would then pick up that line and repeat it, because he seemed so clear and straightforward. And then Lenin would get very frustrated because all of his factional enemies would eagerly paint Lenin and the Bolsheviks as unpatriotic traitors who were now indistinguishable from German agents. After a couple of good years of expanding the party from 1912 to 1914, the Bolsheviks in Russia contracted sharply during the war years. Many members quit the party, and it was hard to recruit replacements because the Mensheviks and the SRs and the Trudoviks were happy to paint the Bolsheviks with a defeatist brush. So Lenin spent all of 1916 quite isolated with a group of other Bolsheviks in Switzerland. They were pretty cut off from their comrades in Russia as there was a big giant war happening between them, though they were occasionally able to slip things through the lines. Lenin held out hope during this period that the war would ultimately destabilize Europe to the point where the working classes would get tired of being chucked at each other to die, and instead go off and overthrow the tiny clique of imperial masters who were doing the chucking. In the meantime, Lenin spent a great deal of time in libraries brushing up on his philosophy, reading a lot of Hegel and Aristotle so that he could better understand the tenets of Marxism, and would, ironically enough, cause him to drift from his former Marxist orthodoxy. While he was doing this reading, he also commenced work on what was to become one of his most famous works, Imperialism, the Highest Form of Capitalism, wherein Lenin outlined a theory that capitalism had moved beyond the progressive stage that prevailed in Karl Marx's time to something higher, something different. Business and banking interests were coalescing into huge monopolies and outgrowing their domestic markets. That's what drove them into a colonialist feeding frenzy. They were looking for new resources and new markets. This scramble for new colonial markets had spread across the whole globe, across the Americas and Africa and Asia, and with the amount of unconquered territory running out, the imperial powers of Europe were forced by the logic of capitalism to fight each other to take possession of each other's possessions. Hence, giant global war. Now, when you combine this with Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution and uneven and combined development, the idea that peripheral countries in this global conflict, which were colonized by foreign capital and advanced technology, were going to chart a different path than the one laid out for them in the orthodox version of historical materialism, we can really start to see Lenin's strategic lines in 1917 were, on the one hand, a sudden and surprising break with everything he's been saying since the 1890s, but also something that develops quite naturally from what he had been reading and thinking and writing in 1915 and 1916. By the end of 1916, Lenin had settled into a solid routine of research in Zurich. He was now in his mid-40s and had always suffered from recurrent illnesses. He had stomach problems and headaches. He was prone to fits of extreme rage when he got too worked up about, the Mensheviks, and he suffered for it physically and mentally and emotionally. He was absolutely convinced that he was right and everyone else was wrong, but no one else seemed to agree. He had a loyal group of Bolshevik lieutenants around him, but outside that group, it was a lot of eye-rolling and, oh yeah, Lenin, sure, he's probably not going to amount to much anything. He had his good days and his bad days. He constantly switched between the boundless optimism of a lifelong revolutionary and the dispirited pessimism of a lifelong revolutionary. In January 1917, Lenin gave a speech to a group of Swiss students, and I quoted from this speech just a little bit a few episodes back when I wanted to establish the honest truth that all Russian socialists everywhere were taken by surprise by the February Revolution. But what Lenin said in full was, the coming years, precisely because of this predatory war, will lead to popular risings by the working class, and these upheavals will lead to the victory of socialism. We of the older generation may not live to see the decisive battles of this coming revolution, but I can express the confident hope that the youth, which is working so splendidly in the socialist movement, will be fortunate enough not only to fight, but to win this revolution. Then, in another conversation, Lenin told a young Romanian that it was true the revolution probably wasn't right around the corner, but it would come, and I'm quoting here, perhaps in 2, perhaps in 5, at the latest 10 years. So when Lenin says he doesn't expect the revolution anytime soon or doesn't expect to see the revolution in his lifetime, he's not talking about it taking place in some far-flung future. He does believe it's coming, just not like in the next few weeks. And to the extent that he didn't believe he would live to see it, this is probably saying more about his state of physical exhaustion and recurrent health problems that might cause him to drop dead sooner rather than later. But then a few weeks later, on March the 2nd, 1917, Lenin was getting ready to return to the library in Zurich after lunch, and a young Polish Bolshevik burst through the door and said, "Have you heard the news? There's a great revolution in Russia." At first, Lenin brushed this off and said it's probably just another example of German propaganda, but he and Krupskaya and a few others went down to a spot where international newspapers were posted. Those international newspapers confirmed the incredible story. Now, at this point, the news they were reading about was the mutiny of the troops in Petrograd on Monday, February 27th, the resulting street fighting, and some information about a Soviet being formed, as well as maybe a new provisional government. Now, they did not read about the abdication of the Tsar because that hadn't happened yet. Literally, as they're sitting there reading it, Nicky is sitting on a train trying to figure out what he's going to do with his life. What Lenin read sent a jolt of electricity through him. It absolutely supercharged him. He became manic with energy. He may not have expected this, nor been able to predict how it would shake out, but he was able to instantly apprehend the possibilities. He set about formulating what he believed the Bolshevik response ought to be, and over the next few days drafted communiques back to Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd outlining what their strategy ought to be. These would become called the Letters from Afar, and to the Bolshevik leaders in Petrograd who received them, they were very much letters from afar. Lenin was clearly drafting them without any clear idea what was actually happening in Petrograd. Without guidance from anybody, the Bolsheviks in the capital had more or less gone along with the approach of the Mensheviks and the SRs. Support the provisional government as the legitimate government for the ideological and practical reasons we talked about at the beginning of the episode. Circumstances had also tended to merge all the socialist parties back into an increasingly united bloc, with Mensheviks and SRs and Bolsheviks all towing the same line. Certainly the more rank-and-file party members, who weren't burdened by decades of mutual hurt feelings and lingering personal grudges, saw no reason why Bolsheviks and Mensheviks could not take this opportunity to reunite, to become a single party again and go forth and march into the revolutionary struggle together. But in Lenin's letters from afar, he was telling the Bolsheviks in Petrograd they must not form any alliances with any other parties, and they must not support the provisional government. Now, these letters are going to become the basis for the April theses that we'll talk about more next week, and which form the basis of Lenin's latest stubbornly held minority position, where he insists that he and the Bolsheviks are right and everyone else is wrong. More than anything, though, Lenin was now dying to get back to Russia. And he was not alone in that. A meeting of all the émigré Russian socialists was convened, Bolsheviks and Mensheviks and SRs, and they all kicked around plans for how to get home. Lenin said, "We must go at all costs, even if we go through hell." Martov suggested figuring out a way to negotiate passage with the Germans, maybe arranging some kind of prisoner exchange deal. Other people talked about taking ships through England, maybe taking an airplane. They were debating which country offered the best opportunity of forging passports. They didn't come to any kind of consensus, and these discussions just went on for days as each group tried to figure out the best way home. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were ultimately aided by an unlikely source in far-off Denmark. This was Alexander Parvis, who we last saw letting Trotsky crash on his couch for 6 months while they developed the foundations of what became the theory of permanent revolution. Now, Parvis had long since abandoned the ideals of revolutionary socialism in favor of the profits to be made from being an international adventurer dealing in arms and information, but he was still very well connected, and with news of events in Russia reaching the West, he approached the German ambassador in Denmark with a suggestion. The German government should absolutely reach out to Lenin and help the Bolsheviks get back to Russia. Now, if you will recall, and probably you don't, Parvis had made a name for himself, predicting the course of the Russo-Japanese War and the Revolution of 1905 with beat beat precision. And now he basically did the same thing. He told the German ambassador, "Lenin is an uncompromising revolutionary. He is absolutely opposed to the war. If he is allowed to return to Russia, he will not stop until he has overthrown the provisional government, at which point he will almost certainly turn around and cut a separate peace deal with Germany, taking Russia out of the war and relieving all the pressure on Germany's eastern front. This, in fact, might be something that only takes a matter of months, if you can get him into Russia." The German ambassador took this idea up the chain of command, and with that high command well aware the war was going badly for them, and knowing that the United States was about to enter the war on the side of the Allies, they believed something drastic needed to be done in order to salvage victory. And the most logical place to find that something drastic was by exacerbating the chaos unfolding in Russia. The Tsar was abdicating the throne. An untested provisional government was claiming power. There was chaos in the streets. The army was in open mutiny. This was absolutely something that could and should be exploited by the Germans, and they knew it. So this was not a low-level scheme. This was Foreign Minister Zimmermann, General Ludendorff, and ultimately Kaiser Wilhelm approving a plan to send a batch of uncompromising hardcore revolutionaries who absolutely wanted to overthrow the Russian provisional government into Russia. These Russian socialists were to be put on a sealed car in Switzerland and transported in secret through the German Empire. Then they would go up through Sweden, cross over into Finland, and then head back into Petrograd, where, hopefully, they would disembark and bring the whole Russian Empire crashing down. So the German ambassador in Switzerland then opened negotiations with Lenin and about 30 other Bolsheviks. Over the next few days, they reached a few mutual understandings, mostly about trying to keep this all on the down low for both sides, because Lenin, for example, was acutely aware it would not look good if they appeared to be agents of the Kaiser, especially as everybody had spent the last few years accusing them of being agents of the Kaiser. But ultimately they reached a deal that was acceptable to both sides. And when it was struck on March the 27th, nobody wasted any time. The Bolsheviks had just hours to pack up all their stuff and get on the train. Now, this was all supposed to be secret, but it was not secret for very long. The émigré community is small, and word soon leaked that Lenin and the Bolsheviks were in cahoots with the Germans. Everyone else was aghast that Lenin would make this deal, but Lenin was not, and he was absolutely not going to be dissuaded. He knew it didn't look good, but he also knew it was probably the safest, fastest, and most direct route back to Russia, and that was all that mattered to him. When they went down to the train station, they were greeted by a small crowd that heckled and shamed them, calling the Bolsheviks traitors and German spies and pigs and frauds. But Lenin was convinced this was the only way, and he remained optimistic and undeterred in his own inimitable way. When they all finally settled down on the train, Lenin turned to one of his comrades and said, "In 6 months' time, we shall either be swinging from the gallows or be in power." And then the train departed. The trip home took nearly a week. At first, they were in a sealed car through German territory, sealed not so that the Bolsheviks couldn't spread their revolutionary message, but sealed so that nobody would see them and spread the story that the Bolsheviks were being chauffeured back to Russia by the Kaiser. Along the way, Lenin distilled the points he made in his letters from afar into a concise program that he planned to make the basis for the party as soon as he got back. Once through German territory, the group passed over on a ferry to Sweden and then continued on. Now, less conspicuously hidden behind a sealed car, the local communities in Sweden appeared to be well aware that there was a train full of Russian revolutionaries passing through. There was one tense moment at a checkpoint at the Finland border, but they were allowed to pass and then started really breathing a sigh of relief. Finland was, after all, territory of the Russian Empire, and so, if nothing else, the group was no longer at the mercy of a foreign power. Now, as for the reception they would receive from the domestic powers, that remained to be seen. On April 3rd, 1907, the train finally pulled into Finland Station in Petrograd. A crowd knew Lenin and the others were on the train, and they came down to greet them with enthusiastic cheers. Lenin got out and gave as stirring a speech as he was capable of giving. Now, for most of the past 17 years, Lenin had lived his life as an exile. The total number of days he had spent inside Russia numbered probably less than 200. But now he was back. And this time he planned to stay. Hero of Two Worlds is out now. Please go buy it. Thank you. Episode 10.67, The April Crisis. So I apologize for this episode being a few days late. Pub week for Hero of Two Worlds has been insanely hectic, but I have done a bunch of other podcast interviews, including Based on a True Story, My History Can Beat Up Your Politics, Tides of History, Chris Raback's Conversations podcast, as well as a thing on the radio, which is also up on YouTube with KPFA for their Letters and Politics show. I have even more interviews upcoming, including one with Ben Franklin's World, Deeper Social Studies, and LitHub's Keen On podcast. So even though I'm a little late on this podcast episode, if you go out to anyone else's podcast episodes, you'll probably find me popping up. And for all the ones that I've just mentioned that are already out, I'll drop the links to it in the show notes and you can listen to it at your leisure. I also won't belabor this point, but it has been a great week. I'm just so excited and thrilled that Hero of Two Worlds is finally out there and everybody can get their hands on it. People have been sharing photos of them with the book, and I can promise you I will never get tired of looking at those photos. I have an insatiable appetite for all genres of book pictures, including Hero of Two Worlds in front of the indie bookstore where it was purchased at, Hero of Two Worlds with your adorable family pet, Hero of Two Worlds with your alcoholic beverage of choice, that's a particularly popular one, and of course, Hero of Two Worlds in an appropriately beautiful natural setting. I love them all. I thank you all very, 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 very much. And with that, on with the show. Now, last time we brought Lenin back into the fold, ending with him getting off the train at Finland Station with his fellow émigré Bolsheviks on April 3rd, 1917. When he returned, he was clutching a draft of what became known as the April Theses, a blunt 10-point plan that he believed should guide the party now that the February Revolution was an accomplished fact. Now, as we've seen, nearly all the revolutionary socialist leaders in Petrograd during the February Revolution wound up going along with the general plan of coming together inside the Soviet while nominally supporting the provisional government as the legitimate government. Even the Bolsheviks' paper, Pravda, which had recently passed into the editorial hands of a guy we haven't introduced yet named Kamenev, and then a guy we have introduced, Joseph Stalin, acknowledged the strategic value of allying with the other socialist parties and recognizing the legitimacy of the provisional government, at least for the time being. When they received Lenin's first letter from afar, they heavily edited it to take out all the parts recommending intransigent hostility to the government and then published it. When the second letter appeared, they read it and did not publish it at all, concerned that Lenin's attitude was disastrously out of touch with the real situation in the capital. And there's a fun anecdote where Lenin disembarks at Finland Station and he sees Kamenev and he waves a copy of Pravda that Lenin had gotten his hands on and said, "What nonsense is this I'm reading?" The next day, Lenin delivered a speech to an assembly of all social democrats at the Tauride Palace, not just Bolsheviks, but also Mensheviks and other unaligned independents. Because as I've mentioned, there was a lot of talk at this point of reuniting the party and ending the formal Bolshevik-Menshevik rift. Lenin, as usual, was very interested in party unity, as long as that party unity happened under his new 10-point plan, which he believed they must put into effect immediately. Point 1 tackled the question of the war head-on. It said, in our attitude towards the war, which, under the new government of Lvov and company, unquestionably remains on Russia's part a predatory imperialist war owing to the capitalist nature of that government, and not the slightest concession to revolutionary defensivism is permissible. Point 3 bluntly said, no support for the provisional government. And this was a direct contradiction of the agreed policy of, everybody in the room. Point 5 said that backing a constituent assembly that would likely enshrine a parliamentary system would be an unacceptable step. He said, to return to a parliamentary republic from the Soviet of Workers' Deputies would be a retrograde step, because in Lenin's mind, the future basis of revolutionary socialism in the hands of the workers and the peasants was already in place with the Soviet. Now, all of this flew in the face of the conventional Marxist interpretation of history, and Lenin was constantly interrupted by booing and catcalls. The audience positively hooted at point 2, which said, "The specific feature of the present situation in Russia is that the country is passing from the first stage of the revolution to its second stage, which must place power in the hands of the proletariat and the poorest sections of the peasants." Now, is Lenin out here saying that the entire democratic bourgeois stage of history, which is surely supposed to take years or even decades, is already over after a matter of weeks? One fellow Bolshevik called it nothing less than the ravings of a madman. Even Krupskaya appears to have been somewhat surprised to find out what her husband had been so busily working on during the train rides from Switzerland to Russia. She remarked to a comrade, "It seems Ilyich is out of his mind." Even years later, she wrote in her memoirs, "The comrades were somewhat taken aback for the moment. Many of them thought that Ilyich was presenting a case in too blunt a manner, and that it was too early to speak of a socialist revolution." When new Foreign Minister Pavel Milyukov got a report of the speech, he was delighted to hear Lenin was blowing up all his credibility. Milyukov said Lenin made his case with such an effrontery and lack of tact that he was compelled to stop and leave the room amidst a storm of booing. He will never survive it. With the general consensus that Lenin had revealed himself to be an out-of-touch lunatic who could be safely ignored, the real leaders of the Russian Revolution went back to work, and they were now joined by many other older émigré leaders. Lenin was not the only one getting off a train. In their desire to prove that Russia was turning a page from despotism to freedom, the provisional government issued a more or less blanket amnesty for Russian exiles, and they all started streaming home. On April 8th, for example, the great SR leader and intellectual Viktor Chernov arrived. A few days later, the positively legendary SR leader Breshkovskaya returned. Mensheviks like Martov and Axelrod would wind their own way home in the first week of May. And then Trotsky, who was off in New York, would get temporarily jammed up for a month by the British authorities until the Russian provisional government, under pressure from the Soviet, told the British that they should release Trotsky and allow him to come home. As these émigrés streamed home, the dual power arrangement that had sprung up in the immediate wake of the February Revolution was about to crash into its first major reef. And it was not over the question of political freedom or land reform or workers' rights, but foreign policy. The question that consumed the leaders of both the Soviet and the provisional government in April 1917 was, how does the revolution affect this giant war we're still mired in? Are we still going to do the war? Are we going to change the nature of the war? Are we going to change our aims in the war? Are we going to sign a separate peace? Are we going to march on Berlin? At first, the revolution meant nothing. Nothing changed. Pavel Milyukov took over the foreign ministry under the assumption that the revolutionary energy that had carried him to power was mostly generated by a kind of outraged patriotism. That the revolutionary break had come because Nicholas and Alexandra were losing the war, not because the war itself was bad. So when he took up office, he cabled the Allies on March 4th saying Russia is going to continue to meet all its existing treaty obligations and redouble its efforts to win the war. This meant honoring all agreements the Tsar had made with Britain and France about colonial annexations and financial indemnities that they planned to impose on the Central Powers when the war was won. It also meant maintaining the Tsar's own official war aim of claiming Constantinople and the Turkish Straits for the Russian Empire. In Milyukov's mind, the only thing about the war that the revolution changed was how well it was waged. But Milyukov's plan to leave the Tsarist war policy effectively untouched was not going to fly with the leaders of the Soviet, nor even his fellow ministers in the provisional government, most especially Alexander Kerensky. The revolution could not mean nothing changes about the war. Now, to be very clear, none of these guys are anti-war, or defeatists, or eager to sign a separate peace with Germany. But they did want to reorient wartime policy to reflect that the brutal stalemate everyone was stuck in needed to end, And more importantly, it needed to be ended by the people of Europe, not by the chauvinistic capitalist imperialists who had gotten them all into this. On March 14th, the Soviet issued an appeal to the peoples of the world in which they said, Russian democracy has shattered in the dust the age-old despotism of the Tsar and enters your family of nations as an equal, and as a mighty force in the struggle for our common liberation. It went on to say, conscious of its revolutionary power, Russian democracy announces that it will, by every means, resist the policy of conquest of its ruling classes, and it calls upon the people of Europe for concerted, decisive action in favor of peace. We are appealing to our brother proletarians of the Austro-German coalition, and, first of all, to the German proletariat. From the first days of the war, you were assured that by raising arms against autocratic Russia, you were defending the culture of Europe from Asiatic despotism. Many of you saw in this a justification of that support which you were giving to the war. Now, even this justification is gone. Democratic Russia cannot be a threat to liberty and civilization. And then more broadly, the Soviet addressed everyone. We hold out to you the hand of brotherhood across the mountains of our brothers' corpses, across rivers of innocent blood and tears, over the smoking ruins of cities and villages, over the wreckage of the treasuries of civilization. We appeal to you for the reestablishment and re-strengthening of international unity. In it is the firm pledge of our future victories and the complete liberation of humanity. So what they're calling for here is for the people of Europe, on both sides, to turn to their governments and say, we must end this war. And when the war ends, we must do it without conquest, without victors. It must be a negotiated peace where no one wins and no one loses. That the colonial, imperial ambitions of the powers that started this war must be abandoned in the interest of peace. And that for its part, the people of Russia would not let their government continue to wage a war on the basis of the Tsar's bloody-minded imperialist ambitions. Now, as I said, the leaders of the Soviet are not defeatists, nor are they peaceniks, and they're not going to unilaterally quit the war. And in fact, they stood ready to support ongoing fighting if the leaders of Germany and Austria continued to threaten Russia. But this new statement put them at direct odds with Milyakov's vision of totally unaltered war aims, symbolized most of all by the continued claim to Constantinople. Milyakov's vision, in fact, put him at odds with just about everybody, even the genial Prime Minister Prince Lvov. Lvov had been involved in the war effort from day one, and knew full well the alleged dream of annexing Constantinople was not just impractical, it was probably impossible. So when the Soviets started leaning on the provisional government to change its war policy, Prince Lvov was 100% interested in maintaining the tenuous alliance with the Soviet, which he thought indispensable to the functioning of the government, and 0% interested in wrecking that alliance for the sake of Milyakov's impossible dream of Constantinople. Under unanimous pressure from his fellow ministers, Milyakov drafted a new statement of war aims for Russia, which announced that Russia rejected annexations and indemnities as war aims, at least for itself, but it reiterated the need to maintain their treaty obligations. Now, this does not go nearly as far as the Soviets' appeal. In fact, it wasn't clear it went anywhere at all, especially because Milyakov gave a press conference on March 23rd welcoming the United States into the war and echoing President Wilson's call for the Allies to orient the future peace in the direction of national self-determination. Milyakov floated the novel argument that Russia claiming Constantinople did not fall under the category of imperial annexation at all, but would instead be an act of liberation for the native Orthodox Christians from the foreign occupying Muslim Turks who had been squatting in the city for 500 years. It was also noticeable that Milyakov addressed his allegedly revised declaration of war aims to the people of Russia, rather than making it an official statement of policy from the Russian Foreign Ministry to the other governments of Europe. So when this was published on March 27th, his watered-down formulations weren't even policy yet. They were just words. The leaders of the Soviet read this and determined that at a minimum they could not let Milyakov get away with this no annexations or indemnities policy not actually being policy. For the next 2 weeks, they exerted pressure on the provisional government to circulate Miliukov's March 27 declaration as an official statement of policy. When Miliukov held out, Kerensky leaked to the press that the provisional government was on the verge of making it policy, which wasn't true, but he hoped that it would force Miliukov to cave, which is more or less what happened. Even though the other ministers were furious at this misinformation Kerensky had leaked to the press, none of them wanted to die on the hill of Constantinople. So on April 18th, they gathered to draft a revised declaration of war aims that Kerensky said he believed should have satisfied the most violent critics of imperialism. But in reiterating its commitment to winning the war, the statement also said that the Allied war aims were liberatory in nature and thus compatible with the aims of the Russians. It also pledged to recognize, and I'm quoting here, those guarantees and sanctions which are necessary for the prevention of new bloody conflicts in the future. When the leaders of the Soviet got a copy of this draft, they were not mollified, they were not satisfied, they were angry. This revised draft was just a giant exercise in obfuscation. It recast British and French post-war plans as liberations, not annexations, and redefined indemnities and sanctions not as punitive and vengeful extensions of the imperial conflict, but as some kind of medicine that would prevent future wars from breaking out. Nothing was changing here. The text was not well received by the military sections especially, who felt, not unjustifiably, that the government was trying to hoodwink them into resuming the war on behalf of the same old capitalist imperialists, and not on behalf of the freedom and peace of Europe. So, this brings us to the April crisis, the first true test for the provisional government, the first true test for the Soviet, the first true test of the revolution. Now, possibly, the April crisis was also Lenin and the Bolsheviks' first attempt to seize power. But the record is so muddled, and everyone so thoroughly and immediately declaimed responsibility, that whatever evidence exists for this is circumstantial and hearsay, and it's hard to make a definitive determination as to the premeditated involvement of Lenin and the Bolshevik Central Committee. But what we do know is that on April 20th, 1917, the revised war aims started getting published in the paper, and a member of the Soviet's military section went around stirring up angry discontentment and saying we need to march in the streets to protest this. And not only that, we need to march out under arms so they know that we're not kidding. Those who came out tended to come from areas and sections where the Bolshevik presence was strong, and once it got going, Bolshevik Party members were quick to get out in front and encourage others to join the protests. But where are Lenin and the other members of the Central Committee? They stay off the streets and well away from events. So opponents of Lenin are going to say absolutely this was his first attempt at a coup and it didn't work, while defenders of Lenin are going to say, wow, this is just something the Bolsheviks kind of got caught up with that was spontaneous and which Lenin himself did not orchestrate as a power grab. But what's not in dispute at all is that starting on April 20th, armed protesters are marching through the streets of Petrograd, and that's a major test for the legitimacy of the provisional government and also of the Soviet. Now, the new military governor of Petrograd, General Kornilov, wanted to bring out his own troops to restore order, but the Prime Minister, Prince Lvov, and the rest of the provisional government did not want to resort to the same old czarist tactics. They wanted instead to rely on persuasion and popular cooperation to defuse the demonstration, at least disarm it. What good was a revolution if it just turned around and started murdering its own people? Events then became very complicated when, a few hours later, a counter-demonstration showing support for Miliukov also spontaneously formed and started marching around Petrograd. Events like this convinced Kerensky that in his estimation, the two greatest dangers to the Russian Republic were, and I'm quoting here, followers of Miliukov and those of Lenin. Kerensky believed they now represented the two radically uncompromising poles of the revolution that would wreck everything, while everyone else was trying to make a good faith effort to reach a unified compromise. That night, the leaders of the Soviet and the provisional government met to figure out how they could resolve the polarizing conflict. The general sense on both sides was Miliukov needed to back down. All they needed to do to resolve the crisis was let the revolution be a thing and revolutionize Russia, not just domestically, but internationally. I mean, why not commit to peace without annexations and indemnities? Especially if not making that commitment would wreck revolutionary unity and invite their collective downfall. Viktor Chernov, who was there at this meeting, made a joke that everyone could nod along with, that Constantinople was a question of geography, best left to the Minister of Education, not a question of statecraft, in the hands of the foreign minister. They came to no firm resolution that night, but when the armed demonstrations continued the next day and in fact got worse, they recognized it as a challenge not just to the authority of the provisional government, but to the Soviets' authority as the sovereign voice of the people. With clashes breaking out all over the city and a couple people winding up dead, the Soviet issued an order declaring these protests did not have the Soviet sanctions and they must cease at once. They instructed all citizens to disarm and go home, and that everyone must maintain order, peace, and discipline. And this mostly did the trick. The workers and the soldiers did believe the Soviet had some kind of legitimate authority. And then, if we followed the story that Lenin and his comrades were behind all of this, their own line was that the Soviet was the legitimate authority, and to wreck that legitimate authority by contesting the order would have long-term strategic consequences. Lenin wanted to take over the Soviet, not wreck it. So the 2 days of armed demonstrations in Petrograd came to an end. When the crisis passed, the provisional government issued a declaration on April 26th, emphasizing that they did not want to have to turn to czarist tactics to keep order, and they were essentially pleading with the people to please remain orderly and peaceful. The provisional government, the statement read, believes that the power of the state should not be based on violence and coercion, but on the consent of free citizens to submit to the power which they themselves created. Not a single drop of blood has been shed through its faults, nor have restrictive measures been established against any trend of public opinion. They also warned of the dangers of allowing the destructive and chaotic impulses of the people to get the better of them. They should avoid the path, and I'm quoting here, well known to history, leading from freedom through civil war and anarchy to reaction and the return of despotism. Now, this is a path that we here on the Revolutions podcast also know quite well, but in this case is specifically referring to the French Revolution, which everybody who's involved in the Russian Revolution knows all about. The provisional government concluded with a promise to bring in more constructive elements into the government to focus on fulfilling the promise of the revolution and earning the trust of the people. But in the meantime, everybody should be patient. If given a chance, everyone will see that everything is cool and good and on track. Now, what they meant by bringing more constructive elements into the government was something the leaders of the Soviet had been resisting since day one: a coalition government of socialists and liberals. Remember, for the past 8 weeks, the leaders of the socialist parties have been purposefully trying to stay out of the government, both for the ideological reason that the bourgeoisie are supposed to rule, so you guys rule, but also for the very practical reason that the government was bound to make itself unpopular, and they didn't want to be the ones being blamed when things went badly. They wanted to be the ones doing the blaming. But after the April crisis, Prince Lvov went back to the Soviet and pressed them to join a coalition that would unite the liberal and socialist wings of the revolution, end dual power, and hopefully prevent the collapse of the revolution. The SRs now took this offer seriously and believed they could do a great deal with the power being offered to them. The Mensheviks were more reserved, as they still really liked the idea of letting the liberal bourgeoisie have power during their appointed historical hour, so that later the socialists could overthrow them and have power during their appointed historical hour. And most of the Bolsheviks, though not all of them, were hostile to the notion of a coalition government, as Lenin was busy making his program the program of the whole party. When the executive committee of the Soviet voted, they voted against forming a coalition. Now, Alexander Kerensky, meanwhile, who had been trying to be the bridge between the two sides, was now starting to despair. He had kept his head down during the April crisis, but now re-emerged having lost some of his energetic optimism. He gave a speech where he despaired at the chances of the Russian people peacefully coming together rather than violently breaking apart. He said, "At the present moment, With the victory of new ideas and the establishment of a democratic state in Europe, we can play a colossal part in world history. If we can encourage other peoples to follow our path, if we oblige our friends and our enemies to respect our freedom. But if, like worthless slaves, we are not an organized, strong state, then a dark and bloody period of internecine strife will ensue, and our ideas will be cast under the maxim of state. Might is right. He then went on to the more famously quoted portion of this speech where he says, "I regret that I did not die then, 2 months ago. I would have died with the great dream that a new life had been kindled in Russia once and for all, that we could respect one another in the absence of whips and sticks, and could administer our own state, not as the former despots ruled it." He was no longer sure that was possible, and he said, "Comrades, you could be patient and silent for 10 years. You were able to carry out your obligations imposed on you by the old hated government. Why do you have no patience now? Surely the free Russian state is not a state of rebellious slaves." Over the next few days, the leaders of the Soviet received many telegrams, petitions, and letters from comrades and supporters across the empire, all of those provisional Soviets that had been forming out there, for example. And they were all saying, "We should form a united coalition government. That's what we want you to do. That's what's best for the revolution. That's what's best for Russia." So on May the 1st, the Executive Committee of the Soviet reconvened, and this time they voted 44-19 in favor of forming a coalition with the liberals. They hoped this would offer the necessary legitimacy to the government that would get them all through to the Constituent Assembly, which, remember, everyone still expects to be the great National Democratic Assembly that would settle the permanent constitution for post-revolutionary Russia. In fact, ensuring the Constituent Assembly wasn't put off indefinitely was one of their key demands for joining a coalition government. Another of their demands was, of course, changing the Russian government's war aims, which they now insisted would be pursuing a general peace as relentlessly as possible without signing a separate peace with Germany. Meanwhile, the liberal cadets had their own demands, one of which is that they wanted to maintain a majority inside the ministry. And the Mensheviks in particular leapt at the opportunity to agree to this demand because it meant that when things went bad, and things would go bad, they could say, "Hey, we're not the majority here. It's not our fault." The two sides spent the next several days hammering out a deal and assigning new seats in the ministry. Many of the existing ministers remained inside the government, they just switched portfolios. The most consequential switch was Kerensky moving from Minister of Justice to Minister of War. Prince Lvov had sounded out the front commanders about this and determined that they were on board. Kerensky had given several speeches clearly advocating for continuing and winning the war, and his name meant something to the rank and file in the Army and in the Navy. The position of the senior commanders was that Kerensky at the Ministry of War meant that they would be able to reassert something like discipline on the rank and file. The most important new member of the government was the SR party leader Viktor Chernov. After decades in the revolutionary underground, he was now suddenly made Minister of Agriculture, a pretty great place for an SR to be, as they always wanted to win over the peasants and implement the kind of truly revolutionary land redistribution that they've been talking about for more than 20 years. The biggest departures from the government were Alexander Guchkov, the progressive bloc leader who had played such a huge part of the opposition movement that ousted the Tsar. He resigned believing that Russia was now headed for disaster. The other was Pavel Milyakov. His bumbling of the foreign policy question had gotten this whole mess going in the first place, and he resigned from the government after being asked to move from the foreign ministry to the education ministry, where the matter of Constantinople was best addressed. After a lifetime in politics and a lifetime of trying to carry out a liberal revolution in Russia, Pavel Milyakov was spat out the other side in exactly 8 weeks. In total, the first government of post-revolutionary Russia lasted for just about 2 months, before it fell into this new coalition government, which is going to last for almost exactly the same amount of time before it too collapses in the wake of the July crisis. Because if there's one thing you can say about 1917, it's that the engine of the revolution runs on 2-month cycles. Every 2 months there's a peak and a crash, a peak and a crash. And this will continue from now until October. episode 10.68, The June Offensive. Well, folks, you did it. You completely knocked it out of the park. Last Wednesday, we got the news that Hero of Two Worlds is not just on the New York Times bestseller list, it is debuting at number 3. Number 3. That is for all hardcover nonfiction. That's not new releases, not just history books, but all hardcover nonfiction. Number 3 in the country. Incredible. We planted ourselves a flag very close to the top of the mountain. Now, there's also a different bestseller list maintained by the American Booksellers Association that is an even more gratifying accomplishment because it reports on the independent bookstore channel. You know, all the bookstores that I told you to go pre-order the book from. On that list, we are number 1. Number 1. You guys stepped up so huge. We were the best-selling nonfiction book in independent stores in the United States. I'm absolutely over the moon about this. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you like the book. I hope you share the book. And even though I'm taking a moment here to savor the profound sense of joy and accomplishment and gratitude that I'm feeling, I know myself well enough to know that those feelings will quickly give way to me making plans to climb the next mountain. So I hope you all enjoy Hero of Two Worlds. I certainly love this book. So let's take a moment to enjoy the success and then all look forward to climbing the next mountain together. So speaking of mountains we're climbing that we're not even close to the summit of, back to the Russian Revolution. Now, we ended last week with the April crises that broke the first government of the February Revolution and led to a new coalition ministry of liberals and socialists. The entrance of a bunch of socialists into the ministry and the endorsement of the coalition government by the Soviet seemed to signal that the fragile period of dual power was drawing to a close. The liberal and socialist wings of the revolution appeared to be combining under the banner of revolutionary unity. The man who most personally exemplified this new spirit of unity was Alexander Kerensky, who had carved out a space for himself in both camps and was now serving as Minister of War. In the spring of 1917, he was probably the single most energetically influential leader in Russia. Today, he will embark on an audacious plan he believes will permanently solidify the gains of February, rally the empire back to patriotic health, and launch a new Russia towards a glorious future. In the spring of 1917, the Russian army would launch a major offensive to prove to themselves and to the world the revolution had not weakened Russia, but instead infused her with a mighty power. As Kerensky took over as Minister of War in the first week of May 1917, the long and frozen winter approached the spring thaw, and the question of how the February Revolution would impact the war now had to be answered. As we discussed last week, now ex-Foreign Minister Pavel Milyukov believed most of the anti-Tsarist revolutionary energy that had been building since 1915 was driven by the catastrophic mismanagement of the war. And though Milyukov let this analysis take him to the unsupported conclusion that there was nothing wrong with the composition of the army or the objectives of the war, just its management, he was far from the only one who believed a better-run war was meant to be one of the principal results of the revolution. Kerensky himself was committed to the same idea, but he believed the revolution would do far more than just shuffle around a few ministers and generals. In Kerensky's view, the revolution had changed the very nature of the Russian military, infusing it with a new patriotic and democratic spirit that would propel it to glorious victory. Victory not on behalf of mere imperialist greed or territorial ambition, but in the name of global freedom and global peace. Now, aside from these sort of grandiose and idealistic notions, there were practical reasons for launching an offensive in the spring of 1917, both in terms of domestic politics and foreign relations. On the domestic front, the provisional government was still trying to find its legitimacy. Kerensky believed there was no surer path to securing that legitimacy than leading Russia to military victory. War weariness among the civilian population was acute, but true anti-war defeatism was still a fringe position. If the newspapers were suddenly filled with stories of Russian victories, victories that would be presented as the path to a just and honorable peace, it was hard to think of a better way to convince the people that the new Russia really was superior to the old Russia. On the foreign relations front, Britain and France were understandably worried this new Russia would abandon the war and seek a separate peace with the Central Powers. They were especially worried about this because they planned a major offensive in the spring of 1917 that was premised on Russia launching an energetic operation on the Eastern Front. Those plans had been approved by the Tsar. Would the provisional government follow through with them? The answer to that question would be yes. Kerensky and his fellow ministers believed that securing the future peace and prosperity of Russia meant they could not abandon their wartime commitments. After all, if Russia bailed on Britain and France might turn around and bail on Russia, cut their own separate peace with the Central Powers, and leave Russia high and dry. There was also the very practical matter of what to do with all the demoralized, mutinous, resentful, and angry soldiers that had helped overthrow the old Russia because they were so demoralized, mutinous, resentful, and angry. They were all presently sitting around posing a major threat to the new Russia. Kerensky and his associates looked at this problem and turned to the old maxim that idle hands are the devil's workshop. If the soldiers stopped being an inert mass of sullen resentment and were given energetic purpose, they would cease to be a threat to the provisional government and instead become their greatest ally and asset. Now, morale in the military was, at the moment, incredibly volatile. On the one hand, Soviet Order No. 1 had swept through the ranks, and nearly every unit at the front had democratized their units and set up little governing committees. They now felt empowered to determine their own fates, and certainly believed that future military operations would require their approval. The bad old days of dying for no reason just because some despotic aristocratic officer ordered them to die for no reason were over. Now, this mild bump in spirits for the rank and file was matched by acute demoralization in the officer corps, now in many cases disarmed and exercising only the most nominal authority over their troops. The officers lived in justified fear of being lynched by their own men at any moment, justified because that sort of thing was happening with some regularity on up and down the lines. Plus, nearly every form of discipline that the officers could use to keep their men in line were now effectively prohibited. Now, if you'll recall, Order No. 1 was issued in the context of the immediate political emergency in Petrograd in the last week of February, and it was technically only meant to apply to the soldiers of the Petrograd garrison. But its rapid spread through the ranks could not be stopped, and in short order the Soviet issued a further Declaration of Soldiers' Rights to prevent any of the old unpopular forms of military discipline to be reinstated. Upon taking up their posts in May 1917, the new coalition government decided to embrace the fait accompli rather than try to reverse it. They issued a statement saying, and I'm quoting here, "The strengthening of the principles of democratization in the army and the organization and strengthening of its military power in defensive and offensive operations will be the most important task of the provisional government." The government believed, in fact, that if handled properly, the democratization of the military did not have to be something that inhibited the military's power, but positively unleashed it. The General Staff considered this an incredibly dubious proposition, but at the same time they recognized if they pushed too hard to restore the old methods of discipline and hierarchies, they might get lynched themselves. But when they went to meet with new Minister of War Kerensky and the other government leaders, they did push for an acknowledgement that in an army, orders have to be followed. Allowing soldiers to take any order as a mere suggestion to be debated and then possibly declined would create paralyzing dysfunction that would make the Tsar's management of the war look like a model of technocratic efficiency. So Kerensky responded by issuing two clarifications to the organization of the military. First, the existing officer corps would retain the right to pick, choose, and promote its own officers. Soldiers did not, in fact, have the right to elect their own officers. Second, despite a general ban on corporal punishment, that ban would not apply during times of combat. When the fighting started, an officer retained the right to severely punish disobedience. Opponents to Kerensky's left, most especially the Bolsheviks, would make a great deal of hay out of this clarification, telling the soldiers it effectively nullified all the false promises made in the Declaration of Soldiers' Rights, and that really nothing had changed at all. Despite these clarifications, for the most part, Kerensky tried to embrace the democratization of the army and the treatment of the soldiers so that everybody understood that they were more than just anonymous cannon fodder, and he meant for that to be understood by both the men and the officers alike. Kerensky himself knew that one of the biggest problems was that the men simply didn't know what they were fighting for. After 3 years of the cruelest sufferings, Kerensky noted, the millions of soldiers, exhausted to the last degree by the tortures of war, found themselves confronted suddenly with the questions, what are we dying for? Must we die? Kerensky spent most of May touring the front lines, encouraging the men to understand that they were no longer mere slaves of the Tsar's imperialist ambitions, but were instead citizen soldiers fighting to defend their homes, their families, and the revolution that was already at that moment setting them all free. When the war was over, they would all get to return to cities and towns and villages gloriously transformed by the new order of things. But first, they had to win the war. Kerensky's tour was by all accounts a great success. Everywhere he went, he delivered passionate orations to rally the troops, and they responded with adoring cheers. As Kerensky advanced through this tour, he was convinced more than ever that the Russian army was ready to launch a great military offensive. But unfortunately, the magical enthusiasm wore off almost as soon as he departed. Kerensky was trying to convince them that before they could go back home and enjoy the fruits of the revolution, they would first have to charge forward into the cannons and machine guns and barbed wire of the enemy. And after the speeches were over and the men went back to the trenches, the troops couldn't quite remember why they needed to charge into battle. Surely it was within the government's power to simply sign a peace and let everybody return home to enjoy the fruits of the revolution without anybody dying. And so these basic questions were ultimately left unanswered. What are we dying for? Must we die? Helping the men to not be satisfied with what Kerensky was selling were plenty of left-wing organizers and literature out there, making the not inaccurate point that whatever the government said, ultimately Russian soldiers would be sent to fight and die for the benefit of French bankers and British imperialists. When the government used the euphemism that Russia must uphold treaty obligations, that's what they meant. We die, they profit. These debates about the point of the war then became a major topic of discussion at the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. On June 3, 1917, just over 1,000 delegates from across Russia convened in Petrograd. In total, they represented over 300 separate Soviets that had self-convened since February, whether by soldiers, workers, or peasants. 21 of them represented active-duty troops, 8 were from rearguard garrisons, and another 5 representing fleets and the Navy. The rest were civilians from all over the empire. Of the 777 delegates whose party affiliation we know, there were 285 SRs, 248 Mensheviks, 105 Bolsheviks, and 32 Menshevik internationalists, which is to say the small group surrounding Martov. These numbers meant that a strong majority at the Soviet Congress supported the provisional government, supported the recently formed coalition, and though they supported calls for the government to make every effort to achieve a general peace, they were ultimately as patriotically committed to the war as Kerensky. When a Swiss socialist named Robert Grimm was expelled from Russia the day the Congress opened, because he had come to Russia bearing an offer for a separate peace from the Germans, the Bolsheviks kicked up quite a fuss. But the rest of the Congress voted 640 to 121 to approve of his deportation. Now, the Bolsheviks were in a clear minority position during this Congress of Soviets, but they planned to use every opportunity to make themselves and their policies heard. They continued to agitate for the Soviet to quit monkeying around and assert the Soviets' right to not just support the government of Russia, but to become the government of Russia. The coalition government was better insofar as it included socialists, but it was a deed half done. But nobody else in the room thought they should go that far that fast. There was a famous moment when Irakli Tsereteli, one of the Mensheviks who was now in the coalition government, defended the coalition by saying that there was no socialist party in Russia that thought it was a good idea to break the alliance with the liberals and upend the government completely. He declared, "There is not a political party in Russia which would say, 'Offer power to us, Resign, and we will take your place. Such a party does not exist in Russia." Out on the floor, Lenin piped up and shouted, "It does exist!" This triggered a great deal of laughter in the hall, both because it was kind of funny, and also because there goes Lenin again, proving he's just a fanatical wacko on the fringes. But Lenin was very serious. When he got a chance to make his first speech on June 4th, he exhorted the delegates to not backslide into mere parliamentary democracy. He pointed out that none of the alleged advanced Western democracies had anything resembling the kind of real, popular assemblies that the Soviets represented in Russia. They should not abandon this institution that represented true democracy in favor of mere bourgeois democracy. The Soviet ought to assert its right to be the sovereign assembly of Russia, not hand the keys over to bourgeois liberals who were, in any case, too weak in Russia to actually govern on their own. Kerensky, now back from his tour of the front lines, responded with a speech chiding Lenin for demanding wildly implausible gambits that would risk the gains of February, namely political freedom. Kerensky said if nothing else they needed to move with deliberate caution so that, and I'm quoting, "Comrade Lenin, who has been abroad, may have the opportunity to speak here again and not be forced to flee back to Switzerland." This was a not too subtle reminder to everyone that Lenin was out of touch. Undeterred, as he always was, Lenin marched into the lion's mouth again by rebuking any talk of a military offensive. Now, he was very careful not to come off as naive or defeatist, which, hopefully, as we've established, he was neither of those things. But he leaned hard into painting a picture of the war as fundamentally unjust. How could they possibly contemplate, quote, "the continuation of the imperial slaughter and the death of more hundreds of thousands of millions of people"? The war itself was fundamentally imperialist and capitalist and could not be redeemed. It was so fundamentally unjust that it was a crime to ask more soldiers to die on behalf of it. Trotsky, who, as we'll talk about next week, had shifted back into alliance with Lenin, gave a pretty good speech arguing that it would, yes, be good for the Russian army to go out and fight a war for revolutionary ideals, but that was hardly what was happening. Mealy-mouthed objectives like upholding treaty obligations were hardly the stuff revolutions were made of. Trotsky said, "There exists and there will exist ideas, watchwords, purposes, capable of rallying it and imparting to this army unity and enthusiasm. The army of the Great French Revolution consciously responded to calls for an offensive. What is the crux of the matter? It is this. Every soldier asks himself, for every 5 drops of blood which I am going to shed today, will not 1 drop only be shed in the interest of the Russian Revolution, and 4 in the interest of the French Stock Exchange and of English imperialism?" Kerensky could only respond to this by saying the provisional government was absolutely trying to negotiate a general peace, and in fact the Germans had already rejected 2 such offers. Kerensky said Germany would probably not come to the table unless they were defeated in battle, or unless the Kaiser was overthrown by the German people. And then he tossed another jab in Lenin's direction by asking why Lenin had even come to Petrograd when he could be doing so much more to advance the cause of peace and international solidarity by getting off the train in Berlin to help his German comrades overthrow the Kaiser. But Lenin believed he was exactly where he needed to be, thank you very much. And as he and his comrades made speeches from the minority faction inside the Congress of Soviets, they determined to stage another armed demonstration to prove that they could not simply be brushed aside. Lenin believed in the power of action. Revolutions were ultimately made by deeds and not words. The Bolsheviks may not have huge numbers throughout the empire, but they had key strongholds in the capital, including a now heavily fortified working-class district and the Kronstadt naval base. They had done very well recently recruiting from soldiers and workers who couldn't care less about orthodox interpretations of 1,000-page tomes that said that the capitalists are the enemy, but to fulfill the prophecy of historical materialism, we must also give them power. If you believe that the workers and soldiers who made the revolution should now get to lead the revolution, then the Bolsheviks were the party for you, and they were recruiting rapidly. In the first week of June, the Bolsheviks planned to turn out 40,000 to 60,000 armed demonstrators as a show of force, a follow-up show of force to what had happened at the end of April. Maybe, if things went right, they might just go ahead and seize power from the weak-willed backsliders, compromisers and sellouts right then and there. On June 9th, placards went up all over Petrograd calling for a mass turnout the next day. The leadership of the Congress of Soviets had been kept totally in the dark, and they scrambled to head off what they believed was a dangerously destabilizing manifestation. As soon as they found out about it, they put out their own public call saying the Soviet did not sanction any demonstration on June 10th and everyone needed to stay home. This put Lenin and the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks on the horns of a dilemma, which they resolved by backing down. Their whole strategic thrust at this point was to direct the legitimacy of the Soviet towards their preferred policies, not accidentally destroy the Soviet's legitimacy by challenging its authority. Now, the Bolsheviks were not unanimous about this, and Stalin, for example, fumed about the decision to back down, thinking it proved the party's lack of resolve. But Lenin and the others voted to call off the march and wait for another time. The near miss of June 10th was the second time the Bolsheviks were suspected of aiming at an armed insurrection to seize power in something like a coup d'etat. The other socialist parties now had to decide what to do with them. They all supported the provisional government. Hell, many of them were members of the provisional government. It had all been sanctioned by the Soviet. Where did the Bolsheviks get off thinking they could overthrow all of this in an armed insurrection? The Menshevik minister Tseretelli minced no words. In a meeting of socialist leaders on June 12th, he said, "That which has happened was nothing but a conspiracy to overthrow the government and have the Bolsheviks take power which they know they will never obtain in any other way. The conspiracy was rendered harmless as soon as we discovered it, but it can recur tomorrow." He recommended the Soviet order the Bolsheviks to disarm and hand over all their weapons. But the others balked. The Bolsheviks may be rash and potentially dangerous, but they were also by far the most zealously active defenders of the revolution. To disarm them would be to disarm the Soviets' most effective soldiers, and to leave the whole shared project of revolution open to reactionary counter-revolution. So they voted a compromise. The Soviet levied a general ban on all armed demonstrations by any party that did not have the approval of the Soviet, but they did not explicitly disarm the Bolsheviks. With tensions mounting in the capital and threats to the provisional government coming from multiple directions, Alexander Kerensky wound up in roughly the same place Tsar Nicholas had been in the summer of 1914, hoping that a great military offensive would rally the patriotic unity of the nation, and then when they scored victories on the battlefield, defang all critics of the regime. Lenin and the Bolsheviks would be caught out openly opposing a glorious triumph and be fatally discredited. Lenin would probably have to crawl back to Switzerland and die in the mountains somewhere. Kerensky's preferred verdict of the February Revolution was a stable alliance of liberals and moderate socialists forging a democratic Russia. He believed nothing put that vision on firmer footing than a great military victory. In fact, in June of 1917, he started very carefully putting each and every one of his eggs in that single basket. To prepare for the offensive, Kerensky elevated General Brusilov to be commander-in-chief. As we've seen, Brusilov was probably the single best general the Russians had. Brusilov had ably demonstrated the year before that going on the offensive wasn't inevitably doomed to failure. The only thing that had stopped him in 1916 was the Tsar letting overly cautious generals in the north remain passively inert rather than back him up. If that didn't happen again, there was no reason they couldn't, march all the way to Vienna. And as if that was not enough to recommend his promotion, Brusilov was also doing his best to accept the democratization of the army, to try to avoid seeing it in strictly negative terms like most of his fellow senior officers. Brusilov had his reservations, of course, which frankly grew considerably as the actual date of the offensive neared, but maybe a democratic army of citizen soldiers, fired up by the spirit of patriotism, really could carry the day. Kerensky tried to re-inflame that spirit of patriotism by going on another tour of the front lines. The results were basically the same. Almost rapturous enthusiasm when he showed up to give a speech, but then when he left, the soldiers were turning to their kind of self-preserving bewilderment about why on earth they needed to go fight and die. The lines were stable, the Germans were making no threatening moves, and in fact doing everything in their power to convince the Russian soldiers on the front lines to settle into a kind of de facto armistice, so the Germans could focus all their attention on the West. Now, sure, if somebody attacks us, we'll fight a defensive war in defense of Russia, but actually going out on the attack? Why? What for? Far from being fired up by patriotic and revolutionary passion to go risk their lives in glorious battle, the overriding motivation of nearly every soldier in the Russian army was to simply live through the war. Despite increasing warning signs that the Russian army was maybe not fit for a major offensive operation, Kerensky continued on his course. The main line of attack would be aimed southwest towards the Austro-Hungarians in Galicia, where the Russians had always had the greatest success during the war. On June 16, 1917, they opened up a massive two-day barrage that absolutely pummeled and exploded the lines of the Central Powers. Then, at 9 a.m. on June 18th, they opened up a massive offensive charge. The main thrust southwest into Galicia was matched by offensive operations in the west and in the north, to keep the Germans from reinforcing the Austro-Hungarians as they had done the year before. For the first 2 days, everything seemed to be going great, and the Russians pushed forward and the Central Powers fell back. But the fighting was much heavier than anticipated. The number of Russian soldiers killed and wounded mounted rapidly, and within 48 hours, those soldiers left alive, who had just watched a bunch of their friends whose only goal had been to not die, made them stop and wonder, what's the point of all this? Surely we've done enough. How many more of us have to die? Back in Petrograd, the leaders of the Soviet tried to steal a bit of the Bolsheviks' thunder by finally authorizing a mass demonstration in the name of revolutionary unity on June 18th. It was meant to coincide with the beginning of the offensive, and something like 400,000 people turned out. But while the Menshevik and SR leaders hoped that the whole thing would be a show of support for the provisional government and for the offensive, the Bolsheviks turned it into a great PR coup for themselves by handing out banners saying things like "down with the war" and "down with the 10 capitalist ministers," which is to say the liberals in the coalition government. So when these hundreds of thousands paraded through Petrograd, they did so shouting Bolshevik slogans and holding Bolshevik banners. The leaders of the Soviet could only smile and wave and grit their teeth. Now maybe if Kerensky's June offensive had worked, this would not have been a big deal. If the news from the front had all been happy tales of victory and triumph, the rest of 1917 would have gone very, very differently. But that was not the news from the front. After 2 days of heavy fighting, most of the Russian soldiers concluded they had done enough. There was no reason to keep going to risk their lives. They started stopping short, refusing to fight. There are more than a few stories of units discovering huge caches of alcohol and just saying, "Screw it, let's get drunk." This stalled out the push and gave the Germans and Austrians time to muster a counteroffensive. And when they charged back, the Russian army just broke and fled. Many didn't even bother running away. They just surrendered on the spot. Again, the goal was now to live through a pointless war. Better to be alive in a POW camp than dead in the mud. Kerensky himself, observing the campaign near the front lines, was confidentially admitting by June 24th the offensive he had staked practically everything on was falling apart. He had, in fact, wound up staking nearly every revolutionary party to the success of the June offensive. Except for one, of course. After 2 probably failed attempts to seize power already behind him, Lenin licked his lips and decided maybe the 3rd time would be the charm. After all, one thing everybody knew from French history is that July is an excellent month to launch a revolutionary insurrection. When we come back, we will dive headlong into the July days, but that is going to wait a couple of weeks. I have been burning it at both ends of the candle for the past several months, both producing episodes every week and doing the kind of insane amount of work that goes into promoting a book. I've been doing tons of press and interviews, nonstop for the past several weeks. So I have scheduled myself a breather to recharge my batteries. So there's not going to be a new episode for the next 2 weeks. Now, in the meantime, there will be lots of other podcasts where I'll show up on, and I'll keep trying to keep you abreast of when and where I'm doing interviews. Or you can take this time to read Hero of Two Worlds or listen to the audiobook. I heard it's pretty good and people like it. So I will be back on September 27th to tell you all about how Lenin and the Bolsheviks took advantage of Kerensky's failed offensive by launching their own failed offensive. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.69, The July Days. We ended last time with the Great June Offensive, which was supposed to be the great panacea. Victory on the front lines would cement the legitimacy of the provisional government and simultaneously solve the problem of dual power, because it would prove that a coalition of socialists and liberals inside the government could work. It would also give them all some breathing space to hold the now increasingly overdue Constituent Assembly, which was supposed to settle all post-revolutionary constitutional questions. Military victory would also permanently discredit anti-war and anti-government critics, and it would create a feeling of triumphant national unity, rather than the demoralized strife which had been the prevailing mood for several years now. And as if that was not enough, Russian victories on the Eastern Front in the war would probably pave the way for a general European peace. These were all the things that could have happened as a result of Russian victory in the June offensive, but instead, as we saw at the end of last episode, within a matter of days that offensive ground to an ignoble halt and was then rolled back in a bloody, confused mess of desertion and surrender. If victory promised to solve all political problems, defeat made them all 10 times worse. The political parties poised to take advantage of these military defeats were the very anti-war and anti-government voices people like Alexander Kerensky hoped would be permanently silenced by military victory. But defeat only made those voices louder and more persuasive. Among the parties active in Petrograd in the early summer of 1917, it was a boon in particular to the fortunes of two groups, the Bolsheviks and the anarchists. Now, we have not talked much about the anarchists yet because they're still a very nascent force, really no more than a couple hundred organizers and activists. They did not really boast a large, stable party apparatus like the SRs or the Mensheviks or the Bolsheviks, and the anarchists had only recently formed the Petrograd Federation of Anarchists to tie their very loose-knit cells together. But from the February Revolution forward, this small group of anarchists had been the most hard-line voices calling for the overthrow of the provisional government, the overthrow of capitalism, and an end to the bloody imperialist war. They called for the immediate destruction of the parasitic central state and the reorganization of cities, particularly Petrograd, into decentralized autonomous communes explicitly modeled on the memory of the Paris Commune. The anarchists were not afraid to advocate violence to achieve their ends, and by June they were able to make the very effective case to the people that ever since the glory days of February, all the other so-called revolutionary parties like the SRs or the Mensheviks had been working to prop up the bourgeois capitalist bosses, not overthrow them. They had been working to continue the imperialist war, not end it immediately. I mean, how revolutionary are they really? In the context of June 1917, the anarchists and the Bolsheviks wind up sounding a lot alike. Lenin's April theses were in fact criticized by other social democrats as being a downright anarchist program. One Marxist critic of Lenin said, "Lenin has now made himself the candidate for the one European throne that has been vacant for 30 years, the throne of Bakunin." Now, Lenin is obviously not an anarchist, but the Bolsheviks' hardline opposition to the provisional government and their call to vest all power in the Soviet as the truly legitimate democratic assembly of the people made them virtually indistinguishable from anarchist organizers who were basically saying the same thing. And together, this same thing that they were saying was boiling down to the simple slogan, "All power to the Soviets." If you were a worker or a soldier or a sailor who couldn't understand the contradictory nuances of the Mensheviks and the SRs, capitalism is bad, but we must let the capitalists rule, The war is bad, but we must continue the war. Then the alternative offered by the Bolsheviks and the anarchists made a lot of sense. Down with the provisional government. All power to the Soviets. Now, to be clear, the Bolsheviks and the anarchist groups were still a minority faction out there, both in terms of their voting strength inside the Soviet and in terms of raw rank-and-file numbers. But they were a strong and growing minority. And between February and June 1917, they had both done extremely well among three key groups in Petrograd. First was the 1st Machine Gun Regiment. Composed of more than 11,000 soldiers and 300 officers, the 1st Machine Gun Regiment was the most radical regiment in the Petrograd garrison. In February, they had abandoned the overcrowded barracks and set up an improvised bivouac in the Vyborg district, the most radical working-class neighborhood in Petrograd. The Bolshevik military organization, the section of the party who recruited and organized inside the military, had made the 1st Machine Gunners the most heavily Bolshevized regiment in Petrograd, and it made all the other parties in Petrograd, the SRs, the Mensheviks, the cadets, very nervous. The second major group was those workers in the Vyborg districts who were now mingling daily with the machine gunners. They had all helped overthrow the Tsar in February and stood perplexed and agitated as the Soviet continued to prop up their class enemies inside the provisional government. These workers wanted to end dual power by just doing away with the provisional government and letting the workers and the soldiers rule through the Soviet. Down with the capitalists, right? Right. Well aware that they had toppled the Tsar in February with a great demonstration of courageous strength out in the streets, they were all talking themselves into the idea that another armed show of strength would be necessary to force the Soviet to take the power that they did not seem to want to take. So between the machine gunners and the workers, the Vyborg district was the heart of both the Bolshevik Party and these loose-knit anarchist cells. Then finally, we have the sailors out at the Kronstadt naval base. These sailors had overthrown their officers during the February Revolution and now existed as an autonomous island run by a self-organized Soviet. Among these sailors, the anarchist message resonated stronger than anywhere else, and they more or less shared equal influence with the Bolsheviks, to the excluded detriment of the SRs and the Mensheviks, who regarded the sailors of Kronstadt, along with the workers and machine gunners in the Vyborg district, with extreme uneasiness. Now, though in the grand scheme of things, the machine gunners and the Vyborg workers and the sailors in Kronstadt were not a huge force, they were strategically positioned to have an outsized influence on political affairs if they decided to, stage a coordinated armed uprising. These three groups were the most restive groups in the capital, and even their own alleged political leaders were having difficulty keeping them restrained. But with the launch of the June offensive, the moorings began to snap one by one. On June 20th, the military ordered the 1st Machine Gun Regiment to send 500 guns and crews to the front lines. This enraged them, as they had been promised back in February that nobody in the Petrograd garrison would ever be sent to the front lines. It was only with difficulty that the Soviet convinced them to just follow the orders they were given. But within days, news was coming back that the offensive had turned into a bloody retreat. On June 26, a regiment who had refused to fight on the front anymore just packed things up and returned to Petrograd, where they spread the news of what was really happening out there. They had seen officers turn machine guns on their own men to force them to fight. This news was circulating on June 30th when fully 2/3 of the 1st Machine Gun Regiment were then called up to the front. They howled with protest, not unjustly suspecting that these call-ups were as much about removing them from the capital for political reasons as political necessity. Besides, what were they going to do out there? Turn these machine guns on other Russian soldiers to force them to march out and die? Instead of complying, the machine gunners held near round-the-clock meetings where they agreed that they would not go to the front, nor be disbanded, nor be disarmed. The hostile disobedience of the machine gunners put the Bolsheviks in particular in an awkward position. Lenin and the other Bolshevik leaders had no principled objection to an armed insurrection, but they were not at all convinced the time was ripe, especially if such an insurrection was aimed at defying the will of the Soviet, whose legitimacy the Bolsheviks were trying to protect so it could be used as the sovereign successor of the provisional government. This caution put them at odds with many rank-and-file Bolsheviks who were clearly spoiling for a final confrontation with the provisional government. They believed they had the muscle and the machine guns to overthrow that government. With a crisis atmosphere brewing, the Bolsheviks had to walk a careful line between encouraging resistance and hostility to the government without wrecking their relationship with the Soviet or accidentally triggering some kind of reactionary backlash. The mixed messaging of the Bolsheviks was on full display on July the 2nd, when they organized a farewell assembly in concert for soldiers bound for the front lines. With 5,000 people in attendance, leading Bolsheviks gave fiery speeches denouncing the war, denouncing the government, and demanding all power to the Soviet, but also stopped short of calling for an immediate armed insurrection. Among the most popular speakers that night was Trotsky, who was not yet quite officially a Bolshevik, but who was with them in spirit and in action and would very soon be an official party member, returning to his alliance with Lenin that had been broken back in the original Bolshevik-Menshevik split in 1903. Now, Lenin himself was not there. He had just departed Petrograd for Finland a few days earlier, ostensibly for his health, but just as likely because the provisional government was probably about to arrest him on charges of being a German spy. Now, while this concert was going on the evening of July the 2nd, the very shaky provisional government was taking a major tumble. The issue at hand was the seemingly unrelated matter of Ukraine's position inside a post-revolutionary Russian empire. The cadet ministers believed that such matters needed to wait until the coming Constituent Assembly, but Kerensky convinced a majority of the ministers to grant the Ukrainians a degree of political autonomy. When the vote for this was taken on the evening of July 2nd, 4 of the cadet ministers immediately resigned in protest. And while technically they resigned over the matter of Ukraine, one gets the feeling that maybe this was just a pretext. The provisional government had staked its legitimacy to the June offensive, and the June offensive was turning out to be a catastrophic failure. The cadet ministers were probably getting out while the getting was good. Their resignation reopened the question that had been dogging the revolution since February. Was the provisional government really an institution worth saving? Or did the Soviet just need to step up and claim all power for themselves? As the cadets were resigning from the coalition government, leaving the future of that government very much in doubt, the machine gunners in the Vyborg district were holding all-night meetings. They had returned from the Bolshevik Throne concert fired up, and they spent the whole evening arguing and convincing each other that what they needed to do was force the Soviet to overthrow the provisional government and seize all power. Now, they were not in total agreement with each other, and many companies said, we're not going to participate in any armed demonstration if it's in defiance of the Soviets' ban on armed demonstrations. This was essentially the position of the Bolshevik leadership, who were now trying to communicate back to their agents in the military organization, we're not ready for an armed insurrection, don't do it. But plenty of Bolshevik organizers simply defied those instructions. Standing alongside them in these meetings of soldiers were anarchists who had zero doubts or hesitation, and they were calling for an immediate armed uprising to overthrow the government, convinced that they had the strength and the will to do it. After meeting all night, a majority of the companies of the 1st Machine Gun Regiment voted on July 3rd to hold an armed demonstration that very day. They planned to force the executive committee of the Soviet to claim its rightful power, or else. When word got back to the Bolshevik leadership, there was a great deal of hesitation and confusion and resistance. Yes, they had been at the forefront of the movement of all power to the Soviets, and just the night before they had been stoking the flames of seditious radicalism. But while they fanned those flames, they did not yet think they had amassed enough political TNT to blast their way into power. They were acutely aware of the consequences of moving too soon. If they lit the fuse and set off a bomb and the provisional government withstood the blast, it would be very bad for the Bolshevik Party, maybe even the end of them entirely. So the Central Committee of the party, absent Lenin, who was still off in Finland, voted that conditions were not yet ripe. To strike prematurely would probably be suicide. With word spreading that the machine gunners were going to take to the streets, the Bolshevik Central Committee concluded the best play was to publicly call for peaceful restraint. So 2 of the principal Bolshevik leaders, Zinoviev and Kamenev, started drafting an official party editorial to run in Pravda the next day, urging calm forbearance. Now, all that said, there is also plenty of evidence that the Bolshevik leaders were simultaneously positioning themselves to take advantage of an armed uprising should it succeed. On that same afternoon of July 3rd, Bolsheviks induced the Soviet to announce an emergency session of the workers' section of the Soviet, and when that call went out, a suspiciously large number of Bolshevik delegates showed up immediately, while the Menshevik and SR delegates, who typically commanded a majority, scrambled to get down there. It was almost as if the Bolshevik delegates had been told to get ready for such an emergency call. When the SRs and Mensheviks, now temporarily finding themselves in the minority, implored the Bolsheviks to denounce all armed demonstrations, the Bolsheviks refused. The SRs and Mensheviks promptly walked out in protest. This left the Bolshevik delegates able to claim the authority of speaking for the workers' section of the Soviet, which was a very convenient position to find themselves. They were suspiciously well placed to force the executive committee of the Soviet to bow to armed public pressure to overthrow the provisional government, as if that was exactly the plan. Meanwhile, out in the streets, the machine gunners had mounted their guns on automobiles and fanned out across the city to get other military units to join them. Now, some of those units joined up, and others stayed out of it, but almost nobody said, "We are going to oppose you." By late afternoon, tens of thousands of armed protesters were out in force, including civilian workers. Street fighting led to general violent chaos as groups opposing the demonstrators now came out to fight, and one Bolshevik described the scene: Black Hundreds, hooligans, provocateurs, anarchists, and desperate people introduced a large amount of chaos and absurdity to the demonstration. Inside the Tauride Palace, the executive committee of the Soviet met in panicked emergency session as a large armed crowd approached and then surrounded the building. But even as this crowd shouted for the leaders of the Soviet to take power or else, the leaders of the Soviet did not comply. And herein lies the rub of the July days. To the extent that there was a plan, it was simply to mass a huge angry crowd of armed demonstrators shouting basically "take power or else," and when the leaders of the Soviet did not comply, the demonstrators didn't really have a clear idea of what to do about the "or else" part. They seemed to have simply taken it for granted that the Soviet would buckle under pressure. They didn't have a clear plan for who to arrest, what to take charge of, who to elevate to replace the ousted leaders, or any of that normal coup d'etat stuff. So when the leaders of the Soviet were not in fact intimidated into simply capitulating and overthrowing the government, the crowd out front simply melted away as darkness fell. But that was not the end of it. It is, after all, the July days, not the July day. The machine gunners had made contact with the Kronstadt sailors, who agreed to turn out as reinforcements on the morning of July 4th. Meanwhile, the Bolshevik leaders belatedly decided to endorse the armed demonstrations, calculating now they couldn't stop what was happening, and if they didn't join it, they would lose all their credibility with the people they purported to lead. Early in the morning, they sent somebody to fetch Lenin from Finland and get him back to Petrograd. And then they had to grapple with the physical symbol of their previous hesitations. The morning edition of Pravda was all set to go to the printer, with a column front and center written by Zinoviev and Kamenev, urging restraint, because that had been the party line like 6 hours earlier. They needed now to pull that editorial, but did not have time to reset the layout to account for the sudden editorial 180. So they simply removed the offending paragraphs. The July 4, 1917 edition of Pravda has a big white blank spot at the center of the front page. And all I can say is that big white blank spot seems proof of vacillating improvisation from the Bolsheviks, not the execution of a carefully thought-out coup d'etat. Because obviously the edition doesn't say, "All power to the Soviet, everybody turn out." It was just a big white blank spot. In the late morning of July 4th, a boisterous flotilla of Kronstadt sailors made their way across the water from their island naval base to Petrograd. Representatives of the Soviet came out and told them the Soviet does not endorse their president, please go back to your base, but the sailors ignored them. When they landed, they were greeted by other political leaders ready to join this all power to the Soviet insurrection. As I said, the anarchists were as influential among these sailors as the Bolsheviks were, and now even left-wing SRs were coming out. In particular, a woman named Maria Spiridonovna, had arrived to address the sailors. Spiridonovna was a legendary revolutionary who had assassinated a security chief in 1905 and then been arrested, tortured, and exiled to Siberia in 1906. In the process of her ordeal, she became a near mythical martyr. Her exile only ended with the amnesties after the February Revolution, and since her return, Spiridonovna had made herself an implacable foe of the provisional government and Alexander Kerensky in particular. She is about to become the leading light of what becomes the left SRs. But the sailors were being led by a Bolshevik, and rather than let the leader of another party address the sailors, even the famous Maria Spiridonovna, he denied her the chance to speak and ordered the men to head to Bolshevik party headquarters. This helped fracture the demonstration, as many of the anarchists and SRs quit the column and said, hey, we're doing this for the revolution, not just to put the Bolsheviks in power. When the sailors got to Bolshevik party headquarters, they found the leadership there still hesitant and nervous, not entirely sure that even they wanted the demonstration to put the Bolsheviks in power. They were not convinced any of this was actually a good idea. Lenin had by now been rushed back from Finland and didn't want to come out to address the assembled demonstrators who were quite literally awaiting his marching orders. Now, some of Lenin's hesitation was simply that he was not a great public speaker. He was good with a pen. He was good in a committee room. He was pretty okay in a medium-sized assembly. But as the size of the audience grew, Lenin was less effective. And this is, for example, where Trotsky is going to become so essential to the rest of the revolution. Lenin's speech was brief and full of mixed, confusing messages. He said he was happy everybody was rising up on behalf of the slogan, "All power to the Soviet." It's very good to demonstrate how much everybody wants this to happen. But please, don't forget to be careful about how you go about it. And then he went back inside. And that was it. He was in and out in just a couple of minutes. And I gotta say, this is not exactly the rousing set of detailed instructions issued forth from a man executing a well-thought-out plot to seize power. Lenin was nervous, and he kept saying over and over again all through July 4th when people asked him what we should do, he said simply, we're going to have to wait and see how things go. And just a little foreshadowing about how things went, this brief public speech at Bolshevik Party headquarters on July the 4th would be Lenin's last public appearance until the end of October. As the day progressed, tens of thousands of people were now marching hither and yon through the streets of Petrograd, probably somewhere around 60,000 in total. And it was incredibly chaotic. One of the main columns marching towards the Tauride Palace was fired at from the rooftops, causing stampeding and crossfire that left several people dead. When they all finally reassembled at the palace, the leaders of the Soviet dispatched no less a credentialed revolutionary than Viktor Chernov to talk them down. Chernov, now Minister of Agriculture, went out there to try to give a speech defending the accomplishments of the coalition government, but the people just yelled at him and heckled him and manhandled him and said, just take power, man. And in one of the most famous quotes from the July day, somebody shouted at Chernov, and I'm quoting here, "Take power, you son of a bitch, when it is given to you." Chernov tried to keep speaking, but a group of sailors in the front grabbed him and threw him in a car and planned to keep him as a hostage until the Soviet claimed all power for itself. Now, even before Chernov got shoved in the car, the leaders of the Soviet realized he was not managing the crowd very well, and so they sent out a bunch of other revolutionary leaders to try to calm them, including Martov and Kamenev and some others. But the most important of them was Trotsky. Trotsky pushed his way through the car where Chernov was held, and showed that, unlike Lenin, he was actually an insanely effective public speaker. He hopped up on the roof of the car and gave a speech where he cried, "Comrade Kronstadters, pride and glory of the revolution, you've come to declare your will and show the Soviet that the working class no longer wants to see the bourgeoisie in power. But why hurt your own cause by petty acts of violence against casual individuals? Individuals are not worthy of your attention." After this harangue, he called for everyone who favored committing violence to raise their hand. When no one in the now uncertain crowd immediately raised their hands, Trotsky hopped off the car, opened the door, and let Chernov out. As I said, this is the rub of the July days. Everyone seemed to be hoping that the mere threat of violence would induce the leaders of the Soviet to take power, and when they resisted, even the most radical of them, the Kronstadt sailors and the machine gunners, were not ready to take the next step, not just threaten force, but use it. And certainly the leaders, we're talking about inner circle Bolsheviks like Trotsky, were not saying, yeah, put a machine gun to Chernov's head and blow his brains out if the Soviet doesn't take power, because that's not actually what they wanted to do. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the Provisional Government's Minister of Justice, a Trudovik named Pavel Pereversev, played a major card he'd been holding in his back pocket. He called together delegates from 80 different military units of the Petrograd garrison and showed them alleged proof that Lenin was a paid agent of the German government, that the real motivation for this demonstration was not about domestic politics, but about sowing as much chaos as possible inside Russia while the Germans counterattacked against the Russian army out on the front lines. Now, the main outlines of the accusation are basically true. Lenin and the Bolsheviks did take money from the Germans, and obviously they had come back to Russia under German auspices. When the story spread back to many of the companies and regiments who had previously been neutral about these armed demonstrations, they went from neutral to hostile. But though the main outline of the charge was true, we should be clear that Lenin was in no sense a German agent working for the German government. Yes, he caught a ride home from them, and he took money when they offered it, but that was because he was advancing his own agenda, not because he was doing the Kaiser's bidding. The revelations about the Bolshevik connection to the Germans were the final security blanket for the provisional government. But even before the story spread, the attempted coup was already turning into an aborted coup. Heavy rains had started to fall, driving many of the less committed demonstrators away. And then inside the Tauride Palace, the executive committee of the Soviet still refused to simply capitulate to the demands of the crowd. When a group of soldiers got sick of waiting, and they stomped inside the palace and then burst into the room where the executive committee was meeting, the Menshevik chairman of the committee sized them up, then handed them a proclamation ordering everybody to disperse. He told these soldiers, "Study this proclamation carefully and then don't bother us again." He ordered them to leave. The confused soldiers, caught off guard, did as they were instructed. At midnight, the executive committee of the Soviet formally voted to not claim all power and instead re-endorse the legitimacy of the provisional government. Then at 1 o'clock in the morning, there were more heavy footsteps out in the hallway. This indicated a fresh batch of soldiers were on the way. Many terrified delegates thought this might be the end of them. But it turned out to be the nail in the coffin of the July days. 3 regiments of troops, incensed to discover that the Bolsheviks were German agents, had arrived to protect the Soviet and the legitimacy of the provisional government from those who would try to overthrow it. The July days turned out to be exactly what Lenin and the Bolshevik leaders feared that it would be: a premature failure. In the final analysis, the fatal flaw was that it was all bark and no bite. Intimidation alone was expected to force the Soviet leaders to accept power. When intimidation didn't work, nobody was ready to use brute force. The masked soldiers didn't arrest anybody or shoot anybody. Bolshevik leaders were not standing ready to step in and declare themselves the new, emergency provisional executive of the Soviet or whatever. There were no proclamations printed and ready to say the government is overthrown, the Soviet now reigns supreme. Now, it wasn't absent violence, and in fact, the July days were the most aggressively violent days of the revolution since February. But in the end, it was all a big puffed-up nothing. And it evaporated on the evening of July the 4th with a whimper, because nobody was ready or willing or able to go for the bang. But even though the July days uprising failed for a lack of nerve at the moment of truth, it was still very clearly an attempt to overthrow the government by armed force. And for the Bolshevik leaders who belatedly endorsed the project, that failure was particularly bitter and aggravating. Their hesitation to endorse the demonstration in the first place had been entirely wrapped up in the fact that they didn't think it would work, and that the consequences of failure would be catastrophic. And over the next few days, they reaped the very backlash that they had never wanted to sow in the first place. News now spread far and wide that the Bolsheviks were in league with the Germans. Warrants were issued for their arrests. The authorities smashed up the offices of Pravda and closed it down. Bolshevik leaders burned as many papers as they could before an army detachment surrounded their headquarters on the morning of July 7th and took over 500 party members into custody. Lenin himself shaved his mustache and headed back into hiding. After a few days bouncing between safe houses, he booked it back across the border to Finland. It was not unreasonable for any of them to conclude that having taken this shot and missed, it was now all over. The Bolshevik Party would be destroyed, and its leaders would probably wind up dead. Lenin himself certainly considered this a very likely scenario. It seemed unlikely he would be able to return to Russia anytime soon. And in the end, Lenin seemed destined to die in exile, living as an émigré just like he had for most of his life. Now a failure and a has-been. He'd probably wind up muttering in cafes about the treachery of Philistines, while Swiss waiters nodded along with condescending pity for the sad old man who had ultimately amounted to nothing. But even though Lenin and the Bolsheviks were now safely dead and buried, that did not really resolve the crisis for the provisional government, who were still reeling from the failure of the June offensive. And next week, they will emerge from the crisis of the July days intact, but still being tossed by the incredibly treacherous waters of the Russian Revolution. And in the summer of 1917, it was not at all clear that the provisional government would ultimately survive, or frankly, that the revolution itself would survive. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.70, The Kornilov Affair. The July days were a very close call for the provisional government and for the Soviet. The armed demonstration in Petrograd had been aiming at ending the unsustainable dynamic of dual power by overthrowing the government and vesting all power in the Soviet. What better way to solve the problem of dual power than eliminating one of the two powers? But when the moment of truth came on the evening of July 4th, 1917, however, the leaders of the Soviet refused to bow to these demands. And though both the Soviet and the provisional government weathered this particular storm, the prestige of both was badly damaged. The provisional government was still intact, but remained just as unpopular and ineffectual as ever. The Soviet, until this moment the universal darling of the streets, now generated growing contempt for its refusal to become the avatar the streets demanded. Forces on both the left and the right rightly saw a golden opportunity to take advantage of the staggering stumbles of a center that could not hold. But though we ultimately know where this is all headed, in July of 1917 the staggering and stumbling center tried to hold. But to hold it would need new leadership. The Prime Minister, Prince Lvov, who had done everything in his power since February to unify a coalition of liberals and socialists, admitted he could not do the job. Exhausted and demoralized, he admitted defeat and resigned as Prime Minister on July the 7th. And when he resigned, he retired from public life entirely, retiring to a monastery where he hoped he would be left alone until he died in peace. There was only one man who had the influence, prestige, and energy necessary to succeed him, and that was Alexander Kerensky. Without setting down his portfolio as Minister of the Army and Navy, Kerensky became Prime Minister of Russia. It was quite the ascent to power for the son of state bureaucrats who had made a name for himself as a radical lawyer and journalist, and who had previously spent time in prison for his unsavory political connections. That Alexander Kerensky was now considered the only man who could lead Russia was, if nothing else, proof that a political revolution had in fact occurred. In the months since February, Kerensky appears to have undergone something of a transformation. Little by little, event by event, he replaced his radical idealism with a kind of egotistical resolve. From a belief that a free and democratic Russia was sure to flourish after the fall of Bloody Nicholas, to the belief that he alone could save the Russians from themselves. In the wake of the April crisis, he was already lamenting he had not died on the barricades back in February, and further lamenting the fact that the Russian people could probably not be led without whips and chains. But rather than becoming so disillusioned that he quit politics and retired to a monastery like Lvov, Kerensky convinced himself that he was the one who was going to save Russia and save the revolution. He had begun his career believing that he was something of a Russian Mirabeau. Now he believed he was destined to be a Russian Napoleon Bonaparte, rescuing it from military defeat and political chaos. After becoming prime minister in the first week of July 1917, Kerensky let all the power he now wielded go straight to his head. Almost immediately, he moved into the Winter Palace, ancient residence of the Tsars. He set up his offices behind a giant desk of Tsar Alexander III and slept in the bed of the Romanovs. He surrounded himself in imperial trappings and even ordered the flag raised and lowered from the Winter Palace as he came and went, copying the old system of alerting Petrograd when the Tsars were physically in residence. Fully believing now that he alone could unify and save the revolution, and sensing that the Soviets' hesitation to seize power in the July days was proof that the moral authority they held over Russian politics, that they were actually the real power in Russian politics, was a spell that was on the verge of being broken, Kerensky ordered them to vacate the Tauride Palace and find a new home. The pretext for this move was that the government was planning on reconvening the Duma, and the Soviet had only been allowed to meet in the Tauride Palace because the Duma was not in session. The order itself was a clear signal Kerensky was going to try to alpha-dog the Soviet into a place of submissiveness. That they complied with the order and moved their assemblies, meetings, and offices to the Smolny Institute, a former finishing school for the nobility, further indicated that after the July days, it was possible to turn the tables on the Soviet. They had been pushing the government around since February, and having failed to seize power when it was offered to them, Kerensky and his government realized they could start pushing the Soviet around for a change. There was one small hang-up to Kerensky's vision of himself as a Russian Napoleon Bonaparte. He was a lawyer and a journalist, not a soldier. In his role as Minister of War, he had taken to wearing military uniforms, but that was mere theatricality. But if he was envisioning a Bonapartist model for post-revolutionary Russia, that was obviously going to require the military as a major pillar of support. Kerensky needed a military figure who was popular with the troops, popular with the public generally, but also willing to do what might be necessary to impose order on a now perpetually chaotic home front. Kerensky believed he found his man in General Lavre Kornilov. Kornilov was a 47-year-old career army officer. He had been born on the periphery of the empire among the Siberian Cossacks. His father was a peasant who had served as a soldier. His mother was a housekeeper. Kornilov himself served all over the empire, including stints in Central Asia and the Far East. In the Russo-Japanese War, he had risen through the ranks on a combination of courage and talent. When World War I broke out, he commanded a division on the Southwestern Front and was promoted to Major General in 1915. But shortly thereafter, he was captured by the Austrians after refusing an order from General Brusilov to retreat. Already popular in the press and amongst his troops for a kind of salt-of-the-earth heroism, Kornilov won further fame by escaping Austrian confinement in 1916 and successfully making it back to Russia. The leaders of the February Revolution had considered Kornilov politically reliable enough he was given control of the Petrograd military district in March 1917, but then he became something of an uncomfortable liability in the midst of the April crisis. Kornilov demanded full authority to use the military to indiscriminately restore order. When the provisional government refused, he requested to be transferred back to the front, a request that was quickly granted. Returning to his old stomping grounds on the southwestern front, Kornilov led an initially successful wing of the June offensive, which was then stalled and forced to retreat, much to his angry disgust. In Kornilov's estimation, the failure of the offensive was obviously caused by the infamous Order No. 1. Order No. 1 had disastrously replaced military discipline with disobedient committees of soldiers who could not be ordered to do anything they didn't want to do, nor punished for their refusal to obey. Kerensky, who had very recently believed the democratization of the army would propel it to ultimate victory, now agreed with the assessment of the senior staff that Order No. 1 needed to be tossed out if Russia was going to withstand the German offensive now rolling them backwards. This was going to be dicey politically, and somebody like Kornilov seemed to be the perfect vehicle for it. He was popular with the rank and file, as well as enjoying a positive reputation in the press as a national war hero. Nobody took him to be an aristocratic reactionary of the old school. and so his clear determination to restore order and discipline in the ranks would be taken for what it was, a determination to restore order and discipline in the ranks, and nothing more. So in mid-July, Kerensky fired General Brusilov, who had been recently elevated to the post of commander-in-chief, effectively dumping on him the failure of the June offensive, and then he turned around and offered the commander-in-chief spot to Kornilov. But Kornilov did not accept straight away. He had conditions, which he transmitted to Kerensky on July 19th. He wanted a completely free hand to run the military as he saw fit. The most controversial specific demand was the restoration of the right to execute soldiers for mutiny and desertion, including the garrisons in the rear, who were presently protected from such punishment by Order No. 1 and the Soldiers' Declaration of Rights. His most controversial general demand was a statement that he would consider himself responsible only to the nation and his conscience. Now, these were somewhat provocative demands. After all, there are other authorities he needed to consider himself responsible to. But after some careful clarifications brokered by Deputy Minister of War, a guy named Boris Savinkov, a former member of the SR combat organization turned militant nationalist, the two sides came to an agreement. On July 24th, General Kornilov became commander-in-chief of the Russian army. Kornilov's elevation was cheered by everyone to Alexander Kerensky's right. The general's demand for the right to impose discipline and authority were leaked to the press, and he was hailed as the savior of Russia. There were those, after all, who had supported the February Revolution because of the gross incompetence of Nicholas and Alexandra. In the 5 months since their abdication, and by the way, it's only been 5 months, things only went from bad to worse. But while Kornilov absolutely believed Russia probably needed a full-blown military dictatorship to see it through the present crisis, we should be clear again that he was not an outright political reactionary. He in fact said, and I'm quoting here, "I am not a counter-revolutionary. I despise the old regime, which badly mistreated my family. There is no return to the past, and there cannot be any. But we need an authority that can truly save Russia, which will make it possible honorably to end the war and lead her to the Constituent Assembly." So far as I can tell, this is what Kornilov was always trying to do. He was thinking the thing that generals sometimes think, which is that a period of temporary military rule might be required to allow space for a democratic government to form. Whether he had any deeper thoughts on the implication of unilaterally imposing military rule on Russia, we do not know, but General Alexeyev once commented about Kornilov that he had a lion's heart and a sheep's brain. For the time being, however, General Kornilov publicly acknowledged the proper authority of the provisional government now reorganized under Prime Minister Kerensky, and this was the third government since the February Revolution, which again, it's only been 5 months. But privately, he neither liked nor trusted the ministers. When he met with them for the first time on August 3rd, Kerensky warned him not to be too frank or open about anything, because some of the ministers were happy to make strategic leaks to the press. In particular, this side-eye was directed at Minister of Agriculture Viktor Chernov. Kornilov left this meeting and returned to military headquarters, convinced the provisional government, as presently constituted, was hardly worthy of leading Russia. He had his doubts about Kerensky too, but concluded, even in private, that Kerensky was at least a sincere patriot doing his best to save Russia. Kerensky, meanwhile, was becoming very concerned with the response from the right to the elevation of Kornilov. He was detecting an awful lot of outright open salivating for Kornilov to ride in on a white horse and save Russia from the menace of the Bolsheviks, who were obviously German agents trying to destroy the country. In a further meeting between Kerensky and Kornilov on August 10th, the general told his prime minister that what he really wanted, and what he probably needed, was something like the power General Ludendorff now enjoyed in Germany: supreme authority over all private and civilian affairs connected to the war. This would include railroad, communications, and industry. Kerensky was incredibly non-committal about this, and started to worry that maybe he had promoted a man with his own dictatorial ambitions. In an attempt to prevent a right-wing coup, and reforge something of the revolutionary consensus that had existed in February, Kerensky convened what is dubbed the Moscow State Conference on August 12th. It brought together a whole array of people who had driven support for the February Revolution in the first place: industrialists, businessmen, military officers, and conservative liberals who had made up the old progressive bloc, but also invited were moderate socialists, intellectuals, lawyers, and journalists, leaders of the trade unions, and lower-ranking officers. They had all stood together in February, and Kerensky hoped to bring them back together here in August. But the state conference only proved that the unity of February was over. Meeting in the Bolshoi Theater, the delegates divided themselves physically between left and right in the hall, which is to say that the left sat on the left and the right sat on the right. Over the next several days' worth of speeches, if the left liked what they heard and applauded, the right sat in stony silence. And if the right liked what they heard and applauded, the left sat in stony silence. General Kornilov arrived in Moscow for the conference and was given a hero's welcome at the station, flanked by red-robed Turkmen bodyguards, looking an awful lot like a personal Praetorian guard flanking him wherever he went. Kornilov's speech was simple and honestly pretty milquetoast, but the right applauded him rapturously, feeding Kerensky's perception that Kornilov was possibly the spear point of counter-revolution. Kerensky's closing address, in contrast, was a disaster. He had clearly lost his touch and gave a rambling and at times nearly incoherent speech. One delegate, sympathetic to Kerensky, was forced to admit, one could hear not only the agony of his power, but also of his personality. If the Moscow State Conference was meant to reunify the center, it failed spectacularly. But this was not actually the death of Kerensky's fortunes, nor the fortunes of the provisional government. It was not even the cause of a major breach between the Prime Minister and his commander-in-chief. And in fact, as we are about to see, they were basically still on the same page. Now, one thing that cannot get lost in all of this is the context of the war. The June offensive had failed, and Russia's armies were falling back in disarray. The Central Powers had paused to catch their breath for most of July, but in August the Germans stood poised to launch an offensive into Latvia, putting Petrograd itself in danger of being captured. With this grave emergency looming out on the front, and the politics in the rear still a confused, fractured, and dangerous mess, both Kerensky and Kornilov moved towards the conclusion that martial law was going to have to be declared. The subtle distinction between them, though, was that Kerensky believed that martial law would prevent a coup from the right, and Kornilov believed it would prevent a coup from the left. The Germans finally launched their expected offensive into Latvia on August 19th. After a temporarily stiff but ultimately failed resistance, the Russian armies retreated, and the Latvian capital of Riga fell to the Germans, putting the Germans on a perilously direct line to Petrograd. The only good news was that the Russian army withdrew in good order and was able to re-establish a defensive line, preventing any further advances. For now. The fall of Riga was the immediate context for the dramatic political events that are about to unfold, events which give us the title for today's episode, the Kornilov Affair. But in an era of drama, peril, danger, violence, and desperation, the Kornilov Affair resembles nothing so much as an episode of a bad sitcom. Seriously. You know those plot lines that hinge entirely on characters saying lines of dialogue to each other that lead them to take away different understandings of something, even though the misunderstanding between them only exists because the script demands it, and two even remotely normal people would realize immediately there was a misunderstanding and just resolve whatever the issue was? Well, that's the Kornilov Affair. It is not a political plot. It is a sitcom plot. At the center of this sitcom plot is a guest star named Vladimir Lvov, no relation at all to Prince Lvov. This Lvov was a Moscow industrialist, Octoberist delegate to the pre-revolutionary Dumas, and someone who was heavily involved in the progressive bloc. Lvov was among those who believed discipline and order were now what Russia needed, and he decided to insert himself into the picture, with the alleged goal of keeping Prime Minister Kerensky and Commander-in-Chief Kornilov on the same side. But, through his bungling, misrepresentations, and miscommunications, he almost single-handedly drove them apart. On August 22nd, Lvov went to meet Kerensky. He told the Prime Minister vaguely that he represented certain right-leaning groups ready to take drastic action to save the country. Kerensky was skeptical, but told Lvov basically, okay, go sound them out and report back to me. Kerensky later said he just did this because he wanted more information from Lvov, but Lvov left believing he was now like Kerensky's emissary in a plot to stage a top-down military coup. Lvov then got on a train and headed to military headquarters to meet General Kornilov. Meanwhile, out at headquarters, Kerensky's actual emissary, Deputy Minister of War Savinkov, was having his own meeting with the commander-in-chief where the two agreed that Kornilov should take steps to neutralize ultra-conservative plotters in his officer corps, but also to send the 3rd Cavalry Corps to Petrograd to act as protectors of the provisional government. Kornilov said he wanted direct military control of Petrograd, but Savinkov told him that was impossible politically. Kornilov acquiesced and agreed to send the 3rd Cavalry Corps, and they would be put at Kerensky's disposal in the increasingly likely event that the government had to declare martial law. There were rumors swirling the capital that the Bolsheviks were planning to stage another major demonstration on October 27th, which was the 6-month anniversary of the Petrograd garrison's mutiny. Even if it wasn't armed or violent, this demonstration might prove the perfect pretext for declaring martial law. The only hang-up was that the Bolsheviks were absolutely not planning any demonstrations on October 27th. They were barely keeping their heads above water at this point. But oh boy, are they about to come roaring back to life. Just as Savinkov was departing back to Petrograd on August 24th, Lvov showed up that same day at Army headquarters and requested a meeting with Kornilov. Lvov claimed to be Kerensky's agent, and Kornilov assumed that this was a follow-up to the discussions he had just had with Savinkov, and he never bothered to check with Kerensky whether Lvov was legit, which he very much was not. Lvov then floated 3 potential scenarios on how to administer martial law. The first option was Kerensky declares himself dictator, with Kornilov supporting him militarily. The second was forming a directory-style government, essentially a small executive committee with seats for both Kerensky and Kornilov. Or then finally, the third option was Kornilov being appointed dictator, with Kerensky supporting him politically. Lvov asked the general which he preferred, and Kornilov said, well, if I had my choice, it'd be option 3. The cleanest and easiest solution was for a general to run a military dictatorship. But he also said this is just his preference, and he'd support whichever. But whatever they decided to do, Kornilov said Kerensky and Savinkov should come out to Army headquarters where they could all work out a new government safe from the mobs of Petrograd. But as he was boarding the train back to the capital, Lvov apparently had a brief talk with one of Kornilov's aides who said in an offhand way that it didn't really matter which plan was put into place to start, because Kerensky would only be needed for 10 days and then he could be dispensed with. Now my read on this, though, is that the officer in question was far more of an intriguer than his boss, and he was speaking only for himself here. This is not something Kornilov was secretly planning. Lvov then returned to Petrograd and met with Kerensky on August 26th, bearing incredible and not even remotely accurate news. He told Kerensky that Kornilov demanded full dictatorial authority, mischaracterizing completely what Kornilov had said, that the third option was merely his preference and hardly a deal-breaker. Kerensky was at first incredulous and didn't believe it. This was quite an about-turn for Kornilov. But then he seemed struck by 2 ideas simultaneously. First, maybe, without Kerensky knowing it, Kornilov had entered into a battle of wills with him and was about to attempt to overthrow him in the provisional government and stage the very right-wing coup Kerensky himself feared. And second, that even if none of that was true, he now had a really great way to rehabilitate his standing with the left, to expose and destroy an alleged right-wing plot and emerge as the unrivaled defender of the revolution against agents of reaction. Now I think up to this point, August 26, 1917, Kerensky saw Kornilov as an ally working towards a shared goal. But from this point on, I do think it becomes clear Kerensky did everything in his power to set Kornilov up to take a fall. After their meeting, Kerensky invited Lvov to come back to the Winter Palace at 8 that evening to engage in a series of cables with Kornilov. When Lvov didn't show up on time, Kerensky went ahead and initiated communications at 8:30. But remember, this is a sitcom plot, not a political plot. So what Kerensky does, and I am not making this up, is he simply pretended Lvov was in the room with him, and further, pretended to be Lvov in the ensuing back and forth of messages. Kerensky opened by saying, "Do you want to proceed as you indicated to Lvov?" Kornilov, believing he was talking to both Kerensky and Lvov at the same time, and believing the three options were still on the table, replied, "Yes, but we do need to come to a decision quickly." Kerensky then impersonated Lvov and said, "The Prime Minister wants to know if you want to do what you indicated to me privately you want to do." Kornilov said yes. Kerensky and Savinkov should come to headquarters at once. They then exchanged a few more lines before the communication line dropped. Kornilov walked away believing the 3rd Cavalry Corps would proceed to Petrograd, Kerensky and Savinkov would depart Petrograd, and within a few days they would collectively declare martial law from army headquarters. Kerensky walked away believing Kornilov was demanding he be made dictator and demanding Kerensky come to army headquarters where he would be made hostage and then later possibly shot. Or, what is also just as likely, Kerensky kept this entire farce of a conversation just vague enough that he could now run off and claim that's what Kornilov planned to do. Kerensky immediately convened all his ministers and informed them of what had just transpired. In his own words, he told them Kornilov was preparing to stage a military coup d'etat and he had proof. Kerensky then told them the only way to see this through was for the government to resign and vest all power in Kerensky himself. After a great deal of heated discussion that went on overnight, the ministers ultimately agreed. At 4 a.m. on August 27th, they vested Kerensky with supreme executive authority and then collectively resigned. Kerensky promptly sent a cable to military headquarters relieving Kornilov of his command, effective immediately. He ordered another general to take over and place Kornilov in custody. When Kornilov received this cable at about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, he understandably blew his stack. But he moved very quickly from believing Kerensky had out-and-out double-crossed him, and considered it far more likely that the rumor of another Bolshevik insurrection scheduled for August 27th had been true, that overnight something momentous had happened in Petrograd, and Kerensky had probably been taken hostage by armed Bolsheviks who were now forcing him to issue orders under duress. So Kornilov ignored the cable, sent orders to the 3rd Cavalry Corps for them to advance on Petrograd as fast as possible, and then prepared, at least in his own mind, to rescue the provisional government from the clutches of what was surely another Bolshevik insurrection. But of course, there was no Bolshevik insurrection. There was nothing even close to a Bolshevik insurrection. The Kornilov affair is a farcical miscommunication full of unfounded assumptions all the way down. And the great historical irony is that by ignoring Kerensky and ordering the 3rd Cavalry Corps to proceed with all haste to Petrograd, Kornilov did more to single-handedly rehabilitate the Bolsheviks than anyone. After the July days, something like 800 Bolsheviks had been arrested, and it kind of looked like they were done for. Lenin even said, "They're going to shoot us. I mean, now's the time to do it." But with many socialists, including Kerensky, increasingly worried about a right-wing coup over the summer of 1917, instead of grinding the Bolsheviks to dust, they let their foot up. And though the leaders were still in custody, many party members had been released, and the backlash everyone had feared after the July days turned out to not be the catastrophic crackdown they feared. In fact, just a few weeks later, here we are with word ripping through Petrograd that a right-wing coup was upon them. Kornilov has sent troops to overthrow the provisional government, the Soviet, and the revolution. Suddenly, the Bolsheviks went from potential threat to potential saviors, because they were, if nothing else, the most heavily armed and militant defenders of the revolution in Petrograd. Scrambling a defense, the Soviet called all the socialist parties in Petrograd together, and they hastily formed what was called the Committee for the Struggle Against the Counter-Revolution. Bolshevik representatives were not only invited to participate in this committee, but asked to take the lead. In addition to mobilizing their own armed cadres, the Bolsheviks demanded 40,000 workers be armed at once, significantly augmenting the ranks of what were called the Red Guards, militia units of workers under arms. The first Red Guard units had been formed back in March and April, but they now jumped in size, and more importantly for future events, they were being organized by the Bolsheviks, who, almost overnight, went from being considered armed activists causing trouble for everyone to being the most uncompromising and clear-eyed defenders of the revolution. In the end, though, the Bolsheviks did not have to lead Petrograd in street fighting against Kornilov's forces. Railroad workers successfully tore up all the tracks leading into the capital, and the 3rd Cavalry Division's transports were temporarily halted in their tracks on August 29th. While they sat idle, representatives from Petrograd went out to meet and mingle and agitate among the troops. Party leaders, garrison soldiers, workers' deputies all went out to implore them to please stop. There were no disturbances in Petrograd. The people were merely rising in defense of the provisional government, who you are posing a threat to. And this completed the farce of the Kornilov affair. Only a few of the cavalrymen had any idea why they were even being ordered to Petrograd in the first place, and those who did have some idea believed they were the ones being sent to defend the provisional government. So they're like standing around looking at each other with one side saying, "I've come to protect the provisional government," and the other side saying, "No, I've come to protect the provisional government." The two sides engaged in discussions through the night, and by the morning of August 30th, the whole thing was over. Now fully briefed that the only emergency threat to the provisional government was the 3rd Cavalry Corps itself, the men now refused to move until they received more official clarification. And this loss of momentum alone effectively ended the threat. The commander of the 3rd Cavalry Corps was escorted to meet with Kerensky. Now, we have no account of their meeting, but it was probably a supreme dressing down from the prime minister, which the commander no doubt received with angry contempt, knowing as he did, and this is true, that Kerensky had been the one who ordered the corps to Petrograd in the first place. Kerensky was now heavily amping up the accusation that Kornilov had done everything of his own sinister initiative, but the historical record more than confirms the transfer of the 3rd Cavalry Corps to Petrograd was done at Kerensky's initiative and probably with the intention of declaring martial law. It was only after he did this that Kerensky changed his mind and decided to pin all the blame for any attempt to declare martial law on Kornilov and Kornilov alone. After all, Alexander Kerensky is no military dictator. He is the defender of democracy against the right-wing counter-revolutionaries. Despairing for himself and for Russia after having received this absurd dressing down, the commander of the Cavalry Corps left his meeting with Kerensky, went to a private apartment at Petrograd, and shot himself in the heart. With the Kornilov affair now abruptly ended, anyone who might have supported him loudly disowned him. He was peacefully relieved of command on September 1st and placed under house arrest, and he would remain in custody until November. When the Bolshevik revolt Kornilov had long predicted and tried to avert finally happened, Kornilov and other loyal officers in custody with him escaped their jail cells and went off to form the Corps of the Volunteer Army, one of the main pillars of the White Army in the coming Civil War. Having successfully thwarted a right-wing coup that was probably never a right-wing coup, and having rehabilitated and rearmed the Bolsheviks, Alexander Kerensky now stood as the effective dictator of Russia. And next week, we will head into September 1917 and see him make his final fumbling attempts to be the great leader Russia needed him to be, the great leader he believed it was his destiny to become. But of course, we know what Alexander Kerensky's destiny really was, the man known to history as the leader overthrown in the October Revolution. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.71, The Democratic Conference. Before we get going this week, I want to reiterate the special book tour announcement I dropped a couple days ago, which I hope everybody listened to. In fact, by the time you're listening to this, I will probably be on my way to Minneapolis to start a little signing tour through the upper Midwest. On Monday, October 11, from 4 to 6 p.m., I will be in Minneapolis at Majors and Quinn. On Tuesday, October 12th, from 6 to 8 p.m., I will be with Anderson's Bookshop at Community Christian Church for a drive-by signing event in Naperville. That again is Naperville, which in my regional ignorance I casually implied was a Chicago event, but then absolutely got roasted on Twitter for implying that Naperville was Chicago. Naperville's not Chicago, lesson learned, but anyway, on Tuesday, October 12th, I will be in Naperville. Then on Wednesday, October 13th from 2 to 4 p.m., I will be at Kismet Books in Verona, Wisconsin, which is an awesome little bookstore just south of Madison. Finally, Thursday, October 14th from 4 to 6 p.m., I will be back at Boswell's in Milwaukee. I look forward to this being the first of many more live events as everybody gets vaccinated and we get to move back towards a new normal. Links to info about all of these events are included in the show notes and at the website, revolutionspodcast.com, where you can follow me on Twitter. There are some RSVP and ticket requirements for some of these events, so please do go to the event page and do what they tell you need to do in order to attend. Now, speaking of these being the first of many more live events, I can actually now officially plug what the next live event is going to be. I will be doing a one-off event in Pasadena, California with Vromans and Book Soup on October 27th. So if you are in the LA area, you are officially notified that I will be doing a book event in Pasadena on October 27th. This one will be a full book talk and signing, so it'll be a full evening of Mike Duncan. The space itself will be socially distanced, masks will be worn, and proof of vaccination will be required to attend. I am really looking forward to that. I really do love doing these things, and I very much look forward to getting to do many more of them in the future. So see you in Minneapolis, Naperville, Verona, or Milwaukee this week, or October 27 in Pasadena, or in the future, all of the other places I hope to come to. But getting back to it, last time we covered the Kornilov affair, one of the great turning points of 1917, and it was a great turning point for incredibly ironic reasons. General Kornilov's principal motivation for declaring a military dictatorship was fear of a Bolshevik insurrection. And more than anything else, his own attempt to impose that military dictatorship is what made the Bolshevik seizure of power possible. Alexander Kerensky, who was absolutely up to his eyeballs in blame for the Kornilov affair, said later, August 27 is what made October 27 possible. The Bolsheviks certainly recognized the massive gift they had been given, and they made the most of it, as we will spend a great deal of today discussing. But I don't want to lose sight of Kornilov's other stated objective, which he explicitly laid out in his declaration on August 27th. He said, I, General Kornilov, the son of a Cossack peasant, declare to each and all that I personally desire nothing but to save Great Russia. I swear to lead the people through victory over the enemy to the Constituent Assembly, where it will decide its own destiny and choose its new political system. Because we cannot forget that the Constituent Assembly is still a thing. Now, given the ultimate result of the Revolution of 1917, it is hard to remember that from the moment Tsar Nicholas abdicated the throne in favor of Grand Duke Mikhail, the Constituent Assembly was meant to be the great political result of the revolution. As everyone no doubt remembers, when Grand Duke Mikhail declined the throne, he didn't just decline the throne for all time. He said, I will become Tsar only if and when a Constituent Assembly meets and offers me the throne. Then, he signed over power to the self-appointed provisional government on the understanding that one of their principal tasks was organizing and convening that Constituent Assembly. It's why they were the provisional government. They were provisional. They were meant to be a temporary placeholder who derived their legitimacy from two directions. One, running from the past to the present, that is, the chain of sovereign custody passing from Nicholas to Mikhail, and then immediately from Mikhail to the provisional government, but also another source of legitimacy running backwards from the future to the present, which is to say that one of the main sources of their legitimacy was looking forward to the fact that they would be the ones to convene a Constituent Assembly. But that was all back in the first week of March, and here we are heading into September, and the Constituent Assembly has still not been convened. And as we have seen over the past few episodes, the chain of sovereign custody has been run through multiple political blenders. The first government Mikhail passed power to collapsed after 8 weeks. The second government, the first coalition government of socialists and liberals, was created after negotiations with the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet, who had no legal constitutional authority to speak of. That second government then collapsed leading into and out of the July days, and everything had to get reshuffled again, producing a third government, the third government since February, and more than ever, a government that was simply the improvised result of negotiations with non-constitutional actors, heads of political parties, the essentially self-appointed leaders of the Soviet. Decisions were being made by an incredibly small group of leading cadets, SRs, and Mensheviks. And in fact, one of the main driving thrusts of the July days was that by now the provisional government no longer had anything resembling political legitimacy, and the Soviet, which at least kinda did, just needed to take over. In terms of connecting the dots between February and October, the failure of the various provisional governments to move quickly towards a nationally elected constituent assembly is usually overshadowed by other factors, and not without good reason, but it is a major factor. This mistake, though, brings us back to the impact of the June offensive, which also continues to loom very large as a dot connecting February to October. Because even though the failure to move quickly towards a constituent assembly was, to a certain degree, just not acting with any kind of urgency and getting bogged down in trifling minutiae, but there was also an unstated assumption that the constituent assembly would meet after the war was over, or at least after Russia's military position was so unassailable and secure that it would be safe to do something as momentously unprecedented as convening a national assembly to write a new constitution for Russia. The expectation among the ministers and functionaries of these various provisional governments was that the war had been a rolling debacle due entirely to the incompetence of Nicholas and Alexandra. Now that they were out of the way, the tide would surely turn. So all through March, April, May, and June, none of them felt any great rush to hold the Constituent Assembly because they assumed it would be held after victory on the battlefield. And they also assumed that said victory was probably right around the corner. But then the June offensive turned into the June and July retreat, and the military situation went from bad to worse. So now the provisional government was caught out in a no man's land. They couldn't keep putting off the Constituent Assembly until victory or peace, because victory and peace were not going to be coming anytime soon. But they also were now very worried about going ahead with it, because the resulting political crisis caused by the failure of the June offensive might not be full of moderate liberal statesmen writing an orderly constitution, but angry radicals looking to turn the world upside down. But they also couldn't put off the Constituent Assembly much longer because, as I said, the last remaining shreds of the government's legitimacy was still tied to the expectation that they would convene a Constituent Assembly. So after very nearly being overthrown in the July days, the provisional government started making announcements. On July 20th, they announced the electoral procedures and rules for suffrage, including the right of women both to vote and stand for election to the Constituent Assembly, a major victory for the feminist groups who had been so instrumental in launching the February Revolution in the first place. Then, in the second week of August, the government announced that elections would be held November 12th, and the first session of the Constituent Assembly would meet November 28th. Now, this was still 3 very long months away, but it was officially on the calendar. And the fact that the Constituent Assembly was slated to meet in November was part of the reason Kornilov and Kerensky conspired to declare martial law in August. They both believed that a period of military rule might be necessary to allow the Constituent Assembly to meet in peace. Then, once the Assembly met and drafted a new constitution for Russia, military rule could be dialed back, and a new civilian government enjoying the sovereign legitimacy granted to it by this Constituent Assembly could come to power. But if this is what they were trying to accomplish, the Kornilov affair was a debacle. It was a complete failure. It left the government with almost no legitimacy to speak of. Alexander Kerensky successfully double-crossed Kornilov and induced the mass resignation in the ministry and the transfer of all executive authority into his hands, but it left him exactly nowhere. And I'm not sure I've actually seen a dictatorship held with such a narrow base of power. The only person I've written about who immediately springs to mind is Didius Julianus from the old History of Rome days. He's the senator who was proclaimed emperor by the Praetorian Guard after winning a literal bidding war for their services after they had assassinated Emperor Pertinax. Didius Julianus was, of course, immediately overthrown by Septimius Severus, who commanded the support of, armies and entire provinces. In the first days of September 1917, Kerensky was all-powerful, at least on paper. He appointed a handful of ministers to lead the key ministries of state, and then they spent the next several weeks ruling by executive fiat. He spent these weeks attempting to find something, anything, anyone, who would give his government even the veneer of legitimacy. But the Kornilov affair simultaneously left Kerensky as an all-powerful dictator, but also a friendless non-entity. Each for their own reasons, neither the left nor the right now trusted him. The officer corps of the army hated Kerensky for betraying Kornilov. The rank and file of the military hated him for conspiring with Kornilov. The question at this point was whether Kerensky, who almost nobody liked, trusted, or listened to anymore, could survive until the Constituent Assembly in November. And the answer was no, he could not. As we discussed last week, the main beneficiaries of the Kornilov affair were, ironically, the very Bolshevik party Kornilov had been trying to crush. The Bolsheviks, as we also discussed last week, had managed to skate through July and August without being completely crushed, because the Mensheviks and the SRs who led the Soviet, as well as Prime Minister Kerensky himself, were so worried about the threat of a counter-revolutionary coup from the right that they did not want to have any enemies to their left, especially an enemy as militant and well-armed and aggressive as the Bolsheviks were. The Kornilov affair completed the political rehabilitation of the Bolsheviks, who were now seen as the most ardent and clear-eyed defenders of the revolution. In the scramble to defend Petrograd from the forces of counter-revolution, everyone had turned to the Bolsheviks to provide both generals and foot soldiers. And they delivered. Even if no fighting actually took place, the Bolsheviks were now considered the saviors of Petrograd. Now, from the very beginning, going all the way back to the original split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks, and then all through the Revolution of 1905, the Bolsheviks had always been the minority party. In February 1917, they probably counted no more than a few hundred active party members. But from that small nucleus, they had been growing. As we talked about in the episode on the July days, they did very well among the sailors of the Kronstadt Naval Base, the workers in the Vyborg district, and major parts of the Petrograd garrison, particularly those machine gunners. By the summer of 1917, the Bolsheviks counted as many as 200,000 members across Russia. They were still not as big as the SRs, but this was absolutely nothing to sneeze at. And the Bolsheviks, as we've also discussed, now also benefited from the very things that had once made them such a minority party. They were the party associated with being opposed to the war. Now, this had made them unpopular during periods when the war was popular, but now that the war was unpopular, it made them very, very popular. They were also the party who were most clearly and consistently in favor of the slogan, "All power to the Soviets," because as the legitimacy of the provisional government just disappeared into nothingness, the Soviets, as an institution and as an idea, still had a lot of legitimacy in the minds of workers and sailors and soldiers, and the Bolsheviks had been the ones running around out there saying the provisional government is illegitimate, the Soviet is legitimate, so let's transfer all power to the Soviets. As the months went by, disillusionment with the Menshevik and SR leadership of the Soviets drove many former supporters into the waiting ranks of the Bolsheviks. The Kornilov affair rapidly accelerated those defections, as the ongoing support from the Soviet leadership for Kerensky, his government, and the liberals was increasingly incomprehensible to people in the streets and factories and garrisons of Russia. The Bolsheviks started to really gain electoral ground in municipal elections, culminating with their surprise victory in the local Moscow elections in September of 1917. They also gained major ground in local Soviets out in the provinces, especially in industrial areas. And by September 1917, there were close to a dozen major provincial Soviets whose executive councils were dominated by Bolshevik party members. More than anything else, however, the story of politics by the fall of 1917 was less a story of rising democratic support for the Bolsheviks, which wasn't really the case, but rather the mass proliferation of disillusionment and apathy. The huge initial burst of enthusiasm and energy in February 1917 had ultimately produced meager results. Not only did the war continue, but it continued to be defined by bloodshed and defeat. Workers were encouraged to cooperate with their bosses in the interest of keeping industry going, rather than taking over industry for themselves. Out in the rural areas, peasants were seizing land, and instead of being encouraged and validated, the government was handing down proclamations telling them to knock it off. The Menshevik and SR leaders of the Soviet continued to insist on supporting coalition government with capitalists and landowners at all costs. The once raucous and excited General Assemblies of the Petrograd Soviet had long since ceased meeting with any regularity. They gave way to insulated and semi-secretive committees and bureaucratic directories who were happy to speak for the people, but no longer really interested in speaking with the people. And so the people simply stopped showing up. And people stopped voting. People kind of stopped caring. It was becoming very much meet the new boss same as the old boss. So like in those municipal elections I just talked about, yes, the Bolsheviks grew their share of the vote, but it was a larger share of a much smaller pie. Local Petrograd elections held in August saw voter turnout decrease 30% from the spring. In Moscow, the election where the Bolsheviks finally won a majority, turnout had dropped by 50%. So a growing block of people out there were not voting for any one party or another. They were voting for apathetic disillusionment. The Bolsheviks were well poised to take advantage of this apathetic disillusionment. First and foremost, because they were the one thing on the menu standing against the forces that had caused all the apathetic disillusionment. For example, they did excellent work organizing on shop floors of factories because the Menshevik-led factory committees that had been set up around February all continued to advocate compromise and cooperation with the bosses and the liberals and the capitalists, if for no other reason than we have to win the war, which they considered to be of paramount importance. But the workers on the shop floor did not agree with those priorities. They were very interested in what the Bolsheviks had to say, which was down with the bosses, down with the liberals, down with the capitalists, and down with the war. And these were in fact the very workers that the Bolsheviks successfully armed during the Kornilov affair. Workers whose patience with Mensheviks, SRs, liberals, and the provisional government was completely exhausted. The central figure in the Bolshevik transition from a militant minority faction to something like a popular political party was Leon Trotsky. More than anyone else, Trotsky was the public face of Bolshevism in the fall of 1917, which is something of a surprise given that he had broken with Lenin and the Bolsheviks way back during the original Bolshevik-Menshevik split in 1903, and then the two sides had spent the last 15 years lobbing potshots at each other in various émigré newspapers. But Trotsky's alienation from Lenin had always been far more personal than political. In terms of tactics, strategy, and objectives, Trotsky and his theory of permanent revolution neatly aligned with just about everything Lenin was saying. The reason he had fallen out with Lenin in the first place was because Lenin had been such a huge asshole to all of Trotsky's friends back in 1903, and then a huge asshole to Trotsky himself in the wake of the Bolshevik-Menshevik split. Though, to be sure, Trotsky gave absolutely as good as he got in these disputes, and painted his own portraits of Lenin with a brush dipped in poison. But when everyone returned to Russia in 1917, both Trotsky and Lenin saw their interests align, and they buried the hatchet, both of them ultimately putting the political ahead of the personal. This was in marked contrast to another one of our old friends, Julius Martov. Ever since the beginning of World War I, Martov had led a left-wing Menshevik faction that was also very close to the Bolshevik position. And here in 1917, these left-wing Mensheviks were absolutely defecting to the Bolsheviks in droves. But Martov himself couldn't go there. He simply could not forgive Lenin's naked opportunism, immorality, hypocrisy, and fundamental lack of political decency. Trotsky was ready to bury the hatchet. Martov was not, and he never would be. But getting back to Trotsky, he was not even technically a member of the Bolshevik Party when the July days hit. When arrest warrants went out for the various Bolshevik leaders, Trotsky was not on the list. He had to actually write open letters to the authorities saying, hey, if you're arresting Bolsheviks, you have to arrest me too, which then they did. Having proven his loyalty, the Bolshevik Central Committee elected to bring Trotsky into the leadership while he was in prison, though it was hardly a unanimous vote. Trotsky was an arrogant egghead who had spent 15 years using his egg-headed arrogance against the Bolsheviks. Those old resentments were never going to disappear. Ever. But his talents were undeniable, and when he was released from jail shortly after the Kornilov affair, in the midst of the general rehabilitation of the Bolsheviks, he put all his undeniable talents at the service of the party. Because, as it turned out, Trotsky was not just a gifted writer, thinker, and polemicist, he was also a naturally magnetic orator. In September 1917, he absolutely became the face and voice of Bolshevism. Most people had frankly never seen or heard Lenin, who had been an anonymous émigré most of his life, and who excelled at dominating backroom committee meetings, but not public rallies. Trotsky could dominate those public moments. It's hard to gauge exactly how different things would have been in October 1917 had Trotsky remained aloof from the Bolsheviks. But it is worth always keeping in mind that when many of these workers and soldiers and sailors in Petrograd thought about the Bolsheviks, they pictured Trotsky, not Lenin. With Trotsky now taking the public lead for the Bolsheviks even inside the Soviet, which he had been invited to join after returning to Russia, the right-leaning leadership really began to feel some heat. The Bolsheviks put forward a motion opposing any coalition government with bourgeois elements, and for the first time ever, a Bolshevik motion passed the Soviet. And this was not just thanks to Bolshevik votes alone, but also left SRs and left Mensheviks defecting from their former leaders and allies. The right-leaning leadership who composed the Executive Council threatened to resign on September 9th if the motion was not rescinded. They, after all, supported coalition government. But instead of falling into line, the General Assembly simply confirmed the previous vote. The Soviet would not endorse coalition government. This led to the resignation of the leadership that had been in place since February, and a new slate of men stood poised to take over, which is exactly what the Bolsheviks were aiming for. Realizing the Soviets were moving decisively to the left, the right SRs and right Mensheviks, increasingly divorced from the left wings of their party, scrambled a response. They still believed in a rather literal and pedantic reading of historical materialism, which clearly required the bourgeois capitalist class to take the lead in the first democratic political revolution, which would pave the way for the second socialist revolution. What this meant is even though they were all socialists, they were ideologically committed to the idea of keeping bourgeois capitalists in the government. With Kerensky, meanwhile, looking for something, anything to root his own political legitimacy in, they all hit on an idea. These leaders used the last gasp of their authority inside the Soviet to convene what was called the All-Russian Democratic Conference. They invited representatives not just from the Soviets that had sprouted up throughout Russia, but also from various municipal dumas, army committees, peasant co-op groups, and an institution we have not really heard much of since February, but which is still very much existent, the Zemstva. By broadening the number of institutions represented, the right-leaning socialists hoped to create a new kind of democratic consensus which was not exclusively rooted in the Soviets, who would endorse coalition government between socialists and liberals. This hastily convened meeting took place just 2 weeks after the Kornilov affair, taking place in Petrograd between September 12th and September 14th. And it was, honestly, every bit the farce that the Kornilov affair was. The right wing of the conference, and we're talking here business leaders and industrialists, liberals and their allies, wanted to re-endorse a coalition government of socialists and cadets. A center bloc wanted a mix of liberals and socialists, but they wanted to exclude the cadets, many of whom had been implicated in the Kornilov affair. And then there was a left bloc, which included, of course, the Bolsheviks, who wanted an all-socialist government which excluded the cadets, excluded the liberals, excluded the capitalist classes, and rooted its legitimacy entirely in the Soviets. After a great deal of arguing and speech-making, the left wound up finding itself in the minority, and the Democratic Conference approved the principle of a coalition government. But then things got absurd as they narrowed down the specifics. An amendment was passed nearly unanimously that excluded from the government anyone associated with the Kornilov affair. Okay, so far so good. But then there was a second amendment on whether or not to exclude the cadet party in its entirety. When the vote was taken, the amendment passed. No member of the cadet party could be invited into the coalition government. This triggered howls of anger from the right, and so then the whole package got voted on, the initial principle of a coalition plus these specific amendments. The left and right got together and voted the whole thing down. The left because they were opposed to any coalition with the liberals, and the right because they were angry at the exclusion of the cadets. So, in the end, the Democratic Conference wrapped up having failed miserably. It simultaneously endorsed and rejected the idea of coalition government and broke apart, having achieved exactly nothing. As the Democratic Conference was flailing its way to nowhere, the presiding leadership of the right SRs and right Mensheviks got together with liberals and cadets to just ignore the votes being taken in the conference. They formed their own extraordinary committee, who created what came to be called the Pre-Parliament. The Pre-Parliament was a body that was supposed to provide a kind of temporary public assembly that could assert just enough sovereignty that Kerensky could say, well, until the Constituent Assembly meets, my government will be rooted in this institution called the Pre-Parliament, which again, they're just making up on the fly right here. But even this utterly contrived formula collapsed. The Cadet Party now placed their own terms on coalition with the right-leaning socialists. They said the Pre-Parliament can certainly form and can advise the government, but in no way will the government be answerable to it. And the right-leaning socialists were so desperate to get the liberals and cadets to join with them that they agreed to these terms. And so Alexander Kerensky began forming a coalition government that would reign until the Constituent Assembly, basically approved by no one and rooted in nothing. This is the political context we need to keep in mind as we head into Red October. And the reason we spent so much time today talking about the nature of legitimacy and sovereignty is that clearly, by October 1917, there was just none of it to speak of. As we'll discuss next week, Lenin, who is still off in Finland, is now absolutely going out of his mind, yelling at his comrades in the Central Committee that now is the time to strike. Now, right now, we cannot wait. If we do it now, we're going to win. All that we will be doing is overthrowing an illegitimate government that no one supports anyway. His comrades in the Central Committee were incredibly skeptical. But you know what? Lenin wasn't wrong. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.72, The Decision. I want to begin this week by thanking everybody for coming out to the little Midwest tour. It was a great week. I had tons of fun meeting everybody and signing books. Hope to do it again in the future. Hope to do many more of these in the future. And speaking of, if you're down in Southern California, remember I will be in Pasadena on Wednesday, October 27th for a full book talk event. Not just signing, but actually getting up on stage and giving a presentation. This will be the first time I will address a live audience in more than 2 years. So I am really looking forward to that, and I hope to see everybody there. We ended last time with the Democratic Conference of mid-September 1917. This improvised assembly was supposed to legitimize a new coalition government of socialists and liberals under Prime Minister Alexander Kerensky in the wake of the Kornilov affair. But instead, the conference wrapped up having simultaneously endorsed and rejected the idea of a coalition. Given this utterly incoherent result, the leading organizers of the Democratic Conference improvised again. On September 20th, they announced the formation of what they called the Provisional Council of the Russian Republic, but which everybody else calls the Pre-Parliament. This Pre-Parliament was initially composed of 313 members, with each faction represented at the Democratic Conference receiving a similar share of delegates at this new assembly which they were just making up out of thin air on the spot. As I mentioned at the end of last week's episode, Kerensky's new government was meant to answer to this new assembly until the convening of the Constituent Assembly in November, hence it being dubbed the Pre-Parliament. But in the subsequent inter-party negotiations to form that government, the Liberals refused to join unless this pre-parliament was recast as merely an advisory council with no genuine authority at all. The right SRs and Menshevik leaders acquiesced. So on September 25th, Alexander Kerensky inaugurated a new government, answerable basically to no one but Kerensky himself. Kerensky now continued to enjoy a fantasy version of reality where he was in the final stages of consolidating power like a Russian Bonaparte. He had bested Kornilov, he had evicted the Soviet from the Tauride Palace and banished them to the Smolny Institute, and then he treated the right-leaning socialists as if they needed him more than he needed them. One of the first things his new government did was unilaterally augment the pre-parliament, adding 150 more delegates, all of them from the landowning and business-owning bourgeoisie. This humiliated Kerensky's socialist partners and discredited them further in the eyes of the workers, the peasants, the soldiers, and the sailors, whom they allegedly represented. Now, Kerensky was in just enough of a bubble at this point that he really believed he was on the verge of, winning the Russian Revolution. All he had to do was hold on with this new government for about 6 weeks until the Constituent Assembly convened. He would not even make it 4. Kerensky had gone into the same imperial bubble that captured and destroyed Nicholas and Alexandra, because things were not going well out there. In September 1917, the Russian Empire was collapsing into chaos. Incredibly, the scarcity and inflation crisis that had gotten all of this going back in February was now even worse. The various provisional governments simply continued to print paper money. 400 million rubles in April, 700 million in June, over $1 billion in July. Prices quadrupled, even above the highs that drove the Romanovs out of power in February. 500 factories had shut down during the summer months, leaving close to 100,000 out of work. Scarcity of necessary goods was still endemic in all urban areas, as the political and economic system remained utterly dysfunctional. Inflation, scarcity, and unemployment created a crisis atmosphere. Workers organized and staged strikes regularly. In the major urban centers, crime and lawlessness were indisputably on the rise, as criminals and gangs just roamed free. Kerensky's government had basically no dependable forces willing to impose order on its behalf. It was just as bad out in the countryside. Peasants who had been waiting with growing frustration and impatience for the provisional government to endorse the transfer of landed estates to peasant ownership now lost their cool completely. Even when the arch-SR Viktor Chernov was serving as Minister of Agriculture, it had been nothing but foot-dragging, empty promises, and delays. Then Chernov had been ousted from the government during the Kornilov affair, and there seemed no hope at all that the government would do the one thing the peasants had been demanding all along: give us the land. For them, that was the only part of the revolution that really mattered. Completely fed up, they just started taking it. Throughout September, there was a wave of violent attacks in rural areas as peasants mobbed manor houses, looted the premises, and then burned the place to the ground. The villages, many now boasting their own little local Soviets, unilaterally claimed ownership over the estates, caring not one whit what the authorities said. Kerensky's government issued stern prohibitions on these seizures, but just like in the cities, his government had no force capable of backing up these stern pronouncements. In any given local area, the preponderance of force was held by the villagers themselves. thanks in large part to all those hundreds of thousands of deserting soldiers who were returning to their home villages armed and radicalized. The increasingly non-existent power and legitimacy of Kerensky and the provisional government fueled the fortunes most especially of the Bolshevik Party. The positions that had hurt them in February, stiff opposition to the war, constant denunciations of the provisional government, and demands for all power to the Soviets, now propelled them forward towards October. As the Menshevik and SR leadership compromised and discredited themselves, rank-and-file party members defected in droves to the ranks of the Bolsheviks, who offered clear and simple slogans offering a welcome alternative to the feeble dithering of the right-leaning socialist leaders. In the countryside, the message was peace, land, and freedom. In the cities, it was peace, bread, and freedom. On September 19, the Bolshevik Party secured a majority inside the Moscow Soviet. Then on September 25th, the same day Kerensky announced his new government, the Bolsheviks cemented a voting majority inside the Petrograd Soviet. The vote to create a new executive leadership council for the capital Soviet resulted in 1 Menshevik, 2 SRs, and 4 Bolsheviks. This executive committee, with an outright Bolshevik majority, promptly voted to make Leon Trotsky president of the Petrograd Soviet. He was now able to speak not just as a charismatic Bolshevik Party leader, but as president of the Petrograd Soviet, with all the implied legitimacy, authority, and power that came with it. So heading into October 1917, the Central Committee of the Bolsheviks were riding high, especially after they believed that their party might have been destroyed back in July. Their fortunes had now reversed completely, and they believed that both time and history were on their side. All they needed to do now was keep striding forward, and they would surely emerge as the majority party in Russia in no time at all. But during these same weeks, the head of their party, Lenin, still in hiding in Finland after the July days, was slowly going out of his mind, because while he believed history was on their side, time was not. In fact, time was running out. Fast. The Central Committee had established a stable courier service to and from the chief, and Lenin was able to read newspapers from Petrograd the same day they were printed, and then send back letters, essays, and editorials commenting on events. From about the second week of September 1917, Lenin hammered the point that if they did not act before the Constituent Assembly convened, it would be too late. That while the Bolshevik ranks were growing, they would almost certainly wind up a marginal minority faction in the coming Constituent Assembly, undercutting any claim to represent the voice and the will of the people of Russia. He was furious with the Central Committee for participating in the Democratic Conference, granting recognition to a manipulated farce organized by their enemies and rivals. Lenin believed passionately and bluntly that given the circumstances, the growing chaos, the non-existent legitimacy of the government, plus the looming possibility that the bourgeoisie and the Philistine right-leaning socialists might reconsolidate their hold on power at the coming Constituent Assembly, the Bolshevik Party needed to seize power, by force, immediately, without hesitation or scruples. In Lenin's mind, the Bolshevik Party represented the only true path to socialist revolution. This was something, at least abstractly, all of his comrades in the Central Committee agreed with. It's why they believed the Bolshevik Party was superior to all the other parties. Lenin said they must not miss this opportunity. If they were weak or passive, then all would be lost. On September 12th, he wrote a scathing essay titled "The Bolsheviks Must Take Power." 2 days later, he penned an article called "Marxism and Insurrection," which was a defense of armed uprisings, not as a betrayal of Marxist principles, but action Marx and Engels themselves believed to be a vital and unavoidable component of socialist revolution. When the Democratic Conference wrapped up, Lenin wrote a piece called "Heroes of Fraud and Mistakes of the Bolsheviks." He attacked his comrades on the Central Committee for their plotting, peaceful, and passive conduct. He meant for it to be published in the party newspaper, and Lenin was absolutely volcanic with rage when the Central Committee took a pair of scissors to Lenin's editorial, publishing it under the truncated headline "Heroes of Fraud," and cutting out his attacks on the Bolshevik leadership. Now convinced that his comrades in the Central Committee would blow this opportunity if Lenin was not there to personally lead them, he made plans to quit Finland and return to Petrograd. But all that said, it's not like Lenin's comrades were entirely idle or passive, nor that they were especially burdened with constitutional scruples, nor that they even opposed the idea of an armed coup d'etat. It was mostly about the when and the how, not the can we or should we. The day after Trotsky became president of the Petrograd Soviet, he started advocating for a second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. The first such Congress of Soviets had been held back in June, and we talked about it briefly in episode 10.68. This is when the Mensheviks and SRs formed an overwhelming majority of both delegates and leaders, and when they rejected the idea of the Soviets taking power from the provisional government and declared that no party out there thought we should take power right now, Lenin called out from the floor, "There is one party." Remember that? Well, now that party is in charge of the Petrograd Soviet and very much still wants to seize power. So you're going to have to stick with me for a sec because we do need to untangle something so that all of this makes sense. The first Congress of Soviets in June had elected a standing executive committee to permanently represent all the Soviets. This executive committee was of course packed with Mensheviks and SRs, and it was now the last bastion of their waning influence. This executive committee stood as a major obstacle to the rising power of the Bolsheviks. So when I say that the Bolsheviks now controlled the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet, that is true, but that is different from this still standing executive committee of the Soviets writ large, who remained the same Mensheviks and SRs who had been elected back in June. Got it? Cool. The Bolsheviks, now able to speak with the voice of the Petrograd Soviet, demanded this larger executive committee call for a second Congress. The stated reason for this was that with the Constituent Assembly on the way, all the Soviets needed to come together to hammer out a legislative and constitutional platform that they could all agree on and then take to the Constituent Assembly. The unstated reason was that the Bolsheviks planned to dominate this second Congress and get all of their guys elected to a new Central Executive Council, turning the Soviets into an operational wing of the Bolshevik Party so that the abstract slogan, "All power to the Soviets," would now mean in concrete terms, all power to the Bolsheviks. The leaders of the Mensheviks and SRs knew exactly what the Bolsheviks were up to, but Trotsky said if they didn't start sending out invitations for a second Congress, that the Petrograd Soviet would use their prestige and moral authority to just do it themselves. The Bolsheviks got their way. Invitations started going out for a second All-Russian Congress of Soviets to be held on October 20th, 1917. Meanwhile, Lenin moved from his remote hideout in Finland to a district much closer to the border and very close to Petrograd. This way, he would be able to wield more decisive influence over his comrades. He was incensed that the Central Committee was censoring his view that they should no longer wait for anything, that the party now, right now, should launch an armed coup d'etat. From this base, he sent an essay to the Central Committee headlined, "The Crisis Has Matured." It laid out a case that with the Bolsheviks standing for peace, land, and freedom, that if they seize power right now, neither the army, nor the navy, nor the peasants would make a move against them. In a confidential 6th section of this essay, he blasted his colleagues for hesitation. He ended by saying, "In view of the fact that the Central Committee has even left unanswered the persistent demands I have been making for such a policy ever since the beginning of the Democratic Conference, in view of the fact that the central organ is deleting from my articles all references to such glaring errors on the part of the Bolsheviks as the shameful decision to participate in the pre-parliament, the admission of Mensheviks to the presidium of the Soviet, etc., etc., I am compelled to regard this as a subtle hint at the unwillingness of the Central Committee even to consider this question, a subtle hint that I should keep my mouth shut, and as a proposal for me to retire. I am compelled to tender my resignation from the Central Committee, which I hereby do, reserving for myself freedom to campaign among the rank and file of the party and at the party Congress." This resignation, however, was simply a threat to demonstrate how serious he was. Mostly, he made preparations to move back to Petrograd and convince everyone not to blow it. Lenin's case that all the pieces were falling into place thanks to fortuitous events on the war front, which resulted in a gift-wrapped package delivered right to the Bolsheviks' doorstep. Now, even though the war against the Austrians in the southwest and against the Turks in the south had both settled into mutual passivity as all sides presently stood on the brink of total collapse, the Germans in the northwest still posed a major threat. They had captured Riga at the end of August and forced the Russian army to fall back. Then on September 28th, the Germans launched a naval operation into the Gulf of Riga aimed at capturing 3 strategic islands, which, if captured, would allow the Germans to ferry their armies around behind the newly dug out Russian defensive line, in effect giving them an unobstructed, straight road to Petrograd. The government responded by making plans to evacuate the city. On October 4th, Kerensky and his government unanimously agreed to abandon Petrograd and withdraw to the safety of Moscow. All government ministries, departments, and personnel would evacuate the capital. They also made plans to relocate as much of the city's heavy industrial capacity deeper into the interior. During these meetings, it was also decided that the Soviets would be treated as merely private institutions not covered by any state evacuation plan. The Soviets' decision to stay or leave Petrograd would be entirely their own, but they would be entirely on their own. On October 6th, all these plans were leaked to the press, and the leaders of the Soviet, all of them, Menshevik, Bolshevik, and SRs, flipped their lids. There was by now a growing consensus among socialists of all stripes that Kerensky was actively preparing to sacrifice Red Petrograd to the Germans, that while the provisional government may lack the force to bring left-wing radicals to heel, the German army did not. In this scenario, Kerensky abandoning Petrograd to a German sack was not a painful but necessary strategy in the face of dire wartime emergency, but a welcome opportunity to have the Kaiser crush the radical left and the Soviets, allowing Kerensky to safely consolidate a new base of power in Moscow. The leaders of the Soviet announced that the Soviet did not endorse an evacuation, and anyone who participated would be doing so in direct opposition to the Soviet. And as their voice carried far more weight than the provisional government's did with the rank-and-file soldiers and the workers in the city, Kerensky and his fellow ministers now had to reckon with going through with an evacuation no one would help them carry out, and in fact might result in them all getting lynched if they tried to go through with it. In a session of the pre-parliament held on October 7th, which was scheduled to talk about the evacuation, Trotsky gave a fiery speech hammering on these themes. Trotsky issued a blistering denunciation of the government, which mostly fell on deaf ears in a hall packed with moderates and liberals and members of the bourgeoisie, but which he knew would resonate in the streets. He declared, the idea of surrendering the revolutionary capital to German troops was a natural link in a general policy designed to promote counter-revolutionary conspiracy. He went on to say, with this government of treason to the people, and with this council of counter-revolutionary connivance, we have nothing in common. In withdrawing from the council, we summon the workers, soldiers, and peasants of all Russia to be on their guard and to be courageous. Petrograd is in danger. The revolution is in danger. The people are in danger. Then he led the small Bolshevik delegation out of the hall and into the streets. And that brings us directly to the gift-wrapped package delivered right to the Bolsheviks' doorstep. With all components of the Soviet leadership, as well as the workers and soldiers and sailors in the city, deeply concerned that the provisional government was about to abandon them to the slaughter, the Petrograd Soviet convened on October 9th and voted to take the defense of Petrograd into their own hands. They created what was soon dubbed the Military Revolutionary Committee, or the MRC. The MRC functioned just like the Committee of Struggle Against Counter-Revolution had functioned during the last days of the Kornilov affair. The committee would organize, lead, and coordinate armed soldiers and workers. Now, nothing had changed really since August, and the Bolsheviks' own military organization remained the largest and most disciplined armed force in the city. And all those tens of thousands of workers who had been armed and led by the Bolsheviks back in August, well, they now simply returned to a state of ready alert. These forces were, of course, all co-opted by the MRC and became the main pillar of their operations. So, the armed wing of the Bolshevik Party is now operating, for all intents and purposes, as the officially sanctioned armed forces of Petrograd, charged with complete authority over the security and defense of the capital. In a final deft maneuver, Trotsky had language inserted into the motion creating the MRC that they were to defend Petrograd both against the external threat of the Germans, but also the internal threat of counter-revolution, which will, of course, be defined however the Bolsheviks see fit. Trotsky later called the creation of the Soviets' MRC the Dry Revolution, or the Silent Revolution, and he said that when it was done, the Bolsheviks were already 3/4, if not 9/10, of the way to victory. All of these pieces fell into place just in time for Lenin to return to Petrograd to meet with his comrades for one of the most consequential committee meetings in world history. On October 10, 1917, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party met to hash out some major strategic and tactical questions. There were 21 total members of the Bolshevik Central Committee, but on this evening, only 12 were able to attend. Among those in the room were Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Stalin, and Alexandra Kollontai. Also, a funny-looking dude dressed up to look like an old Lutheran priest who was wearing an ill-fitting wig atop his head. Lenin. This meeting was ironically held in the home of a prominent Menshevik leader named Nikolai Sukhanov. The reason they were able to meet there was that the apartment also happened to be the home of a longtime Bolshevik loyalist named Galina Flexerman, who just so happened to be Sukhanov's wife, revealing with domestic simplicity just how gray the party differences were among all these socialists. Flexerman encouraged her husband to just go ahead and sleep at his office that night, which was a perfectly normal thing for him to do, and which she very much insisted he do on this particular evening. This allowed the parlor of a leading Menshevik to be used to plot Bolshevik revolution. This incredibly important meeting of the Bolshevik Central Committee lasted for 8 hours. It was the first time Lenin had seen most of his comrades in person since the July days, and he gave an impassioned defense for the idea that the time for an insurrectionary coup d'etat was now. Among other things, he believed that the Bolsheviks would only have to hold their ground for a matter of months, because Lenin was convinced that European-wide proletarian revolution was on the verge of breaking out. So the Bolsheviks would not have to stand alone for long. Pretty soon, every major power in Europe would be run by proletarian comrades. Trotsky and 5 others in the room were mostly in agreement with Lenin that the time for insurrection was at hand, and that the pieces were in place to do it, and that they would probably be successful. But against Lenin, Trotsky insisted that they wait until the convening of the Second Congress of the Soviets, which was set for October 20th. People were not going to support a straight-up Bolshevik coup. It absolutely had to be done while speaking with the voice of the Soviet. But this was not a difference over whether to do it at all. It was just a matter of, do we do it now, or like a week from now? 2 members of the Central Committee, however, disagreed entirely with the plan. These were 2 of Lenin's long-standing lieutenants, Kamenev and Zinoviev. Kamenev in particular had been pushing for a peaceful reconciliation with the other socialist parties. He did not believe the Bolsheviks were strong enough at the moment to do things on their own. But he also simultaneously believed that in the coming Constituent Assembly elections that the Bolsheviks would probably actually win something like 1/3 of the seats. This, combined with their expected domination of the Congress of Soviets, would give the Bolsheviks a clear trajectory to power without risking everything on an armed coup. Both of them also believed that Lenin's opinion, which had been seconded by Trotsky, that European-wide revolution was on the verge of breaking out, was altogether too optimistic. Kamenev finally said, "Comrade Lenin's plan means to stake on one card the fate not only of our party, but the fate of Russia and world revolution. The whole thing would ultimately be disastrously counterproductive, and even foolish given how well things were going for the party." Zinoviev agreed with all this, and further added that if they tried and failed this time, it wouldn't be like the July days. This time, we will all be shot. And the thing is, neither of them were wrong about any of this. Lenin was asking them to stake everything on one card. When they described the risks and potential consequences, they were absolutely correct. Lenin's rejoinder was simple. Yes, I'm asking you to stake everything on one card. Yes, the risks are enormous. But guess what? I think we can win. And in fact, not playing this card right now would be the riskiest gambit of all, because we may never get another window like this ever again. After 8 hours of debate, the 12 members took a vote. They voted 10-2 to begin immediate preparations for an armed coup d'etat, Kamenev and Zinoviev obviously being the two no votes. Lenin then scribbled a formal resolution inside of an exercise book for a child because no other paper was readily at hand. This resolution states, "The Central Committee recognizes the international position of the Russian Revolution, the revolt in the German Navy, which is an extreme manifestation of the growth throughout Europe of the world socialist revolution, the threat of peace by the imperialists with the object of strangling the revolution in Russia, as well as the military situation, the indubitable decision of the Russian bourgeoisie and Kerensky and Company to surrender Petrograd to the Germans, and the fact that the Proletarian Party has gained a majority in the Soviets. All this, taken in conjunction with the peasant revolt and the swing of popular confidence towards our party, the elections in Moscow, and finally, the obvious preparations being made for a second Kornilov revolt, the withdrawal of the troops from Petrograd, the dispatches of Cossacks to Petrograd, the encircling of Minsk by the Cossacks. All of this places the armed uprising on the order of the day. Considering, therefore, that an armed uprising is inevitable, and that the time for it is fully ripe, the Central Committee instructs all party organizations to be guided accordingly and to dismiss and decide all practical questions, the Congress of Soviets of the Northern Region, the withdrawal of troops from Petrograd, the action of our people in Moscow and Minsk, etc., from this point of view." This resolution was the beginning of the Bolshevik coup of October. They departed each other's company on the morning of October 11th, having resolved to stake everything on Lenin's one card. And as was noted in literally every single book I read about this meeting, this is one of those moments in history where the will and choices of a single man really do change the course of history. Absent Lenin's impassioned, angry, manipulative, persuasive, domineering, clear-eyed, and somewhat harebrained case that the Bolsheviks could stage a coup, it is entirely likely that the party would have let the moment slip by. But they did not. And next week, they will launch their coup to alter the course of history, turning the dial from February to October. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.73, Zeno's Revolution. Okay, we're back. All is well. Just hit a crazy streak of busy times and some rotten luck. The event in LA went great, though, and I can't wait to do more of those in the future. And I must also plug that this Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021, I will be doing an online book talk with Dr. Faith Hillis, University of Chicago professor of Russian history. But this is not about my book. This time I will be the interviewer. Dr. Hillis wrote a really great book called Utopia's Discontents, Russian Emigres and the Quest for Freedom, 1830s to 1930s. If you have any interest at all in the Russian Revolution, and folks, if you're listening to this, that's you, please by all means tune in. It'll be a deep dive on the lives of everyone living in those Russian colonies scattered across Europe that served as embryos for the Russian Revolution. The event is in partnership with the New York Public Library, and I will drop a link to it in the show notes, but please do come out. Dr. Hillis is great, the book is great, and it'll be a great night. Now, last time, we ended with the Bolsheviks' momentous decision on the night of October 10th, 1917, to stage an armed coup d'etat. What I want to talk about today is what happened in the 2 weeks after this decision was made, but before they actually went through with it. Because it would be very easy to just glide from one to the other and skip over the fact that one of the most famous armed coups in history was by no means a foregone conclusion. These 2 weeks were a high-wire act of tension, setbacks, and conflict, not just among the Bolsheviks and their various rivals, but among the Bolsheviks themselves. Our loose guide for this week's episode is an old friend, the American journalist John Reed. Reed has already made an appearance on the podcast because, as you will recall, in 1913 he embedded himself with Pancho Villa and wrote a series of newspaper dispatches from the Mexican Revolution collected and published as a book the following year called Insurgent Mexico, which, if you haven't read Insurgent Mexico, by all means go read it. But Reed is far more famous for his other book about being in the chaotic thick of revolution, 10 Days That Shook the World, his eyewitness account of the October Revolution. Reed and his wife, Louise Bryant, a fellow journalist and political activist, came to Russia to report on the ongoing revolutionary upheavals, and they arrived in Petrograd just after the Kornilov affair. Bryant wrote her own account of their experience called 6 Months in Russia, but Reed's is a real tour de force of political journalism. It's crammed to the hilt with direct quotes and long excerpts from papers and pamphlets and speeches, making it one of the indispensable first-person accounts of the October Revolution in any language. Reed also had access to the principal players, and was, for example, in the last small group of reporters to interview Alexander Kerensky before the fall of the Winter Palace. So I highly recommend everybody read 10 Days That Shook the World, and if you do read it, you'll recognize where I'm pulling most of the direct quotes from this week's episode. Now, Reed and Bryant were there to just generally kick around and report on events in Russia. They did not know that those events were building towards the October Revolution. Now, by the second week of October, the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party at least knew that they were building towards a revolution. Now, in retrospect, their decision is often portrayed as merely a ruthless will to power from a tiny clique of revolutionaries who represented no one but themselves. But Lenin's plan did not call for, like, a dozen people to slip into the Winter Palace and declare themselves the new government without any popular support at all. Lenin was always critical of such Blanquist methods, which in the Russian tradition was expressed by the old people's will-style vanguardism. Lenin always believed that the people should be behind them, and would be behind them once they got going. In an open letter to his vacillating comrades, Lenin said the masses were presently in a state of nervous tension, and if they were not necessarily calling for an immediate insurrection, the very act of insurrection would snap them into focus and cause them to enthusiastically coalesce around the Bolsheviks. He wrote, "A firm party line, its unyielding resolve, is also a mood-creating factor, particularly at the sharpest revolutionary moments." Lenin's position was that the Bolsheviks could not and should not wait until they became the most popular party in Russia before launching a coup, because the very fact of launching the coup is what was going to make them the most popular party in Russia. Lenin believed the people were desperate for clear and decisive leadership, and that's what he planned to give them. But to achieve this, a Bolshevik coup had to be for something, and indeed it was. In the fall of 1917, the party had a positive platform aimed at delivering what the people desired, as well as a negative program aimed at preventing what the people feared. The Bolsheviks hammered both sides of this program in the lead-up to the coup. The positive side was encapsulated in a party editorial from October 4th, 1917 that ended with a clear, direct, and uncompromising 5-point platform. 1. All power to the Soviets, both in the capital and in the provinces. 2. Immediate truce on all fronts and honest peace between peoples. 3. Landlord estates to the peasants without compensation. 4. Worker control of industrial production. 5. A faithfully and honestly elected constituent assembly. So as the Bolsheviks drove towards power, this is what they were saying they were going to do with their power, and they were consciously ticking off each of the major constituencies they needed to win over. For the soldiers, peace, now, immediately. For the peasants, land, now, immediately. For the workers, control of the factories, now, immediately. They promised no more delays, hesitations, or convoluted justifications. They promised to do away with the hypocritical and contradictory nonsense that had been floated by the liberals and the Mensheviks and the SR since February. So for Lenin, It didn't matter that in October 1917 the Bolsheviks didn't technically have any supporters among the peasantry, who formed the mass majority of Russia. Who cares? When the Bolsheviks take power, we will transfer land from the large estates to the peasants, and voila, all the peasants will love us. But if those were the desires to be fulfilled, what about the fears to be prevented? This was mostly aimed at the workers and soldiers of Petrograd, who the Bolsheviks needed to make their move. As we discussed last time, Kerensky gave the Bolsheviks a huge gift by floating the idea of evacuating Petrograd and letting the Germans sack it. And remember, the Germans are just a couple of 100 miles away at this point. The population of Petrograd understandably freaked out, and the Bolsheviks enthusiastically hammered the idea that the capitalists in the provisional government were basically in league with the Kaiser. The Bolsheviks were also helped mightily by intemperate public remarks that confirmed the most exaggerated accusations. Mikhail Rodchenko, the old chairman of the State Duma, the first leader of the first Provisional Executive Committee after the resignation of the Tsar, he was quoted as saying, "Petrograd is in danger. I say to myself, let God take care of Petrograd. They fear that if Petrograd is lost, the Central Revolutionary Organization will be destroyed. To that I answer that I rejoice when all these organizations are destroyed, for they will bring nothing but disaster upon Russia." With quotes like this floating around, it wasn't hard to paint a picture that the liberals and capitalists and their agents in the provisional government were downright eager to toss the people of Petrograd to the Germans. The only thing that could save them was a self-organized military apparatus by the people and for the people, like, say, the recently formed Military Revolutionary Committee. The other fear the Bolsheviks played on was that if the Germans didn't sack Petrograd, then it would probably be some counter-revolutionary alliance of military officers, gangs of Black Hundreds, Cossacks, and street thugs taking another shot at a Kornilov-style military coup. Rumors of such a coup swirled in the capital in the fall of 1917, and the Bolsheviks did everything they could to amplify and exaggerate the threat. Trotsky said, "In essence, our strategy was offensive. We prepared to assault the government, but our agitation rested on the claim that the enemy was getting ready to disperse the Congress of Soviets, and it was necessary mercilessly to repulse them." Stalin later said, "The revolution," that is, the Bolshevik Party, "disguised its offensive actions behind a smokescreen of defenses in order to make it easier to attract into its orbit uncertain, hesitating elements." Though the party had decided to go on offense, they knew it would only really work if it was sold as defense. And that's exactly how they set about selling themselves, not as a self-interested clique making a power grab, but as the defenders of Petrograd and the revolution. That the Bolsheviks were now plotting an insurrection was an open secret. People absolutely knew what was going on. On October 12th, one daily paper said, "There is definite evidence that the Bolsheviks are energetically preparing for a coming out on October 20. That is, to coincide with the convening of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which the Bolsheviks themselves had called for." A right-wing paper prophesied, "The vile and bloody events of July 3 to 5 were only a rehearsal." A Menshevik paper tried to derail the proposed coup by publishing a story allegedly revealing the details of the secret Bolshevik plan, including maps of their likely targets. Maxim Gorky, a former friend, ally, and sympathizer of Lenin, who had since drifted into a sort of intellectualized middle ground between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, urged the Bolshevik leaders to deny rumors of an insurrection, though he did agree that they were being pushed into this by the looming threat of counter-revolution. The military section of the SRs, on the other hand, thought the forces of counter-revolution would only be triggered if such an insurrection was launched. They issued a statement telling their members to stay home and not listen to dangerous hotheads. They said, "Counter-revolutionary plotters are planning to take advantage of this insurrection to destroy the revolution, open the front to Wilhelm, and wreck the Constituent Assembly. Stick stubbornly to your posts. Do not come out." My point, though, is that in mid-October 1917, the Bolshevik coup was not flying under the radar. It was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Now this raises the obvious question. Why didn't the government do anything about it? Well, here's the thing. Far from being alarmed by the thought of a Bolshevik uprising, Kerensky and his fellow ministers were positively giddy at the idea, because they were sure they'd be able to put it down without breaking a sweat. One of Kerensky's ministers said, "If the Bolsheviks act, we will carry out a surgical operation and the abscesses will be extracted once and for all." Kerensky himself infamously said, "I would be prepared to offer prayers to produce this uprising. I have greater forces than necessary. They will be utterly crushed." To the British ambassador George Buchanan, Kerensky said, "I only wish the Bolsheviks would come out, and I will put them down." He didn't want to stop Lenin. He was begging for Lenin to carry his feeble party out into the open, where Kerensky could destroy them. Kerensky and his fellow ministers were not the only ones who thought that would be the end result of an attempted coup. Plenty of rank-and-file Bolsheviks believed it too. And I'm not just talking about dissenting Central Committee members like Zinoviev and Kamenev. On October 15, the Executive Committee of the Petrograd Bolsheviks met with representatives from the Bolshevik military organization, and they all shared extreme skepticism at the Central Committee's plan. They nodded along with a memo drafted by Zinoviev and Kamenev, saying immediate insurrection was far too risky a gambit. The prevailing mood of hesitancy inside the military organization thus makes October the reverse of July. Back in July, Lenin and the Central Committee said an uprising was premature, while the defiantly optimistic military organization marched out into the streets anyway. Now, here in October, it's the military organization leaders trying to dissuade Lenin and the Central Committee from doing something rash. Their attitude was, "We're not ready, and we're not sure that the people will turn out. Yes, they'll come out if the Second Congress of Soviets calls them, but for the Bolsheviks alone, they won't." The dissent from party leaders who were just below the Central Committee on the Bolshevik org chart just goes to further show that, as we've seen many times, despite typical portrayals of the Bolshevik Party as some kind of hyper-disciplined, dictatorial extension of Lenin's will, that's never how they worked in practice. Sure, Lenin exerted a great deal of influence on the party. He exerted more individual influence than any other individual leader of any other party. But that is hardly the same as everybody doing what Lenin said all the time. All through the revolution, the Bolsheviks were constantly at odds with each other over strategy, tactics, theory, timing, means, and ends. Different sections and committees disagreed with each other. The Moscow Committee wasn't on the same page as the Petrograd Committee. Rank-and-file agents would just go off and do their own thing, often ignoring the Central Committee entirely. Orders going from the top down were not followed. Demands coming from the bottom up forced the leaders to alter their plans. Now maybe they were a more cohesive herd of cats than any other party, but they were still mostly a herd of cats, as is evidenced by Lenin being more or less on the verge of a stroke every waking moment of his life. But though there was an awful lot of pushback, Lenin and the Central Committee refused to change course. On October 16th, the Bolshevik Central Committee held another meeting to grapple with the fact that lots of party members were extremely skeptical. At this meeting, Lenin stood on one side, while Zinoviev and Kamenev stood on the other. These were the three longest-tenured Bolsheviks in the room, and they couldn't agree on what to do. Kamenev thought the whole thing was a bad idea. Not only was an insurrection too risky, it was pointless. Kamenev believed that the party was well on its way to winning majorities in both the Second Congress of the Soviets and the Constituent Assembly. So why do something incredibly risky like stage an armed uprising when the party was just weeks away from peacefully winning majorities? Zinoviev put forward a compromise motion saying that at a minimum, the party must delay any armed uprising until the Second Congress of the Soviets convened. The almost uniform word coming up from the streets was that the people would turn out if the Soviet called them out, but not the Bolshevik Party alone. This motion was defeated. Lenin then put forward a counter-motion reaffirming the October 10 decision to stage an insurrection as soon as practicable, though it did not yet set a firm time or date. That motion carried almost unanimously. Kamenev promptly resigned from the Central Committee, freeing him from the rules that prohibited Central Committee members from airing their disagreements publicly, exactly what Lenin had threatened to do a few weeks earlier when the Central Committee seemed hell-bent on not staging an insurrection. The following day, the Executive Committee of the National Soviet Organization, still dominated by Mensheviks and SRs, announced that the Second Congress of the Soviets would be delayed until October 25th. They knew what the Bolsheviks were up to, and they were trying to stall long enough to allow more Mensheviks and SR delegates to get to Petrograd so they would not lose control of the Soviet organization to the Bolsheviks. But it also gave the Bolsheviks a vital few extra days to prepare. And as they prepared, again, they are not really concealing themselves. On October 17th, Lenin published an open letter to his comrades where he invoked the image of the Soviet being a revolver pointed at the head of the provisional government. This was a common metaphor used to illustrate the Soviets' role in the dual power system, that they didn't need to wield power themselves because they were a revolver pointed at the head of the provisional government who would then do whatever they said. Lenin said this revolver is useless if the leaders of the Soviet refuse to pull the trigger. He said, "If it is to be a revolver with cartridges, this cannot mean anything but technical preparation for an uprising. The cartridges have to be procured, the revolver has to be loaded, and cartridges alone will not be enough. Either openly renounce the slogan, 'All power to the Soviets,' or start the uprising. There is no middle course." Lenin also debunked the notion that they should wait until the counter-revolution struck before making their own move. What if the Kornilovites of the second draft will have learned a thing or two? He asked. What if they wait for hunger riots to begin, for the front to be broken through, for Petrograd to be surrendered, before they begin? What then? There is no objective way out, and can be none, except a dictatorship of the Kornilovites or a dictatorship of the proletariat. So Lenin wasn't even bothering to hide his intentions here. And what's more, he's lifting the curtain on the whole anything we do will merely be defensive thing, because he's quite openly saying, we can't wait for them to strike first. We have to strike first. The best defense is a good offense. The only defense is a good offense. Over the next few days, the Bolshevik coup was the talk of Petrograd, but people weren't exactly eager to get involved. The military organization of the SRs in Petrograd voted to remain neutral in any coming Bolshevik insurrection. They would neither rise with the Bolsheviks nor help the government put them down. They would wait on the sidelines. But they did warn their members to be on the lookout for a full-on right-wing coup, which was also expected at practically any moment. They sent out a circular to members warning them to be fully prepared for the merciless suppression, possible assaults by the Black Hundreds, pogromists, and counter-revolutionaries. On October 19th, the leaders of the garrison of the all-important Peter and Paul Fortress voted against joining any Bolshevik insurrection. With reports like this in hand, Alexander Kerensky's optimism was fully cemented. The intelligence coming into him indicated only a small number of soldiers were actually with the Bolsheviks. And he wasn't wrong about that. There were something like 160,000 soldiers garrisoned in Petrograd, with another 85,000 in the general area. Of those, only a small fraction were actively participating in the coup. At most, the number was in the tens of thousands, not the hundreds of thousands. The vast majority of the soldiers clearly wanted no part of it. But here, Kerensky made a fatal miscalculation. His brief time in the Winter Palace appears to have infected him with the same fatal case of blinkered myopia that took down Nicholas and Alexandra. Kerensky was convinced he was only threatened by a small group of malcontents, and that the vast majority of Russians were still with him. Kerensky took the small number of Bolshevik diehards to mean that those soldiers who declined to participate would defend his government. And boy, did he misread that. They didn't plan to defend his government. They planned to sit on the sidelines and watch. They weren't going to fight for Lenin, but they also, sure as hell, were not going to fight for Kerensky either. More than anything, a mood of chaotic, noisy, bustling, and increasingly paranoid anticipation saturated Petrograd. And to set the scene, I'm just going to hand the reins over to John Reed and let him describe what he saw in this final week. Petrograd presented a curious spectacle in those days, he wrote. In the factories, the committee rooms were filled with stacks of rifles. Couriers came and went, and the Red Guard drilled. In all the barracks, meetings every day, and all night long interminable hot arguments. On the streets, the crowds thickened towards a gloomy evening, pouring in slow, voluble tides up and down the Nevsky, fighting for the newspapers. Hold-ups increased to such an extent that it was dangerous to walk down side streets. One afternoon I saw a crowd of several hundred people beat and trample to death a soldier caught stealing. Mysterious individuals circulated around the shivering women who waited in queue long cold hours for bread and milk, whispering that the Jews had cornered the food supply, and that while the people starved, Soviet members lived luxuriously. At Smolny, there were strict guards at the doors and the outer gates demanding everyone's pass. The committee rooms buzzed and hummed all day and all night. Hundreds of soldiers and workmen slept on the floor wherever they could find room. Upstairs in the great hall, 1,000 people crowded to the uproarious sessions of the Petrograd Soviet. And in the rain, the bitter chill, the great throbbing city under gray skies rushing faster and faster. Towards what? On October 21st, the Military Revolutionary Committee held a conference of representatives from the garrisons of Petrograd in order to coordinate what was ostensibly a municipal defense force, but which everyone well knew was a Bolshevik-led military apparatus. The delegates in the room, many of them members of the Bolshevik military organization, passed a resolution calling on the forthcoming Congress of Soviets to take power. Then they set about ensuring that when the Congress of Soviets met, that the MRC would wield ultimate military authority in the capital. They sent a delegation to the ranking officer of the Petrograd Military District, delivering a message that henceforth soldiers in the garrison would only follow orders countersigned by the MRC. The officer scoffed and said, "I don't recognize your delegation, your committee, or your orders. You have no authority here whatsoever." This delegation then returned to MRC headquarters and announced that the regular chain of command military officers had rejected their authority. So they drafted a resolution and promulgated it on the morning of October 22nd. It read, "The headquarters of the Petrograd Military District refuse to recognize the MRC. In doing so, the headquarters break with the revolutionary garrison of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The headquarters becomes a direct weapon of counter-revolutionary force." Then they staked a very bold claim to military power. The protection of revolutionary order from counter-revolutionary attacks rests with the revolutionary soldiers directed by the MRC. No directives to the garrison not signed by the MRC should be considered valid. They finished this by saying, "The revolution is in danger. Long live the revolutionary garrison." With this statement, they proclaimed their ultimate authority over all military decisions in Petrograd, and further said that any orders that contradicted the MRC was ipso facto an act of counter-revolution. This declaration was issued early on October 22nd, and there was a plausible belief that there may be a major confrontation that very afternoon. October 22nd had been declared a day for celebrating the Petrograd Soviet, and there were lots of banquets and rallies and speeches planned. But it was also the anniversary of Napoleon's withdrawal from Moscow, which was itself an annual nationalistic celebration. Conservative elements in the army indicated they planned to observe this celebration with parades of their own. But as the day progressed, the energy in Petrograd was predominantly left-wing, not right-wing. Trotsky gave an electrifying speech at an opera house, reminding everyone of how great things would be once the Soviet took power for itself. Soviet power was destined not only to put an end to the sufferings in the trenches, he thundered, it would provide land and stop internal disorder. The Soviet government will give everything the country has to the poor and the soldiers at the front. You, bourgeois, own 2 coats? Give one to the soldier freezing in the trenches. You have warm boots? Stay at home. Your boots are needed by a worker. People applauded rapturously. Trotsky called, "We will defend the cause of the workers and the peasants to the last drop of blood. Who will join us?" Everyone cheered and raised their hands. There was no great confrontation on October 22nd, and the following day the MRC finished appointing their commissars, nearly all of whom doubled as members of the Bolshevik military organization. The mood of the city now shifted decisively in the direction of hoping the Second Congress of Soviets declared itself the seat of a new national government, backed by the arms of the MRC. As most of the members of the Bolshevik Party had hoped, they were succeeding at organizing their coup under the popular, legitimizing banner of Soviet authority. On the afternoon of October 23rd, a group of MRC commissars went to the Peter and Paul fortress to convince them to join the MRC chain of command. The commander of the fortress relented to demands to hold a democratic assembly of his soldiers. Once gathered, the men were harangued by Mensheviks and SRs, imploring them to stay in the regular chain of command and not join insurrectionary hotheads, whose hot-headedness would lead them all to their doom. Meanwhile, the MRC commissars, most of them Bolsheviks, said, "Join us or Petrograd will fall, either to the Germans or to the counter-revolution." Trotsky arrived and gave a speech urging the garrison to join with the MRC and defend the revolution. At 8 p.m. they voted. Everyone who wanted to join the MRC moved to the left. Everyone who wanted to maintain the status quo moved to the right. Nearly every soldier moved left. The MRC, and by extension the Bolshevik Party, now controlled the Peter and Paul fortress, along with its huge cache of weapons and ammunition, and its direct line of sight on the Winter Palace, where Alexander Kerensky lived, worked, and apparently prayed for the Bolsheviks to take their best shot. That night, John Reed headed to the Smolny Institute, headquarters of the Petrograd Soviet. He reported, "In the hall I ran into some of the minor Bolshevik leaders. One showed me a revolver. 'The game is on,' he said, and his face was pale. 'Whether we move or not, the other side knows it must finish us or be finished.'" Reed then witnessed a speech by Trotsky. "We are asked if we intend to come out," Trotsky said. "I can give a clear answer to that question. The Petrograd Soviet feels that at last the moment has arrived when the power must fall into the hands of the Soviets. The transfer of government will be accomplished by the All-Russian Congress. Whether an armed demonstration is necessary will depend on those who wish to interfere with the All-Russian Congress. We feel that our government entrusted to the personnel of the Provisional Cabinet is a pitiless and helpless government, which only awaits the sweep of the broom of history to give way to a really popular government. But we are trying to avoid a conflict, even now, today. We hope that the All-Russian Congress will take into its hands that power and authority which rests upon the organized freedom of the people. If, however, the government wants to utilize the short period it is expected to live, 24, 48, or 72 hours, to attack us, then we shall answer with counterattacks, blow for blow, steel for iron." So this is pretty heavy stuff. But then, later that same night, with everything so clearly moving in a decisive direction, there was an unexpected flinch from the Bolsheviks in the MRC. The senior officer of the Petrograd Military District invited them to engage in further talks over who had veto over what orders. Maybe an arrangement could be worked out. The Bolshevik leadership made a calculated decision to withdraw their unilateral claim to military authority, probably because they were not quite ready to make their move and they didn't want to spark something they couldn't control. So they backed down, or at least they seemed to back down, which was quite enough to convince Alexander Kerensky that he had the Bolsheviks right where he wanted them. This was a signal the Bolsheviks did not actually believe they were strong enough to back up their big talk. As soon as he heard the news, Kerensky issued orders to strike, giving the Bolsheviks exactly the attack they needed to claim that they were launching a counterattack. The revolution was in danger. Petrograd must be saved. Next week, we will all wake up on the morning of October the 24th, 1917, and shake the world. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.74, The Great October Socialist Revolution. So here we are, everything we've been building to for the last, zillion episodes. On the list of great moments in revolutionary history, the Bolshevik uprising of October 1917 is right there with the fall of the Bastille in July 1789 at the center of the inner circle. And those two events certainly serve as temporal bookends defining what, in retrospect, this here Revolutions podcast has been all about. But it's not like we're anywhere close to being finished, because just as with the fall of the Bastille in 1789, the October Revolution only becomes recognized as the epicenter of a historical earthquake because of what came after. Lots of times throughout history, a capital city has been rocked by riots, uprisings, and street violence to no great permanent effect. The existing government refines its footing, and life goes on. But sometimes, tumultuous events spanning just a few calendar days change the course of human history, as happened both in July 1789 and October 1917. So while we have been building to this moment, the rest of the Revolutions podcast will chronicle the struggle of the Bolsheviks to make October 1917 the beginning of a world historical earthquake rather than a forgotten flash in the pan. But it will also chronicle those revolutionaries who struggled against the Bolshevik vision of revolution, because that too is the story of the Russian Revolution. In the last week of October 1917, the air in Petrograd was thick with anticipation. As we discussed at length last time, everyone knew the Bolsheviks were planning an uprising to coincide with the convening of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets on October 25th. It was really just a matter of how events were going to play out, whether the Bolsheviks would win or lose, not whether they would try. And a leading Menshevik told American journalist John Reed, well, perhaps the Bolsheviks can seize power, but they won't be able to hold it for more than 3 days. They haven't the men to run a government. Perhaps it's a good thing to let them try. That will finish them. Alexander Kerensky, meanwhile, didn't think they'd even make it that far. When he got word on the night of October 23rd that the Bolshevik-dominated Military Revolutionary Committee had backed down from its claim to veto power over all military orders in Petrograd, Kerensky took it as a sign that he could safely launch a preemptive strike and snuff out the Bolshevik coup before it even began. Kerensky ordered a loyal detachment of soldiers, mostly cadets from a military academy, to seize and destroy the Bolshevik presses. In the pre-dawn hours of October 24, 1917, these soldiers pushed their way into the Bolshevik newspaper offices, smashed up the joint, and placed a standing guard at the front door. To give this attack the veneer of legitimacy, Kerensky also ordered 2 extreme right-wing newspapers shut down. But given the timing, it was obvious to everyone that this was aimed squarely at the left and squarely at the Bolsheviks. Kerensky's decision to strike first gave the Bolshevik leaders exactly the pretense they needed to frame their actions as a defense of the revolution. In October 1917, Bolshevik leaders owned many different hats that they could take on and off as the situation necessitated. Trotsky, for example, was simultaneously a member of the Bolshevik Central Committee, president of the Petrograd Soviet, and a leading member of the Military Revolutionary Committee. With his political party under attack, he could don the cap of the leader of the Petrograd Soviet and frame Kerensky's actions as an attack on free speech. When guards were dispatched to open the Bolshevik presses, Trotsky said it was because, quote, the Soviet workers' and soldiers' deputies cannot tolerate suppression of the free word. Then, donning the cap of leader of the MRC, he sent out orders to everyone recently incorporated into their chain of command. Directive number 1, the order read, the Petrograd Soviet is in direct danger. You are hereby directed to bring your regiment to battle readiness. Any procrastination or interference in executing this order will be considered a betrayal of the revolution. Across the city, soldiers started mobilizing. The detachment sent to the Bolshevik newspaper offices easily pushed aside the cadets standing guard, and by 9 a.m. the Bolshevik newspaper was back up and running. It should come as no surprise to any of you out there that no soldiers were sent to reopen the two right-wing papers in the name of freedom of speech. As all of this unfolded, Kerensky hustled over to the Mariinsky Palace, where the pre-parliament was holding a session. He delivered a speech to ensure their support for his actions against the Bolsheviks. He got up and addressed them, saying, "I will cite here the most characteristic passage from a whole series of articles published by Ulyanov Lenin, a state criminal who is in hiding and who we are trying to find. The state criminal has invited the proletariat and the Petrograd garrison to repeat the experience of July and insists upon the immediate necessity of an armed uprising." Kerensky then quoted from Lenin's open letter to his comrades that we talked about last week that very much advocated immediate armed insurrection. Having made a pretty clear-cut case that the Bolsheviks were planning to overthrow the government, Kerensky left the pre-parliament to debate the exact wording of their support for him. Then he headed back to the Winter Palace to orchestrate what he believed would be the final blows against Lenin and his gang of criminals. But before we go on, let's just remember that Kerensky's government and this pre-parliament are not exactly paradigms of sovereign legitimacy. As we discussed 2 episodes back, the hastily arranged Democratic Conference in mid-September, itself not particularly legitimate, had explicitly rejected the formation of the present government. Facing this rejection, a self-appointed committee of Mensheviks, SRs, progressives, and liberals had then engaged in freelance negotiations with each other to select a slate of ministers of their choosing. The pre-parliament, meanwhile, was an assembly of leaders from various parties, also self-appointed, and which Kerensky's newly inaugurated government then proceeded to reject the authority of anyway. So, for all the quite accurate accounts of the Bolsheviks using the Soviet to claim popular sovereignty they didn't really deserve, it's not like Kerensky, his government, or this pre-parliament were that much different. And this, I think, is something Lenin understood very well, that the contest of October 1917 should not be understood as a legitimate government being attacked by an illegitimate usurper, but instead as 2 irreconcilable political factions making equally contrived claims to popular sovereignty, locked in a death match that only one could emerge from. And moreover, this was a contest that could only be won by force. Later in the day, on October 24th, Lenin hastily scrawled a note to his comrades saying, "The situation is critical in the extreme. To delay the uprising would be fatal. With all my might, I urge my comrades to realize that everything now hangs by a thread, that we are confronted by problems which are not to be solved by conferences or congresses, even congresses of Soviets, but exclusively by the struggle of armed people. We must at all costs, this very evening, this very night, arrest the government. We must not wait. We may lose everything. The government is tottering. It must be given the death blow at all costs." Kerensky certainly understood the contest in these terms. He absolutely believed he commanded a vastly superior force to the Bolsheviks, which is why he welcomed such a confrontation. After leaving the pre-parliament, he ordered his loyal forces to secure the 4 critical bridges across the Neva River, linking the Bolshevik stronghold in the Vyborg district in the north to the center of the city, where all the key government buildings sat. At his immediate disposal were the cadets from an officer school, a regiment of soldiers mounted on bicycles, a few Cossacks, and the Women's Death Battalion, a unit of hyper-patriotic women formed at the outset of the June offensive. They had been meant to simply be a showpiece of Kerensky's new democratic army, but they had fought with notable commitment during his failed offensive, even as the men mostly sat on their hands, got drunk, or deserted. Detachments from the Women's Death Battalion set up pickets at the Winter Palace and around key bridges in Petrograd. But right from the outset, it became clear Kerensky had dramatically underestimated his strength. The great poet, playwright, and novelist Zinaida Gipius noted in her diary on October 24th, "Nobody wants the Bolsheviks, but nobody is prepared to fight for Kerensky either." The small number of forces loyal to the government could only secure 2 of the bridges across the Neva. Companies loyal to the MRC, on the other hand, cheered on by angry crowds, won control of the other 2. But mostly, most people were just neutral. The vast majority of soldiers, sailors, and civilians in Petrograd took no part whatsoever in the showdown between the government and the Bolsheviks. They merely observed events with detached curiosity and waited to find out who won. To help turn curious onlookers into active supporters, the Bolsheviks did everything in their power to frame their actions as a defense of Petrograd and of the revolution. Everything they did was in the name of the Soviet, carried out by its military defense force, the Military Revolutionary Committee. Operating out of the Smolny Institute, home of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky drove this point home over and over again, telling everyone, "This is defense, comrades. This is defense." Left SR members of the MRC issued a press release saying, contrary to all rumors and reports, this was not a proactive insurrection. All actions were instead exclusively for defense. The Bolsheviks' newspaper, now back up and running, flooded the streets with proclamations. Soldiers, workers, citizens, a stroke of high treason is being contemplated against the Petrograd Soviet. The campaign of the counter-revolutionists is being directed against the All-Russian Congress of Soviets on the eve of its opening, against the Constituent Assembly, against the people. The Petrograd Soviet is guarding the revolution. The Military Revolutionary Committee is directing the repulse of the conspirators' attack. This was then followed by a further decree from the MRC telling everybody to be on high alert and follow orders. This defensive operation then moved to take key strategic locations in Petrograd. A unit under MRC orders took the main telegraph office. Later that evening, MRC units took over the main newswire of the city, allowing them to control information coming into and going out of the capital. The Bolsheviks also had lots of partisan comrades in the ranks of the Baltic Fleet stationed in Helsinki. Word came over the wire to launch ships to Petrograd to defend the Soviet and the revolution. These sailors began preparing at once. There was not really any active fighting on October 24th, and the political leaders in Petrograd argued over how to resolve the crisis. At 8:30 that night, the pre-parliament reconvened for a turbulent session. SRs and Mensheviks managed to carry a motion to create a committee of public safety, composing leaders of all parties to try to avert open war between the Bolsheviks and the government. But when 2 Menshevik leaders hustled over to the Winter Palace to work out the details with Kerensky, they found him consumed in a rapid-cycle manic-depressive episode. He alternated rapidly between doom-laden fatalism and defiant optimism that he was about to achieve his most brilliant triumph. Kerensky's boasting that he alone could save the revolution did not fill anyone else with a great deal of confidence. At the Smolny Institute, all the socialist and revolutionary parties convened for a massive, non-stop debate. The riotous assembly was frequently interrupted by catcalls, heckling, cheering, booing, and sometimes there was so much noise speakers could not be heard over the din. These debates pitted Trotsky and the Bolsheviks against the Menshevik and SR leaders who were still on the executive committee of the Soviet, who everyone knew would be replaced as soon as the Second Congress of Soviets formally convened the following afternoon. The arguments of these right-leaning Mensheviks and SRs was that launching an insurrection was disastrously premature and would invite fatal counter-revolution. The masses are sick and exhausted, one Menshevik leader said. They have no interest in the revolution. If the Bolsheviks start anything, that will be the end of the revolution. The counter-revolutionists are waiting for the Bolsheviks to begin riots and massacres. Another invoked the Marxist theories that they were all ostensibly adherents of. Engels and Marx said the proletariat had no right to take power until it was ready for it, he said. In a bourgeois revolution like this, the seizure of power by the masses means the tragic end of the revolution. Trotsky, as a social democratic theorist, is himself opposed to what he is now advocating. But what we know is that Trotsky has by now a well-developed theory of permanent revolution and no longer has any truck with the kind of fastidiously pedantic readings of historical materialism the Mensheviks were now insisting on. The Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries conquered the cadets, Trotsky replied, and then when they got power they gave it to the cadets. They tell you that you have no right to make an insurrection. Insurrection is the right of all revolutionists. When the downtrodden masses revolt, it is their right. Old Julius Martov, meanwhile, leading his handful of left-leaning Menshevik internationalists, was not explicitly hostile to Bolshevik goals, but instead to Bolshevik tactics. Martov rose and said, "The internationalists are not opposed to the transmission of power to the democracy," and by that he meant the Soviets, "but they disapprove of the methods of the Bolsheviks. This is not the moment to seize power." As this rowdy and turbulent assembly unfolded, Lenin himself arrived at the Smolny Institute to make sure his comrades did not listen to his old friend Martov or abandon the tactics that were going to see this thing through to the end. Arriving in disguise, because he was, after all, a state criminal and a wanted man, Lenin arrived to find a whirling cacophony of activity. Soldiers, sailors, workers, onlookers, Red Guards, and party delegates, all running around shouting at each other. Out in front of the building, crowds gathered, and various armed units attempted to maintain order on a very chilly night, lit and heated by perpetual bonfires. Lenin was briefly refused admittance to the Smolny Institute because he had no pass, but the general unmanageability of the growing crowd allowed him to slip his way in. Once inside the building, he made a beeline for room 36, where the Bolsheviks made their party headquarters. Once inside the room, he pushed his comrades to stand firm. This was their moment. A failure to see this thing through would have far more fatal consequences than backing down. Trotsky thoroughly agreed, and he, Lenin, and other members of the Central Committee made plans to move decisively from defense to offense. They pored over maps of the city, making plans to seize more strategic points, culminating with the capture of the Winter Palace and arrest of the provisional government. According to Lenin, this had to be done by noon the following day, as the Second Congress of Soviets was set to convene at 2 o'clock. This Congress needed to be presented with a fait accompli, not a possible course of action to be debated. They also drafted a list for a new government to take the place of the old provisional government. Full Bolsheviks, of course. As they got to work on this, they decided they didn't want to call themselves ministers anymore, as it carried the taint of the old regime, the old ways, and the old world. Trotsky suggested they call themselves People's Commissars, and Lenin said, "Yes, that's very good. It smells terribly of revolution." In the small hours of October 25, 1917, MRC units fanned out across the city, easily capturing the Palace of Engineers, the Central Post Office, several train stations, the telegraph exchange, and the electrical station, whereupon they cut power to all government buildings but the Smolny Institute. They also took over the state bank. The regiment guarding the bank had previously voted to remain neutral in any political conflict, and so when the MRC showed up and said, "Why don't you guys take off?" those guys just took off. When you tally up the raw numbers, it's true that only a faction of the Petrograd garrison was committed to the Bolsheviks. But that fraction positively dwarfed those willing to fight and die for Kerensky's government. And that was really all that mattered. Adding to this MRC force, sailors at the Kronstadt naval base received orders to depart for the city center at once. But even more dramatically, the battleship Aurora, crewed by radicals and docked at the Petrograd shipyard, sailed their ship up the Neva River to put it in position to fire on the Winter Palace. With everyone and everything set to converge on the Winter Palace at noon, around mid-morning, the Bolsheviks flooded the streets of Petrograd with an explosive and somewhat premature declaration addressed to the citizens of Russia. It announced in big, bold letters, "The provisional government has been deposed. State power has passed into the hands of the organ of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, the Military Revolutionary Committee, which heads the Petrograd proletariat, and the garrison. The cause for which the people have fought, namely, the immediate offer of a democratic peace, the abolition of landed proprietorship, workers' control over production, and the establishment of Soviet power, this cause has been secured. Long live the revolution of workers, soldiers, and peasants. By this point, Kerensky realized how badly he had overestimated his strength in Petrograd and arranged to get the heck out of town. He remained undaunted, of course, and, like Nicholas and Alexandra before him, remained convinced that while this handful of malcontents may have the upper hand in the capital, the Bolsheviks hardly commanded the entire army, navy, or resources of the Russian Empire. But further establishing his very thin base of support in Petrograd, Kerensky's staff could not immediately deliver vehicles to get him out of town. They had to scrounge around and procure 2 automobiles, one of which they jacked from the American embassy. When Kerensky sped out of Petrograd around 11 a.m., he was in a car waving the American flag and boasting diplomatic plates, blowing through checkpoints without even bothering to slow down. Most people didn't even know Kerensky had left the capital, and they spent the whole day believing the looming showdown at the Winter Palace was going to end with his arrest. But just as everything looked like it was going to be settled decisively in the next 60 to 90 minutes, a somewhat absurd comedy of errors unfolded that dragged out events for more than 12 hours. The commander of the Peter and Paul Fortress, situated just across the river from the Winter Palace, was supposed to issue an ultimatum to the provisional government inside the Winter Palace, saying surrender or face artillery bombardment. But when the soldiers prepared this artillery bombardment, they discovered the guns on the side of the fortress facing the palace were in complete disrepair. So, the noon deadline came and went without ultimatum or incident. It took several hours for the garrison to haul up new guns, and it was only after these guns were put into position that the soldiers realized these guns took a different kind of ammunition, a kind of ammunition they did not have. This led to several more hours of delay. Meanwhile, the battleship Aurora sat anchored menacingly, but it didn't have any ammunition at all. The ship had been undergoing repairs, and all they had on hand were blanks. So hours just ticked by without anything happening. One Bolshevik in the Smolny Institute recalled Lenin was beside himself with agitated rage, and said he was like a lion in a cage. He was ready to shoot us. The delays at the Winter Palace necessitated stalling the official opening of the Second Congress of Soviets, originally scheduled for 2 p.m. Lenin was terrified that if the Congress convened before the provisional government was arrested, the Congress would start debating the issue, which would be fatal for his plans. So, with more than 650 delegates just kind of milling around the building, Trotsky preempted access to the main assembly room by calling an emergency session of the Petrograd Soviet. Once gavelled into session, Trotsky rose and declared, "On behalf of the Military Revolutionary Committee, I declare that the provisional government no longer exists." Someone in the audience shouted, "You are anticipating the will of the Second Congress of Soviets." Trotsky retorted, "The will of the Second Congress of Soviets has already been predetermined by the fact of the workers' and soldiers' uprising. Now we have only to develop this triumph." Now, this is hardly what was going on out there in the streets. At that moment, the workers were mostly either at home or at work, while the vast majority of soldiers were standing around in consciously chosen neutrality. But then Lenin came out into the assembly to a mix of wild applause and angry catcalls. It was his first public appearance since that brief and unenthusiastic speech he had given in the midst of the July days. Lenin announced the beginning of a new era for Russia and ended by calling out, "Long live the world socialist revolution." The Mensheviks and the SRs in the hall were furious at the sheer audacity of the Bolsheviks making these wildly outrageous claims. They were nakedly stalling the opening of the Second Congress, a Congress the Bolsheviks themselves had so relentlessly demanded. They were claiming the government was overthrown when, in point of fact, the government was sitting untouched in the Winter Palace. The Bolshevik coup on behalf of the Soviet was proclaimed, but it was not achieved, not by a long shot. To the credit of the remaining ministers in the Winter Palace, they refused to just surrender. Even after they belatedly discovered Kerensky had ditched them, they understood his departure to be in the name of raising reinforcements to come save them. So, despite the frequent demands that they surrender, each time they replied they would rather die than give in. But this was really not the case for their would-be defenders. At the outset of October 25th, there were perhaps 3,000 armed guards in and around the Winter Palace. Artillery school cadets, some Cossack horsemen, the women of the Women's Death Battalion. But over the course of the day, guards had been deserting left and right, some individually, some in whole groups. The ministers of the provisional government may have been ready to die, but there were very few people willing to die for them. By the end, there were maybe 300 armed guards left inside. Security at the palace was not tight. And famously, John Reed, Louise Bryant, and a handful of others just kind of walked through an open door. And during the long afternoon of waiting, they wandered around the palace, checking things out, interviewed people, tried to get an interview with Kerensky but couldn't because Kerensky wasn't there. After they left, they walked around the city center and witnessed the reality of the day. On this most auspicious of days, what would in the future be dubbed the Great October Socialist Revolution, most of the population of Petrograd was just kind of going about its business. The restaurants weren't closed, so they grabbed some dinner. The only notice taken of the Great October Socialist Revolution was the waiter moving them to an inner ballroom away from the front windows in case of gunfire. Other than that, dinner was fine. When they got out, Reed and Bryant and the others wandered around. A few blocks away, Reed said, we could see the trams, the crowds, the lighted shop windows, and the electric signs of the moving picture shows. Life going on as usual. We had tickets to the ballet at the Mariinsky Theater. All the theaters were open, but it was too exciting out of doors. But it's not that people were ignorant of what was happening. Just they weren't really participating. Up the Nevsky, he reported, the whole city seemed to be out promenading. On every corner, immense crowds were massed around a core of hot discussion. Pickets of a dozen soldiers with fixed bayonets lounged at street crossings. Red-faced old men in fur coats shook their fists at them. Smartly dressed women screamed epithets. The soldiers argued feebly, with embarrassed grins. Meanwhile, at the Peter and Paul Fortress, there was one final debacle. They were supposed to signal the final assault of the Winter Palace by raising a red lantern. The problem was, they couldn't find a red lantern. The commander had to go digging around in the basement, and even when he found one, he and his men found it nearly impossible to fit it to the flagpole as instructed. But finally, at about 9:40 p.m., one of the guns of the Aurora blasted a deafening roar. The entire city heard it, but almost nobody knew it was only a blank, least of all the ministers inside the Winter Palace who dove for cover. After the blast from the Aurora, the guns from the Peter and Paul Fortress opened up, firing maybe 30 to 35 shots. Most of these shots fell harmlessly in the river or exploded before impact. But it made for quite a show, despite doing very little damage. With shelling now finally audible at the Smolny Institute, signaling the imminent arrest of the Provisional Government, the Bolsheviks finally allowed the opening of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. There were 670 delegates assembled for this Congress, 300 of them Bolsheviks, 193 SRs, with more than half of those being left SRs ready to caucus with the Bolsheviks, 68 Mensheviks, and 14 Menshevik internationalists like Julius Martov. The rest of the delegates were unaffiliated with any party. Now, it goes without saying that the Bolshevik proportion of delegates in the room that night was not a reflection of how much support they actually commanded throughout the Russian Empire. But even their outsized proportions only netted them a strong plurality rather than an outright majority, and they still needed the left SRs to support them. The previous executive committee, which had been in place since June, now gave way to a new executive reflecting the number of delegates in the room that night. 14 Bolsheviks, including Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Alexandra Kollontai, plus 7 left SRs, including their leader, Maria Spiridonova. The Mensheviks were allotted seats but refused them. They refused to cooperate with what they said was an illegitimate power grab. But though there was a lot of anger at Bolshevik tactics in the room, Bolshevik objectives were actually commanding quite a bit of support. Practically everyone in the room agreed the provisional government was not legitimate. They agreed the Soviet needed to claim power and use it as a base of an all-socialist government who would govern until the Constituent Assembly was called. The policies of that government would be immediate peace, immediate land transfers to the peasants, immediate worker control of the factories. This is basically just the Bolshevik program. The only subtle distinction is that most delegates, including most of the rank-and-file Bolshevik delegates, assumed that this government would be a unity coalition representing all the socialist parties, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and SRs. Martov put forward a motion calling for exactly that, and despite some very vocal pushback from the Bolshevik leadership, this motion carried nearly unanimously. The sense of this Second Congress of Soviets was that the government needed to be a government of all the socialist parties, not just the Bolsheviks. But rather than go into coalition with the Bolsheviks, the right SRs and Mensheviks, still furious at their behavior, and honestly believing that the Bolsheviks were leading the revolution to its destruction, announced their intention to leave the Congress and march down to the Winter Palace, where they would intervene to save the provisional government. But this walkout simply guaranteed ultimate Bolshevik victory. The Menshevik Nikolai Sukhanov, who wrote one of the vital revolutionary memoirs, later lamented, "We completely untied the Bolsheviks' hands, making them ministers of the whole situation and yielding to them the whole arena of the revolution. A struggle at the Congress for a united democratic front might have had some success. But by leaving the Congress, we ourselves gave the Bolsheviks a monopoly of the Soviet, of the masses, and of the revolution. By our own irrational decision, we assured the victory of Lenin's whole line." And to add insult to injury, their dramatic demonstration at the Winter Palace never happened. The delegates who quit the Congress joined representatives from the Petrograd Municipal Duma, including the mayor of Petrograd, and formed a column of about 300 people heading towards the Winter Palace. John Reed, Louise Bryant, and their group happened to encounter this procession about a block away from the Smolny Institute. There, they ran into an MRC checkpoint manned by some armed sailors, and Reed recorded one of the most infamous incidents of October 25th. One of the soldiers yelled at these demonstrators, "I have orders not to let anybody go to the Winter Palace." Then the mayor of Petrograd stepped up and said, "We are unarmed, but we are going to the Winter Palace." He dramatically said, "Shoot us if you want to, we're ready to die." The soldiers said, "No, I can't allow you to pass." So another demonstrator said, "What will you do if we go forward? Will you shoot?" The sailor said, "No, I'm not going to shoot people who haven't any guns. We won't shoot Russian people." So the mayor said, "We will go forward, and what can you do?" At this point, another sailor, very irritated, took over negotiations. He said, "We will spank you, and then, if necessary, we will shoot you too. Go home now and leave us in peace." Flummoxed, but not willing to force the issue, this processional march to the Winter Palace was called off. All the demonstrators turned around and left. Back in the Smolny Institute, Martov was still trying to effect a compromise. He put forward a motion criticizing the Bolsheviks for preempting the will of the Congress before it had a chance to decide for itself what it wanted to do, but he still called for an inter-party negotiation to form a broadly inclusive socialist government. But after the walkout of the Mensheviks and the SRs, his call for compromise and coalition landed with far less enthusiasm than it had just a few hours earlier. In response to Martov's motion, Trotsky mounted the tribune and eviscerated the compromise position. A rising of the masses of the people requires no justification. What has happened is an insurrection, not a conspiracy. We hardened the revolutionary energy of the Petersburg workers and soldiers. We openly forged the will of the masses for an insurrection and not a conspiracy. The masses of the people followed our banner, and our insurrection was victorious. Now, all of this is extremely debatable, but his last point really landed home. Now we are told, renounce your victory, make concessions, compromise. With whom? I asked, with whom are we to compromise? With those wretched groups which have left us, or who are making this proposal? But after all, we had a full view of them. No one in Russia is with them any longer. A compromise is supposed to be made, as between two equal sides, by the millions of workers and peasants represented in this Congress, whom they are ready, not for the first time or the last, to barter away as the bourgeoisie see fit. No. Here, no compromise is possible. To those who have left, and to those who tell us to do this, we must say, you are miserable bankrupts. Your role is played out. Go where you want to go, into the dustbin of history. At this, Martov stood up and said, well, then I will leave. A delegate blocked his way and said, and we had thought that Martov at least would remain with us. Martov said, one day you will understand the crime in which you are taking part. And then he left. Now this is a pretty heavy moment. Remember, Lenin and Martov go back more than 20 years to when they were just baby revolutionaries together. They had stayed up all night talking on their last night before being exiled to Siberia in 1896. They had started Iskra together to fight against the economists and revisionists and reformists who would turn revolutionary Marxism into mere trade unionism. Their feud, which was at the heart of the original Bolshevik-Menshevik split, was as much personal as it was ideological. Martov was initially more upset at Lenin's callous personality than his political tactics. And even now, at this late hour, on the moment of achieving what they had both been aiming for their whole lives, a socialist revolution in Russia, Martov ultimately could not abide Lenin's personality, or his methods, or his tactics, and he quit. He walked out of the Congress and into the dustbin of history. Lenin made no effort to stop Martov, or turn him around, or make him change his mind. But in the thick of the coming chaos, he would do everything he could to ensure Martov survived, and from his position as chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, Lenin made sure Martov's medical bills were paid after Martov resigned himself to a life of bitter exile. In the summer of 1921, Lenin reflected on his regrets. The biggest, it is a pity Martov is not with us. What an amazing comrade he was. Such a pure man. At 2 o'clock in the morning on what was now technically October 26, 1917, MRC forces stormed the Winter Palace. Well, stormed is a bit of an overstatement. A mix of Red Guards, regular soldiers, armed sailors, and some random angry bystanders entered the palace while blasting away with their guns. Bullets ricocheted off walls and shattered the last remaining windows, but nobody was really fighting back, so there were very few casualties. To the extent that anything of note took place during the storming of the Winter Palace, it was simply that people started looting the palace, and were only stopped when officers of the MRC called out that this was the People's Palace now. Stop looting from the people. Vladimir Antonov, secretary of the Bolshevik military organization, led a detachment of armed men into the room where the last remaining members of the provisional government sat waiting. When he entered, he said, I inform all of you members of the provisional government you are under arrest. Whether they were actually willing to die or not is irrelevant. Antonov was not there to kill them. Then he led the ministers out of the palace and through an angry crowd who very nearly lynched them, but Antonov refused to let any harm come to them, and they were safely deposited in cells in the Peter and Paul fortress, where they would wait for what? No one knew. By 3 o'clock in the morning, word had come back to the Smolny Institute that the Winter Palace had fallen and the government was under arrest. This news set off absolute bedlam. Practically everyone who opposed the insurrection had long since departed. A few Menshevik internationalists tried to insist on a coalition of government of socialists, but what had been possible a few hours earlier, even unanimously supported, was now rejected out of hand. At 5 a.m., they approved a proclamation Lenin drafted to the Russian people in the name of the Soviet, announcing grandiosely and somewhat aspirationally, backed by the will of the vast majority of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, backed by the victorious uprising of the workers and the garrison, which has taken place in Petrograd, the Congress takes power into its own hands. The provisional government has been overthrown. The majority of the members of the provisional government are already under arrest. They further announced the policies they hoped would give this narrow insurrectionary coup a broad base of support. The Soviet government will propose an immediate democratic peace to all nations and an immediate armistice on all fronts. It will secure the transfer of the land of the landed proprietors, the crown, and the monasteries to the peasant communities without compensation. It will protect the rights of the soldiers by introducing complete democracy in the army. It will establish workers' control over production. It will ensure the convocation of the Constituent Assembly at the time appointed. It will see to it that bread is supplied to the cities and prime necessities to the villages. It will guarantee all the nations inhabiting Russia the genuine right to self-determination. This was the basis of the Bolshevik revolutionary program. The proclamation ended by calling on the people to remain ever vigilant against the forces of counter-revolution who were now surely gathering in strength. It said, "The Kornilov men, Kerensky, and others are attempting to bring troops against Petrograd. Several detachments, whom Kerensky has moved by deceiving them, have come over to the side of the insurgent people. Soldiers, actively resist Kerensky the Kornilovite. Be on your guard. Railwaymen, hold up all troop trains dispatched by Kerensky against Petrograd. Soldiers, workers in factory and office, the fate of the revolution and the fate of the democratic peace is in your hands. Long live the revolution." Then the Congress of Soviets adjourned this session. Only time would tell if these tumultuous days in October 1917 were the epicenter of a historical earthquake or a flash in the pan. I think the fact that I'm sitting here talking to you about it, and you're sitting there listening to me talk about it more than 100 years later, is maybe all the answer we need. It's pretty well proof that whatever else it was or was not, the October Revolution was quite a historical earthquake. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.75, The People's Commissars. So last time, we finally reached 0 hour. The Bolsheviks have now come to power. But as I said at the end of last week, it was only in retrospect that we know how important the events of October 1917 were to the history of Russia and the history of the world. Lots of people at the time, including a fair number of Bolsheviks, did not think the Bolsheviks had the personnel, the support, the talent, the wherewithal, or the popularity to actually survive in power. The American journalist John Reed, observing things from the wings in the days after October 25th, said the bourgeoisie lay low, abiding its hour, which could not be far off. That the Bolsheviks would remain in power longer than 3 days never occurred to anybody, except perhaps to Lenin, Trotsky, the Petrograd workers, and the simpler soldiers. The Bolsheviks took power with the support of tens of thousands of soldiers, sailors, workers, and Red Guards in Petrograd. But they claimed that power on behalf of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and the millions of Russians it allegedly represented. Bolshevik speeches and proclamations emphasized that they spoke on behalf of the workers, soldiers, and peasants of the empire in their many millions. But this did not exactly line up with reality. Most people in the Russian Empire, frankly, had never heard of such a thing as a Bolshevik. As we talked about 2 episodes back, though, Lenin and Trotsky did not much care that they did not command an actual popular majority in October 1917. They believed that the seizure of power itself, and more importantly, how they wielded the power they had seized, would earn them all the popular support they would ever need. So they spent their first days in power issuing bold decrees designed to win the support of 4 critical groups: the peasants, the soldiers, the workers, and the minority nationality groups. The February Revolution had given each of these 4 groups hopes and dreams and ambitions which had been stymied, put off, and delayed by the fundamentally ineffective provisional government. The Bolsheviks believed that if they delivered on the promises of the revolution, there was no reason to believe they would not become the most popular political party. Those 4 groups, after all, made up the vast majority of the population of the Russian Empire. The Second Congress of Soviets reconvened on the evening of October 26th, now shed of the SRs and Mensheviks who had walked out the day before, and composed entirely of Bolsheviks and left SRs. They got right to work. The first thing, above all, was the question of peace. So to immediately win over all those soldiers and sailors out there, the Congress of Soviets approved the Decree on Peace, which called for, and I'm quoting here, immediate peace without annexations, i.e., without the seizure of foreign lands, without the forcible incorporation of foreign nations, and without indemnities. The decree also said, the government considers it the greatest crime against humanity to continue this war over the issues of how to divide among the strong and rich nations the weak nationalities they have conquered, and solemnly announces its determination immediately to sign terms of peace to stop the war on the terms indicated. Until such a peace was signed, the decree said, the government proposes an immediate armistice to the governments and peoples of all belligerent countries. So the decree on peace was aimed at that most vital of constituencies, all the soldiers and sailors out there who were sick of fighting and sick of dying. The Bolsheviks had always been the anti-war party, and now that they had a chance to end the war, they planned to end the war. But the decree on peace also said, our appeal must be addressed both to the governments and to the peoples. We cannot ignore the governments, for that would delay the possibility of concluding peace, and the people's government dare not do that. But we have no right not to appeal to the peoples at the same time. The Bolsheviks, remember, see themselves as the spear tip of a European-wide proletarian revolution, and they plan to encourage the people of Europe to follow their lead if their respective governments refuse to end the war. The second major decree on the night of October 26th was the Decree on Land, meant to win the support of the peasantry. The Decree on Land offered the sweeping transfer of property to the peasant villages. It was a 4-point plan that was brief and to the point, and so I'll just go through it. 1. Landed proprietorship is abolished forthwith without any compensation. 2. The landed estates, as also crown, monastery, and church lands, with all their livestock, implements, buildings, and everything pertaining thereto, shall be placed at the disposal of the land committees and Soviets of peasants' deputies pending the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. 3. All damage to confiscated property, which henceforth belongs to the whole people, is proclaimed a grave crime to be punished by the revolutionary courts. The Soviet of Peasants' Deputies shall take all necessary measures to assure the observance of the strictest order during the confiscation of the landed estates, to determine the size of estates and the particular estates subject to confiscation, to draw up exact inventories of all property confiscated, and to protect in the strictest revolutionary way all agricultural enterprises transferred to the people, with all buildings, implements, livestock, stocks of produce, etc. 4. The following peasant mandate shall serve everywhere to guide the implementation of the great land reforms until a final decision on the latter is taken by the Constituent Assembly. Now, a couple of notes on this. First, this is not the Bolshevik land program. Lenin was a staunch believer in nationalization and consolidation. He had never advocated local peasant committees taking direct possession of the land, which was the program outlined in the Decree on Land. One outraged SR said, the land decree. It is our decree. It is the socialist revolutionary program intact. My party framed that policy after the most careful compilation of the wishes of the peasants themselves. Asked how he felt about the Bolsheviks putting this out there under their own name, he said, it is an outrage. But Lenin didn't care about being doctrinaire at the moment, even about his own doctrines. The Bolsheviks needed to secure what they had never had, mass support of the peasantry. So they announced a program that embodied everything the peasants wanted, local control over the former large estates in their area. When challenged that the land decree was not in keeping with his own nationalization program, Lenin said, that is unimportant. As a democratic government, we cannot simply ignore the wishes of the popular masses, even if we are in disagreement with them. At a session of the Petrograd Soviet a few days later, Lenin would say, the SRs charge us with stealing their land program. If that was so, we bow to them. It is good enough for us. The Bolsheviks enacting the SR program may have rankled the SRs, but for Lenin, that was their problem, not his. When the SRs held power in the provisional government and in the Soviets, they had refused to enact their very popular land program. And this was part of the Bolshevik pitch, that other parties do nothing, while we act, now, immediately, without apology or hesitation. That was the Bolshevik way. The last thing to come out of this session of the Soviet Congress was the formation of a new government. Thanks to the right SRs and Mensheviks walking out of the Congress the day before, and the left SRs declining to participate, the Congress approved a government made entirely of Bolshevik Party members. Declining to call themselves ministers in order to break with the past, they dubbed themselves the Council of People's Commissars. Lenin became chairman of the council at the insistence of the Bolshevik Central Committee, who were not interested in the chief not being directly on the hook for the consequences of the thing he had so relentlessly pushed them to do, which was seize power. Lenin tried to make Trotsky Minister of the Interior, but Trotsky begged off, saying the Russian people would not accept a Jew in that position. "Of what importance are such trifles?" Lenin asked. Trotsky replied, "There are still a good many fools left." To which Lenin scoffed, "Surely we don't step with fools." But Trotsky said, "Sometimes one has to make allowances for stupidity." Instead, Trotsky took over as Commissar of Foreign Affairs, a role which probably better suited him anyway. I won't bore you with the whole list of names except to note that at the bottom, the Georgian Joseph Stalin was made Chairman of Nationality Affairs. With a new government in place and a couple of sweeping decrees proclaimed, the Second Congress finished its work by electing a standing executive council of about 150 members to serve as the sovereign host of Lenin's new government. In theory, the government would be answerable to this executive committee of the Soviet, but this executive committee of the Soviet was of course chaired by the Bolshevik Kamenev, composed of a supermajority of Bolshevik members with a minority faction of left SRs. With this work done, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets closed up shop on October 27th, having existed for just about 48 hours, serving mainly as the midwife of a regime composed entirely of revolutionary Bolsheviks. In the chaotic atmosphere of the next few weeks, the Bolsheviks improvised their way through a minefield that everyone assumed would blow them up. And because they needed to improvise a course through this minefield, they did not put a lot of stock in the formalities of legislation. After the Second Congress formally dissolved, decrees would simply be published, signed by Lenin or some other commissar, most of them aspirational because, frankly, the Bolsheviks didn't have the means to implement most of what they were announcing. On October 27th, for example, the Bolsheviks made their pitch for the third of the four groups they needed to win over with their draft regulations on worker control. It was an 8-point plan that started: workers' control over the production, storage, purchase, and sale of all products and raw materials shall be introduced in all industrial, commercial, banking, agricultural, and other enterprises. So henceforth, worker committees were supposed to have the final say over what was going on in their workplace, not managers and not owners. The regulations further said, the decisions of the elected representatives of the workers and office employees are binding upon the owners of enterprises and may be annulled only by trade unions and their congresses. The regulations also said, the elected representatives shall be given access to all books and documents and to all warehouses and stocks of materials, instruments, and products, without exception. So this is all very Marxist. The regulations are putting the means of production in the hands of the proletariat. But if you read between the lines, it's also an admission the Bolsheviks don't really have the ability to embark on anything more ambitious than simply telling the workers to take control of their own factories and manage their own affairs for themselves. That same day, Lenin issued another decree not aimed at winning support, but on silencing dissent. It was a decree concerning the press. It said, in the trying critical period of the revolution and the days that immediately followed it, the Provisional Revolutionary Committee was compelled to take a number of measures against the counter-revolutionary press of different shades. It further said, everyone knows that the bourgeois press is one of the most powerful weapons of the bourgeoisie, especially at the crucial moment when the new power, the power of workers and peasants, is only affirming itself. It was impossible to leave this weapon wholly in the hands of the enemy, for in such moments it is no less dangerous than bombs and machine guns. The decree then laid out 3 criteria that would justify the government shutting down a journal or a newspaper. 1. If they call for open resistance or insubordination to the workers' and peasants' government. 2. Sow sedition through demonstrably slanderous distortion of facts. 3. Instigate actions of an obviously criminal, i.e. criminally punishable, nature. This decree sent howls through the opposition, and even protests from people who were sympathetic to the Bolsheviks, because they all quite rightly feared that the Bolsheviks would apply this criteria however they wanted and simply shut down anyone who opposed them. As the Bolsheviks flooded Petrograd with these decrees and proclamations, they were met by a very hostile and very vocal opposition. There's a reason Lenin was trying to shut their presses down. The rivals and enemies of the Bolsheviks gathered to ensure the nascent regime was smothered in its grotesque infancy. The core of this group was the 300 or so demonstrators who had been threatened with a good spanking when they tried to go to the Winter Palace on the night of October 25th. They were leading members of the Petrograd Municipal Duma, nearly all of whom were SRs, including the mayor of the city. The delegates who had walked out of the Soviet Congress, representatives from another assembly that we're going to talk about next week, which is the All-Russian Congress of Peasant Soviets, plus leaders of the Union of Government Employees and other professional unions, and then just also random SRs and Mensheviks. Their position was that whatever was going on over at the Smolny Institute was neither valid nor legitimate. In fact, their claim was that the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets had never in fact convened, that what was going on over there was simply a private assembly of Bolsheviks. They all gathered at the assembly hall of the Municipal Duma and declared themselves to be the Committee for the Salvation of the Fatherland and the Revolution. They believed they represented the true spirit of legal democracy against a criminal gang of Bolsheviks. Among other things, the Committee of Salvation put out a call for workers to strike, particularly white-collar professionals, functionaries, bureaucrats, bankers, doctors, lawyers, and engineers. The educated professional middle classes of Petrograd did not support the Bolshevik insurrection, and this call to strike was heeded in force. When Bolshevik commissars tried to take over leadership of the various ministries, they found the offices empty, but not just deserted, also in many cases trashed, typewriters destroyed, funds, files, documents, and records were destroyed or disappeared. The few workers who showed up at the Central Telegraph Agency refused to transmit commissar dispatches. Both private and state banks were closed, and the Bolsheviks struggled to find anyone who would cash checks or provide funds. In the communist telling of all this, it's an example of the bourgeois counter-revolutionaries nefariously sabotaging the people's government. But all of these people opposed the Bolshevik seizure of power. They thought it was illegal, and they responded by playing by the same rules as Lenin. Do what it takes to win. History has shown time and again that strikes are a good way to get your way. They knew they were indispensable cogs, not just in the machinery of state, but in the machinery of society. There's nothing particularly nefarious about the white-collar strike, unless you think that only one side should be allowed to play for keeps, while everyone else has to just roll over. It wreaked havoc with the Bolsheviks' ability to run the country in the early days of their rule, which was entirely the point. As the Bolsheviks grappled with this generally frustrating work stoppage, they also faced a more acute threat. The Railway Workers' Union, led primarily by Mensheviks and SRs, threatened to go on strike unless the Bolsheviks agreed to form a coalition government with the other socialist parties. Now, this was a real threat that had to be taken seriously. The railroads were the vital artery of the whole empire. Everyone remembered that it was their strike in 1905 that had brought Nicholas to his knees. They told the Bolsheviks, either come negotiate with the other parties under our auspices, or we will go on strike. The Bolsheviks could not afford to ignore this threat, so they sent Kamenev over to represent them, while Lenin and Trotsky focused on the looming military threat from Kerensky that we're going to talk about here in a second. Kamenev was, of course, the Bolshevik most against his own party's recent behavior and most in favor of cross-party coalition. But when he received their terms, even he was shocked by how extreme the demands were. First, all troops must be placed under the authority of the Municipal Duma. Second, all workers must be disarmed and Kerensky's forces must be allowed to enter the city. 3rd, all arrested persons released. And 4, dissolve the MRC. This was not coalition or compromise. This was a demand for the total capitulation of the Bolsheviks. The demand from the other parties was essentially that they repudiate everything that they had done and give away everything that they had gained. The reason the terms were so one-sided was because the members of the Committee of Salvation did not believe the Bolsheviks would last the week. What military forces they had at their disposal, the MRC, the Red Guards, and the workers generally, were currently in the midst of succumbing to an epidemic of mass drunkenness. With the revolution of soldiers and workers now in full swing, the wine cellars of Petrograd were raided with enthusiastic abandon. Workers got wasted. Soldiers got wasted. Sailors got wasted. Men got wasted. Women got wasted. Everyone got wasted. Anatov, the MRC leader who had arrested the provisional government on the night of October 25th, noticed the problem right away. The problem was particularly serious with the cellars at the Winter Palace, he said. One regiment, which had been put in charge of guarding them, got drunk and became quite useless. Another regiment went the same way. This pattern repeated for the next several days and several weeks and several months. Those who were supposed to guard or destroy caches of booze just drank it down and then sold off the excess to waiting crowds. Let's drink the Romanov leftovers was the order of the day. There were also plenty of rumors and anecdotes out there that mass quantities of booze were just suddenly appearing out of the blue, possibly supplied by the enemies of the Bolsheviks to keep the workers and soldiers on a fatal bender. With the Bolsheviks grappling with all this inside Petrograd, they also had to deal with a great hammer looming over everything. Alexander Kerensky had slipped out of Petrograd on the afternoon of October 25th and gone to Pskov, where Nicholas had signed his abdication. Once there, he tried to rally troops to help him retake the capital from the criminal Bolsheviks. He also issued his own flurry of grandiose proclamations, reiterating his authority and rejecting any claim that he had been driven out of power. But here's the rub, and this remains the rub of the whole thing. No one responded to this call. No one wanted to fight for Kerensky. The only person he could convince was General Pyotr Krasnov, a right-wing ally of Kornilov and the commander of the 3rd Cavalry Corps, which was the same corps that had been dispatched to Petrograd a few months earlier during the Kornilov affair. The men of this corps had no love for Kerensky, who they felt betrayed the honorable Kornilov and caused the death of their esteemed commander, who, you will recall from the end of that episode, shot himself in the heart. But though the men were standoffish, General Krasnov agreed to put them at the disposal of Kerensky. They marched first from Pskov to Gatchina, about 40 miles southwest of Petrograd, and then on October 28th, moved forward to Zarsky Selo on the outskirts of the city. Kerensky tried to win over the troops there, but most of them were either neutral or pro-Bolshevik. They were certainly not going to fight for Kerensky. In the meantime, not knowing exactly what forces Kerensky would be able to muster, the Bolsheviks scrambled to defend Petrograd. They tracked down a couple of regular army colonels willing to oversee the artillery placed on the Pulkovo Heights defending the southwest approach to the city. Unable to find anyone more reliable, Lenin tapped Colonel Mikhail Muraviev, an adventurous and ambitious officer known to have previously taken somewhat gleeful part in the suppression of the Bolsheviks back in July. But Muraviev swore he was more than happy to go blast the hell out of Kerensky, and without a better option, Lenin and Trotsky gave him command. Although Trotsky would also be on hand to oversee things, plus Muraviev was assigned a couple of political minders with orders to put a bullet in his brain if he so much as hinted at betrayal. They then managed to order, rally, and harangue about 10,000 soldiers in the MRC chain of command. They were ordered to dig in on the Pulkovo Heights to defend the revolution. Meanwhile, inside Petrograd, the Committee of Salvation was doing their part to instigate an uprising on the inside that would support Kerensky and Krasnov's invasion from the outside. On October 27th, They issued a call to the citizens and soldiers of Petrograd. Arm to resist the mad adventurers of the Bolshevik MRC. We call on all loyal troops of the revolution to assemble at the Nikolai Military College and unite around the Committee of Public Salvation. But here's the thing. No one came. All the Committee of Salvation managed to do was incite a couple hundred military cadets to briefly launch a little revolt, taking over a military installation and the telephone exchange. These cadets were quickly suppressed and forced to surrender by MRC forces. But no one else heeded the call. The dynamic inside the Petrograd garrison remained what it had been from the start. The vast majority were neutral, the rest pro-Bolshevik. For all their pretensions to representing popular democracy against a tiny clique trying to seize power in an unpopular coup d'etat, the Committee of Salvation had to confront the fact that while it was true the Bolsheviks only had a very little bit of active support in the streets, they themselves had none at all. In the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king, and in October 1917, the Bolsheviks were the one-eyed kings of Petrograd. Until October 30th, though, it did really look like the Bolshevik adventure was not going to last a week. That was the day Kerensky and Krasnov put their force of about 1,000 Cossacks in motion. When they set out, they believed they would be toasting victory in the reclaimed Winter Palace, and the Bolsheviks would all be dead or in hiding. But then something very unexpected happened. As the Cossacks approached the Pulkovo Heights on the outskirts of the city, the artillery under Muraviev and Trotsky started lobbing shells, blowing the Cossacks to pieces, forcing them to retreat, and leaving hundreds dead on the field. They had absolutely not expected stubborn resistance. They had not expected any resistance at all. Kerensky and Krasnov retreated back to Kachina. The men were furious. Having only reluctantly gone into battle, they were now done, angrier than ever so many of their comrades lay dead on Kerensky's worthless behalf. Now surrounded by sullen and angry soldiers, and with rumors swirling the men planned to offer Kerensky to the troops in Petrograd in exchange for Lenin, Kerensky contemplated suicide. But a small group of loyal SRs managed to break him out of headquarters by having Kerensky don a sailor's uniform and aviator glasses so nobody would recognize him. Escaping from the army that was supposed to be restoring him to power, Kerensky will spend the next several months on the run, lurking in the vicinity of Petrograd on the assumption the Bolsheviks couldn't possibly maintain their hold on power forever. And he got out just in time. The 3rd Cavalry Corps surrendered on October 31st and handed General Krasnov over to the Bolsheviks. The little Battle of Pulkovo upended the political situation inside Petrograd. The Committee of Salvation had been high-handed with the Bolsheviks on the assumption that they would be pretty quickly dispatched by a superior military force. But with the surrender of the 3rd Cavalry Corps, no such force now existed. The Committee of Salvation modified their terms for a coalition, but Lenin and Trotsky now had no interest in giving even an inch. Why should they? Even the leaders of the Railway Workers' Union now hesitated to pull the trigger on their threatened strike. They were no longer sure they could even get their workers to go along with it. Feeling their power base solidified, the Bolshevik government continued issuing decrees. And on November 2nd, they announced a big one aimed at securing the support of the 4th of those 4 important groups we talked about at the beginning of the show. Bidding for the support of the minority nationalities in the empire, Lenin and Chairman of Nationality Affairs Stalin issued a Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia. This declaration opened, "The October Revolution of the Workmen and Peasants began under the common banner of emancipation. The peasants are being emancipated from the power of the landowners, for there is no longer the landowner's property right in the land. It has been abolished. The soldiers and sailors are being emancipated from the power of autocratic generals, for generals will henceforth be elective and subject to recall. The working men are being emancipated from the whims and arbitrary will of the capitalists, for henceforth there will be established the control of the workers over mills and factories. Everything living and capable of life is being emancipated from the hateful shackles. There remain only the peoples of Russia, who have suffered and are suffering oppression and arbitrariness, and whose emancipation must immediately begin, whose liberation must be effected resolutely and definitely. The decree then announced a 4-point program. 1. The equality and sovereignty of the peoples of Russia. 2. The right of the peoples of Russia to free self-determination, even to the point of separation and the formation of an independent state. 3. The abolition of any and all national and national religious privileges and disabilities. 4. The free development of national minorities and ethnographic groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. Like all the other decrees we've talked about today, this appeared to be a renunciation of centralized domination. All the dreams of liberation and self-determination were wholeheartedly being embraced. Even if the empire itself continued, and it was not entirely clear that it would certainly be some kind of confederation of autonomous peoples. When we take all the decrees issued by the Bolsheviks in their first week on the job, a very clear program emerges, and it was emphasized in the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia when it talked about emancipation, emancipation, emancipation. Workers, peasants, and minority nationalities were all told the future of Russia would be radically decentralized, and emphasizing at every point local self-direction. The local village and the individual factory committee would wield most of the power. Minority nationality groups would be completely autonomous. It was an inverted power structure that was practically drawn straight out of the pages of the anarchists. But while these decrees proliferated in the streets, Lenin and the Bolsheviks simultaneously crafted the foundation of the opposite of all that, a highly centralized one-party dictatorship. Well, not all the Bolsheviks. Kamenev and his faction still believed they needed to enter some kind of coalition government with the other socialist parties in order to survive. Kamenev also doubled as chairman of the Executive Committee of the Soviet, and so had to deal directly with the left SR members of that executive committee, who were growing very concerned Lenin and his fellow commissars were just issuing decrees without debate or even consultation. One left SR said in a session, "Accountability and strict order in detail are mandatory not only for bourgeois government. Let us not play on words and cover up our mistakes and blunders with a separate odious word. Proletarian government, which is in its essence popular, must also allow controls over itself. This hasty cooking of decrees, which not only frequently abound in your additional omissions, are often illiterate, leading to still greater confusion of the situation." Opposing a move towards a government composed only of Bolsheviks that unilaterally issued decrees that were often vague and didn't make a lot of sense, Kamenev and a half-dozen other commissars resigned their government posts, also their leading positions in the Soviet Executive Committee and their spots on the Bolshevik Central Committee. On November 6th, they published a statement defending themselves that said, "We believe that it is necessary to form a socialist government including all the parties of the Soviet. Only such a government can assure the fruits of the heroic struggle of the working class and the Revolutionary Army in the October and November days. We believe that a government which is exclusively Bolshevik can maintain power only by political methods of terror. The Council of People's Commissars is starting on this road. We cannot follow it." These were prophetic words, and a warning echoed by all of Lenin's critics going all the way back to the original Bolshevik-Menshevik split in 1903, that at heart he was nothing but an iron-willed authoritarian. But even as Lenin is very clearly setting up a system whereby he and the other Bolshevik commissars could issue decrees rubber-stamped by the Bolshevik-dominated Soviet Executive Committee, all acting under Bolshevik party discipline, and that, in retrospect, all of the decrees we talked about today might be taken as nakedly cynical ploys to lull the masses to sleep. It's not at all clear at this point, at least not in my reading, that Lenin didn't think the masses would follow the party, and that they would all go forward together destroying the machinery of the bourgeois state and building a new world of worker and peasant power. That all of these decrees weren't just temporary emergency expedients necessary to secure the decisive transition towards the dictatorship of the proletariat in the classic Marxist sense. that for the first time in history, the majority would wield power. But next week, theory and fantasy will begin to meet reality. The long-delayed elections to the Constituent Assembly began in mid-November, and the Bolshevik government would very soon have to grapple with the threat posed not only by Kerensky or Cossacks, white-collar workers on strike, bourgeois capitalists, and angry liberals, but the voters of Russia. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.67, Liberty or Victory. Last time, we covered the Bolsheviks' first week in power. A week most of their enemies and rivals assumed would not be their first week in power, but their only week in power. But the Bolsheviks issued a flurry of proclamations explicitly crafted to win mass popular support, while they fended off what turned out to be a pretty feeble political and military counterattack. As we also saw, however, while the Bolshevik government in Petrograd publicly chased the legitimizing power of mass popularity, they also laid the groundwork for a highly centralized one-party state, so that the dictatorship of the proletariat would become synonymous with the dictatorship of the Bolsheviks. Now, because so many of the dramatic events shaking the world have taken place in Petrograd, that is where we have been spending a lot of time. But let's be real. We're talking about a couple of thousand hardcore Bolshevik party members backed up by tens of thousands of sympathetic Red Guards, soldiers, and sailors in one single city. But the Russian Empire was quite literally the largest political landmass on Earth, stretching from Helsinki to Vladivostok, from Archangel to Tbilisi. The total population was somewhere north of 120 million people, encompassing more than 24 nationalities. Successfully taking over an assembly hall at the Smolny Institute in downtown Petrograd starts to look awfully small compared to that context. Now, this is why the Bolsheviks knew it was so vital to do everything in the name of the Soviets. Because after 6 months of war, chaos, disappointment, and disillusionment since the February Revolution, the Soviets as an institution were probably the one thing left in the Russian Empire that had any political legitimacy at all. There were local Soviets scattered everywhere, hundreds of them, inside army garrisons and naval bases, factories and mines, big cities, small towns, tiny villages. Each of those local Soviets enjoyed a great deal of local support. And so when word spread, either by telegraph or railroad or word of mouth, that the October Revolution stood for all power to the Soviets, the news was greeted with enthusiasm. Now, none of this was about people cheering the ascendancy of the Bolshevik Party, mind you. It was about cheering the ascendancy of the Soviets, especially as news of the October Revolution in Petrograd was often accompanied by news of the Decree on Peace, the Decree on Land, the new worker regulations, and the Declaration of Rights for National Minorities. The October Revolution appeared to mean that the Russian Empire would finally undergo a real political and social revolution. It stood for mass empowerment and individual rights and dignity, replacing the hated centralized bureaucracy with its secret political police and huge military apparatus only serving a tiny clique of out-of-touch officials. Stares in foreshadowing. But though the verdict of the October Revolution was initially accepted, it was hardly uncontested. The most immediate example was in Moscow. As soon as Moscow learned of the events of October 25th, political leaders split into two hostile camps, with the Bolsheviks on one side and a coalition of SRs, Mensheviks, moderate socialists, cadets, and army officers on the other. Inner Moscow turned into a war zone during the last week of October, as both sides raised armed detachments to fight for control of the city. This street fighting in Moscow, along with the little battle of Pulkovo outside Petrograd we talked about last week, count as the first shots of the Russian Civil War. and both ended almost the same way. Just as the Cossacks were surrendering outside Petrograd on October 31st, the Bolshevik-dominated Moscow Soviet went on the offensive and declared victory the following day. The two biggest and most important cities in the empire were now in the Bolshevik Soviet camp, but only after expending a lot of bullets and a lot of artillery. There were a couple of other big regions that resisted the Bolsheviks in Petrograd. One of them, Ukraine, I'm going to set aside until next week because that requires more discussion and ties more directly to post-October Russia's relationship with the rest of the world, which we're going to talk about next week. But another was the Cossack regions in the south along the lower Don River. This area would become the original home base of the White Armies, which were already well on their way to being formed in November 1917. For centuries, the Cossacks had enjoyed semi-autonomy and special privileges from the Tsar in exchange for their fearsome military service. And because of that long history of service to the Tsar, the Cossacks were a major boogeyman for the Russian socialists and revolutionaries. And specifically, as Lenin and the Bolsheviks made plans to seize power in October 1917, they harped on the counter-revolutionary threat posed by Cossack General Alexei Kaledin. Kaledin had been implicated in the Kornilov affair, but then he refused an order to resign and instead headed back to his home territory where he sat at the head of 3 armies and dared anyone to tell him what to do. Bolshevik newspapers in the fall and winter of 1917 consistently raised the specter of the 3 Ks of counter-revolution: Kerensky, Kornilov, and Kaledin. Now, I think it's fair to say that after the October Revolution, the Cossacks had little loyalty for either the deposed Tsar or Alexander Kerensky, but they were absolutely opposed to the Bolshevik seizure of power, and their homeland would become a safe haven for all those who shared that opposition, and their homeland would be the ground within which the first white flags would be planted. Another small but vital center of resistance that the Bolsheviks knew they would have to snuff out immediately was the General Staff of the Army. When the October Revolution hit, the Russian army was led by Commander-in-Chief Nikolai Duncan. He was a 40-year-old former quartermaster who Kerensky had appointed commander-in-chief in the wake of the Kornilov affair, and don't worry about him too much, he's not going to be around for more than a couple minutes. After Kerensky and Krylov failed to recapture Petrograd on October 30, which we talked about last week, Duncan signaled that the General Staff intended to resist the Bolsheviks. But I'm sure you can guess what happened when he told his soldiers to get ready to march on Petrograd. Yeah, nobody listened. The decree on peace was enormously popular with the men. They were all done fighting, and they were certainly not going to fight against a government that promised to end the war. The Bolsheviks briefly tolerated General Duncan, but on November 9th, Lenin ordered him to begin negotiations with his German counterparts for an immediate armistice. When Duncan refused, Lenin relieved him of command and replaced him with Lieutenant Nikolai Krylenko, veteran of the Bolshevik military organization, delegate to the Second Congress of Soviets, one of the trio of commissars in the government responsible for military affairs, and now commander-in-chief of the Russian army. As Lenin dispatched Krylenko to take over at headquarters, Lenin issued a radio appeal to the soldiers encouraging them to take the matter of revolutionary peace into their own hands. "Soldiers," he said, "the cause of peace is in your hands. You cannot let the counter-revolutionary general sabotage the great work of peace. You will place them under guard in order to prevent lynchings, which are unworthy of the Revolutionary Army, and to ensure that they will not escape the tribunal which awaits them. You will observe the strictest revolutionary and military order. The frontline regiments are immediately to elect delegates to begin formal negotiations with the enemy for an armistice. The Council of People's Commissars authorizes you to do this. Inform us by every means possible the progress of negotiations. The Council of People's Commissars alone has the authority to sign the final armistice." With Krylenko on the way, General Duncan and the rest of the sitting general staff tried to depart for the relative safety of Kiev, but their own men blocked them from leaving on November 18th. Meanwhile, old General Kornilov, and his host of loyal officers had just been sitting around nearby under the loosest of house arrests since September. On November 19th, they all just got on their horses and rode away. They headed towards the Don Cossack region, where they would form the senior officer corps of a volunteer army to fight the Bolsheviks. Among those riding away with Kornilov was the notoriously anti-Semitic right-wing general Anton Duncan. The next day, Krylenko arrived at headquarters with a detachment of Red Guards and armed sailors. General Duncan met him at the station, but was placed under arrest by his own men. Not exactly listening to Lenin's literal words, but certainly taking matters into their own hands, the soldiers bayoneted Duncan to death right there at the train station. Now, next week, we're going to talk about the external results of the October Revolution and follow the peace talks with the Central Powers at Brest-Litovsk. But today we are going to stay with the internal dynamics, because we are finally approaching something that has been dangled out in front of everybody's nose since the February Revolution: the Constituent Assembly. As we talked about way back in episode 10.63, a Constituent Assembly had been promised on the very day Tsar Nicholas abdicated the throne. The provisional part of the provisional government was because they were supposed to be merely caretakers until the convening of the Constituent Assembly. But then it just kept getting delayed. Now, partly the delay was caused by a kind of overly judicious sloth from the people who were supposed to be running the elections, but partly it was because there was an unstated assumption that the Constituent Assembly should not be convened until after Russia had won the war. When Kerensky's June offensive failed, which was supposed to be the moment Russia went off and won the war, everyone just seemed to freeze like deer in the headlights. The Bolsheviks were able to make great political use of the delay, and as we noted in episode 10.73, on the eve of launching their insurrectionary coup, one of their publicly stated planks was guaranteeing the Constituent Assembly would finally be convened as promised. When they took power, the Bolsheviks felt obligated to live up to their word. One of the earliest decrees that came out of that first week in power said that the elections for the Constituent Assembly, which were now scheduled for mid-November, would go ahead as planned without alteration or delay. Now, Lenin, of course, was personally not on board with that at all. He argued in favor of either manipulating the electoral system to ensure the Bolsheviks and their left SR allies held a voting majority, or just abandoning the whole thing entirely. But he was outvoted on the Bolshevik Central Committee, as everyone else thought it would be political suicide to try to manipulate or cancel something that had been promised for so long and which had been so immediately promised by the Bolsheviks. For opponents and rivals of the Bolsheviks, the Constituent Assembly was being set up as something of a final boss that they could count on to crush the insurgent Bolshevik dictatorship. It was taken for granted the Bolsheviks would not win anywhere close to a majority of the seats, so the Bolshevik adventure would last until the Constituent Assembly convened, whereupon the voting majorities in that Constituent Assembly would draft a new constitution. At a minimum, the Bolsheviks would have to accept the status of junior partners in any future government, and if they did not accept that, then they could go to the dustbin of history. The SRs in particular believed the Constituent Assembly would solve everything, and that the Bolsheviks wouldn't dare try to overthrow a truly democratic assembly of the nation. One SR said of his comrades, "They thought the Constituent Assembly was protected by some vague power. The great people of Russia would not permit any profanation of the noblest ideal which had sprung from the revolution." But just to be sure, they formed the Union for the Defense of the Constituent Assembly, composed mostly of that same collection of SRs, Mensheviks, intellectuals, and municipal officials who had been actively opposing the Bolsheviks since October 25th. Elections to the Constituent Assembly unfolded over the last 2 weeks of November 1917. They were held on the basis of universal suffrage, truly universal suffrage. All adults were allowed to vote, both men and women. Now, down the road, the Soviets would sometimes imply women won the right to vote as a result of the Socialist Revolution, but we should be clear that women were granted the right to vote in the electoral law of July 20th, back when Lenin was still settling into hiding in Finland. All told, about 45 million people voted. It was a huge turnout given the circumstances. It was nothing less than the single largest election in Russian history to date. The official results would not be announced until the end of September, but the picture soon became very clear. Of the 767 seats elected from the 74 districts that we have data from, the vast majority of the electorate voted socialist of one stripe or another. Something like 75 to 80% of the total votes went to socialist parties. The Liberal Cadets, once the leading political party in Russia, won just 4.5% of the vote, for a grand total of 16 seats. The Cadets could not even muster more than a quarter of the vote in the cities where they were supposed to be strongest. So, one thing for sure that we can take away from all this is that in the fall of 1917, there was no right-wing bloc, nor even a progressive liberal bloc. Everyone voted socialist. We also do not find among the vast Russian peasantry, as we did find among the French and German peasants after 1848, any hint of forming a conservative base for reactionary neo-absolutism. The Russian peasants were radical socialists, and more than anything else, they were voting for the radical redistribution of land. But that leaves us to disentangle that socialist vote, because we know that not all socialists are the same. As anticipated, the SRs won 17 million votes, or about 37% of the total, netting them 324 seats. They would form the largest single bloc in the assembly. The SRs had been the party of the peasants from the beginning, and they were the best-known party out in the villages, and they fielded the best-known candidates out in the villages. They were also joined by Ukrainian SRs running in their own territory as their own party. The Ukrainian SRs won 12% of the total vote and 110 seats, pushing the SR delegation right to the threshold of an outright majority. But complicating things is that after October, the right SRs and the left SRs have broken into rival camps. Now, in many places, the party lists were drawn up before this split became real, and there is a huge amount of ongoing debate among historians about how much the voting peasants were aware of the split. It seems like in some places there were rival lists presented to the voters, and in other places not. So, though the SRs were the largest single party, it is not clear at all how their individual members would vote. I should also say that it does seem very clear that whether the peasants were voting right SR or left SR or just for any SR, the peasants are voting for radical redistribution of land. That's what they want. Meanwhile, the Bolsheviks won 10 million votes, or 23% of the total, netting them 183 seats. This was simultaneously an incredible advance for a party that had been an unknown fringe minority on the verge of extinction just a few months earlier. But also, obviously, it is a big problem for a party claiming to speak on behalf of the people of Russia. The Bolsheviks had basically zero connection to the peasants, and they collected all their votes from the urban parts of central Russia. The further you got from the city centers and the further you got from the center of Russia, support for the Bolsheviks tapered off rapidly. Lenin took some solace in the fact that his party did very well in key military garrisons. In army units in central and western Russia, the Bolsheviks were clearing 60% of the vote. In the Moscow and Petrograd garrisons, they were winning 80% of the vote. All told, about 5 million soldiers voted, and the SRs and Bolsheviks wound up running neck and neck with each other, each taking about 40% of the vote. I should mention before we move on here that the Mensheviks are dead. All told, they're going to win 3% of the total vote, just a handful of seats, and not unlike the Imperial General Staff, they wind up looking like a group of generals without an army. As the picture of the electoral results started to clarify, the Bolsheviks were left with a choice. As they entered the Constituent Assembly as a minority faction, if they failed to win enough votes for their preferred policies, would they accept the verdict of the Assembly, win or lose, even if it meant giving up power? They did not have long to decide. But I should say that whenever the possibility of the Bolshevik government shutting the Assembly down entirely, the SR Viktor Chernov said, they wouldn't dare. While the elections unfolded, a missing pillar of Soviet authority convened. That oh-so-all-important Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies had been just that, a Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. The peasant Soviets did not take part in it. As an organizational institution, the Congress of Peasant Soviets, dominated by SRs, protested the convening of the Second All-Russian Congress and refused to send delegates. One wonders how history might have been changed if those peasant SR delegates had shown up in Petrograd instead of turning up their noses. It's entirely possible the Bolsheviks would not have had enough votes to push through what they pushed through on the night of October 25th, which I guess we'll just file under history is made by those who show up. On November 26th, a new Congress of Soviets of Peasant Deputies convened in Petrograd. Before this peasant congress convened, the Bolsheviks and their left SR allies managed to alter the rules of representation to the peasant congress, adding slates of delegates from local military garrisons, which were more properly represented by the Soviets of Soldiers' Deputies, but since they were heavily Bolshevized, Lenin pushed through a rule change to pack in as many Bolsheviks as possible. And as we just discussed, it's not like there were any actual peasant Bolsheviks to call on. The Congress was a chaotic mess from the start. Bolsheviks and left SRs were by now experts at tactical disruption, yelling, hooting, heckling, and physically pushing their way on stage if they didn't like what was being said. One of the main points of contention at the present Congress was the Constituent Assembly. Lenin himself delivered a speech to the Congress where he floated the notion that really, when you think about it, there's no need for a Constituent Assembly because the Soviets are already a higher form of democracy. In response, Viktor Chernov put forward a resolution that said, "The Congress believes that the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, as the ideological and political guides of the masses, should be strong combat points of the revolution standing guard over the conquests of peasants and workers. With such legislative creativity, the Constituent Assembly must translate into life the aspirations of the masses as expressed by the Soviets. In consequence, the Congress protests against the attempts of individual groups to put the Soviets and the Constituent Assembly against one another." With Lenin clearly aiming to do just that, the Congress approved Chernov's resolution by a vote of 362 to 321. But with the left SR leader Maria Spiridonova chairing the Congress, the Bolsheviks convinced her to set this vote aside. This brought the Peasant Congress to a crashing halt. The right SRs walked out and reconvened elsewhere, declaring themselves the legitimate Peasant Congress, while those they had left behind merely an illegitimate rump. The Bolsheviks and left SRs who had been left behind said exactly the same thing. The matter was ultimately settled by the power of, well, power. The Bolshevik and left SR Congress approved a slate of delegates to go off and join the Executive Committee of Soviets that they had formed after the October Revolution. That would be a precursor to calling for a third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, this one of workers, soldiers, and peasant deputies, which would indeed be set up as an alternative to the Constituent Assembly. And the reason that worked, the reason all of that was considered legitimate, is because the Bolsheviks won. And indeed, Lenin and the Bolsheviks are playing to win. On December 1st, just after the Constituent Assembly elections ended, the Bolshevik government straight up outlawed the Cadet Party. Not a prescription of individual cadets, but a blanket ban on the party. Lenin still believed that as the party of the capitalist bourgeoisie, the cadets represented a major threat, particularly if they were able to link with the reactionary elements in the military. Lenin, in fact, referred to them in public as the Cadet Kaledin Party, that is, the Cossack general setting up white armies down in the south. Just as with the press censorship decree, Lenin was assailed for his attack on civil liberties. Those liberties were supposed to be one of the cornerstones of any post-revolutionary regime. We overthrew Tsarist tyranny in part because of all the censorship and political controls, remember? And here you are simply putting all of that back into place. Lenin's old friend Maxim Gorky, who, I should mention, Lenin still allowed to publish, attacked the criminalization of the cadets as fundamentally incompatible with political liberty. Even the left SRs, who were on the verge of joining Lenin's government, protested against his actions. But Lenin didn't care. Political victory was far more important to him than something so trifling as political liberty. Then on December 5th, Lenin and the Bolshevik government took another step towards ensuring liberty did not interfere with victory. In a secret decree they did not even make public, they abolished the Military Revolutionary Committee and repurposed its constituent parts to create a new paramilitary apparatus with a far more all-encompassing mission to protect the revolution. The new group was called the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission for Combating Counter-Revolution and Sabotage under the Council of People's Commissars. But since that is quite a mouthful, this group became known, when its existence became known, by its shorthand name, the Cheka. The Cheka would be run by its own separate committee that did not answer to the executive committee of the Soviets, nor even really to the government itself. It was just its own independent institution dedicated entirely to fighting counter-revolution. They were above, below, outside, and between the law. So just as the Tsar had his Okhrana, the Bolsheviks would have the Cheka. The new boss was starting to look an awful lot like the old boss. The Bolsheviks then spent the rest of December consolidating as much political and economic power as they could. The initial decrees they issued had mostly been about securing popular support, whether those decrees were Bolshevik party policy or not. But in the weeks that followed, they embarked upon what was clearly their preferred project of centralization and nationalization of economic functions. On December the 5th, they created the Supreme Council for the National Economy to coordinate, manage, and control economic production. Its leadership included the economic commissars of industry, food, agriculture, finance, and transport. On December 11th, the government created a Commissar of Public Education who would remove childhood education from the hands of the church and put it in the hands of the central state apparatus. On December 14th, they issued a decree giving the state a complete monopoly on banking. All private banking operations would be combined under a single state operation. And while they promised to preserve and protect individual savings accounts, they also authorized the immediate confiscation of any bullion they found. Then they moved on to major industry. On December 16th, the government confiscated the Russo-Belgian Metal Company, and on December 18th, the Maine Electrical Company. That same day, they abolished the open market for rent and living accommodations in all cities, as a precursor to fixed rents that would not be exploitable by landlords, who would soon be deprived of their property anyway. On December 24th, the famous Putilov Iron Works were taken over and nationalized. Taken together, we see here a clear path for the Bolsheviks replacing the chaotic exploitation of capitalism with rational central planning. That was the plan anyway. By the time we get to these later decrees, however, the government was no longer composed entirely of Bolsheviks. Having successfully worked together since October, and with the split between right SRs and left SRs irreparable, especially after the breakdown of the Peasant Congress, the left SRs entered negotiations with Lenin and the Bolsheviks to join the government. The Bolsheviks, of course, retained their majority, but the left SRs were given important seats. As the SRs were the party of peasant socialism, they were given the Commissariat of Agriculture. They were also given pretty key roles for the internal governing of the empire, and left SRs now took over the Ministry of Justice and Ministry of the Interior, Commissariat. They also got the more minor seats of posts and telegraphs and local self-government. They were also given seats on the committee in charge of the Cheka, so they could at least keep an eye on what the Bolsheviks were up to. When this merger was confirmed on December 12th, everyone just chilled out, right? After all, the big bad thing the Bolsheviks had done was not enter into a coalition with other socialist parties, right? Well, that's over. Bolsheviks and SRs are now together in a coalition government. So everything is cool now, right? Maybe not so much. That same day, Lenin issued a set of theses regarding the coming Constituent Assembly. Knowing that the Bolsheviks had only won a quarter of the seats, Lenin spent 19 bullet points arguing that because the Soviets represented the only form of democracy that would ensure the proper transition to socialism, the Constituent Assembly better tread very carefully. Lenin made some fairly specious claims about the voting system for the Constituent Assembly being unfair, even though his own party had approved the system. But then he issued a fairly stark ultimatum. Lenin said that if the Constituent Assembly opposes Soviet power, it is condemned to inevitable political death. The interests of the revolution take precedence over the formal rights of the Constituent Assembly. So Lenin is once again very happy to just say out loud exactly what he's planning to do. Viktor Chernov and the other SRs were convinced Lenin wouldn't dare move on something as sacred as the Constituent Assembly, as if they had never met Lenin before in their lives. Next week, however, we will not move directly to everyone apparently meeting Lenin for the first time, because next week we also have to start talking about what the Bolshevik Revolution means for Russia's place inside the war and inside the world. They had promised peace without annexation or indemnity, and Lenin and Trotsky meant to secure an immediate armistice and then permanent peace on those terms as quickly as possible. The problem, of course, was what happens if immediate peace and peace without annexation and indemnity are simply incompatible. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.77, Brest-Litovsk. We need to start this week with a couple of short corrections. First, I'm not quite sure how I did this, but it was General Krymov who was with Kerensky at the Battle of Pulkovo. I said it was some guy named General Krylov, who there is no General Krylov. That was just some mistaken mishmash of sounds I made because there are so many generals in the Russian Civil War whose name starts with K. Kornilov, Kalandin, Krymov, Kolchak. It's not a big thing, but I completely invented a general named Krylov. He didn't exist. The second thing is, speaking of one of those K generals, Nikolai Krylenko was an ensign when he became commander-in-chief of the Russian army, not a lieutenant. So again, it was Ensign Krylenko who became commander-in-chief of the Russian army, not Lieutenant Krylenko. Sorry about that. I get things wrong sometimes. Now, we spent the last two episodes on the Bolsheviks' initial consolidation of power on the home front. This week, we are going to turn our attention to what was happening on the war front. What did the October Revolution mean for Russia's place in the Great War? And beyond that, what did it mean for their standing among the other great powers? And what we will find today is that as the old stately quadrille continued to swirl around to polite classical music with everyone wearing tuxedos and sequins, the Bolsheviks are about to come charging onto the dance floor like they're diving into a mosh pit. And while technically it was a kind of dance, they were also there to just kind of, trash the scene. So let's go back to the night of October 26th, and remember the very first thing the Bolsheviks did after seizing power: issue the decree on peace. The Bolsheviks had been the anti-war party going back so long it was arguably the single most distinguishing feature about them going all the way back to 1914. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were the most cohesive bloc in the Zimmerwald left, and they consistently attacked the war as nothing more than a small, greedy clique of capitalist imperialists feeding the people of Europe into a meat grinder. What Lenin wanted to do was reorient the war, to stop make it peoples fighting against peoples, and instead make it the people rising up to overthrow their common enemy, the ruling classes of Europe. Lenin wanted to turn foreign war into civil war, and a huge amount of Bolshevik strategy, tactics, and ideology rested on the belief that World War I represented the final crisis of the old world of capitalism, and from its ashes would be born a new world of socialism. Now that they held power in Petrograd, the Bolsheviks planned to strike out boldly to bring their international socialist dreams to fruition. But they got off to a rocky and sometimes comical start. Trotsky took over the Foreign Office as Commissar of Foreign Affairs, but was immediately faced with the consequences of the white-collar strike that had greeted the October Revolution. None of the functionaries, bureaucrats, or clerks who staffed the ministry office showed up for work. Trotsky had trouble tracking down the people who had the keys to the doors and the safes of the building. Now, he responded to these insulting hitches with a kind of breezy disdain. Trotsky said that one of the consequences of the revolution would be an end to all this old-style European diplomacy where fat cats congregated behind closed doors and treated the people of the world as expendable and exploitable pawns over brandy and cigars. "What sort of diplomatic work will we be doing anyway?" Trotsky said. "I shall issue a few revolutionary proclamations to the peoples, and then shut up shop." But despite this posturing, it was going to be a wee bit more complicated than all that. On November 9th, the Soviet government transmitted the decree on peace to all the other belligerent powers, inviting everyone to take it as the starting point for a general peace. But if you will recall, it also aimed itself over the head of the governments of Europe and spoke directly to the people. Lenin had very few illusions about the response from the other powers. "The proposal of peace will be met with resistance on the part of the imperialist governments," he said. "We don't fool ourselves on that score. But we hope that revolution will soon break out in the belligerent countries, and that is why we address ourselves to the workers of France, England, and Germany." By issuing this call to all the belligerent powers, Lenin was also engaging in a little bit of public relations work. Because while Lenin did not expect the governments of France or Britain to respond favorably, he absolutely expected the Central Powers to jump at the chance to sign a peace treaty with Russia. One of the things that had dogged Lenin and the Bolsheviks for all of 1917 was the accusation that they were a bunch of paid German agents, that they had been delivered to Petrograd in a German train car with instructions to wreck Russia from the inside. Now, Lenin did absolutely take from the Kaiser what the Kaiser offered in 1917, logistical and monetary support. But Lenin is not a German agent. It is, however, somewhat of a creative puzzle to imagine how exactly Lenin could have behaved differently if he was a German agent. Because after returning to Russia, he spent every waking moment attacking the legitimacy of the provisional government, denouncing the war, and fomenting an atmosphere of chaos. All of this culminated with an armed seizure of power, with their very first decree being a call for the Russian army to stop fighting the Germans. I mean, back in Berlin, the decision to put Lenin on a train in March 1917 was looking like the single best decision they had made since the war began. To help paper over this German agent narrative, Lenin issued a call for a general peace, so that when the Allies inevitably rejected this call, he could move to direct negotiations with the Central Powers without making it look like he was just a puppet dancing for its masters. And the Russians never failed to mention that the other powers were always welcome to join the peace talks at any time. But the Allied powers were not biting, and as much as Berlin and Vienna thrilled at the events of October, Paris and London were aghast. Their overriding policy towards Russia was to keep Russia in the war. Hell, it was French foreign policy going all the way back to the Franco-Russian alliance of 1894 that French national security depended on keeping a massive Russian army pinning down Germany's east flank. You might remember that when Nicholas and Alexandra appeared personally responsible for Russian wartime dysfunction, France and Britain were very quick to shrug their shoulders at the overthrow of the monarchy and recognize the provisional government within a matter of days. Not so much for the Bolsheviks in October. France and Britain did not recognize Lenin's government, and in fact, in the days after the Bolshevik seizure of power, the Allied governments directed most of their diplomatic recognition to General Duncan at Russian military headquarters. As events unfolded over the next several months and years, Russia's now former allies would have ideological and political reasons for opposing the Bolshevik regime, but in late 1917, their interest was in supporting anyone who would keep Russia in the war, and Lenin and his government very much did not appear to be those people. With the Allies literally not responding to the offer of a general peace, Trotsky cabled the Central Powers on November 14th, indicating Russian willingness to deal with them directly. As you can imagine, the Bolshevik seizure of power was something of a miracle for the Germans and Austrians and Turks. No less than the Russian Empire, the Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman empires were both themselves tottering on the brink of total collapse, while the Germans saw an opportunity to snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat come the spring of 1918. If they signed a treaty with the Russians to shut down the eastern front of the war, they could pour men, guns, and material into one last decisive offensive in the West. And the Germans were themselves in desperate straits, and things looked pretty terrible both at home and abroad, including the depressing reality that the United States had just joined France and Britain. But there was still time to sneak in a knockout blow before American weight became decisive. But the Germans absolutely needed the Russians out of the war, or they were done for. So the Central Powers cabled their willingness to negotiate an armistice, followed by a formal peace treaty. They invited a Russian delegation to come to Brest-Litovsk, the headquarters of the German army in what is now Belarus. Brest-Litovsk was a bombed-out shell of itself, with only the former military fortress still standing. But the fact that the talks went on there spoke volumes for the military realities underlying the talks. The June offensive had resulted in the Germans advancing hundreds of miles. They presently occupied large chunks of Russian territory in Poland and up in the Baltic. The German army stood poised to capture Petrograd, which was absolutely a huge background crisis that drove events towards the October Revolution. That the Russian delegation had to come to German military headquarters to work out a peace, rather than mutually agreeing to a neutral location, spoke volumes for how much this was effectively the Russians coming to surrender. The Bolshevik delegation left Petrograd for Brest-Litovsk on November 18th. The head negotiator was a guy named Adolf Yoff, a former Menshevik and friend of Trotsky's, who had wholeheartedly embraced radical Bolshevism after returning from Siberian exile after the February Revolution. Also on the negotiating team was Kamenev, who was welcomed back into the Bolshevik fold after realizing that he kept resigning in protest from the winning team. Lenin and the others let him back into the inner circle, but would forever bring up his October episode when they wanted to rub his face in the fact that Kamenev had spent those crucial days in October trying to derail them from their date with historical destiny. But though it looked like the Russian delegation was coming hat in hand to beg for peace at Brest-Litovsk, they were not there to just surrender and sign peace at any price. They planned to use the negotiations as a platform to spread revolutionary gospel, and they very visibly positioned themselves as a completely new political animal on the world stage, one that represented the people, not just the ruling class. Though their principal negotiators were intellectuals, they also brought as equal members of their negotiating team a soldier, a sailor, a worker, a peasant, and a woman. Now, the woman on the team was a left SR named Anastasia Bitsenko, who was famous for assassinating the former Minister of War in November 1905. She shot him dead at point-blank range in the home of the governor of Saratov, who, you might remember, was Pyotr Stolypin. Bitsenko spent more than a decade in Siberian exile before coming home after the February Revolution. Having a terrorist assassin sitting amidst the Russian negotiators certainly signaled that this was not the same old negotiating team everyone was used to. There's also a great story about the peasant delegate, a guy called Roman Stashkov. As the negotiating team was on their way to the train station, Yoff and Kamenev realized they had forgotten to secure a peasant delegate. Then they saw this old peasant walking on the side of the road, and they pulled over and offered him a ride. When he got in, they quizzed the perplexed old man about his politics. When he said he was an SR like everyone in his village, they said, "Come with us to Brest-Litovsk to make peace with the Germans." He was understandably reluctant, but they offered him a chunk of cash to overcome his doubts, and off he went as the newly minted plenipotentiary representative of the Russian peasants. The conference formally began on November the 20th, with this motley array of scruffy Russian revolutionaries seated across the table from a phalanx of aristocratic old-world diplomats and generals. The leader of the Central Powers negotiating team was German Foreign Secretary Baron von Kuhlmann. Kuhlmann was worldly, cultured, polite, and just the prototypical European diplomat. He also fancied himself something of a self-styled expert on Russia. While negotiating from a position of strength, Kuhlman believed his job was to provide language and terms that would allow the Russians to sign an honorable peace. He was convinced Germany was done for if the two-front war continued, but also convinced that if the Germans came off as punitive or vindictive towards the Russians, it would maybe drive the Russians back into arms and almost certainly convince France and Britain to fight to the last man. Seated beside the German foreign minister was the Austrian foreign minister, Ottokar Czernin, who was acutely aware that catastrophe loomed over the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and they absolutely could not go on fighting the Russians. He was there to make sure the Russians signed a peace treaty on whatever terms got them to sign a peace treaty. Beside both of them was General Max Hoffmann, Chief of Staff of Germany's armies on the Eastern Front, who had just overseen the capture of Riga. He was there to make sure the Russians understood they had lost the war and were in no position to bargain. The two teams quickly agreed to a temporary ceasefire as a prelude to a more stable armistice, as a prelude to an official peace treaty. But as negotiations commenced at Brest-Litovsk, Trotsky finally got the safes open at the Russian Foreign Ministry and proceeded to publish all the secret terms of all the secret treaties the Tsar's government had signed with France and Britain. Things like Russia being promised Constantinople and hegemony over the Balkans, that the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires would be dismembered, that France and Britain's imperial projects would be protected and expanded. All of this made Russia, France, and Britain look pretty bad. But Trotsky published these terms along with a note to the peoples of the world who would read all about this in their local newspaper. Trotsky said, "The bourgeois politicians and newspapers of Germany and Austria-Hungary will no doubt seize upon the published documents and will try to represent the diplomatic work of the Central Empires in a favorable light. Such an attempt is foredoomed to failure, and this for two reasons. In the first place, we intend in a short time to present at the bar of public opinion a series of secret documents which amply illustrate the diplomatic methods of the Central Empires. In the second place, and this is most important, the methods of secret diplomacy are as international as those of imperialistic plunder. When the German proletariat, by revolutionary means, gets access to the secrets of the chancelleries of its government, it will discover documents in them of just the same character as those we are about to publish. It is to be hoped that this will happen at an early date." So this is basically an open call from the Russian foreign minister for the German people to rise up and overthrow the head of state of an empire he is currently in peace negotiations with. This is well outside of established diplomatic protocol. But though the publication of the secret treaty sent a wave of heartburn through the capitals of Europe, it did not derail the peace talks in Brest-Litovsk, because both sides needed a peace. On December 2nd, the two sides agreed to a month-long armistice. Now, for the Russians, signing the armistice was simply giving official designation to an already existing reality that was far beyond the control of their negotiators or their government. Since the October Revolution, and really for all of 1917, the Russian military had been undergoing what one might call self-demobilization. Russian soldiers were simply quitting and going home. Now that they had the decree on peace and the decree on land in hand, the mostly peasant soldiers were just going home. They were pushed by a desire to get as far away from the trenches as possible, and pulled by the promise of radical land redistribution back in their home villages. So the Russian Empire was just disintegrating. An American observer said that when it came to the Russian government needing to sign a peace, it was, quote, indeed urgent and active, but it was much the case of a man blowing with his breath in the same direction with a full-grown natural tornado. The Russian army was going home, and even if Lenin and Trotsky wanted to keep fighting, there was no way they could have made that army keep fighting. Lenin considered peace essential to the long-term stability of his regime. If he tried to keep the Russian army in the field, he said, the peasant army, unbearably exhausted by the war, will overthrow the socialist workers' government. But though the Russians needed a peace because they didn't really have an army to continue the war, The Bolshevik negotiators were not in Brest-Litovsk to sign peace at any price. The main sticking point was what to do about the territory currently occupied by the armies of the Central Powers. The Bolshevik government had issued the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia just a few weeks earlier, which promised everyone autonomy and self-determination. The Bolshevik negotiators at Brest-Litovsk insisted that peace with Germany meant the mutual evacuation of all occupied territories on all sides and recognition of the right of all peoples to determine their own fates. And though the immediate sticking point was territory in Poland and the Baltic, the biggest issue loomed just in the background: Ukraine. Ukraine was of vital importance to the Russian Empire. Ukrainians made up the single largest bloc of non-Russians in the empire, just about 30 million people, making them a majority of the population in a half-dozen provinces down in the southwestern corner of the empire. More importantly, Ukraine accounted for like 75% of all the coal produced in the Russian Empire, 66% of its iron ore, 75% of its magnesium, 66% of its salt, 80% of its sugar, and 90% of all wheat exports. It was a vital part of the Russian Empire's economy, and for all the talk of autonomy and self-determination, both the Russians and Germans saw Ukraine as a vital part of their post-war economies. The Germans had been cultivating Ukrainian separatists since the beginning of the war, hoping to turn a nominally independent Ukraine into a German client state. After the February Revolution, a group of Ukrainian leaders formed what they called the Rada, self-appointing themselves as the legitimate leaders of Ukraine. They spent the next 6 months in occasionally hostile relations with the various Russian provisional governments. In fact, one of the proximate causes for the cadets quitting Kerensky's government over the summer was that Kerensky recognized the legitimacy of the Rada's authority in Ukraine. Now that the Bolsheviks were in charge, the wheel of revolution turned again, and with the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia in hand, the Rada prepared to declare independence. But not so fast. While Lenin and Trotsky very publicly proclaimed that they had no problem with the people of Ukraine charting their own destiny, the self-organized Rada wasn't necessarily the true voice of the people. And while the countryside was almost universally Ukrainian, the cities and larger towns were very much more ethnically mixed. The population of Kiev, for instance, was actually a majority Russian and Jewish. The government in Petrograd was not thrilled with reports it received that the Rada was allowing free passage of officers, men, and volunteers moving towards the Cossack regions to join what was fast becoming the anti-Bolshevik White Armies. On December 3rd, Lenin issued a manifesto to the Ukrainian people with an ultimatum to the Ukrainian Rada. It opened, "The Council of People's Commissars, the Socialist Government of Russia, reaffirms that the right to self-determination belongs to all nations oppressed by Tsarism and the great Russian bourgeoisie, up to and including the right of these nations to secede from Russia. Accordingly, we, the Council of People's Commissars, recognize the People's Ukrainian Republic and its right to secede from Russia or enter into a treaty with the Russian Republic on federal or similar relations between them." Okay, so what exactly is the problem here? The problem was the Rada, who Lenin then rattled off a bunch of charges against, including the Rada has been extending support to the Cadet Kaledin plot and revolt against Soviet power. The Rada has allowed its territory to be crossed by troops on their way to Kaledin, but has refused transit to any anti-Kaledin troops. Because of this, Lenin said, even if the Rada had received full formal recognition as the uncontested organ of supreme state power of an independent bourgeois Ukrainian republic, we would have been forced to declare war on it without any hesitation because of its attitude of unexampled betrayal of the revolution. Then he issued the ultimatum. In the event no satisfactory answer is received to these questions within 48 hours, the Council of People's Commissars will deem the Rada to be in a state of open war with the Soviet power in Russia and the Ukraine. Lenin would not receive a satisfactory answer from the Rada within 48 hours, but Germany promptly issued an invitation to the Ukrainian Rada to send representatives to Brest-Litovsk to negotiate the recognition of an independent Ukraine and a separate peace treaty with the Central Powers. Ukraine was now a theater of the blossoming Russian Civil War. Meanwhile, at Brest-Litovsk, the Germans were growing impatient and very suspicious of Russian intentions. On December 13th, the Russian government proudly proclaimed their allocation of 2 million rubles to create and spread revolutionary propaganda throughout Europe. It seemed increasingly obvious that the Russian goal was to stall long enough for revolutions in Germany, Austria, and elsewhere to render the peace talks at Brest-Litovsk totally moot. On December 21st, the Executive Committee of the Soviet issued a public statement for worldwide consumption. It said, "The joint meeting appeals to you, workers of Germany, you to whom the predatory aims of German imperialism are as alien as the aggressive aspirations of Russian imperialism are to us. You should support in every way the struggle of the Russian people for a just and universal peace. For 3 years now, the people have been shedding blood on all fronts, but neither victories nor defeats have brought nearer the longed-for peace. Only the will of the peoples can compel the imperialists of all countries to conclude a democratic peace." Then they broadened their appeal beyond just the Germans. Workers of France, Britain, and Italy, peoples of blood-soaked Serbia and ravaged Belgium, you too should raise your voice. Let your governments know that you are no longer willing to shed blood for annexationist aims alien to you. We do not want a peace that would sanctify the old injustices, forge new chains, and burden the working people with the grievous consequences of the war. We want a peace of the peoples, a democratic peace, a just peace, and we shall secure such a peace only when the peoples of all countries dictate its terms by their revolutionary struggles. So this was the new style of Russian diplomacy, calling on the peoples of the world to overthrow their governments. With the leaders in Germany getting increasingly impatient, quite correctly recognizing the Russian negotiators simply stalling for time until revolution broke out in Berlin, they leaned on Baron von Kuhlmann to press harder for a final treaty. To resist this pressure, Lenin sent Trotsky to take over negotiations personally, telling Trotsky before he left, "We need someone to do the delaying, and you will do it better than anybody. String out the talks until there is a revolution in Germany, or as long as possible." Trotsky's arrival at Brest-Litovsk was his arrival on the world stage as an international figure. He spent most of his life as an incredibly obscure radical intellectual, activist, and journalist. He had earned himself enormous celebrity inside Russia as the dynamic face and voice of Bolshevism, but it was here at Brest-Litovsk that he really came to the attention of the international press, who were all on hand to cover the momentous negotiations. Trotsky absolutely reveled in the opportunity to cross rhetorical swords with the high and mighty representatives of the old world aristocracy, who were used to dealing with men of the same class, breedings, and manners as themselves, not scruffy, exiled revolutionaries who spent their formative years couch-surfing through the underground of Europe. Trotsky turned all of his talents up to 11 and dazzled the packed house of diplomats and observers with his undeniably brilliant oratorical and intellectual skills. Baron von Kuhlmann, for his part, seemed content to let Trotsky lead the discussion through a variety of philosophical digressions, including long abstract debates about the nature of self-determination, a monologue on the basic tenets of Marxism, and pointed demands to investigate the meaning of practically every word in the draft of the treaty. On December 30th, for instance, Trotsky amused the audience by demanding that the stock phrase about the two parties living in peace and friendship be amended. "I would take the liberty to propose that the second phrase," Trotsky said, mentioning the bit about friendship, "be deleted. Its thoroughly conventional, ornamental style does not correspond, so it seems, to the dry businesslike sense of the document. Such declarations copied from one diplomatic document into another have never yet characterized the real relations between states." He did not want to be friends with the Germans. He wanted peace with the Germans, and that was very different. He also continued to object to the German plan to keep occupying captured territory, demanding instead the total evacuation and renunciation of any plans for permanent annexation. Baron von Kuhlmann appears to have let all of this go on because he remained convinced that this was just the Russians allowing themselves to rationalize and endorse the final terms of the treaty, which Kuhlmann still expected to dramatically favor Germany. But his political masters back in Berlin, Ludendorff and Hindenburg especially, were getting awfully testy, and they prevailed upon the Kaiser to demand His Majesty's negotiators skip to the end of the page and issue an ultimatum. At the negotiating table, General Hoffmann voiced this frustration on behalf of the German military. The Russian delegation has spoken as if it represented a victorious invader of our country. I should like to remind its members the facts point to the contrary. Victorious German troops are on Russian soil. I should further like to say that the Russian delegation demands that we should recognize the right of self-determination in a form and on a scale which its own government does not recognize. German Supreme Command thinks it necessary to repudiate its interference in the affairs of the occupied areas. Hoffmann said bluntly there would be no further negotiations about any evacuation. The Germans would keep what they had won. The German armies were not going anywhere. Trotsky tried to dance around a little bit more, but on January the 5th, 1918, the other side had had enough. General Hoffmann rolled out a map, which he said would be the basis of all future relations between Germany and Russia. It laid out new borders between Germany and Russia. And what it showed was the effective dismemberment of the Russian Empire. It would leave Germany much, much stronger and Russia much, much weaker. Hoffmann's point, of course, was that the Bolsheviks may have won their little revolution, but they had lost the war, and it was time for them to quit stalling and admit it. Trotsky's theatrics may have dazzled, but they were no match for the material and military reality of the situation. The Russian army was in a state of acute disintegration. For all their own internal problems, the Central Powers had been humoring the Russians. They could steamroll the Eastern Front any time they wanted. And now that threat was on the table. Trotsky was told, accept this, or we will advance. Trotsky took this ultimatum and said, look, I cannot accept this at the moment. I have to go home and confer with my government. The testy Central Power negotiators allowed this final delay, but they were now prepared to resume the war. Next week, we will recombine our narratives and look at the massive and potentially fatal dilemmas facing Lenin's government at home and abroad. Because back in Petrograd on that very same January 5th, 1918, the long-awaited Constituent Assembly finally convened. With its majority of delegates likely hostile to the Bolsheviks, they posed just as much of a threat to Lenin as the Germans, who were themselves gearing up to invade further if their demands were not met. It would appear that though the Bolsheviks had survived longer than anyone expected, there was very little chance they would survive the winter. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.78, Neither War Nor Peace. Last week, we left off in Brest-Litovsk on January the 5th, 1918, with the Central Powers unrolling a radically reimagined map of Eastern Europe depicting the dismemberment of the Russian Empire and telling the Russian negotiating team, accept this map as the basis of peace, or else. As this map represented abject capitulation to the Central Powers, Russian Commissar of Foreign Affairs Trotsky knew it could have explosive political implications for the Bolsheviks back home. He told the Central Powers he would have to speak directly to his government, and later that day boarded a train to return to Petrograd. Meanwhile, on that same afternoon of January 5th, 1918, his comrades were dealing with another matter that could have explosive political implications. This was the day the long-awaited Constituent Assembly, promised ever since the moment Nicholas abdicated the throne, finally convened. It was finally time for a democratically elected assembly of the nation to write a new post-revolutionary constitution for Russia. More immediately, this might very well spell the end of Lenin, Trotsky, and the Bolshevik Party. There was a halfway decent chance that by the time Trotsky got back to Petrograd, he would no longer be Commissar of Foreign Affairs. There may even be a warrant out for his arrest. When the election results for the Constituent Assembly were announced in December, the frustrated rivals of the Bolsheviks thrilled at the knowledge that they would finally be able to oust Lenin's unnatural government. The Right SRs would control the largest block of votes, and they ran their printing presses night and day pumping out pamphlets, placards, newspapers, and leaflets, all trumpeting the slogan, "All power to the Constituent Assembly." This was meant to replace and overcome the old slogan co-opted by the Bolsheviks, "All power to the Soviets." The Right SRs also sent activists into the trenches, into the barracks, and the factories to talk up the Constituent Assembly as the sacred culmination of the revolution. But for all the Right SRs talk about defending the Constituent Assembly, all they would do is talk about defending the Constituent Assembly. When militant members of the party showed the SR Central Committee their plan to assassinate Lenin and Trotsky, the Central Committee forbade the plot. When about 10,000 SR-aligned soldiers in Petrograd volunteered to stage an armed demonstration coinciding with the opening of the Constituent Assembly, to remind the Bolsheviks they weren't the only ones who knew how to use a machine gun, the SR Central Committee rejected the offer. No guns, no violence. They believed the universally recognized sanctity of the Constituent Assembly would be all the protection it needed. And besides, civil war among the socialists would only benefit the counter-revolution. This latter point may well have been true, but it led the Right SRs and their allies to unilaterally disarm on the eve of a major political showdown. When the SR regiments were told they could only demonstrate if they came out unarmed, they told the messenger, "Are you making fun of us, comrade? You are asking us to a demonstration, but tell us to come without weapons. And the Bolsheviks, are they little children? They will for sure fire at unarmed people. And are we supposed to open our mouths and give them our heads for targets? Or will you order us to run, like rabbits?" If they were deprived of the means of fighting back, they would not come out at all. And so, when the time came, they did not come out at all. The Bolsheviks, on the other hand, obviously had no scruples about coming out under arms. On January the 3rd, Lenin's government placed Petrograd under martial law. They prohibited public assemblies and issued proclamations ordering soldiers to stay in their barracks and workers to stay in their factories. On January 5th, the day the Constituent Assembly opened, an SR delegate described the scene as he approached the Tauride Palace. The closer one approached, the fewer pedestrians were seen and the more soldiers, Red Army men and sailors. They were armed to the teeth, guns slung over the shoulder, bombs, grenades, and bullets in front and on the side, everywhere they could be attached or inserted. The entire square in front of the Tauride Palace was filled with artillery, machine guns, and field kitchens. Machine gun cartridge belts were piled up pell-mell. The number of armed men and weapons, the sound of clanking, created the impression of an encampment getting ready either to defend itself or to attack. Opposed to this clanking Bolshevik encampment was an SR-organized street demonstration under strict orders. No guns, no violence. Now, perhaps as many as 50,000 people turned out for this demonstration, though that is the high side of the estimate. Whatever the number was, though, it was less than the organizers had hoped for. They were also disappointed by the crowd's composition. It was almost entirely middle-class professionals, basically the educated white-collar types who had been on strike since the October Revolution. There were no workers. There were no common soldiers. It was not exactly a march of the masses that the SRs envisioned. As the demonstrators approached the neighborhood of the Tauride Palace, they encountered armed soldiers operating under the flag of martial law. In at least 2 separate incidents, these soldiers opened fire on the unarmed procession, scattering them chaotically and killing somewhere between 10 and 20 people. For all that had happened in 1917, this was actually the first time Russian soldiers had fired on unarmed demonstrators since the February Revolution. There was some brief hope among the SRs and the professional middle classes that this new Bloody Sunday would finally, fatally discredit the Bolsheviks. that the nation would rise in outrage against Lenin and his murderous thugs, revealed to be no different than the Tsar and his Cossacks. But here's the thing. Nobody cared. Nobody is going to care about any of this. Meanwhile, inside the Tauride Palace, 463 deputies assembled for the opening session, roughly half the total number elected. Of those in the hall, there were 259 right SRs, 136 Bolsheviks, and 48 left SRs. This gave the right SRs, for the moment, an outright majority. Lenin and the rest of the Bolshevik Central Committee were on hand to direct what they reasonably believed to be an incredibly precarious moment for their government, a government they had self-enshrined back in October. Given the SR majority, the venerable Viktor Chernov was elected chairman of the Constituent Assembly. But from the beginning, the session was unruly. The Bolsheviks were by now masters of vocal and physical disruption. Whenever non-Bolshevik speakers rose, Bolshevik deputies jeered, hooted, booed, and interrupted. The hall was also full of armed soldiers who were there to provide security, all of them actively sympathetic to the Bolsheviks. What's more, the soldiers had gotten into the vodka at a welcome banquet for delegates, and they drank continuously for the next 12 hours. If they heard things they didn't like, or saw people they didn't like, they would point their guns at them for drunken and menacing amusement. Lenin's strategy for the Constituent Assembly was to introduce a poison pill as soon as possible. This poison pill was a document called the Declaration of the Rights of the Toiling and Exploited Masses. The very first article stated, "Russia is hereby proclaimed a republic of Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. All power, centrally and locally, is vested in these Soviets." It then proceeded through short bullet points, ratifying everything the Bolsheviks had done since October, and concluding with the statement, "The Constituent Assembly considers that now, power must be vested wholly and entirely in the working people and their authorized representatives, the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. Supporting Soviet power and the decrees of the Council of People's Commissars, the Constituent Assembly considers that its own task is confined to establishing the fundamental principles of the socialist reconstruction of society." If the Constituent Assembly approved this document, it meant they were abdicating their right to craft their own constitution. It simply handed all sovereign legitimacy to Lenin and the Bolsheviks, who had taken control of the Soviets of workers and soldiers and peasants' deputies. As Lenin expected, the SR majority defeated this motion 237 to 136. And with this done, the Bolsheviks declared that the Constituent Assembly was controlled by counter-revolutionary enemies of the Soviet and staged a walkout. All of this was going 100% according to plan, and the Bolshevik Central Committee convened in another room in the Tauride Palace. While Chernov and the SRs gave long-winded speeches in the main assembly hall, the Bolshevik leaders drafted a proclamation dissolving the Constituent Assembly. This done, Lenin then issued instructions to the soldiers guarding the palace. Don't use force against any of the delegates. Don't prevent anyone from leaving. But absolutely do not allow any new people in the building. The session continued all night, but finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning of what was now January the 6th, an armed sailor strode up to the tribune just as Viktor Chernov was in the middle of approving the confiscation of land without confiscation. The sailor unceremoniously interrupted Chernov and told him to stop talking and shut it down for the night. Chernov spent about 20 minutes trying to keep things going, and he had the support of his fellow delegates, but he did not have the support of the armed and drunken soldiers filling the assembly hall shouting, "Enough, enough," and down with Chernov. So the delegates voted to adjourn. Technically, the SRs adjourned the Constituent Assembly until 5 p.m., but when they left, the guards locked up the building and then blocked anyone trying to get in. Later that morning, Pravda published the government decree dissolving the Constituent Assembly. They justified this by saying, "The Right Socialist Revolutionary and Menshevik parties are in fact carrying on outside the Constituent Assembly a most desperate struggle against Soviet power, calling openly in their press for its overthrow and describing as arbitrary and unlawful the crushing of the resistance of the exploiters by force of the working classes, which is essential in the interests of emancipation from exploitation. They are defending the saboteurs, the servants of capital, and are going as far as undisguised calls to terrorism, which certain unidentified groups have already begun. It is obvious that under such circumstances, the remaining part of the Constituent Assembly could only serve as a screen for the struggle of the counter-revolutionaries to overthrow Soviet power. Now, it didn't really matter that this is kind of the opposite of what the SR Central Committee had been doing over the last several weeks. Yes, they wanted a government enshrined by the Constituent Assembly to replace the Soviet government led by Lenin, but they were absolutely and explicitly trying to dampen down calls for violence. But like I said, that didn't matter. And after a single session, lasting just about 12 hours, the long-awaited Constituent Assembly never reconvened. That was it. It was done. Now, you might be asking yourself, how on earth can Lenin and the Bolsheviks get away with this? Hasn't everyone been waiting for the Constituent Assembly since March? Didn't most of the voters vote against the Bolsheviks? How can they just brazenly shut down the assembly without triggering like a mass uprising? Well, here's the thing. By January 1918, the vast majority of Russians, including all of those tens of millions of voters, didn't really care about the Constituent Assembly. At the local level, it was regarded as some far-off assembly of elite intellectuals doing God knows what. The decree on peace satisfied the soldiers and sailors. The regulation on worker control satisfied urban labor. The decree on land was all the rural peasants had ever wanted. And remember, too, for all of these groups, their local Soviets were the one political institution that continued to have real legitimacy. They were not faraway assemblies of elite intellectuals, but local assemblies composed of their own people. So when the news arrived that the Constituent Assembly had been dissolved because they opposed Soviet power, which is, after all, what Lenin had set them up to do, well, then who needs them? Who cares? All power to the Soviets. On top of all that, Lenin was ready with the great alternative to the Constituent Assembly. On January 10th, the Executive Committee of the Soviets convened the Third All-Russian Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, deliberately convened at that moment to act as the popular alternative to what was now portrayed as a nefariously anti-Soviet Constituent Assembly. They also convened a Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Peasants' Deputies, composed almost entirely now of Bolshevik and left SR delegates. Those delegates voted on January 13 to merge with the Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, which also just so happened to be composed almost entirely of Bolsheviks and left SRs. Once these two congresses merged, they became the single All-Russian Congress of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies, and they claimed the mantle of legitimate popular sovereignty. It would not be unreasonable to call this Congress the founding of the Soviet Union. The Congress overwhelmingly approved the Declaration of Rights of the Working and Exploited Peoples, whose first article was, "Russia is hereby proclaimed a Republic of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies." The second article then said, "The Russian Soviet Republic is established on the principle of a free union of free nations, as a federation of Soviet national republics." And though there would be a few nomenclature shifts along the way, this is really the origin point of the Soviet Union, and why it's called the Soviet Union. It also laid the permanent foundation of Russian communism. The Congress abolished private ownership of land, granted the Supreme Economic Council authority to convert factories, mines, railways, and other means of production and transport into state property, consolidated all banks into a single state institution. As a general statement of political and economic ideology, they said their fundamental aim was to abolish all exploitation of man by man, to completely eliminate the division of society into classes, to mercilessly crush the resistance of the exploiters, to establish a socialist organization of society, and to achieve the victory of socialism in all countries. As this auspicious Soviet Congress wrapped up, Lenin addressed them. "Comrades," he said, "before the Third Congress of Soviets closes, we must establish with complete impartiality the momentous part it has had to play in the history of the international revolution and of mankind. There are incontestable grounds for saying that the Third Congress of Soviets has opened a new epoch in world history, and there is growing awareness of its significance in these times of world revolution. It has consolidated the organization of the new state power which was created by the October Revolution, and has projected the lines of future socialist construction for the whole world, for the working people of all countries. The new system of the Socialist Soviet Republic, as a federation of free republics of the different nations inhabiting Russia, has been finally accepted in this country in the sphere of domestic politics. But as Lenin and his government were set to embark on this new epoch in world history, after apparently winning the political war at home, they faced a looming threat from abroad that might tend to turn this from an epoch into a tiny blip. The armies of the Central Power were massed on the Russian border, representing the or else if the Russians did not sign the terms of the treaty Trotsky brought back with him from Brest-Litovsk. And so we now turn our attention from domestic politics to foreign affairs. Just days after successfully shuttering the Constituent Assembly, a group of about 80 Bolshevik leaders convened to discuss the terms of the peace. 3 factions emerged from this discussion. The smallest was led by Lenin, who advocated signing the terms, now, without delay or argument. Lenin's read on the situation was the Russian army was in no position to fight. He said, "There is no doubt that it will be a shameful peace, but if we embark on a war, our government will be swept away." For the moment, he said they needed to focus on ensuring the revolution survived in Russia. "Germany is only just now pregnant with revolution," he said, "but we have already given birth to a completely healthy baby. Besides," he said, "the bourgeoisie has to be throttled, and for that we need both hands free." In Lenin's opinion, resuming the war with Germany would be absolutely catastrophic. But Lenin once again found himself opposed by a majority of his own party. Most Bolsheviks favored turning this imperialist war into a revolutionary war, to do as the Jacobins had done in 1792 and call upon the people to defend the revolution and then march off and crush the fragile old powers of Europe. This faction was led most passionately by Nikolai Bukharin, who had joined the party as a teenager after the Revolution of 1905. After years of loyal service to the party in exile, Bukharin became one of the most influential political leaders in Moscow in 1917, and he directed the Bolshevik takeover of Moscow in the midst of the October Revolution. As a reward for this, he was now editor of Pravda. Bukharin was also now the leading voice of what would be called the left communists, who organized around total opposition to peace with the Central Powers and the immediate declaration of revolutionary war to the death. In between Lenin and Bukharin was Commissar of Foreign Affairs Trotsky. He concurred with Lenin that the Russian army was in absolutely no position to fight a war, but he was also acutely aware that if the Bolsheviks did not prove their hostile independence from German imperialism and shut down rumors that they were just a bunch of paid German agents, the revolutionary project both at home and abroad would be wrecked. So Trotsky formulated a novel slogan: neither war nor peace. The Russians would reject the German terms and then simply announce that so far as they were concerned, the war was over. The inner circle of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party was wary of both Lenin's demand for peace at almost any price and Bukharin's call for revolutionary war, and so they voted to endorse Trotsky's diplomatic novelty, neither war nor peace. So Trotsky returned to Brest-Litovsk, and the talks resumed on January 15. Trotsky went right back to trying to play for time with all the rhetorical stalling he could muster, hoping against hope the German proletariat would rise up and make all of this a moot point. But by now, even the patiently tolerant Baron von Kuhlmann was getting extremely annoyed at the stalling. Finally, on January 27th, the Baron received a telegram from the Kaiser demanding action. "This must be ended as soon as possible," the Kaiser wrote. "Trotsky must sign by 8 p.m. tomorrow without procrastination, peace on our terms. In the event of refusal or attempts at procrastination and other pretexts, the negotiations are broken off at 8 o'clock on the night of January 28th, and the armistice will be terminated." That same day, at another negotiating table in Brest-Litovsk, the Central Powers negotiated a peace with representatives of the Ukrainian Rada, now recognized as the independent Republic of Ukraine. In exchange for peace and recognition, the Rada pledged massive shipments of grain to feed the famished populations of Germany and Austria. They also gave permission for the armies of the Central Powers to enter Ukraine, which was pretty important because on that same day, a small army of Red Guards led by Muraviev, the guy who led the defense of Petrograd at the Battle of Pulkovo, pushed its way into Kiev and took control of the city on behalf of a Bolshevik-aligned Ukrainian Soviet, which denounced the Rada's claim to political legitimacy. Civil war in Ukraine was now well underway, and both sides would need all the help they could get. Meanwhile, back at the Russian negotiating table, Trotsky came back on January the 28th to respond to the final ultimatum. Almost everybody expected him to just sign the treaty. There was nothing else for him to do. But instead, Trotsky carried his program of neither war nor peace to its logical and somewhat absurd conclusion. He said Russia would not sign the ignoble terms as presented by the Central Powers, and they would not be an accomplice to the dismemberment and destruction of the Russian Empire. So, would they go back to fighting? No, absolutely not. Trotsky announced to a stunned audience, "We are demobilizing our army. We refuse to sign a peace based on annexations. We declare that the state of war between the Central Empires and Russia is at an end." The war was over, but there would be no peace treaty. Baron von Kuhlmann exclaimed, "This is unheard of." But there was nothing he could actually do in that moment. Trotsky and the rest of his negotiating team got on the train and left. Now, as the German leaders huddled to figure out how to respond to this, I must stop briefly here and insert every historian's favorite Soviet decree. On January the 25th, 1918, Pravda announced a new policy that would take effect at the end of the month. This decree read, "In order to establish in Russia the same way of counting time as used by almost all civilized people, the Council of the People's Commissars decrees the introduction of the new calendar into lay use after the end of the month of January of this year. Accordingly, 1. The first day after 31 January of this year is to be counted not as the 1st of February, but as the 14th of February. The second day counted as the 15th, and so on." That's right. This is the moment Russia drops the Julian calendar and adopts the Gregorian calendar. So they went from January 31st, 1918 to February 14th, 1918, and that was that. From here on out, there will be no more triple cross-checking different sources and books to make sure the proper dating chronology is being followed. From here on out, all dates everywhere will be the same. Thank God. Long live the revolution. While the calendars were unifying, the Kaiser got his advisors together. Though nobody wanted to resume the war against the Russians, Hindenburg and Ludendorff told the Kaiser that all of their plans for a final campaign in the West in the spring of 1918 required the absolute guarantee the Russian army was finished, and it required access to Ukrainian agriculture. They couldn't afford to fight on the Eastern Front, but they also couldn't afford not to fight on the Eastern Front. So on February 17, 1918, of the now blessedly unified calendar, the Central Powers launched an offensive campaign against Russia. The Germans advanced from west to east. The Austrians moved from southwest to northeast. The Turks moved from south to north, all of them advancing rapidly through territory undefended by any army. One German commander remarked at the outset of this campaign, "This is the most comic war that I have ever experienced. It is waged almost exclusively in trains and automobiles. One puts on the train a few infantry with machine guns and one artillery piece, and proceeds to the next railroad station, seizes it, arrests the Bolsheviks, and trains another detachment, and moves on. The procedure has, in any event, the charm of novelty." With an unstoppable invasion now underway, the Bolshevik Central Committee convened on February 18th, and Lenin finally secured a one-vote majority for his motion to sign the peace treaty right now, immediately, no more delays. The deciding vote came from Trotsky. Neither war nor peace had now run its course, and peace was the only viable option left. Lenin transmitted Russia's surrender without delay, but then the Central Powers just ignored him. They did not respond. Their armies simply kept advancing. In the north, German armies entered Livonia. In the center, enemy forces entered Minsk and Pskov. In the south, Austrian, Hungarian, and Turkish armies kept pushing into Russian territory. This went on for days and days and days without them ever acknowledging the Russian willingness to sign the peace treaty. With the total envelopment of Russia now on the table, Lenin finally admitted they might have no choice but to fight back. On February 22nd, the government published a decree under the headline, "The Socialist Fatherland is in Danger." Point 1 announced a sort of Russian levée en masse, declaring, "The country's entire manpower and resources are placed entirely at the service of revolutionary defense." This levée en masse called for a scorched earth defensive war waged by all Russians everywhere. It harkened back to the Great Patriotic War against Napoleon. Workers and peasants were ordered to engage in all manner of sabotage and self-destruction to deny the invaders access to food, resources, or industrial technology. After calling for mass labor efforts to build trenches, defenses, and fortifications, Point 6 of the decree said, "These battalions are to include all able-bodied members of the bourgeois class, men and women, under the supervision of Red Guards. Those who resist are to be shot." Then the 8th and final point read, "Enemy agents, profiteers, marauders, hooligans, counter-revolutionary agitators, and German spies are to be shot on the spot." These 2 points, making summary execution the first, last, and final punishment for hindering the defense of the revolution, gave the recently established Cheka the legal mechanism they would use to mercilessly defend the Soviet government going forward. It can also reasonably said to mark the beginning of the coming Red Terror. In the midst of this now declared national emergency, Lenin and the other Bolsheviks also reached out to the Allies to see if they might be interested in supporting them. And unlike the decree on peace, which the Allies ignored, the British and French responded very quickly that they were absolutely willing to give whatever monetary and material aid necessary to help Lenin's government fight the Central Powers and keep the Eastern Front of the war alive. Like I said before, at this point, any ideological or clash of civilization style considerations were absolutely irrelevant to the decision-makers of the Allied powers. They were willing to support anybody who promised to keep Russia in the war. For his part, Lenin was certainly not going to let ideological purity get in the way of access to vital resources to defend the Soviet government. Caught up in other business, Lenin voted in favor of accepting Allied aid in absentia, writing a note to Trotsky that read, "Please add my vote in favor of taking potatoes and weapons from the bandits of Anglo-French imperialism." But all of this became irrelevant that same day. The Germans transmitted new terms on February 23rd, which were far harsher than they had been in December. And though Bukharin, the left Bolsheviks, and the left SRs wanted to keep fighting, Lenin convinced the majority of the Central Committee that they needed to sign whatever the Germans put in front of them, right now, or it would be the end of all of them. So, a Russian delegation returned to Brest-Litovsk on March the 1st, and I should mention that Trotsky resigned as Commissar of Foreign Affairs so that he wouldn't have to be the one to sign this ignoble peace. When the team arrived, they announced that they would sign whatever the Central Powers put in front of them, a kind of final protest to prove that they were doing this with a bayonet to their throat and a gun to their head. But this time, it was the Central Powers who stalled, and while they kept the Russians waiting, their armies entered Kiev and evicted the small force of Soviet Red Guards. Finally, on March the 3rd, 1918, the Russian Soviet Republic and the representatives of the Central Powers signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. It was a doozy of a treaty. With the stroke of a pen, the Russians renounced 750,000 square miles, abandoning essentially all territory Russia had acquired since the 1600s. They renounced all claims to Poland, Ukraine, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, as well as Transcaucasia, all of which would become either nominally independent states under German protection, or, in many cases, directly annexed into the German Empire. This amounted to roughly a third of the total population of the Russian Empire, a third of their most productive agricultural land, a quarter of their industrial capacity, a quarter of their railroad tracks, and 3/4 of their coal and iron deposits. The treaty also granted German nationals special economic exemptions inside of Russia, leaving German-owned property exempt from any nationalization efforts on the part of the Soviet government. This, I should mention, immediately led to a mass sell-off of Russian-owned property industry factories and estates to German buyers, turning Russia overnight into something of a colony of German capital. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk probably saved the Soviet government, but it did so at an almost unfathomable cost. Right, left, and center all howled upon reading the terms of one of the most pathetically abject capitulations in the history of modern diplomacy. It, of course, infuriated patriots and nationalists, as it surrendered a gobsmacking amount of wealth, land, and people to the Germans. It also infuriated the growing coalition of left communists who believed Lenin had treacherously sold out the international proletariat, extinguished all hopes for worldwide revolution, and turned Russia into an exploited colony of German imperialism. The treaty would in time cause the permanent rupture of the Bolsheviks and the left SRs, who hated the treaty with every fiber of their being. But for Lenin, however ignoble the treaty, however pathetic the treaty, it was a necessary treaty. It was necessary both for the sake of the Soviet socialist government, but also for global socialist revolution. In response to critics from the left, Lenin could point out the simple fact that while they called for a levée en masse, the people were not actually willing to take up arms. The peace might be unpopular among the political leadership, but war was even more unpopular among the masses. And for all its negative aspects, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had one unmistakable virtue. The Soviet government was left intact. The revolutionary baby was not smothered in the crib. Between the Third Congress of the Soviets enshrining what amounts to a Soviet constitution, and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, where the Soviet government won international recognition, Lenin believed he had a small but fertile plot where the seeds of future worldwide socialist revolution could be planted, tended, and sowed. But before they could export their produce abroad, they must first harvest it at home. Hello, and welcome to Revolutions. Episode 10.79, Reds and Whites. Today marks something of a transition. We are crossing the line and heading into the final lap of our final series of the Revolutions podcast. Part 1 of this final season, episodes 10.1 through 10.39, climaxed with the First Russian Revolution, the Revolution of 1905. But since we returned with episode 10.40 for Part 2, we have spent our time building towards the Revolution of 1917. We passed through the post-1905 era of the Dumas and the Stolypin reforms. Then we covered the events, personalities, and triggers that brought about the February Revolution, most especially World War I, and even more most especially Nicholas and Alexandra's disastrous management of World War I. Episode 10.62, International Women's Day, kicked off the much-anticipated Revolution of 1917, and that's where we've been ever since. The February Revolution, the April Crisis, the June Offensive, the July Days, the Kornilov Affair, and finally, the October Revolution. But now that's done. Everything we've been building towards is now in the rearview mirror. Now, if we applied the narrowest definition to the Russian Revolution of 1917, it ends on October 26, with Lenin, Trotsky, and the Bolsheviks overthrowing Kerensky and the Provisional Government. But that's not very satisfying. especially because a whole slew of historical contingencies all needed to break a certain way for the events of late October 1917 to go down as momentous days that shook the whole world. Nearly everyone at the time expected Lenin's little gang to be bounced out of power within a few days, if not a few weeks, with the arrival of the Constituent Assembly marking the absolute limit of their time in power. Bolsheviks and anti-Bolsheviks alike were hyper-aware that the new regime, if it could even yet be called a regime, was in an incredibly precarious spot. This is why I tend to extend the periodization of the quote-unquote October Revolution and the quote-unquote Revolution of 1917 to the two big events we talked about last week. On the domestic front, the Bolsheviks closing the Constituent Assembly in January 1918, and instead using the Third Congress of Soviets as the founding Congress of a new Soviet government. Then on the foreign front, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in March 1918, which, as humiliating as it was, left that newly founded Soviet regime with international recognition and sovereign borders. With those two elements in place, we move from the rising up and seizing power phase to the consolidating and expanding power phase. So as we leave behind the Revolution of 1917 on account of it, not being 1917 anymore, we also move from revolution to civil war. From here on out, action is not going to be defined by sporadic street fighting involving a couple thousand armed partisans, but by armies numbering in the millions, waging full-scale war against each other. This war would involve not just every single nationality in what was now the former Russian Empire, but also every major European power, as well as the United States and Japan. They all engaged each other in multiple major theaters of operation and dozens of individual fronts, from Poland to the Pacific, and from the White Sea to the Black Sea. It is an insanely large and confusing conflict, and a complete treatment of the Russian Civil War could easily fill 150 episodes all on its own. And while we're not going to do that, I also don't want to just shut it down and walk away in the spring of 1918 and say, the Revolution of 1917 is over, goodbye. Because the contingency of civil war still looms over everything. The story of the Russian Revolution is not over until the Civil War is over. And as the old saying goes, the revolution's not over till the Red Army wins. The final point I want to make on all this is that I have to say that though we call it the Russian Civil War, that's not really an accurate description. This conflict involves at least a half dozen major wars of independence between various nationalities in the Russian state. It involves international conflicts among these groups as they jockeyed with each other for territory and influence. It also involved intra-national conflicts, which are themselves simply localized civil wars and class wars and ethnic conflicts. So though the post-revolution of 1917 and post-World War I conflicts in the former Russian Empire all fall under the single heading, the Russian Civil War, we are talking about dozens of conflicts drawn over multiple intersecting lines: nationality, religion, class, culture, ideology, and politics. And really what this is a giant international conflict taking place within the boundaries of the former Russian Empire and what will become the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics after the Red Army wins. We'll start today with a bit of business that helps further mark the transition from the Revolution of 1917 period to the Civil War period. On March 6, 1918, the Bolsheviks met for what they reckoned was their seventh Party Congress. They reckoned it was their seventh Party Congress because they continued to lay claim to the mantle of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The Russian Social Democratic Labor Party had held their very first and very tiny Congress in 1898, and which we talked about all the way back in episode 10.27. That Congress was held even before young Lenin, Krupskaya, and Martov had even returned from their Siberian exile. And mostly, the Seventh Party Congress debated the controversial Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, and though Lenin convinced the Congress to ratify the treaty after intense debate, the left communists who opposed the treaty would come back in force in the summer of 1918 to restate their case by other means. But what this Seventh Party Congress is mostly known for is voting to officially rebrand themselves. The party would no longer be known as the Bolshevik faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, but instead the Russian Communist Party. This is the moment in history when the communists become the communists. It also introduced a more sharply defined ideological divide between socialists and communists in left-wing movements throughout the world. The former tended to distance themselves from the emerging Soviet regime in Russia, while the latter fully embraced it. For our immediate purposes here, it means that we now call the Bolsheviks the communists. Now, it's a near complete continuity of leadership, organization, and ideology from Bolsheviks to communists, as evidenced most obviously by the fact that they're still calling this their 7th Party Congress, an old thing just being renamed, rather than the first Party Congress of a brand new thing being born. But still, the transition from the Revolution of 1917 phase to the Civil War phase, and beyond, is helpfully marked by the fact that we stop talking about Bolsheviks and start talking about communists. And from here on out, I will be pretty interchangeably using the terms communists and Soviets and Reds to describe one side in the emerging Civil War. Now, the other big thing that slips in here is that as soon as the Party Congress broke up, Lenin and the communists decided to move the Soviet government from Petrograd to Moscow. The German armies were sitting just 150 miles from Petrograd, and despite the recent peace treaty, it was not at all clear the Germans weren't just going to keep advancing and overthrow the Soviet government. So on the night of March the 10th, 1918, Lenin did what everyone had made such a huge deal out of Kerensky trying to do back in October. Lenin, Krupskaya, Lenin's sisters, and about 40 close aides and secretaries secretly boarded a train in the middle of the night, bound for Moscow. Shortly thereafter, a second train departed with the rest of the People's Commissars aboard, carrying as many files and papers as they could cram into the railroad cars. After nearly 200 years of western-facing St. Petersburg/Petrograd serving as the capital of Russia, the government was returning to Moscow. It is a great historical irony that it was a bunch of hyper-westernized political radicals who were the ones to finally ditch western-facing Petrograd and return to Moscow, the ancient seat of medieval Muscovite despotism. But Lenin was a practical guy. At the moment, Moscow was flat-out safer. It was much deeper in the heart of territory the Soviet government now laid sovereign claim to, and it was a much further distance from all the armies aiming to unseat them. When they arrived in Moscow, the government installed themselves in the Kremlin, which remains the seat of the Russian government to this very day. With the Soviet government to the Russian communists now installed in Moscow, I want to move on to the real object of today's episode, embarking on a tour of that one-third of the now increasingly former Russian Empire that was directly impacted by the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, because these territories are going to become major theaters in the Russian Civil War. Now, the theory underlying the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was that Russia's former minority nationalities would have the right to independence, autonomy, and self-determination. In the negotiations, the Central Powers had positioned themselves, at least abstractly, as the liberators of these territories. Meanwhile, Trotsky and the Russian negotiators said, "This is no problem for us, because we declared the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia back in November." Lenin and Trotsky both repeatedly said, yeah, we have no problem with the independence, autonomy, and self-determination of the former subject peoples of the Tsar. But it's not going to be that simple, is it? No, of course not. It's never that simple, because in a situation like this, competing groups of leaders and governments and institutions are each going to claim to speak on behalf of their respective nations. So, who do we listen to? Who gets to make that claim? Embedded in the answer to these questions is the explanation for why wars of independence are always civil wars at the same time. So, we will start in the northwest in Finland. Finland was a latecomer to the Russian Empire. It had only been brought into the fold in 1809 during the heyday of Napoleon and Alexander I. Finland was only joined to Russia in personal union with the Tsars, who in Finland raised not in their capacity as Tsar of Russia, but as Grand Duke of Finland. Because of this, the Finns had always had a great deal of local autonomy, and they were one of the few parts of the Russian Empire with an elected parliament. In the late 1890s, Tsar Nicholas had tried to carry the ultra-conservative ideology of orthodoxy, nationality, and autocracy into Finland with an aggressive Russification policy meant to break traditional Finnish autonomy. It massively backfired and tended to drive all Finns, whatever region or class they happened to be in, towards the dream of independence. During the revolutionary upheavals of both 1905 and 1917, the Finns were always angling to break away from the Russian Tsar. And as we have seen, anti-Tsarist elements always found influential support from Finnish officials, who were happy to use their autonomous rights to allow wanted enemies of the Tsar to set up shop just over the border, roughly 100 miles from Petrograd. Economically and politically, the Finns were far more advanced than their Russian neighbors. Their industrial working class was a much bigger proportion of the population, with some 500,000 workers in a country of just 3 million people. In their 1916 elections, Finnish socialists won an outright majority in their parliament, much to the consternation of the old aristocracy and the commercial bourgeoisie. When the February Revolution hit, all Finnish factions were united in assuming independence was on the way. But the October Revolution split those factions into two bitterly divided camps, the Reds and the Whites, the two colors that would define the massive post-1917 conflict throughout the Eurasian continent. In mid-November, the Finnish workers, the Reds, launched a massive general strike to push their leaders towards a declaration of independence, as well as the demand that independent Finland be a workers' democracy, not a bourgeois democracy. But as had happened with the SRs and the Mensheviks over in Russia, the leadership of the Finnish Socialist Party were more circumspect and cautious than the rank and file. Instead of following the lead of the Bolsheviks and using the November general strike to seize power, the Finnish socialists instead endorsed a unity government dominated by bourgeois and nationalist leaders. This government then officially declared independence on December 6, 1917. Those bourgeois and nationalist elements, the Whites, were terrified of the effectiveness and implications of the general strike that had been staged by the workers and the socialists, the Reds. The government built up defensive forces and clearly signaled the possible necessity of a dictatorship to keep the workers in line. Pushed from their rank and file below and threatened from above, the Finnish socialists belatedly launched a political uprising in mid-January 1918. They overthrew the existing parliament and formed an all-socialist government to lead what they would dub the People's Republic of Finland. In short order, they controlled just about every city in the country. The ousted coalition of whites, meanwhile, that is, the wealthier bourgeoisie, aristocratic, and nationalist elements, regrouped and mobilized forces to defend the traditional parliament and its government. When the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed in March 1918, it radically altered the trajectory of the brewing civil war in Finland. With the Russians pledging not to interfere, the Red Finns lost their most potent ally. Meanwhile, within days of the treaty, the White Finns invited the Kaiser to send his troops in to help them overthrow the Reds. 20,000 Germans disembarked in early April and set about capturing key coastal cities like Helsinki. Meanwhile, a White army raised up in the interior marched south and defeated the larger but less disciplined Red forces in the middle of April. As a harbinger of things to come everywhere, the victorious Whites unleashed a punitive terror in the wake of their victory. The Whites summarily executed about 10,000 Reds and herded another 80,000 into concentration camps. Over the next several months, another 11,000 Red prisoners died as a result of the deplorable conditions in these camps. Now, this is not to say the Reds were not brutal in the times and places where they had the upper hand, and throughout the Russian Civil War, wherever it was being waged, White terrors and Red terrors would follow victories. It became the new, brutal norm. After all of this incredibly bitter fighting, though, Finland now has a white government backed up by the armies of the Central Powers. South of Finland, the people of the Baltic states had no opportunity for the kind of class war like the one unfolding to their north. German armies had long since pushed their way in to occupy the region. The German landowning class of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, who only made up 10% of the population but owned most of the land, were the primary beneficiaries of the shift from Russian military hegemony to German military hegemony. After the peace treaty, the Baltic states were set to become nominally independent, but given the German occupation, independence from Russia didn't really mean independence in any meaningful way. There was even talk about bringing the Baltic states into a greater German Reich once Germany won the war. But as will happen in all the territories we discuss today, if you think the triumphant advance of the Central Powers after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk altered the political dynamic in Eastern Europe in the spring of 1918, well, just wait until the fall of 1918, when the Central Powers collapse in defeat. It was a similar story further south in Belarus. They too were now mostly occupied by the Germans, who had advanced and captured Minsk after the Russians had stalled too long signing the terms of the treaty. While under German occupation, Belarusian leaders declared independence on March 25th and formed what they called the Belarusian Democratic Republic. But like their Baltic neighbors to the north and Ukrainian neighbors to the south, the Belarusians were in a state of occupied suspended animation until the end of World War I, when all hell is going to break loose across Eastern Europe. If we keep going south, we return to Ukraine, which we've already talked about because it was the largest and most important of the former Russian provinces. Ukraine was huge and fertile, and the Central Powers considered their resources and food absolutely vital to their own national interests. After the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, the Central Powers sent in somewhere between 200 and 250,000 soldiers to secure control of the country. They easily evicted the small force of Red Guards who had taken control of Kiev at the end of January, and they reinstalled the Rada, who then invited the Central Powers to just keep marching all through March and April until they enveloped and garrisoned the whole of Ukraine. The Ukrainians had promised to deliver 2 million tons of grain, 180,000 tons of meat, 30,000 sheep, and 40,000 tons of sugar. It should come as no surprise to learn that these foreign occupying forces, whose main task was extracting food from the Ukrainian peasantry, were pretty much hated by everyone in Ukraine. As the occupation continued, the Central Powers grew tired of the leaders of the Rada, despite the inflammatory rhetoric being used by the Russian communists that the Rada were a bunch of bourgeois capitalist stooges. They were in fact entirely socialist, almost all of them Ukrainian SRs. After being reinstalled in Kiev by the Central Powers, the Rada set about constructing a worker and peasant-friendly socialist state, which rather rankled both the old Ukrainian elite and the occupying military powers. On April 29th, Ukrainian General Pavel Skoropadsky staged a coup d'etat with the backing of the Central Powers. Overthrowing the socialist Rada, Skoropadsky donned the ancient moniker of the Ukrainian leader, the Hetman, in an attempt to tap into some kind of deep well of traditional Ukrainian national sentiment. He never won much support outside the German military establishment, though, so he's not going to last long when the Central Powers collapse in November. Now, as we head east out of Ukraine, we should be heading into southern Russia, but for structural reasons, I want to skip that area and head directly to the Caucasus, where we find Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan. Representing the southern outskirts of the Russian Empire, they had been on the front line to the war against the Turks. But unlike other regions in the Russian Empire, where there was a good-sized Russian population, especially in the major urban areas, the Russian population down in the Caucasus was only about 5%. So, thanks to the physical distance from the center of Russia and the tiny minority of Russians living amongst them, there had always been a strong independent ethnic identity down here among the Georgians and the Armenians and the Azerbaijani. As the Russian army at the front disintegrated and returned home, the trains were often targeted by locals hoping to strip them of weapons, ammunition, coats, boots, and whatever else they might be carrying. But although the people of the Caucasus were not exactly Russophiles and they expected autonomy in any post-revolution world, they were not at the moment rushing headlong towards total independence. The local Christian populations were worried about their proximity to the Muslim Turks and the long history of ethnic and religious conflict. The Armenian genocide had only happened a couple of years earlier. But all that said, the October Revolution was not well received by the region. As we discussed when we introduced young Stalin in episode 10.44, Georgia was one of the few areas where the Mensheviks enjoyed a real base of popular support. Stalin's gang of Bolsheviks had been treated as an obnoxious band of misfits, causing trouble for the prevailing dominance of the Mensheviks. So the October Revolution was greeted with a great deal of hostility. Most of the leaders were still Mensheviks who considered the October Revolution a catastrophe. They quickly set up an anti-Bolshevik trans-Caucasian government which united Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan under Menshevik and SR leadership, that dubbed itself the Trans-Caucasian Democratic Federative Republic, and they declared independence on April 22nd. The one area outside their control was a pretty critical area, the Baku oil fields. The workers of the oil fields had been heavily Bolshevized, and after the October Revolution set themselves up as a Soviet in alliance with the Soviet regime up in Petrograd and then Moscow. But unfortunately, they were isolated and would spend several months under siege by their anti-Soviet neighbors. So with that, let's return to the Cossack regions of southern Russia, which, as we mentioned in episode 10.76, was the origin point for what would become the White Armies of the Civil War. The Cossacks were long considered the most aggressively pro-Tsarist nationality in the empire. They enjoyed all kinds of special privileges in exchange for their ferocious and unwavering military support. The Cossack population down around the Don River numbered about 1.5 million. This group was able to threaten critical mines and factories in the region, block the rail line to the Caucasus and especially those Baku oil fields, and they could strike west into Ukraine. Lenin and the Soviet leadership naturally considered these Cossacks to be the most dangerous threat to their regime, and they had set up the leader of the Don Cossacks, General Alexei Kalendin, as a major reactionary boogeyman. He was one of the 3 Ks of counter-revolution, along with Kerensky and Kornilov. To combat this threat, Lenin ordered armed detachments into the region in November 1917. These forces were led by Vladimir Antonov, the guy who took the Winter Palace during the October Revolution, and Nikolai Muraviev, the guy who led the defense of Petrograd at the Little Battle of Pulkovo. Now, General Kalendin absolutely tried to form a resistance army to the Bolsheviks, but it was a much tougher sell than anyone on either side expected. Many of the younger Cossacks had spent years serving on the front lines of World War I. They were either sick of fighting entirely, or had been radicalized by their experience and actually supported the Soviet government. There was also a divide between the major cities of the region and the countryside. So, for example, in Rostov, the largest city in the Don region, in the Constituent Assembly elections, they voted 38% Bolshevik. Finally, it was not at all clear in these first few months after the October Revolution that there was any reason to resist the Bolsheviks. They issued the Decree on Land, the Decree on Nationalities, the Decree on Peace. What exactly do we need to be resisting here? So the fighting is such that unfolded over the winter of 1917-1918 was mostly small detachments of Red Guards arriving in cities by train and installing pro-Soviet authorities. Unable to convince his people to fight back, General Kalendin grew despondent and shot himself in the heart on January 29th. Now, the Soviet leaders were not the only ones who had assumed the Cossacks would form the center of resistance to the Bolsheviks. As I noted in episode 10.76, anti-Bolshevik army officers identified the Don Cossack area as the safest place to organize a resistance. At the forefront of this was General Mikhail Alexeyev, who had served as chief of staff of the Russian army throughout most of the war. In early November, Alexeyev arrived at the regional capital, Novocherkassk, to organize a counter-revolution. In late December, he called for volunteers to flock to the White Banner to oppose the Red Soviets. So this is the origin point of the Volunteer Army, which is, at the moment, also called interchangeably the Alexeyev Organization. But after Alexeyev put out his call for volunteers, the results were comical. Only a few thousand even responded, and those who did were invariably senior officers. So, not unlike those émigré armies who gathered around the Camp d'Artois in 1792, the volunteer army was all officers and no men. Like, they literally didn't have any privates. But one thing I must say, these were not ultra-royalist reactionaries hoping to reinstall Tsar Nicholas. That wasn't really the point. Nearly all the senior officers of the volunteer army had stayed in service after the Tsar's abdication, and by now they accepted the verdict of the February Revolution. Mostly, the volunteer army would run on a kind of apolitical code of military honor that was hostile to feckless politicians of all shapes and sizes. And for all their coming military successes, their undoing would be an apolitical failure to offer any kind of tangible vision for the future. They may have been very good military officers, but if you're going to win a civil war, you need at least a few politicians. The inner circle of the volunteer army came from the officers who were involved in the Kornilov affair. General Kornilov and his comrades regrouped in the Don Cossack region after making their way through hostile Red territory, often by literally putting on disguises. Once there, Alexeyev and Kornilov roughly divided up the organizational labor, with Alexeyev acting as something of a political chief and Kornilov acting as the military chief. Though the two were united in their hostility to the Bolsheviks, Alexeyev was an aristocratic officer of the old-school nobility, while Kornilov was a salt-of-the-earth provincial with family ties to the Cossacks who had risen through the ranks on merit. The two constantly butted heads and intruded on each other's alleged spheres of influence. After the new year, the small volunteer army established its headquarters in Rostov, which, as I said, was the biggest city in the region. But they had neither the manpower nor the resources to resist the influx of Red Guards coming down from the north. With the Reds swarming most of the cities, General Kornilov decided they were in no position to make a stand. On February 22, 1918, the day before Rostov fell to the Reds, Kornilov led about 4,000 men out into the frozen steppe. This began what is called the Ice March, one of the most dramatic and romanticized chapters of the Russian Civil War. General Anton Denikin, Kornilov's second-in-command, said, "We went from the dark night and spiritual slavery to unknown wandering in search of the bluebird." With all the cities and railroads controlled by the Reds, the little volunteer White Army had to avoid essentially all urban areas and railroad stations. They wandered through the frozen wilderness of February and March, south into the Kuban region, trying to find any place of refuge. After 7 weeks just kind of adrift in the wilderness, they finally reached what is today Krasnodar, now the capital of what the Reds had organized into the Kuban Soviet Republic. Kornilov, fed up with the Ice March and eager to take action, brushed off the advice of his staff and launched an attack on the city on April 10th. Days of intense fighting followed until April 13th, when an artillery shell blasted the farmhouse where General Kornilov had made his headquarters. It blew him up and buried his body under the rubble. General Denikin assumed command and ordered a withdrawal, recommencing the Ice March for another 4 weeks as the army headed back north. When word reached Moscow that Kornilov was dead, there was jubilant celebration. It was the end of the 3 Ks of counter-revolution. Kerensky had long since fled west into permanent exile, Kalandin shot himself, and Kornilov was now buried under a blown-up farmhouse. With this news, Lenin announced, "It can be said with certainty that, in the main, the Civil War has ended." It was rare for Lenin to miss the mark so spectacularly, but man, did he miss the mark spectacularly. General Denikin did his best to hold the volunteer army together as they continued wandering through the frozen steppe, but as they returned to the Don Cossack region after 11 weeks in the wilderness, they found circumstances very much changed. The Red leaders who had taken possession of the cities over the winter had made themselves obnoxious to the local population with aggressive requisitioning. The Red Guards had been enough to capture the cities from a largely passive population, but they were not nearly strong enough to withstand full-on popular revolt. And full-on popular revolt was now starting. The aggressive requisitioning had given everyone the answer to the question, why should we bother fighting the Bolsheviks? As General Denikin and the volunteer army returned to the region around Rostov and Novocherkassk, the local population was now more than ready to flock to the White Banner. On top of that, they could also now count on the Central Powers who were pushing their armies in through southern Ukraine. Together, these forces started clearing out the Reds in early May 1918. On May 6th, anti-Soviet Cossacks recaptured Novichokhovsk. On May 8th, the Central Powers captured Rostov. By this point, we can say that the whole region has been basically cleared of Red forces. And what was left of those Red forces marched 250 miles east, where they re-rallied at Tsaritsyn, later renamed Stalingrad, and which is now called Volgograd. There on the banks of the lower Volga River, they would form the nucleus of what will become the Red Army's famous 10th Army. But we'll get into all of that later. By the spring of 1918, the Soviet government in Moscow was facing setbacks on all fronts. All of that territory they had lost in the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was occupied by the Central Powers. Down in the south, they were facing a major uprising from the Cossacks and the White Volunteer Army. They more or less did not have any control whatsoever over the Transcaucasus. Faced with all this, they were going to have to radically reimagine their own military structure. But we're going to start next week by leaping far, far to the east. Because for everything we have talked about today, there is an argument to be made that the Russian Civil War doesn't really start until May 14th, 1918, with the revolt of the Czechoslovak Legion.